Han Feng was a little surprised, although Chi Bai said that the 8th floor was his limit, but in reality? Exercising the tyrannical martial god body, which is close to the top divine grade, even if he doesn't have a deep grasp of his own body and can't exert much power, it is enough to crush the ordinary true gods of the four tribulations. If you have a mid-level divine skill, as long as the mid-level divine skill is not too low, it is not difficult to compete against the ordinary 5 Kulpa true god elementary level, and even the ordinary 5 Kulpa true god initial level strong who can win the battle. In other words, Chi Bai's limit should be at least the 12th floor. If he gets to the 13th floor by luck, he can get the title of Sun. Although this Sun-level title is only recognized in Yunzhou. He opened his mouth, but Han Feng still closed it. Chi Bai wanted to leave the Ziyun Tower, obviously because he was severely hit by the previous incident. However, from Han Feng's point of view, this is a good thing for Chi Bai. With Chi Bai's aptitude and a top-ranked martial god body, it will be easy to break through to a high-level true god in the future. As for whether he can break through to an ancient god, it also depends on Chi Bai's fortune in the future. Patting Chi Bai on the shoulder, Han Feng said, "In that case, I will give you the 10 purple cloud fragments." The Ziyun key is not only the key to the next level, but also the key to leave the Ziyun Tower. During the period of entering the tower, if there is a true god genius who feels that he has reached the limit, he can leave the Ziyun Tower through the Ziyun key. The 10 purple cloud fragments radiated a burst of purple brilliance, condensed into a purple cloud key. Chi Bai accepted the purple cloud key, and as the purple light swallowed Chi Bai completely left the purple cloud tower. This time, those who came to break into Ziyun Tower were all the best in their respective forces, and they were more than a little stronger than those who broke into Ziyun Tower in Yunzhou last time. Chi Bai, it can be said that he was the first batch to go out, which attracted the ridicule of many geniuses who didn't have time to enter Ziyun Tower. After several blows, Chi Bai turned a blind eye to these gazes, and immediately left Ziyun City, returning to the Starfall Valley to practice in seclusion. It was also from this day that Chi Bai truly rose to prominence, and he would become a well-known ancient god in the future. Of course, this is all for later. In the Ziyun God Tower at this moment, Han Feng condensed another Ziyun key, which ascended from the 8th floor to the 9th floor. But before leaving, Han Feng inadvertently swept towards a certain direction behind him. "This guy found us?" On the 8th floor of Ziyun Tower, where Han Feng glanced inadvertently before leaving, 3 figures flashed out as the space distorted. One of them was the white-clothed swordsman who severely injured the domineering young master with a single strike. There are a red-haired man and a black-haired youth by his side. It was the red-haired man who spoke. The white-clothed swordsman frowned slightly. It should be a coincidence. Brother Lu's divine eyes allow him to escape into the void and blend with the space. How could it be so easy to find out? The red-haired man also thought it was impossible, but the other party's eyes clearly fell on them. What a coincidence. The black-haired young man's forehead with silver rays of light restrained his pig's feet, and said lightly, "The hidden eyes of the gods are not omnipotent." The so-called integration into the void and integration with the space depends on the level of the space. It is impossible to integrate into the space with too high a level. Among them, the space inside the Ziyun God Tower is stronger than the Songyun God Realm, and my divine hidden sky I cannot achieve the normal effect outside. What's more, I didn't fully use the hidden eyes of the gods before. After all, I still underestimated that guy. The red-haired man chuckled. "This kid does have some abilities, especially the purple magic fire, and we should pay more attention to it. Unfortunately, that's all." The white-clothed swordsman also showed disapproval on his face. It is true that young Master Duba, who was severely injured by his sword, hadn't displayed the Xuanhuan divine body at that time, nor had he used the strongest palm, the Xuanhuan shattering palm. But even if it is used, the white-clothed swordsman is sure to defeat it easily. The reason why Han Feng attracted their attention was because they were likely to be found, and the other was because of Ziji Xuanhuan, that's all. The 9th floor of Ziyun Tower. Little fatty, you said there were 3 people hiding there? Han Feng's face was serious. So close, he didn't feel the slightest sense, which can no longer be explained by the suppression of the soul. The soul is suppressed, and the range of induction is indeed not large, but there are still hundreds or thousands of meters. This distance can be crossed in less than 1% of the blink of an eye for a true god, which can be said to be extremely close. If there is a true god who is good at sneak attacks in this range, unless the person being attacked is far beyond the attacker, he will be severely injured and fall in all likelihood. Nothing has been sensed in such a close range, which can only explain one thing: the quality of the other party's spirit is higher than his own. The other party should be using some kind of supernatural power. They can hide themselves, just like blending into space. It's normal that you can't perceive it. Even if the spirit is not suppressed, you still can't perceive it. In addition, the 3 of them are the true gods of the 6 tribulations. Xiao Fatty revealed the identities of the 3. The 3 of them? Han Feng was obviously impressed by the 3 white-clothed swordsmen. Is it really the 6 tribulations true god, little fat? What is the specific cultivation level? The red-haired one is the late stage of the 6 tribulations true god. The white-clothed swordsman is the peak of the 6 tribulations true god's initial stage, and the one who uses supernatural powers is the 6 tribulations true god's middle stage. Hiss. Han Feng took a deep breath. The middle level of the 6 tribulations true god? In the entire eastern region, anyone who can reach this step within 10,000 years can be said to be an extremely high-level genius. Don't worry, it's the kind that has just broken through, and the realm is not completely stable yet. Xiaopeng comforted. Even so, that is the middle level of the 6 tribulations true god, Han Feng shouted in his heart. With such a cultivation base, I am only afraid. It would be fine if it was an ordinary mid-level true god of 6 tribulations, but would that person be an ordinary mid-level true god of 6 tribulations? Han Feng sighed. No matter what, his goal is only to be in the top 10 anyway. The first and not the first is only the second. Collect the Ziyun fragments first, and then refine the burning body fruit. On the 9th floor, the Ziyun divine beast was already comparable to the high-level true gods of the 4 tribulations, but unfortunately it was still not enough for Han Feng. After a few days, they were all collected and synthesized into a Ziyun key. The reason why it took a few days was because the Ziyun key on the 9th floor required 20 pieces of Ziyun. In a cave that was opened up, Han Feng sat cross-legged, holding the burning body fruit that had been turned into the source liquid in his hand. The divine body is already infinitely close to or comparable to the 6th rank level, but if it is just the burning body fruit, the improvement effect is not great. The burning body fruit is mainly used to temper the divine body, but there is still a part of the energy that can increase the fire-attributed divine essence. Just the burning body fruit, the improvement is negligible. After it can be turned into the source liquid, the improvement will be slightly more. My cultivation base has also accumulated to the peak of the early stage of the 5 tribulations true god's high level, and the slight improvement of the divine essence, by the body-burning fruit liquid is enough to help me break through to the middle level of the 5 tribulations true god's high-level stage. Han Feng secretly estimated in his heart. The source liquid was absorbed very quickly. In just 10 days and half a month, Han Feng was absorbed and completely refined. As expected, his cultivation was as expected by Han Feng. He broke through to the middle stage of the 5 tribulations true god, and his overall strength improved slightly. But the divine body has broken through to the middle level of the 6th rank in one fell swoop. The 6th grade is medium, and it's at the same level as Xuanhuan. Unfortunately, I can't plant the burning body fruit in the planting space. Han Feng looked regretful. The second update. Although the burning body fruit has the effect of tempering the divine body, the biggest effect is to help the 5th-ranked divine body break through to the 6th-ranked divine body. For those below the 6th-grade divine body, the burning body fruit is an extremely excellent body-tempering divine fruit. But for the 6th-ranked divine body and even the 6th-ranked divine body, the effect of the burning body fruit is negligible. Han Feng's divine body can break through to the 6th-rank medium, because Xiaopeng refined the burning body fruit into the source liquid. Otherwise, for a divine body that is already comparable to the 6th-rank level, it is impossible to directly reach the middle level after being promoted to the 6th-rank level and stabilized. If such burning body fruit is planted in the planting space, it will take at least several decades or nearly 100 years. After decades or hundreds of years, Han Feng doesn't know what kind of realm he will cultivate, but at least in the 9 flames and different fire art, Han Feng is sure to break through to a higher level. At that time, whether it is a breakthrough in the 9 flames and different fire art or a breakthrough in cultivation, the divine body will also be improved. It may be that the divine body of the 7th rank or above is already at that time. What's the use? Therefore, planting burning body fruit is a waste of space. The breakthrough is successful, and the next step is to go all out, and too much time has been wasted. Han Feng secretly said. More than 10 days and nearly half a month, I am afraid that there are not many Ziyun keys left on the next few floors. If you don't hurry up, you may be aggrieved and have to leave the Ziyun Tower. The 10th floor, the 11th floor, the 12th floor. The 13th floor. After going all out, Han Feng quickly reached the 13th floor. At this time, he was still a little behind the top troops, but at least he was in the upper middle. On the 13th floor, the strength of Ziyun Divine Beast has reached the level of the 5 tribulations True God. In Yunzhou, breaking into this level can already be called a Sun-level genius. Similarly, the Ziyun fragments needed to condense the Ziyun key on the 13th layer doubled again, reaching 40 pieces. 40 fragments are needed to condense a purple cloud key. Not only that, from the 13th floor to the 24th floor, it is entirely possible to encounter the purple cloud divine fruit. Over the years, many true God geniuses who have broken into the 13th to 24th floors have obtained the Ziyun God fruit, which has greatly improved their soul or body. Han Feng didn't know what his luck was, but judging from the fact that he hadn't encountered a purple cloud fruit during the period from the 13th floor to the 17th floor, his luck was not good. At this moment, Han Feng finally rushed to the front, because he was attacked by a high-level genius of the 5 tribulations True God before. Since the high-level geniuses of the 5 tribulations True Gods appeared on the 17th floor, then the strongest of the level of Mr. Tianma can only reach the 18th or 9th floor at most. Considering that these Sun-level geniuses still have to lead sect disciples, the 18th floor is most likely. Next, Han Feng became a little more cautious, which means that the next encounters are likely to be such geniuses, and he might encounter the 6 tribulations who stayed here or were unlucky and couldn't collect Ziyun fragments. A true genius. Han Feng is naturally not afraid, but if he encounters and fights frequently, not to mention the huge consumption of himself, it is not good for breaking into a higher level. The higher you go, the fewer the Ziyun keys. Han Feng reckoned that there were at least tens of thousands of true geniuses who came in at the beginning. Now there are only 1,000 or so people who can condense the Ziyun key to reach the 17th floor, and that is 2,000 to 3,000 people. You are fighting a mighty foe. These people are collecting purple cloud fragments. These guys are still collecting Ziyun shards while you recover your sanity or your injuries. When you want to collect it, maybe there will be none. Only when you get to the 25th floor or above will you have no scruples. From the 25th floor up, there is no limit to the number of people. As long as you have the strength to break through to the 36th floor, it is not a problem for as many people as possible to break into the 25th floor. 18 floors, 19 floors, 20 floors. 21. The Ziyun divine beast on the 21st floor is at the highest level of the five tribulations true God, and a Ziyun key needs 80 Ziyun fragments to condense. On the 21st floor, most of the people Han Feng encountered were elementary-level geniuses of the five tribulations true God. As long as such a genius is not low in blood and has good magical skills, it is not too difficult to compete against the middle level of the five tribulations true God. Of course, it is a bit difficult to kill completely. Han Feng could predict that starting from the 21st floor, many of these geniuses would be eliminated or leave automatically. Only a very few geniuses, who can compete with the high-level 5 Kulpa True God at the peak of the 5 Kulpa True God, will be able to stay, provided that they are united. If you are alone, you will only be eliminated. The same genius, if his cultivation base breaks through to the middle level of the 5 tribulations true God, it is possible to pass all the way to the 24th floor. This is already the limit. On the 25th floor, you need to have the combat power of the 6 tribulations true God. Don't think about it, at least the 3rd level sun level genius, and at the top of the 3rd level, it is possible to break into the 25th floor. With Mr. Chining's combat strength, it is almost enough to break through to the 26th and 7th floors. If you are unlucky, you may not be able to break there. How many such masters are there? Han Feng secretly guessed that no more than 100 people could break into the 25th floor. These 100 people are his real opponents next. From the 24th floor up, there is no limit to the number of people. It stands to reason that the higher the number of floors, the more Ziyun's divine power will be obtained in the future, and the higher the divine essence can be increased. Nearly 100 people should be about all the minds are put on the higher level of breaking through, but in fact it is not the case. Because there are too many people, a lot of Ziyun's divine power will be shared equally. The number of Ziyun divine power descending is not fixed. Depending on the number of people and the number of layers of wandering, the descending Ziyun divine power will be different, more or less. However, there is an upper limit to the number of descending Ziyun divine power, and when the upper limit is reached, the descending Ziyun divine power will not increase anymore. For example, the number of Ziyun divine power descending is 100 copies, and there are 2 people who break into the 24th floor and up. Depending on the level of the 2 people's breakthrough, different Ziyun divine power will be descended respectively. If the 2 of them should each get 10 shares of Ziyun's divine power based on the number of layers they broke through, then the amount of Ziyun's divine power that descended would be 20 shares. But if there were 20 people who broke in, and everyone should be given 10 shares, then when the number of Ziyun's divine power descended was only a maximum of 100 shares, each of the 20 people would only have 5 shares. This time there are too many masters entering Ziyun Tower. In order to get more Ziyun divine power, there will inevitably be a fierce battle and elimination among each other, especially since there is no limit on the number of Ziyun keys. There is no need to worry I stayed too long and lost the opportunity to move to a higher level. After a game, you can hide and recover, and come out when you recover. The 3rd update. Huh? Killing a purple cloud beast got a piece of purple cloud, and a sharp light shot towards Han Feng. Someone secretly attacked. It's just that the raider's soul level was not high, and Han Feng had already discovered Li Guang when he appeared within a certain range from Han Feng. As soon as Han Feng raised his hand and flicked his fingers, he blocked the sharp light. Not good. The sneak attacker hiding in the dark thought that the opponent had defeated a purple cloud beast that was equivalent to the high-level early stage of the 5 tribulations true God, and it should have consumed most of his power, but he didn't know that the opponent was wiped out with just a flick of his finger. I made a sneak attack on myself. Such power is far above him. Immediately, the attackers were about to flee. Where to go? Han Feng, a golden fairy stepping on the sky, appeared above the attacker, and took a palm shot. But at this moment, an incomparably powerful aura erupted from the sneak attacker, as if he had exerted the power of his bloodline. After casting the blood veins, the powerful aura of the sneak attacker is no less than that of the high-ranking true god of the five tribulations. There was no shock on Han Feng's face, and he still slapped him hard with his palm. On the 21st floor, the strength of any purple cloud beast is comparable to that of the early stage of the five tribulations true god. If it can break through to the 21st floor, how can its overall strength be poor? The attacker turned around suddenly, his palms condensed into claws, and grabbed Han Feng like animal claws. At this moment, the face of the attacker appeared in Han Feng's sight. It was a purple-haired girl who looked only 17 or 18 years old. Look. The purple-haired girl's eyes were red, obviously because of the power of her blood. The divine energy in Han Feng's body gushed out crazily and condensed on his right palm. Han Feng didn't use his powerful unique skills. With the mid-level cultivation base of the five tribulations true god, coupled with the 6th rank extremely top-notch Xuanhuan, the power of this palm has exceeded the limit of the ordinary five tribulations true god. Boom! A surge of power surged out from Han Feng's palm and the purple-haired girl's beast claws. With this force, Han Feng rolled in the sky and flew to a higher place, while the purple-haired girl spurted out a mouthful of blood, rolling tens of meters on the ground, in a state of embarrassment. The cultivation base of the five tribulations true god in the late middle stage. Roughly close to the bloodline of a high-level divine grade, and a middle-grade divine skill that is more of a middle-low grade. After just one fight, Han Feng had a clear judgment on the purple-haired girl who attacked him. Seeing that the purple-haired girl was severely injured by himself, Han Feng didn't hold back at all, so he wanted to take the opportunity to kill the purple-haired girl completely. Han Feng will not easily let go of any enemy who sneaks up on him. Wait, you can't kill me, I can exchange an information. The purple-haired girl realized that the gap between herself and Han Feng couldn't be bridged, and immediately yelled out in a hurry. Information? Han Feng froze his move, looked down at the purple-haired girl, and said coldly, "What information? If it is valuable, it is not impossible for Han to let you go." This purple-haired girl, Han Feng, did not face off against the Yunzhou genius. Han Feng guessed that this girl was either a genius hidden in the dark by various major forces, or a genius from outside Yunzhou. Otherwise, with the cultivation base of the mid to late stage of the five tribulations true god, and the comprehensive combat power comparable to the mid to late stage of the five tribulations true god's high level, it is impossible to remain silent in Yunzhou. I know that there is a purple cloud fruit somewhere on the 21st floor. The purple-haired girl said hastily. Ziyun Xinhua. Han Feng's expression was terrified, his eyes were full of awe, and he stared at the other party. Is what you said true? If you deceive Han, you will definitely die. Really, it's true. The purple-haired girl nodded repeatedly, almost swearing to the sky, for fear that Han Feng would kill her. The purple-haired girl had a bitter face. She knew that she should have listened to her elder brother. Her strength was basically at the lower level on the 21st floor. Sure enough, she would not be able to compete with anyone she encountered. Tell me about the Ziyun divine fruit. Han Feng landed slowly. I can take you there. The purple-haired girl didn't tell the exact location, and Han Feng frowned. It seemed that the girl was worried that she would go back on her word and kill her if she got the location of the purple cloud divine fruit. Thinking of this, Han Feng said lightly, "Well, you lead the way." Han Feng did not force the girl to tell the location, because he was afraid that the other party would be rushed to tell the wrong place. Let the other party lead, at least not to know the wrong place. Of course, if the other party wants to attract him somewhere to take revenge, Han Feng doesn't have to worry too much given his current strength. There was a purple-haired girl leading the way, and a group of 2 people rushed to the place where Ziyun Xinhua was. On the way, through simple communication, Han Feng learned that the purple-haired girl's name was Shi Huiyue. As for whether it was true, Han Feng didn't care too much. The name was just a code name, and Han Feng didn't intend to have any deeper relationship with Xuanhuan. Communicate. Xuanhuan glared at Han Feng a few times, cursing in her heart, "This stinky man won't even allow me to change clothes." Rolling on the ground before, Xuanhuan's hair was not only a little messy, but her clothes were also full of dust. Xuanhuan asked to change clothes before, but Han Feng refused. This is not a mountain range, and there are not many things that can cover up her figure. Xuanhuan needs to find a place to cover herself if she wants to change clothes, otherwise, will people look at it for nothing? Even if Han Feng could turn around, but the true gods have spirits, it doesn't matter whether they turn around or not, unless the distance is too far for Han Feng's spirits to reach. But in this way, Han Feng was not at ease. If it is really a genius from outside Yunzhou, God knows if Xuanhuan has any trump card to escape, and if she really escapes, how will she know the whereabouts of the Ziyun divine fruit, and how will she get the Ziyun divine fruit? Along the way, Xuanhuan had a gloomy face, but Han Feng didn't care at all. Soon, dozens of figures in the distance caught Han Feng's attention. Xuanhuan pointed to these dozens of figures and said, "There were only a dozen of them before, but now it seems that there are quite a few of them." These dozens of people are surrounded by the purple cloud sacred tree. The purple cloud divine fruit bears fruit on the purple cloud divine tree. Before the Ziyun divine fruit matures, the Ziyun divine tree will be surrounded by a layer of enchantment, which cannot be broken by anyone. I heard that even the power of the ancient gods couldn't break through that barrier. Han Feng had already sensed the strange energy coming from there, causing his soul to shake. At that moment, Han Feng understood that what Xuanhuan said was not wrong, and he did not lie to himself. There really was a Ziyun god fruit there. Thinking of this, Han Feng's speed increased instantly, and he was about to reach Ziyun Shenghua in a few strokes. In the back, Xuanhuan showed a look of color on her face. "This girl's two older brothers are over there, you stinky bastard, dare to make this girl roll on the ground, let's see how this girl will get revenge." The arrival of Han Feng attracted the attention of many strong men, whose eyes were full of hostility and rejection. Han Feng directly ignored these gazes. The more people came, the more people would snatch the Ziyun divine fruit. If it were him, he would not be happy about the number of people coming. Han Feng's eyes directly passed through the barrier, and focused on the purple cloud divine fruit on the purple cloud sacred tree inside the barrier. The first update. Are there only 6? Han Feng frowned inadvertently. There are only 6 purple cloud divine fruits, and the people here are at least 30 or above, that is to say, at least 24 people will be eliminated and will not get the purple cloud divine fruit. If someone wants more than one, there will be fewer true god geniuses who can finally get the purple cloud divine fruit. Ask yourself, I will never be satisfied with just one purple cloud fruit. Ziyun divine fruit has the effect of enhancing the soul or body, but this effect is not obvious, especially after the soul and body have been upgraded to the 6th rank. Only a sufficient number of purple cloud divine fruits can significantly improve the soul and body. It seems that the competition in the meeting will be very fierce. Han Feng's eyes flashed a gleam of certainty. But at this moment, Han Feng felt a gaze falling on him, and this gaze actually brought him great oppression. Looking along the line of sight, a hint of surprise flashed across Han Feng's face. It's him. Hair man. The other white-cloaked swordsman and black-haired man disappeared, and it was unknown where they went. According to Xiaopeng, the 3 people in the dark on the 8th floor are the 3 red-haired men. The cultivation of this red-haired man has even reached the elementary level of the 6 tribulations true god. As for the other 2, the white-clothed swordsman and the black-haired man did not appear here, and the 3 apparently parted ways. Han Feng guessed that the reason why these 3 people are a gang should be from the same state. But in the Ziyun Tower, the number of people decreases as you go up. Even if the three are from the same place, they will be competitors sooner or later. The higher the level, the more they will leave each other. Fortunately, there is only this one. Han Feng was a little thankful. If the three of them were together, Han Feng would not be sure of winning. Han Feng was not so arrogant that he could fight against three super geniuses of the Six Tribulations True God Junior and Intermediate level by himself. When Han Feng noticed the red-haired man's gaze, the red-haired man also gave Han Feng a meaningful smile. Big brother and second brother, I was bullied, it's that guy. Suddenly, Xuanhuan's voice fell into Han Feng's ears. Han Feng's expression froze, and he turned his head to look, only to see Xuanhuan throwing himself into the arms of two tall and strong men. When the two men saw Xuanhuan's current clothes and disheveled hair, their expressions suddenly sank and became cold. Little sister, who is it? One of the tall and strong men shouted angrily. It's him. Xuanhuan pointed her finger at Han Feng. The boy is looking for death. You dare to bully my little sister, kneel down and apologize. The tall and strong man was full of murderous aura, and he shot in an instant, and the late-stage cultivation base of the Five Tribulations True God burst out. Xuanhuan was in her elder brother's arms, triumphant, her eyes swept towards Han Feng, full of provocation. The rest of the powerhouses were silent, or gloating. With so many competitors, one less is one, and at least two of them will lose, many true god geniuses said viciously in their hearts. This bloodline aura, is it from the Shi family in Muzhou? The Shi family has the bloodline of the Gale god tiger, these three people should be collateral. The red-haired man swept his eyes, and judged that it was the origin of the three brothers and sisters Xuanhuan. Afterwards, the red-haired man looked away indifferently. Although Muzhou is not as good as Luzhou, it is much stronger than Yunzhou. In the Shi family alone, there are more than one or two geniuses of the Six Tribulations True Gods among the geniuses of the direct lineage. In the late stage of the Five Tribulations True God, he came to Yunzhou to compete, and he could only come from a collateral line. The red-haired man has seen Han Feng's strength before, and he doesn't think that such a person who can't even match the domineering sun can win. Looking for death. Han Feng's expression turned serious, and it turned out that the little girl had no good intentions to lead the way. That being the case, get out. Han Feng let out a loud roar, and purple flames shot out from his body instantly, sweeping out like a gust of wind. Ziji Xuanhuan was like a ferocious beast, and with the support of the sixth-ranked divine essence, it devoured Xuanhuan's second brother. What? Such a profound divine essence. Xuanhuan's second brother's face changed drastically. Although he was angry before, Xuanhuan's second brother didn't take Han Feng to heart. I know the strength of my sister, and if I can beat my sister, I may not be able to beat myself. Xuanhuan didn't know that she had hurt her second brother miserably. It was precisely because he had no other injuries other than disheveled hair and dirty clothes that his second brother completely underestimated Han Feng. In the eyes of this second brother, his little sister is naturally stunning. How can a normal person not do something when he sees his little sister? It turned out that my little sister had no major problems at all. What does this mean? It means that this kid can't help his little sister at all. At this moment, Xuanhuan's second brother could feel the extremely high-quality divine essence in Han Feng's body, and Xuanhuan's second brother didn't know that the other party was not a simple true god. Roar. Xuanhuan's second elder brother let out a roar of a tiger, displaying the blood of the violent wind god tiger. This person's bloodline level is stronger than Xuanhuan's, and has almost reached the upper middle level of the high-level gods, but it is a pity that he has not fully mastered the bloodline, so the cultivation base of the five Kulpa true god in the late stage of the high level has only skyrocketed to the sixth Kulpa at the initial level of the true god. The realm is not stable yet, and there is still a distance from the middle stage. The panic on Shi Huiyue's second brother's face disappeared when he used the blood vessels. Tiger Roaring Claw. A terrifying aura soared to the sky. Shi Huiyue and the second elder brother pounced on Han Feng like an ancient giant tiger. The animal claws almost pierced through the space, tearing towards Han Feng. Han Feng sneered, "The mere fifth-grade divine essence has little improvement to the level of the six-kulpa true god. As for the tiger roaring claw, it sounds powerful, but it's actually just a middle-grade mid-level magical skill. It's okay to put it in the 5 tribulations true god, but it's on the 6 tribulations true god, hee. Shen Yan Fighting Fist." The purple flame suddenly condensed into a huge flame fist, and slammed into it fiercely. The moment the purple fire fist and the beast claw collided, the fire fist exploded instantly, and the force of the explosion directly shattered the beast claw and devoured the opponent. Not good. Shi Huiyue's eldest brother's face changed drastically, and he also used the blood of the wind god tiger, rushing into the purple flames to rescue his second brother. After rushing out of the flames, Shi Huiyue's second elder brother was burned in many places, not badly. Shi Huiyue covered her mouth with a horrified expression. She was burned for only 1 breath, and she was so injured. If she took a few more breaths, she would be burned to ashes. Shi Huiyue never expected that Han Feng would be so powerful, and looked at Han Feng with horror. Shi Huiyue also didn't expect that her second brother almost fell and was burned to ashes just because of herself. Han Feng looked at Shi Huiyue's second brother, and smiled lightly. Is it comparable to the strength of the master? The second update. The rest of the people around looked at Han Feng with different and cautious eyes. Although this strength is not top-notch, it is by no means bad. It can be called one of the major enemies in the Ziyun Shenhua competition this time. What's more, God knows if this person has used all his strength. Is your attack too ruthless? Shi Huiyue's eldest brother asked in a deep voice, with a look of anger on his face. Han Feng sarcastically said, "This is your second brother's own fault." You. Elder brother Shi Huiyue's expression froze. Only then did he remember that his second brother wanted this person to kneel down and apologize. Apologizing is fine, but kneeling down is a real insult. Shi Huiyue hurriedly pulled her elder brother, looking at Han Feng with a complicated expression. Shi Huiyue really wanted to teach Han Feng a lesson, but that was all. She really didn't want to kill or insult Han Feng, but Shi Huiyue never expected that things would end up like this. She thought that her second elder brother would at most teach the other party a lesson, but in the end he wanted the other party to kneel down, and was almost burned to ashes in the end. Shi Huiyue knew that she didn't care about this matter. In the beginning, she was the first to sneak attack, but she was not killed in the end, which was considered merciful by the other party. Thinking of this, Shi Huiyue immediately transmitted the ins and outs of the matter to her elder brother, and then stared at her elder brother timidly, for fear that her elder brother would teach her a lesson. Brother Shi Huiyue was stunned. Unexpectedly, the cause of everything was that his little sister sneaked up on the opponent first. Looking at his little sister, and then at Han Feng, brother Shi Huiyue was speechless. The atmosphere suddenly became awkward. This matter is my sister's fault. I am here to apologize for my little sister. Shi Huiyue's elder brother bowed deeply to Han Feng. It doesn't matter. Han Feng looked indifferent, and immediately turned around, ignoring Shi Huiyue and the others. If it weren't for the thought that Shi Huiyue brought him here after all, and that he might get the Ziyun divine fruit, Han Feng would never let Shi Huiyue and the others go so easily. Seeing that Han Feng didn't take this matter to heart, big brother Shi Huiyue sighed secretly. If it was him, he was attacked by someone, and finally let that person go, but that person came to help him to take revenge, and he would never let him go easily. Remember this lesson. Shi Huiyue's elder brother slapped Shi Huiyue on the head hard. Shi Huiyue's second brother had just come back to life at this time, seeing the behavior of the elder brother and younger sister, he couldn't help but wonder. Knowing the truth from the elder brother's sound transmission, Xuanhuan's second brother was stunned. Just as he was about to apologize to Han Feng, the barrier surrounding the Ziyun sacred tree suddenly gradually collapsed. The purple cloud divine fruit is about to ripen. Everyone was overjoyed, including Han Feng. But soon everyone's expressions became vigilant. The maturity of Ziyun Xinhua meant that, except for himself, everyone else here was his competition. Han Feng stared at the red-haired man closely. In Han Feng's eyes, only this red-haired man was his great enemy. All of a sudden, 6 beams of light shot out from the Ziyun divine tree, which were the Ziyun divine fruit. Once the Ziyun divine fruit matures, it will fly away. If you want to snatch the Ziyun divine fruit, you must not only compete with other true gods and geniuses, but also intercept the Ziyun divine fruit at a faster speed. The first to strike was a middle-level peak of the 5 tribulations true god. I saw this person waved his big hand, and it suddenly grew in size, and he firmly grasped one of the Ziyun divine fruits in it. Get lost. You dare to compete with this young master for the Ziyun fruit at the middle level of the 5 tribulations true god? There was a roar of anger, and then a surging force bombarded the top of the 5 tribulations true god, Changzhen, the middle-level peak of the 5 tribulations true god. He vomited blood from it, and then Ziyun Xinhua fell into the hands of the true god who made the shot. The red-haired man stood on the spot, stretched out his palm, and the Ziyun god fruit, which was flying into the distance, immediately flew towards the red-haired man automatically. Seeing this, a high-ranking true god of the 5 tribulations surged out of his divine energy and attacked the red-haired man. Death. The red-haired man had a sneer in his mouth, and he slapped it with his palm. The aura like an ancient beast roared out, and directly blasted the high-ranking true god of the 5 tribulations who attacked him to scum. Seeing this situation, many true gods froze, and immediately turned around to fight for the rest of the Ziyun god fruit. Xuanhuan's eldest brother and second brother also participated in the competition, but Xuanhuan stayed where she was because of her poor strength. However, because Xuanhuan's second brother was injured, this time the competition was mainly focused on Xuanhuan's eldest brother and Xuanhuan's second brother. As for Han Feng, he was not very lucky. The location he was in was actually the flight path of one of the Ziyun divine fruits. Han Feng stood still, and the Ziyun divine fruit rushed into Han Feng's arms. That's how you got it? Han Feng was dumbfounded for a moment. Hand over the purple cloud divine fruit. Die. The moment Ziyun Xinhua rushed into Han Feng's arms, 2 5 tribulations, true god high-level early-stage powerhouses attacked Han Feng. Han Feng's body was full of flames, and bursts of shots gushed out, and then Xinyan Zhanin slammed towards the 2 of them, and the 2 strong men whose strength was at the early stage of the 5 tribulations true god were killed in an instant. But this didn't stop more strong men from attacking Han Feng. After all, the one killed by Han Feng was only the early stage of the 5 tribulations true god. Among so many strong men vying for the Ziyun divine fruit, this level of cultivation was almost at the middle and lower levels. This time, many of the people who attacked Han Feng had reached the mid to late stage of the 5 tribulations true gods. Among them, there are even those who have reached the peak of the high level and are only one step away from the true god of the 6 tribulations. This person was full of demonic energy, and he was the first to kill Han Feng. My son is the direct disciple of the elder Taisheng of Tianmigo. I hand over Ziyun Xinhua and recognize me as the master. I will spare your life. This person is obviously one of the sun-level geniuses hidden in the dark in the Tianma Valley. If the Tianma boy has not broken through to the level of the true god of the 6 tribulations, this person can definitely compete with the Tianma boy. Dreaming. Han Feng sneered. He dared to fight even the heavenly demon master who had broken through the 6 tribulations true god, let alone this strange disciple of the Heavenly Demon Valley who was just like the Heavenly Demon Master before the breakthrough. Then go die. The disciple of the Heavenly Demon Valley immediately displayed his blood, turned into a huge monster with 6 arms, and slammed at Han Feng fiercely with ferocious power, attacking various vital points on Han Feng's body, without the slightest holdback. Behind this Tianma Valley disciple, many true god geniuses saw this scene and turned around immediately. The geniuses of the Demon Valley are so powerful this day, Xuanhuan seems to have no chance with them. Han Feng's expression is dignified. This person's bloodline is powerful, second only to the bloodline of the top god grade. Judging from the increase in his cultivation base, even if he has not mastered 100% of it, he has mastered it by 7 to 88. With the cultivation base of the high-level peak of the 5 tribulations true god, he jumped to the peak of the 6th tribulations true god's elementary level. The first update. In the face of a powerful existence whose cultivation level has skyrocketed to the peak of the first level true god of the 6 tribulations, Han Feng did not dare to be careless. While the opponent was rushing towards him, Han Feng immediately displayed the Xuanhuan battle body and integrated the Ziji Xuanhuan into it. Han Feng's cultivation base is in the middle stage of the high-level true god of the 5 tribulations, and now it has skyrocketed to the early stage of the true god of the 6 tribulations, which is close to the middle stage. Huh? When you fought against that person before, you actually held back? It's a pity, that's all. Remember that the person who killed you is called Mo Badian. Sooner or later, he will kill Lord Tianma and dominate the world. The disciple of Tianma Valley, who called himself Mo Badian, was surprised at first, then disdainful, and finally let out bold words. This can make Han Feng thunderous and dominate the world? Even the upper ancient gods dare not claim to dominate the world. It would be ridiculous for mere true gods of the 5 tribulations. I really think I am a god king. Mo Badian didn't feel how ridiculous his ambition was at all. The devil's energy turned into a giant finger, and he waved and pointed at Han Feng and crushed him. All the way, the demonic energy was churning, and the momentum was huge. Han Feng directly contended with this giant finger of devilish energy, and slapped it with his palm. Ridiculous. Mo Badian sneered, but what happened next made Mo Batian's expression stiffen immediately. Han Feng's palm seemed ordinary, but it actually contained the 6th-rank top divine essence boost, and also had the characteristics of Ziji Xuanhuan. After a stalemate for a long time, he completely counterattacked the giant finger of magic energy. The flames flung their teeth and claws at Mo Batian. Although Mo Batian's cultivation has skyrocketed, the quality of his divine essence is still at the 5th rank. This time when he came to Ziyun Divine Pagoda, besides wanting to enter Qiankanzong, Mo Badian also wanted to use the last Ziyun divine power to break through his divine origin from the top of the 5th rank to the 6th rank, or even a higher level. Only in this way, when going through the divine calamity and breaking through the 6th calamity of the true God, the divine essence will become stronger, and it is not impossible to break through to the 7th rank. If there is another fortuitous encounter in the future with the 6th Kulpa true God and the 7th rank God, when he breaks through to the 9th true God, he will be able to transform his God into a general God. That purple flame can devour my divine essence and use it for myself, to feed back to myself. Mo Batian's expression froze. As the trump card of the Supreme Elder of Tianma Valley, Mo Batian's comprehensive strength was only surpassed by Tian Mozi before he broke through the 6 tribulations true God. With the eyesight of Mo Batian, it quickly became apparent what the problem was. Not many devoured. It seems that the power of this strange purple flame is limited, or it has its own limit. As long as my attack power is stronger, maybe. The wrath of the demon god. Mo Badian finally regards Han Feng as a great enemy, and he is a super master when he makes a move. The powerful wave of demon energy condensed above, turning into a powerful demon god. The demon god also has 6 arms, but is bigger and more powerful than Mo. All 6 arms of the demon god held the demon god's saber, and they slashed at Han Feng quickly and accurately, as if they wanted to cut through the space. The red-haired man chuckled. It seems that not all the people here are trash. Obviously, Mo.'s comprehensive power has been recognized by the red-haired man. At this moment, the 6-armed sword slash of the demon god has reached the middle level of the ordinary 6-kulpa true god. The red-haired man looked to the other side. One of the green-clothed swordsmen was holding a divine sword. Although the divine sword was suppressed without any increase, the green-clothed swordsman's swordsmanship and understanding of swordsmanship had reached an extremely high level. He even mastered the skills possessed by the Excalibur itself to an extremely deep level. This green-clothed swordsman overwhelmed several late-stage and even peak powerhouses of the 5 tribulations true god, and his momentum was no less than that of Mo. On the other side, a strong young man unfolded his divine body, turned into a golden giant with 100 feet, and punched the enemy one by one. The power of each punch was as heavy as Mount Tai, and all the enemies were blown away. There were also quite a few weaker ones who were smashed into meat paste with one punch. On the battlefield today, the red-haired man, Mo, green-clothed swordsman, and golden giant obviously possessed overwhelming power. Or, add Han Feng, but Han Feng's opponent is Mo, and even the red-haired man doesn't expect much from Han Feng. Die. Mo looked ferocious, and slashed at Han Feng's Xuanhuan battle armor one after another. Han Feng retreated after being hacked, and Mo.'s powerful attack gradually shattered Xuanhuan's armor, and he was about to cut Han Feng under the magic knife. But at this moment, golden light radiated from Han Feng's body, and a golden rune flashed on his forehead. It was Han Feng who had to display the golden immortal physique. The small completion of the golden immortal physique in the late stage was comparable to a top-grade divine skill, and Han Feng's cultivation level skyrocketed instantly, jumping to a level no less than that of Mo. Xuanhuan Fighting Fist. Fighting Fist blasted out again. The purple flame turned into a giant fist. The power reached unimaginable, not only surpassed Mo.'s demon god's wrath, but the characteristics of Ziji Xuanhuan made demon god's wrath quickly rout. What? Han Feng's sudden outburst not only shocked Mo, but also made the red-haired man's pupils shrink. Interesting, are you hiding your strength? The red-haired man licked his lips, looking at Han Feng with fighting intent. This kind of strength is enough to use a little bit of strength. Mo was hit head-on by the purple fire fist, and immediately let out a scream. Realizing that his body and soul were being burned, Mo roared angrily, "I am the direct disciple of the Supreme Elder of Tianma Valley. If you kill me, the Supreme Elder will never let you go." Han Feng didn't care, so what about the Supreme Elder of Tianma Valley? Not wanting to listen to Mo.'s threats anymore, Han Feng increased the power of Ziji Xuanhuan, and after a while, Mo was forcibly burned to ashes. Han Feng showed such terrifying strength, the rest of the people dared not attack Han Feng, they could only watch helplessly as Han Feng accepted the Ziyun divine fruit. At the same time, both the green swordsman and the golden giant ended their battles and grabbed the divine fruit. Of the 6 divine fruits, 4 have already been assigned, and the last 2 are left. In the end, the last 2 were obtained by Shi Huiyu's 2 elder brothers, and one by a strange high-level genius of the 5 tribulations true god. This high-level peak genius of the 5 tribulations true god should be from outside Yunzhou, and his comprehensive strength is even higher than that of Lord Domination, but not as good as that of Lord Tianma and Mo. Taking Yunzhou's level as an example, it is at the top of the 2nd-level sun-level genius, even surpassing the 2nd-level sun-level genius, but the gap is not big, but not small. Of the 7, only Han Feng, the red-haired man, the golden giant, and the green-clothed swordsman were still in high spirits after receiving the divine fruit, without much consumption, and obviously possessed the power to crush everyone. But the genius outside of Yunzhou and the two elder brothers Xuanhuan spent a lot of energy, guarding the divine fruit in their hands with difficulty. The second update. Dragon. Originally there were more than 30 people here, nearly 40 people, but now there are only less than 30 people left, in their early 20s. Except for the 7 Han Fengs, all the rest of the losers gathered together. Anyone who is not a fool can understand the plan of these losers. It is obvious that they want to unite together and compete against Han Feng and others. The red-haired man didn't look at these losers, and turned to Han Feng and the others with a half-smile and said, "Everyone, you don't want to get only one of the 6 purple cloud fruit." The faces of the golden giant and the green-clothed swordsman changed slightly. The unfathomable appearance of the red-haired man made them fearful, even terrified. Even if the two are united, there is no certainty of victory. Although Han Feng's strength is astonishing, the two are not afraid when they unite. At least the possibility of escape is very high. Han Feng's face remained the same, he still had a lot of whole cards that he hadn't used, and who would win the game in the end, the final ownership of Ziyun Xinguo was not certain. The two brothers from outside Yunzhou and Xuanhuan turned pale. Their strength is the worst among the 7. Now they have obtained the Ziyun God fruit, but after that, the 7 will compete with each other. But he didn't have the slightest assurance that he could protect the Ziyun divine fruit in his hand. Just when the green-clothed swordsman and the others were secretly awe-inspiring, the red-haired man's face suddenly turned cold. "But before we fight with each other, let's clean up the garbage first." Rubbish, obviously, refers to the losers of the competition. These losers were furious when they heard the words, and whoever was able to break into this place was not an elite genius of their respective forces. It was simply unbearable to be treated like garbage by such insults. But some geniuses thought of the horror of the red-haired man and others, and couldn't help taking a step back, wanting to run away. Suddenly, the red-haired man moved, so fast that even Han Feng didn't see the red-haired man's movements. I saw the red-haired man coming in front of these losers, and a huge and terrifying aura swept over them crazily. This aura suppressed these losers like an emperor. Whether they were angry or wanted to escape, they were horrified to find that their bodies were in such a state. Under the suppression, he couldn't move at all. Tornado Scale Blade. A tornado storm rolled out, but what made up this tornado were the dragon scales that shone with a cold light like a sharp weapon. Ah ah ah. One after another screams sounded, and the true gods who were involved in the tornado were torn into pieces one by one. When the red-haired man turned around, including Han Feng, they swallowed involuntarily. This red-haired man is too strong. The power of this random blow is even stronger than Emobation's strongest blow. The rubbish has been cleaned up, now I will give you a chance. As long as you give up the purple cloud divine fruit, I will spare your lives. If you insist on fighting against me, I won't hold back anything. Even if you beg for mercy, it will be too late. The red-haired man glanced at Han Feng and the others, and rushed towards Han Feng and the others with incomparable pressure. Xuanhuan's elder brother sighed, threw the Ziyun divine fruit at the red-haired man. Brother. Xuanhuan's second brother was a little unwilling, but was pulled by her elder brother and warned by sound transmission. Second brother, see the gap between us clearly, this person is much stronger than us. For the sake of your knowledge, get out. The red-haired man waved his hand. The word roll was quite insulting, but Xuanhuan's two elder brothers could only endure it. This is the difference between the strong and the weak. Before leaving, Xuanhuan's elder brother looked at Han Feng and hesitated, but in the end he didn't say anything and just let out a long sigh. Xuanhuan and the others disappeared into the sky. The red-haired man swept towards the remaining 4 people, his imposing oppression intensified, and the genius from outside Yunzhou couldn't bear it anymore. Hee, since this is the choice of the 4 of you, I hope you 4 don't regret it. The red-haired man's aura suddenly soared at this moment, reaching its peak. Han Feng's eyes narrowed slightly. The quality of this red-haired man's divine essence was completely comparable to his own. Even if he was weak, he was only slightly weaker, and he had also reached the top level of 6th grade divine essence. Not only that, the soul and body of the red-haired man have also reached a relatively high level in the 6th rank, otherwise the bloodlines have not been displayed, and only with the strength of the 6th true God in the late stage of the initial stage, how can there be such a strong oppression? It is impossible to surpass Emobation's full blow with a random move. After all, no matter what, Emobation's strongest attack was barely comparable to the ordinary early middle-level strongman of the 6 tribulations true God. Under the oppression of such momentum, the geniuses from outside Yunzhou were the first to be unable to hold on, and made a sudden move. The red-haired man smiled contemptuously, and a dragon claw suddenly appeared in front of him, pinching the opponent's attack in his hand. With the sudden force of the dragon claw, the attack from the genius outside Yunzhou was completely annihilated. Dragon Roar Sanctions. The dragon claw instantly turned into a small fire dragon, and in the blink of an eye, it came to the genius outside Yunzhou and swallowed it in one gulp. From the beginning to the end, the genius from outside Yunzhou didn't react, because the attack speed of the red-haired man was too fast. Almost at the same time that the dragon claw pinched through the opponent's attack, the dragon claw turned into a fire dragon and rushed over, devouring the opponent. However, the comprehensive strength of the green-clothed swordsman and King Kong giant is only a notch lower than that of the 3 demon princes who have not yet broken through the 6 tribulations true God, and their eyesight is naturally extraordinary. Don't forget to transmit the sound to Han Feng to seek alliance. Naturally, Han Feng would not hold back. If he could join forces with these two to severely injure the red-haired man, he would be able to deal with it more easily if he broke out with all his strength later. Han Feng didn't plan to burst out with all his strength immediately, otherwise the green swordsman and the golden giant would definitely feel jealous, and they wouldn't use all their strength to attack. Xuanhuan Fighting Fist. Fearless God Slash. Giant Vajra Fist. The giant fist of purple flames, the fierce sword energy, and the torrent of golden divine essence all blasted at the red-haired man. The attack power of the green swordsman and the golden giant basically reached the level of Emobation's strongest strike. And after Han Feng used the superimposed state of Xuanhuan battle body and golden immortal body, he also integrated Ziji Xuanhuan into Xuanhuan battle body and Xuanhuan fighting fist, and his strength was not weaker than the green swordsman and the golden giant, and even stronger. Emobadian was defeated by Han Feng in this state before. Huh, what a trick! The red-haired man snorted coldly, not paying attention to the attacks of the 3 of them. Godfire Bodyguard. The flames around the red-haired man condensed and turned into a shield to wrap the red-haired man in it. The attack of Han Feng and the 3 hit the red-haired man with unparalleled strength, but was stopped by the divine fire shield. With the red-haired man's 6th-level top-level divine energy boost, and the move of Xuanhuan body protection that has reached the upper middle-level magical skill, it has not reached the power equivalent to the middle-level power of an ordinary 6th true God, so it is impossible to easily break the red-haired man's defense. The first update. However, Han Feng's Ziji Xuanhuan is not an ordinary divine fire after all. Its unique effect of being able to devour divine essence for his own use is enough to defeat the strong with the weak. However, although the 9 flames and different fire art has reached the mid-stage limit of the 6th level and has accumulated profoundly, it has not broken through to the later stage, which means that the limit of the divine essence that Ziji Xuanhuan can devour is at the 6th level. And the closer one is to the top of the 6th rank, the less one can absorb for his own use. So for a while, Ziji Xuanhuan couldn't do anything to the red-haired man's Xuanhuan body protection. However, with the help of the green-clothed swordsman and the golden giant, their attacks continuously consumed the red-haired man's defensive energy, and soon the Ziji Xuanhuan began to devour it. Huh? The red-haired man keenly noticed the abnormality of the Xuanhuan bodyguard, and then thought of everything he saw on the 8th floor. My attack and spirit are extremely advanced among the younger generation, and this purple flame can still. The red-haired man really valued Han Feng this time. For this strange fire, he will be a difficult opponent when he grows up in the future. But, that's the future, not the present. The red-haired man's expression sank, and his momentum fluctuated again. The bloodline of the Imperial Dragon, incomplete state, condense. The red-haired man let out a dragon hell suddenly, and his body was covered with layers of fiery red dragon scales, turning into a dragon man. The blood of the Imperial Dragon is the blood of the red-haired man's family, and the attributes are not exactly the same. The red-haired man's Emperor Dragon bloodline, more precisely, should be the Emperor Yanlong bloodline. Exerting the blood of the Imperial Dragon, although it is only in an incomplete state, the aura of the red-haired man has also soared to the middle level of the Six Tribulations True God. The cultivation base has skyrocketed, and even the defensive ability of the Xuanhuan body protection has also been greatly enhanced. The Xuanhuan bodyguard, which had a tendency to be swallowed and shattered, became stronger again, and this time there was no sign of being swallowed again anyway. Han Feng understands that this is beyond the limit of Ziji Xuanhuan, unless he bursts out with all his strength and bursts out with stronger power. What surprised Han Feng even more was that the red-haired man was able to display his incomplete blood. Bloodlines, either they can be displayed or they can't be used, but they can exert different powers because of the level of mastery of the bloodlines. An incomplete state means that one has been able to control one's own bloodlines perfectly, an ability that can only be possessed by controlling one's own bloodlines to an extremely advanced level. Exercising the blood in an incomplete state not only greatly increases strength, but also reduces the consumption of divine energy, which is self-evident for the benefits of fighting. It's just an incomplete bloodline. Judging by the increase in its cultivation base, I'm afraid it's not lower than the elementary or even intermediate level of high-level gods. What if it is fully displayed? Didn't it surpass the high-level gods and reach the top gods level? Such a high-level bloodline, but able to master it to perfection, no, a level higher than perfection, has fundamentally understood his own bloodline. How abnormal is this? It's just ordinary perfection, and it can't use the incomplete state. The green-clothed swordsman and the golden giant had extremely ugly faces, and the opponent's troublesome situation was completely beyond their imagination. At this moment, the two already had the intention to retire. Anyway, they already got a Ziyun divine fruit in their hands. Even if one grew less, it was still better than nothing. Want to escape? Dreaming. The red-haired man sneered, and instantly launched an unprecedented offensive. The palm of the red-haired man had completely turned into a dragon's claw. When the dragon's claw was grasped in the void, endless afterimages of the dragon's claw attacked Han Feng and the three of them in an instant, like a flood coming from an explosion. Golden Immortal 10,000 Dragon Palm. Compared with the number, Han Feng is not afraid at all. 10,000 armed shadows that look like real dragons, covering these dragon claws tightly. The green swordsman and the golden giant are much worse. For single-target attacks, both of them are not bad, but for large-scale attacks, the two of them are somewhat weak. Whether it is Fearless God Slash or Vajra Fist, it can only blast away the afterimages of dragon claws on one line, with little impact on the left and right sides. The afterimages of dragon claws on the left and right sides quickly rushed in front of the two of them. Not good. The two were shocked, and the green-clothed swordsman quickly swung his sword, and the sword energy formed a densely woven net, blocking the attack of the dragon claw. In front of the golden giant, a huge golden wall suddenly appeared. The defense of the two cannot be said to be weak. With their current soaring cultivation bases, such a defense is not as difficult to break as the strength of the Six Tribulations True God at the early stage of the middle stage. However, the combat power of the red-haired man has already surpassed the early stage of the six tribulations true God. Click. Ka-cha-cha. The giant golden wall was completely blasted to pieces within a short time after resisting it. At the same time, the afterimage of the dragon's claw also tore apart the large net formed by the sword energy. The green-clothed swordsman and the golden giant were all severely injured. I'm the direct disciple of the supreme elder of the heavenly cracking sword sect. You can't kill me. My father is the master of the Vajra sect. If you kill me, my father will definitely not spare you, the green-clothed swordsman and the golden giant shouted. Sky-split sword sect? Vajra sect? How dare you threaten me with such a low-level force? The red-haired man looked contemptuous, and did not take the threat of the two of them seriously. These two forces are the overlords in Yunzhou, but in the entire eastern border, they are not popular. And what about the family of the red-haired man? It is also second-rate in the entire eastern realm, with superpowers at the middle-ranked ancient god level, and more low-ranked ancient gods. Just dispatching one at will is enough to kill the heavenly split sword sect and the Vajra sect. The red-haired man who didn't pay attention to the threat of the two stepped up his offensive, and soon the two were killed. With the fall of the two, the scene on the field quickly became that of Han Feng and the red-haired man. Han Feng's situation is also not very good. Even though Jingxian Wanlong's palm's attack is also in a large area and has a lot of armed shadows, but in terms of power, it is more than a little weaker. If viewed from a distance, Han Feng and the red-haired man's tricks collide, just like two rushing floods are constantly colliding, and one of the floods is overwhelming, and the other flood has a tendency to be completely submerged at any time. Seeing the two fall, the red-haired man aimed at himself, Han Feng took a deep breath, and Ziji Xuanhuan quickly merged into Jinqian's body. Boom! Han Feng's momentum increased sharply, but he still did not change his situation. The gap between Han Feng and the red-haired man cannot be easily bridged. Fusion, Golden Immortal Nirvana Finger. With the breakthrough of the Golden Immortal Physique to the late stage, the level of the Golden Immortal Nirvana Finger has also increased a lot, no less than ordinary top-grade magic skills. Incorporating the Ziji Xuanhua, the power of the Golden Immortal Nirvana Finger becomes stronger. A finger full of Nirvana rolled up the whirlpool of Nirvana, swallowing all the offensives, and the giant finger crushed away. The second update. I recommend my friend Miracle Xiaokai's book Heaven's Punishment Supreme. The grades are very good, everyone can read it, amazed face, / Change. Huh? A look of surprise flashed across the red-haired man's face. This guy actually hit his strength. The red-haired man even noticed that Han Feng used two completely different divine bodies, before and after. Possessing two kinds of gods, and they can fuse without any conflict at all, this guy. This is the first time the red-haired man has seen such a situation. The red-haired man may never have dreamed that what Han Feng possessed was not a divine body at all, let alone two. The Xingyan battle body is an advanced version of the four major martial arts inherited from the Jiuyan Tianhua Pagoda. The Golden Immortal Physique is a martial arts comprehended by Han Feng himself, similar to the existence of the divine physique. Realizing that his attack was about to be defeated, the red-haired man attacked Han Feng with all the afterimages of dragon claws that had originally attacked the green swordsman and the golden giant. This is the full power of the red-haired man's move. Before, it was just divided into 3 parts to fight against 3. Han Feng's pressure suddenly increased, and the giant fingers that were originally showing a crushing trend showed a rout. So strong. In the previous 3-on-1, Han Feng hadn't felt such a great pressure. Now, 1-on-1, Han Feng really understood the strength of this red-haired man. The red-haired man traveled thousands of miles to Yunzhou to compete for the top 10. Obviously, he was not sure of winning the top 10 in his own state. So how strong are the top 10 sun-level geniuses in the state where the red-haired man is? For the three overlords of Qianquanzong, how strong should the genius be within 10,000 years? My way is still far away. Han Feng realized that his current strength was still far behind, and even compared to geniuses within 10,000 years, he was by no means top-notch. Suddenly, the Taishan Excalibur appeared in Han Feng's hand, and Han Feng's aura became sharp. In the Ziyun God Tower, the divine weapon is suppressed, almost equivalent to an ordinary weapon, without any increase to the true God. However, the skills possessed by the artifact itself are not affected. After all, the skills possessed by the artifact itself are no different from divine skills. The reason why the skill of the artifact itself is powerful, apart from the fact that the general level of the skill is not low, is that the artifact can increase one's divine skills. For example, the magical skill of the divine weapon itself may only be equivalent to a mid-level or lower-grade divine skill, but with the boost of the divine tool, it can reach the power of a mid-level upper-grade or even a top-grade divine skill. The higher the level of the artifact itself, the higher the increase, and the stronger the power it exerts. Taishan Tianling Zhan, Han Feng has barely mastered the 8th level, and it is barely in the middle of the top-grade divine skills. Even without the boost of the Taishan Divine Sword itself, the 8th stage Taishan Heavenly Spirit Slash can be regarded as one of the super powerful moves. Slashing with a sword, the power of the 8th level Taishan Tianling Slash is even stronger than the previous Golden Immortal Nirvana Finger. The time for Han Feng to break through to the late stage of the Golden Immortal Physique is too short, and the level of the series of unique skills of the Golden Immortal Physique has not been raised to the extreme. In the late stage of the Golden Immortal Physique, the limit of the Golden Immortal Nirvana Finger is infinitely close to the top-grade middle-level magic skills. Integrating into the current 6th level top Ziji Xuanhuan, it may not be weaker than the 8th level Taishan Tianling's Han, maybe it will be stronger. If the Ziji Xuanhuan goes one step further, the Golden Immortal Nirvana Finger integrated into the Ziji Xuanhuan will inevitably surpass the 8th level Taishan Tianling Slash in power. Of course, this so-called Taishan Tianling Zhan with the 8th level of power refers to the level that Han Feng has just mastered, which can be regarded as the early stage of the 8th level. If Han Feng has mastered the peak of the 8th level, Ziji Xuanhuan must reach the level of the 7th-ranked top divine fire, and the Golden Immortal Nirvana Finger can be integrated into it before it can compete. If there is another breakthrough in the Golden Immortal Physique, leading to an increase in the level of the Golden Immortal Nirvana Finger, that would be another matter. The astonishing sword light swept out, and before the afterimage of the dragon claw approached, it was defeated and wiped out by the astonishing sword aura. The red-haired man's expression finally changed. What a powerful attack! This is still a divine weapon that cannot be boosted if it is suppressed, otherwise how strong would it be? Could it be that this divine sword is the 9 Tribulations divine sword? Although the red-haired man's family is powerful, the red-haired man does not have such a powerful divine weapon to protect him. A large family means that there are more candidates for competition of the same generation. No matter how many resources there will not be much to share. What's more, the red-haired man is not the strongest in the family. In that case, the red-haired man raised his head to the sky and let out a roar that shook the world even more, and then the red-haired man turned into a giant red dragon, burning with faint flames. In the center of the forehead of the giant dragon's head, a golden pattern flashed, which was the symbol of the blood of the imperial dragon. No matter what type of imperial dragon bloodline it is, after incarnating as an imperial dragon, there will always be such a golden pattern on its forehead. Turning into a giant dragon, the red-haired man's aura increased sharply again, and the sword energy struck. The red-haired man twisted his huge body, but he was blocked abruptly. Sword Chi, there is no way to penetrate the dragon's scales. The most powerful sword light, the giant dragon directly spit out the flame dragon's breath, and rushed towards the sword light like a torrent. A moment later, an earth-shattering roar resounded through the sky. Endless sword lights scattered, and the flames fell like meteors. Han Feng took a deep breath, and under the amazed eyes of the giant dragon, he performed the six-winged black dragon transformation. Han Feng has mastered the six-winged profound dragon transformation almost to the middle level, which is equivalent to a top-grade mid-level magical skill, and the depth of his mastery exceeds the 8th level Taishan Tian Ling Zhan. Therefore, the power of the six-winged profound dragon transformation is even higher than that of the eightfold Taishan heavenly spirit / Turning into a six-winged black dragon, Han Feng's promotion didn't stop. Ziji Xuanhuan directly merged into it, and the six-winged black dragon immediately turned into a purple six-winged black dragon, confronting the flaming red dragon transformed by the red-haired man. The power of the six-winged profound dragon transformation already surpassed that of the eightfold Taishan heavenly spirit / let alone the Ziji profound fire. In fact, if the Taishan divine sword hadn't been suppressed in Ziyun God Tower and couldn't exert a little bit of power, otherwise the Taishan divine sword performed the eightfold Taishan heavenly spirit / and its power would definitely not be just that of a middle-level six-winged black dragon. Become comparable. In the void, two giant dragons manifested with divine essence fought together in an instant. The momentum was overwhelming, and the flames turned into meteors and landed from time to time. The Xuanhuan's six wings spread out, and its speed was extremely fast. Before performing the Xuanhuan transformation, Han Feng obviously couldn't keep up with the speed of the red-haired man, and all the spirits captured were after images. If he fought at such a speed, Han Feng would undoubtedly be at a disadvantage. However, with the Xuanhuan transformation, with 6 wings, the speed of the Xuanhuan is no less than that of the giant dragon transformed by the red-haired man. The mysterious dragon's claws kept tearing towards the giant dragon, and the dragon's claws also kept grabbing towards the mysterious dragon. The two giant dragons, whose divine essence had manifested, fought hand to hand. On the 21st floor, there are also many mountains and forests. Xianlong and Zhulong fought all the way, and they fought hard. In a short period of time, they deviated from the original battlefield by at least 1,000,000 kilometers. And almost none of the mountains and forests along the way were intact, and they were all reduced to ashes under the aftermath of the battle. Not only the mountains and forests, but also the rivers have suffered great damage. It can be said that the mountains and rivers have been completely destroyed. However, the mysterious dragon and giant dragon in the battle didn't pay attention to this at all. Their attention was all on each other. For Xianlong, the giant dragon is really a formidable opponent. He has tried his best, but he is not sure of victory. He must concentrate on fighting, and he dare not spare the slightest attention on other aspects. The mysterious dragon is like this, so is the giant dragon like this. Time passed unknowingly in the battle. No matter whether it is a mysterious dragon transformation or the use of blood to transform into an imperial dragon, it consumes a lot of divine energy. In the final analysis, Xianlong transformation is just a magical skill, and the red-haired man is not really a monster. If it is a monster, turning into the body will not only greatly increase the combat power, but also will not consume as much as humans. Restoring the body is just a normal state for monsters. After fighting for about an hour, both Xianlong and Zhulong were a little dim. Han Feng on Xuanlong's forehead was also a little pale. Fortunately, the current level of the 9 flames and different fire art is not low, and Han Feng's speed of absorbing the spirit of heaven and earth is no worse than that of the peak of the 6 tribulations true God, and even surpassed it. This kind of recovery speed is higher than that of the 5 tribulations true God. As long as the 5 tribulations true God does not use such abnormal skills, it can completely achieve a balance between output and input, where the output is less than the input, and it can reach a state where it can fight for a long time. However, whether it is the Xinyan battle physique, the golden immortal physique, or the Xianlong transformation, the consumption is extraordinary, not to mention the Ziji Xuanhua blended into it also consumes a lot of energy. If the level of 9 flames and different fire art were a little lower, Han Feng would not be able to support his defeat now. This is true of Han Feng, and the red-haired man is even more unbearable. The red-haired man's recovery speed obviously couldn't be compared with Han Feng's, and he could reach the middle level of the ordinary six tribulations true God if he died. It's just that the bloodline displayed by the red-haired man is extremely powerful, and the consumption is also amazing. If it weren't for the red-haired man's own amazing cultivation, far surpassing Han Feng, he would have been defeated long ago. Fighting to this level, both Han Feng and the red-haired man understand that it is almost impossible to kill the opponent, and the gap between the two sides is not that big. Your mightiness. So far, how are we tied? 6 purple cloud divine fruits, 3 for each of us. The red-haired man treated Han Feng seriously for the first time. Before, it was always boy and boy. 3 for one person? Impossible. Han Feng snorted coldly. From the current point of view, it is indeed difficult for the two sides to tell the winner, but as long as they persevere, Han Feng firmly believes that he has a great possibility of winning. At most, it would be impossible to kill the other party. But as long as you defeat the opponent, the divine fruit is not all yours. The red-haired man obviously knew that the situation was getting worse for him, so he couldn't help but frowned, and said in a deep voice, "Your Excellency, if we continue to fight like this, we will only waste time. The higher we go, the fewer people will be restricted. Don't be afraid, Your Excellency. If we procrastinate any longer, will the purple cloud key be consumed?" Han Feng smiled, stretched out his palm, and a purple cloud key suddenly appeared on it. The red-haired man looked ugly. "You have already collected them all." Han Feng is different from the red-haired man. The red-haired man has discovered the Ziyun divine fruit a long time ago, so he stayed there from the beginning to the end and dared not leave. God knows when the Ziyun divine fruit will mature. What if it happens after he leaves? Will it mature soon? However, Han Feng stopped focusing on the Ziyun divine fruit because he couldn't meet it in the first few floors, and collected Ziyun fragments as soon as he reached the 21st floor. When Xuanhuan made a sneak attack, it was when Han Feng collected the last Ziyun fragment. With the Ziyun key, it means that Han Feng has the qualification to go to the 22nd floor, so he is naturally not as anxious as the red-haired man. Damn it! The red-haired man didn't have time to procrastinate any longer. Before this, the red-haired man never thought that other than his two accomplices, there would be other people fighting him to such an extent. What surprised the red-haired man in particular was that the opponent's own cultivation was not even comparable to the 6 tribulations true God. On the surface, the two were on par, but the red-haired man knew that he had lost. If the two are at the same level of cultivation, the result is self-evident. The red-haired man wanted to leave, but Xianlong entangled him tightly, entangled with the giant dragon. The red-haired man began to hesitate. No matter how good the Ziyun divine fruit is, it would be a big loss if he lost the qualification to go to a higher level. After hesitating for a while, the red-haired man suddenly took out an elixir. The elixir shone bright red, suspended above the red-haired man's palm, and a fiery energy fluctuated out. Looking at Han Feng, the red-haired man said, "This is the 7th grade divine pill, the true flame pill, which I finally obtained. I exchanged this pill for Ziyun divine fruit. What do you think? 7th grade divine pill, or the fire attribute, can also greatly improve your cultivation level for you, so why don't you give it to me like this?" Han Feng didn't believe that the red-haired man would make such a sacrifice. "Humph, just say yes or no," the red-haired man said angrily. Handing over the 7th grade elixir, how could the red-haired man not feel bloody or heartbroken? This is a true flaming pill, but it will be used to break through to the middle level in one fell swoop when he prepares to break through to the peak of the elementary level in the future. It takes tens of thousands of years for ordinary true gods to break through the elementary and middle stages of the 6 tribulations true gods, and geniuses can only shorten the time by several times. gentleman-level geniuses need at least 1,000 years. And those who are at the top of the young master class, it is difficult to break through without hundreds of years. With the true flame pill, it is enough to save this time. The true flame pill is not unimportant to the red-haired man. But no matter how important it was, it couldn't be more important than Ziyun divine fruit. Ziyun Shenhua can improve the soul and body of the gods, surpassing the qualities that should be possessed at the level of cultivation, so that in the future, when breaking through to the 9 tribulations true God, the suffering of breaking through the limit will be less. Directly promoted to heavenly general true God. It is said that in the great thousand gods realm, there are many similar to the purple cloud god fruit, so some true gods have not yet broken through to the 9 tribulations true gods, and their divine bodies, divine essence, and divine souls have all transformed into general grades. Although the true flame pill can improve one's cultivation, it does not have the effect of the Ziyun divine fruit. There are many ways to obtain the elixir for improving the cultivation base, especially after entering the Xuanhuan sect. The divine elixir for improving the cultivation base of the 7th rank or above is not to say everywhere, but it is not too difficult to obtain. The Ziyun divine fruit is different, even the Xuanhuan sect rarely has such a divine fruit. Therefore, after several calculations, the red-haired man had to give up the true flame pill for the Ziyun divine fruit. Furthermore, the red-haired man thought in his heart that the 7th rank divine pill could not be refined by the little 5 kulpa true God. Or just hang on to death, explode and die. Or you can only discharge a lot of energy and choose to absorb part of it. In this way, the improvement level is limited, and it may not be able to improve much, and it may still stay at the high-level mid-level of the 5 tribulations true God. In addition, the red-haired man also hoped that Han Feng would keep the true flame pill for future breakthroughs. Good steel should be used on the blade, only in this way can the full effect of the true flame pill be brought into play. Thinking in another way, the red-haired man felt that he would put away the true flame pill first, rather than swallowing it immediately. As long as the other party does this, the red-haired man is sure to unite with his accomplices, and get back all he lost in the next meeting. It's a pity that the red-haired man didn't know that Han Feng had Jiuyan Tianhua Pagoda and Xiaopeng. Although the true flame pill surpassed the 6th rank and reached the 7th rank, it was the worst of the 7th rank. Ziji Xuanhuan is only equivalent to the level of the 6th grade divine fire. Let Han Feng refine it by himself, and he will definitely not be able to refine the true flame pill into the source liquid. But if Xiaopeng came by himself, there would be no problem, unless he reached the extremely high level of magic pills in the 7th rank or surpassed the 7th rank, Xiaopeng might be powerless. This is probably the advantage of the artifact shielding. As long as the true flame pill is in Han Feng's hands, it won't take long for Han Feng to absorb and refine it, and he can also absorb 10% of the medicinal effect, which is definitely much better than an ordinary true flame pill. Han Feng naturally understood the importance of Ziyun divine fruit, but in the current situation, Han Feng needed the true flame pill even more. The red-haired man's 2 companions, Han Feng is not ignorant, and he also knows that the red-haired man is the worst of the 3, at least on the surface. The cultivation level is the worst, and he is only in the late stage of the 6 tribulations true God. The swordsman in white has reached the peak of the elementary level, and the man with the supernatural power of blending into space is even a middle-level master of the 6 tribulations true God. The red-haired men are so strong, facing the white-clothed swordsman and the black-haired man. Han Feng doesn't have much confidence in his heart, unless his cultivation level breaks through again. In the end, Han Feng chose to agree. Or this decision seems unbelievable to some people, but Han Feng thinks he has made a profit. I have the 9 flames and different fire art, and it is much easier to improve the quality of the divine essence than other people. Even if the improvement of the 9 flames and different fire art does not improve the soul and body, it is still improved. Compared with other true gods, it will be much easier for Han Feng to break through the limit of true gods in the future. This is the real reason why Han Feng is willing to give up the 3 Ziyun divine fruits. It's a pity. If my strength is stronger and I kill this person here, not only the true flame pill, but also the Ziyun divine fruit will be mine. I twitched, but I could only endure it. This is the privilege of the strong. The royal emperor Zhiqi in Xia Luzu is known as Mr. Zhiqi, but I don't know your name. Han Feng's combat prowess made Huang Zhiqi regard Han Feng as a person of the same level, so he told him his name, which is also an admission in a way. Similarly, asking about Han Feng's name has the same meaning. If it's a weak person, Huang Zhiqi won't bother to remember your name. Han Feng. Han Feng said lightly. Han Feng, next time we meet, I will take back everything I lost. Huang Zhiqi uttered harsh words, threw the pill to Han Feng, and then flew towards the distance suddenly, fearing that Han Feng would regret it. Han Feng took the Xinyan pill, and he was sure that there was nothing wrong with the Xinyan pill, so he was relieved. Little fatty, how long will it take for you to refine this true flame pill? Although the 7th grade divine pill is the worst, it is also beyond the current level of Ziji Xuanhuan. It will take nearly a month. Even if you work hard, it will take more than 10 days. Xiaopeng replied. Half a month or nearly a month? It's just right. During this period, try to break through to the 25th floor. There will be no limit on the number of people, so you can find a place to absorb the true flame pill source liquid with peace of mind. Han Feng smiled slightly, somewhat, can't wait. It would not take a short time to absorb the 7th grade divine elixir source liquid. Han Feng did not dare to practice below the 25th floor. Even if his strength improved by then, he would have to leave Ziyun Tower. Han Feng collected Chi Ziyun's key a long time ago, and soon ascended to the 22nd floor. At this level, Han Feng is sure that he is already at the top level, and no one should have reached the 22nd floor. If Huang Zhiqi hadn't wasted a lot of time waiting for the Ziyun divine fruit, he would have already reached the 22nd floor by now. On the 22nd floor, the strength of Ziyun divine beast is equivalent to that of an ordinary high-level middle-level true god of the 5 tribulations, which happens to be comparable to Han Feng's current cultivation level. With the 6th grade top divine essence, Han Feng's subsequent blows had the power comparable to the peak of the 5 Kulpa true god's high-level peak, and it was not too difficult to kill the 5 Kulpa true god's high-level mid-stage Ziyun beast. A few days later, Han Feng ascended to the 23rd floor. Immediately after the 24th floor, finally came to the 25th floor. Little fatty, has the true flame pill been refined? Not yet, there is still a while, you just find a place to wait. Han Feng nodded, turned into a startled rainbow, and disappeared into the sky. The waiting time was not long, and the true flame pill origin liquid had already been refined by Xiaopeng. A smile appeared on Han Feng's face. Just as he was about to retreat and cultivate, a huge change suddenly occurred in the world of the 25th floor. With an ugly look on his face, Han Feng found out that an unprecedented aura locked him firmly, making him impossible to escape. This kind of aura lock was unprecedented for Han Feng, making it impossible for people to resist. What is this? Han Feng couldn't help but feel panicked. Even the 9 tribulations true god might not make himself feel so small. It's Ziyun Tower. Xiaopeng said seriously. Han Feng was startled. What? Ziyun Tower? Why did Ziyun Tower lock me? I'm afraid it's not just you. Xiaopeng narrowed his eyes slightly. Han Feng flew out immediately, and was horrified to find that the purple cloud in the sky was rolling, and it was the purple cloud that locked him. The purple cloud group kept looking back, fluctuating a terrifying aura, which made the space on the 25th floor tremble, especially the space around the purple cloud group, which continued to collapse and heal. The next moment, Han Feng's pupils shrank, and the purple cloud group suddenly began to split, turning into dozens of nearly 100 purple light groups and shooting away in all directions, one of which was in the direction of Han Feng. Han Feng's face changed slightly. Who knows what this inexplicable purple light group is? He wanted to avoid or break up the purple light ball, but Han Feng was shocked to find that his body could not move without realizing it, until the purple light ball directly sank into Han Feng's forehead. Afterwards, Han Feng, who had an ugly face, suddenly became weird, and there was some ecstasy mixed in. When the purple light group rushed into the soul, Han Feng already knew the name of the purple light group. It was called the Soul of Ziyun. The first update. In addition to the name, Han Feng also knew the important role of Ziyun's soul. The soul of Ziyun can help a true god genius comprehend a powerful divine skill. A group of purple cloud souls can comprehend an extremely top-notch low-grade divine skill, and two groups of purple cloud souls can comprehend an extremely top-level mid-grade divine skill. And 4 groups of Ziyun souls are enough to comprehend a decent high-grade divine skill, and 8 groups of Ziyun souls are needed to comprehend a top-notch high-grade divine skill. If there are 16 purple cloud souls, it is absolutely possible to comprehend an ordinary supernatural skill. 32 regiments can comprehend the top-level supernatural skills. The 64th regiment can comprehend the chaos magical skills that surpass ordinary magical skills. This kind of comprehension is assisted by the soul of Ziyun, rather it is assisted by the consciousness of Ziyun God realm, so there will be no difficulties at all. If there is no soul of Ziyun, no matter how defiant a genius is, it is impossible to comprehend such a powerful divine skill in the mid-level true god. Generally, it is very powerful if one can comprehend an ordinary high-grade divine skill. After all, the realm and spirit are placed there. God. I'm not dreaming, am I? The soul of the 64 purple clouds can directly comprehend the magical skills of chaos? Han Feng couldn't believe the news he got. Even if it's true, there are only 80 or 90 Ziyun souls coming this time, which means that you have to snatch most of the opponent's Ziyun souls. Xiaopeng directly poured cold water on them. Han Feng calmed down. Yes, there are so many souls of Ziyun, it's not easy to grab them, just finding someone is very troublesome. Furthermore, as long as all the Ziyun fragments are collected on the 25th floor, you can leave the Ziyun tower, and it will be even more difficult to reach the 64th regiment. In any case, this is also a great opportunity. If you can comprehend a powerful unique art, your overall strength will definitely increase greatly. I don't expect extravagant chaos skills, but the best skills, I have to try hard. Ordinary supernatural skills only need 16 regiments. Hard work, not impossible. Only. According to the information collected in Yunzhou about Ziyun Divine Pagoda, nothing like this has ever happened. What is going on? While Han Feng was puzzled, many strong men who came to the 25th floor also looked horrified or delighted. Young Master Tian Mo, Young Master Jin Long, and Princess Xinyue, as the 3 top sun-level geniuses in Yunzhou, have never heard of this phenomenon. In any case, this does not hinder their excitement. Very good, next, I'm going to start a massacre. Young Master Tian Mo stretched out his tongue and licked his lips, and the demonic energy rolled around. The sword intent on Princess Xinyue became even sharper, as if she wanted to pierce a hole in the sky. Young Master Jin Long's eyes kept flashing with ambition. As long as you plunder enough Ziyun's soul, there will be no 3 great masters in Yunzhou in the future. It will only be my son's world. On the entire 25th floor, some people are happy and joyful, and naturally, there are also people who are worried. Those below the 25th floor are considered strong, and among so many people who have entered the Ziyun Tower, they are at an extremely high level. But among so many strong men who also entered the 25-story Purple Cloud Tower, their cultivation is basically at the bottom. No matter how much Ziyun's soul can assist them in comprehending a powerful unique skill, it is just a reminder to them. Some realize the bad. I have already decided to seize the time to collect Ziyun fragments, assemble them into the Ziyun key, and leave the Ziyun Tower. It's a pity that only a few people were able to gather the Ziyun key in the end. Even if they were able to gather it, these people were shocked to find that they couldn't get out. Of course, this is all for later. At this moment, these people are still in a hurry to collect Ziyun fragments. On the 25th floor, Huang Zhiqi stared at Ziyun's soul in his hand, was startled for a moment, then seemed to think of something, and took a deep breath. Immediately, Huang Zhiqi laughed. I really didn't expect that the Ziyun divine pagoda that descended from such a remote place as Yunzhou would descend upon something that only exists in legends, such as the soul of Ziyun. The soul of Ziyun will only appear after the 25th floor, and only when a certain number of strong men break into the 25th floor will it come. This is a prerequisite. After that, it depends on luck. In a state as powerful as Qingzhou, there are so many geniuses. Every time the Ziyun tower descends, it breaks into the 25th floor, and even surpasses Yunzhou many times. Only a few times. Therefore, the soul of Ziyun gradually became a legend, and Huang Zhiqi was also in a daze for a long time before he remembered such a thing. Huang Zhiqi didn't like it. Such a matter of luck was bumped into by himself. It would be a waste of good luck not to snatch it. In the family, I have seen news about the soul of Ziyun in the Ziyun God Tower. It is said that many geniuses used this to comprehend powerful supernatural skills at the mere middle-level true God level. However, few people can comprehend the chaos divine skill. Because there are too many geniuses and the competition is too fierce, it will consume a lot of physical strength and cultivation base if you don't snatch it once. In the end, if you are not careful, you will be snatched back. It is invalid. And depending on the quantity, the soul of Ziyun needed to comprehend the magic skill is also different. According to the news I read, once in Qingzhou, to comprehend the magic skill of chaos, more than 200 groups of Ziyun souls were needed. This time Yunzhou only needs 64 regiments, because although the number has reached the standard, it is still too small. This is an opportunity for me. The level of warriors here is low. There are only a few of us who have reached the 6 tribulations true God. I won't take too much effort to snatch it. It's not certain, I may snatch the soul of the 64 purple clouds and comprehend the magic skills of chaos. It's just that, the only ones I have to be afraid of are those 3 people. Huang Zhiqi's face became serious. His strength is undoubtedly at the top on the 25th floor, and there are only 3 of them, which are the obstacles for Huang Zhiqi to comprehend the magic skills of chaos. In a valley, the white-clothed swordsman watched a high-level genius of the 5 tribulations true God panickingly collect pieces of Ziyun, and couldn't help but sneer, "Idiot, the soul of Ziyun has come, if you can leave at will, what's the point of snatching it? If you want to leave, unless you don't have Ziyun's soul in your hand. Or wait half a year." After saying that, the white-clothed swordsman took the sword and slashed away, and immediately a mass of purple cloud soul appeared in his hand. The black-haired man sat cross-legged among the mountains and forests, looked at the soul of Ziyun in his hand, and smiled faintly. 3 days after the soul of Ziyun descends, the light of Ziyun will shoot straight into the sky. Anyone who has the soul of Ziyun, don't even try to hide. 3 days later, it's time for me to make a move. Soon, the 3rd day arrived. The second update. This chapter was revised 3 times before it was released, otherwise it should have been uploaded at 11 o'clock. On this day, Han Feng also had an extra ball of Ziyun's soul, plus what he had before. There were 2 balls in total. 3 days, I only met 1. Han Feng felt a little depressed. So, when will we get the 16th regiment? Not to mention the 64 regiment. If the soul hadn't been suppressed, it would be much easier to find it. Han Feng sighed secretly. But at this moment, Han Feng discovered that there was something strange about the soul of Ziyun. Before Han Feng could study it, the soul of Ziyun shot out an extremely bright beam of purple light, which shot straight into the sky. This? Han Feng's eyes widened. Why did the soul of Ziyun suddenly burst out with such a beam of light? Soon, Han Feng knew the reason. Wherever he looked, Han Feng saw several pillars of light also heading straight into the sky, but some of them looked as thin as silk and were vague, as if they would break off at any time. Some are slightly thicker and bigger, but not much bigger. These beams of light, are they all? Han Feng's face condensed slightly, as if thinking of something, his pupils shrank, and he blurted out, "Is this purple beam of light just to show the location of Ziyun's soul?" This is both a good thing and a bad thing. The good thing is that it's a lot easier to find, the bad thing is that it means there's nowhere to hide. At the same time, Han Feng also understood that the beam of light in the distance seemed so slender, probably because it was quite far away. It doesn't matter, my strength should be at the top on the 25th floor. This matter shouldn't be too bad for me. It happened that I was worried that I couldn't find anyone before, but now. Han Feng melted together, startled away. During the flight, Han Feng was shocked to find that his target beam of light was also flying towards him. Not only that, but the farther beams of light also tend to approach. Just because it is too far away, it is still as thin as silk. It seems that besides being a hunter, I am also a prey. It would take a lot of effort if the two sides chased one another and fled the other, but if the two sides flew towards each other at the same speed, the time would undoubtedly be greatly shortened. Soon, the two finally met. The road to Yuanjia is narrow. Han Feng's face turned cold. Seeing the demonic energy billowing all over the other party's body, he must be a disciple of the heavenly demon valley. The one who can come to the 25th floor of the Tianma Valley disciples and dare to hunt with such fanfare is most likely the Tianma Sun. It's you. Young Master Tianmo also found Han Feng full of surprises. This means that not only can he get a bunch of Ziyun's soul, but he can also completely capture and imprison Han Feng. When he leaves the Ziyun Tower and returns it to Qin Jianmen, he will be the true god, and he will definitely get a lot of benefits. Boy, let's catch him without a fight. Young Master Tianmo started without saying a word, and the devil energy all over his body turned into endless claws, covering the sky and covering the sun. Catch me? Dreaming. Han Feng smiled coldly, and Ziji Xuanhuan burst out. Xinyan battle body, Ning. Golden immortal physique, Ning. Fusion. Han Feng directly integrated the Ziji Xuanhuan into the Xinyan battle body and the Jingxian body. Han Feng's cultivation has directly stepped into the level of the Six Tribulations true God, which is even more awe-inspiring than the current Lord Tianma. The purple vortex expanded like a vortex, devouring and smashing all the giant claws of devil energy that came. What? Young Master Tianma's pupils shrank. Then he licked his lips, and smiled bitterly. That's right, there is no way to get to the 25th floor. I have underestimated you. However, don't think that you have the capital to compete with me. Mysterious demon blood, condense. Two broad wings grew from the back of young Master Tianmo, which resembled the wings of a bat. With the appearance of this wing, Master Tianma's cultivation base skyrocketed, and the devil energy around him also rolled more violently. Mysterious demon heaven soul devourer. The wings on the back of young Master Tianma suddenly spread bigger and wider. As the devilish energy condenses, thousands of bats with devilish energy emerge. What is frightening is that the heads of these bats are in the shape of ghosts full of grievances. Humph. After the battle with Huang Zhiqi, Han Feng had a clear understanding of his current strength and positioning, and now only a small part of his original fear of Lord Tianma remained. Six-winged black dragon change, Ning. Ziji Xuanhua, merge. For a quick battle, Han Feng didn't have the slightest thought of advancing step by step. As soon as he makes a shot, it is his strongest blow. The purple mysterious dragon roared out, and the face of the demon sun became dull for an instant. The devilish bat that pounced on the purple-black dragon was wrapped in purple flames, before devouring anything, and immediately turned into ashes. Damn it, how could this guy be so strong? Young Master Tianma yelled strangely, turned around and was about to retreat with billowing demon energy. If at the beginning, Lord Tianma only thought that Han Feng was able to kill the high-level 6 tribulations true god by relying on the power of the divine weapon, but now he doesn't think so. The strength of this guy himself is indeed terrifying. How did Mr. Tianmo know that when he killed the high-level true god of the 6 tribulations, Han Feng's cultivation base was only the first level of the true god of the 5 tribulations? Escape? Whether it was for revenge on Tian Mogu's previous arrest, or for the soul of Ziyun in the hands of Tianmo, Han Feng never let him go. It's just that Mr. Tianma's speed is really not slow, and Mr. Tianma retreated so decisively that Han Feng was stunned for a moment before he realized it. However, when Han Feng pursued him, Mr. Tianma had already fled for a certain distance. This guy is also known as the strongest genius in Tianma Valley, and he ran away after only one move. Han Feng gritted his teeth. None of the opponents I met before, including young Master Ziying and young Master Du, have ever done this. However, Han Feng, who was at full strength, was indeed much better than Lord Tianmo, and the 6 wings of the 6-winged black dragon made Han Feng's speed reach an astonishing level. No matter how fast Mr. Ren Tianma was, he was eventually caught up by Han Feng. Death. Young Master Tianmo suddenly turned around, and the strong demonic energy turned into a powerful attack and blasted towards Han Feng. This attack is even more powerful than the previous Xianmo Tian Soul Devourer. Jia Jia. My escape is just a strategy, so that you can only focus on chasing me and ignore your own defense. The Heavenly Demon Lord Jia Jia sneered, but the Heavenly Demon Lord's expression became stiff again. With a pinch of Xuanhuan's dragon claw, he pinched the attack of Lord Tianma into the dragon claw. Boom! With a loud noise, the attack of young Master Tianmo was directly crushed by the Xianlong claws, and the black dragon tail took advantage of the moment that young Master Tianmo was horrified, and threw it directly on young Master Tianmo, vomiting blood from young Master Tianmo and flew out backwards. I'm really sorry, but I never let down my vigilance against you. Han Feng's expression was cold, and the behavior of the demon son was too deliberate. How could Han Feng not notice something was wrong? Young Master Tianma didn't notice that at the moment Xianlong crushed his attack, Han Feng's face turned pale for a moment, but he quickly recovered. The first update. On the surface, Han Feng completely crushed Lord Tianma. However, in fact, the surprise attack that young Master Tianmo suddenly turned around before did almost hit Han Feng hard. Han Feng naturally noticed something wrong with Mr. Tianma long ago. With the title of Mr. Tianma as the #1 son of Tianma Valley, Mr. Tianma should not have fled in a hurry after just fighting with one move. It's just that I know that Gui knows that at the moment when young Master Tianma made a sudden move, Han Feng only reacted because he had prepared in advance. Whether it can be easily resisted depends on the gap between the two sides. Possessing a top-level god-grade bloodline, even if it is not perfect, with only 6 or 7 points of power, the attack of the demon son cannot be underestimated. Resisting this blow, the Xianlong claw almost collapsed, and Han Feng immediately output a lot of divine energy to maintain the Xianlong claw. This is not a small consumption. However, this is much better than a careless person being hit hard. Young Master Tianma, die. Han Feng immediately launched a fierce counterattack while keeping the Xianlong claws from collapsing. This time, young Master Tianmo couldn't escape unexpectedly. The purple flame dragon has blocked all the escape routes of the demon son. However, perhaps the sky will never end the way of the son of the devil. When Han Feng forced young Master Tianma into a precarious situation and was about to fall at any moment, 2 strong men rushed over. It is the Princess of the New Moon and young Master Jinlong. The three top sons, princess, of Yunzhou, are gathered here. Hey, isn't this Mr. Tianma? Why is he in such a mess? Mr. Jinlong laughed. Princess Crescent Moon's expression changed, she was in disbelief. She knew the strength of young Master Tianmo, even if he was weaker than her, he would not be much weaker, and now he was so miserable that he was almost killed. Looking at Han Feng, Princess Xuanhuan suddenly became vigilant. Damn it, you two still haven't helped each other? Young Master Tianmo was furious. Why? Young Master Jinlong sneered. Shoot. Princess Xuanhuan didn't say any nonsense, no matter it was for the sex arrest warrant or for herself, she had to do it. If the other party can force Lord Tianma into such a situation, his strength must be extremely powerful. If Master Tianma dies, it is very likely that she will be the one who will be in such a situation next. Young Master Jinlong was not stupid. After sneering, he thought of everything, and after a slight shudder, he also shot. Crescent sword body, Ning. A crescent-shaped phantom appeared behind the crescent princess, and the brilliance of the moonlight condensed into a huge sword, shrouded in an astonishing sword intent, and slashed at Han Feng. Xuanhuan Tianhuazhan. Realizing that Han Feng is extraordinary, Princess Xuanhuan used all her strength as soon as she came up. Golden Dragon Divine Body, Ning. Young Master Jinlong let out a roar. Young Master Jinlong has a divine body, not a bloodline, so he is not a giant dragon, but a golden dragon. The golden dragon roared again, and suddenly opened its mouth, and it spewed out a golden torrent, turning into a golden dragon that was 10 times larger. The enlarged version of the golden dragon man roared and rushed towards Han Feng. The dragon claws seemed to want to shatter the void and tear towards Han Feng. Two strong men who were no worse than young Master Tianma shot. Han Feng had to let young Master Tianma go temporarily, turned around, and the dragon claws of the mysterious dragon came out together, first clawed at the moonlight sword, and the other claw and the golden dragon man. The dragon claws contend. Boom! The destructive sword energy scattered, blowing towards all directions like a storm. The mysterious dragon claws shattered at the same time. The other dragon claw also died together with the enlarged version of the golden dragon man. The divine energy in Han Feng's body gushed out frantically, and the shattered mysterious dragon's claws condensed out again. Roar! Xianlong roared, and its huge body rushed towards Princess Xuanhuan and young Master Jinlong. The dragon claws grabbed young Master Jinlong, and the dragon tail critically hit Princess New Moon. With 6 wings spread out, Xuanlong's speed was so fast that he came to the two of them almost in the blink of an eye. Not good. Princess Xuanhuan directly blocked the divine sword in front of her, and slashed out again with a new moon Tianhua. The moonlight sword slashed at the dragon's tail, almost cutting off the dragon's tail, but the remaining power of the dragon's tail exploded on Princess Xuanhuan. The crescent princess looked up to the sky, and blood sprayed out, and she was knocked out. On the other side, the claws of the mysterious dragon slapped the golden dragon man fiercely, and the golden blood spilled into the sky. The scales on the golden dragon man were scratched off, and a bloody wound was caught. How is it possible? Young Master Jinlong roared in his heart, and displayed the golden dragon divine body. The hardness of his body was no worse than that of the 6 tribulations divine artifact, yet he was torn apart so easily. Han Feng was about to take advantage of the victory to pursue, when the devilish energy came from behind. It was astonishingly that young Master Tianmo, who had regained his strength a little, made a move. Young Master Tianma obviously also knew that with Han Feng's strength, only when the 3 of their usual opponents were united could they be able to contend and even turn defeat into victory. If anyone is missing, the consequences are just. Han Feng had no choice but to give up attacking the giant golden dragon, and his body jumped into the air, flying to a higher altitude. At this moment, a purple flame dragon in the sky confronted the 3 top geniuses in Yunzhou. I really didn't expect that the three of us would work together one day. Princess Crescent Moon said calmly. Both Mr. Jinlong and Mr. Tianma were silent, and they stared at Han Feng with vigilance. At the same time, Han Feng also had some headaches. Together, the three of them are strong enough to rival that Huang Zhiqi, no, even stronger. Huang Zhiqi did not break through to the middle level of the true god of the six tribulations. Although he was stronger than the three of them, he was not so strong that the three of them could not surpass them. Han Feng never thought that his luck would be so bad that he would meet three of them. New Moon Tianhua / Golden Dragon Claw. Mysterious Demon Shadow Blade. The three top talents in Yunzhou attacked together, and the momentum was earth-shattering. If there are geniuses from Yunzhou here, they will probably be surprised. The combination of these three people seems impossible to many people. Xianlong opened his mouth, and breathed out a mouthful of purple flames. One dragon and three people, the battle is turned upside down, and the mountains and forests in the 25-story world have been destroyed. In every battle, the injuries on Princess Xinyue and others will increase a lot, and Han Feng's Xianlong will also become much more illusory. If the Excalibur can exert its power. Princess Xinyue's expression was full of unwillingness. If it was outside, as a sword cultivator, and with the 8 tribulations Excalibur in his hands, his combat power would definitely far exceed what he has now. In fact, this is not the case with Mr. Tianma and Mr. Jinlong. They also have powerful protective artifacts, but they can't use them. Humph. Seeing what the three of them were thinking, Han Feng couldn't stop laughing. If he could unleash the power of the divine weapon, the Taishan divine sword in his hand would be the divine weapon of the 9 tribulations. It's not certain who is better than the other. What's more, there are chaos artifacts like the 9 main royal fire banner in hand. The second update. The battle has reached a stalemate. One-on-one, none of the 3 geniuses in Yunzhou is Han Feng's opponent, but when the 3 are united, Han Feng can't do anything about it. Being able to have this record is already extremely frightening. In any case, these 3 geniuses are now the powerhouses of the 6 tribulations true gods, and Han Feng's own cultivation is only at the high level of the 5 tribulations true gods, and he hasn't even reached the peak of the high level, it's only in the middle stage. 1 dragon and 3 people fought until the sky was dark, and they had already deviated from the place where they first met by tens of thousands of miles. The purple flame dragon has become illusory to the extreme, and it may dissipate completely at any time. Han Feng's complexion is extremely pale. The 3 geniuses weren't much better. Young Master Tianma was pushed to the limit by Han Feng, and after that, he joined forces to fight again, and his aura was exhausted to the extreme. People who don't know Mr. Tianma, if they see Mr. Tianma at this moment, they may think that this is a guy who is about to die. Young Master Jinlong couldn't maintain the golden dragon body for a long time, and his body was covered with scars. Princess Crescent Moon's hair is messy, whereas the original flawless. After a long time, it was Princess Xinyue who pursed her lips. Your Excellency Han Feng, none of us can do anything to each other in this situation, how about taking a step back? Young Master Tianma and young Master Jinlong were a little bit unwilling, but when things got to this point, there was only this way. Han Feng still wants to continue entanglement, with the 9 flames and different fire art, the balance of victory will be in favor of him sooner or later. But Han Feng turned his head abruptly, staring at the distance, with a trace of depression flashing in his eyes. In the distance, a purple beam of light that wasn't thick, big, but not too small was approaching rapidly. Before the person arrived, there was a faint depression. This person must be a supermaster who is not inferior to Lord Tianma and others. Right now, both sides don't have much power left. If this person intervenes, both of them will become 2 clams, and the third person will become a fisherman. Unwillingly sighed, Han Feng said coldly, okay, but next time we meet again, it won't be like today. The two sides were alert to each other, and then flew in opposite directions. Where the two sides were fighting, a white-clothed swordsman stepped out of the air not long after. The white-clothed swordsman looked at the four beams of light in completely opposite directions, and his eyes flashed. Although there are many people in those three beams of light, it can't help the one with only one beam of light. This person must be very strong. Fighting the strong is exactly what I want. After saying that, the white-clothed swordsman stretched his figure and flew directly in the direction of Han Feng. That person went in the direction that Han Feng ran? Great, it's best to kill that Han Feng. Young Master Jinlong and young Master Tian Mo breathed a sigh of relief, and then gloated. Princess Xingyue looked dignified, but she could still feel the faint pressure from the air at such a long distance. This person's strength must be far superior to her own. The arrival of the Ziyun Divine Pagoda this time really is no longer the world of the three of them. You two, let's join hands next time. You must have seen the current situation. The combat power of the three of us on the 25th floor is not the strongest. If we spread out, maybe one day the soul of Ziyun in our hands will be robbed. Princess Crescent made a joint proposal. Young Master Tianma and young Master Jinlong looked at each other and agreed without thinking for long. None of the three top talents in Yunzhou are stupid. In the current situation, it is true that only by uniting can they guarantee their safety and the soul of Ziyun to the greatest possible extent. Damn it, this guy actually came after me. Han Feng was about to vomit blood. He was alone, but there were three of them. A smart person should know which one to choose. The soul of Ziyun in the hands of one person, how can there be as many as three people? It would be fine if the three were in their heyday, but it is obvious that the three are fighting to the point of exhaustion, so there is no need to be afraid at all. How did Han Feng know that some people's thinking is so strange? The soul of Ziyun is important, and fighting the strong is even more important. Han Feng consumed a lot of energy, and his speed was not as fast as 1/10 of his heyday. Seeing the pressure coming from him was getting bigger and bigger, and the opponent was getting closer, Han Feng couldn't help becoming anxious. With his current state, it is very likely that he will not be that person's opponent, and the soul of Ziyun in his hand is likely to be robbed. This is still the best, it is possible to be killed. Han Feng, do you want to try transferring Ziyun's soul into the Nine Flame Skyfire Pagoda? Xiaopeng said suddenly. Can this work? I don't know, so I have to give it a try. Although the Jiuyan Tianhua Pagoda has only unlocked a small part due to the limitation of the Jiuyan different fire art, its power is not strong, but it is an existence that surpasses the immortal artifact after all. Xiao Qianchen, the consciousness of the world should not be affected too much. Okay, then I'll try. Han Feng closed his eyes, and there were two groups of purple cloud souls floating in his mind. All of a sudden, the soul set off a turbulent wave, repelling the two groups of purple cloud souls with extremely terrifying power. Ziyun's soul originally stayed quietly in the divine soul, but was repelled by this power, and also exerted unprecedented resistance. But this resistance was in vain, the soul repelled the soul of Ziyun very firmly, and sent it to the Jiuyan Tianhua Pagoda. The purple cloud light that shrouded Han Feng disappeared in an instant without leaving a trace. Great! Han Feng was overjoyed. Without the light of Ziyun, let's see how the man tracked him. Turning into a startled rainbow, Han Feng disappeared into the sky while the man couldn't track him. Not long after, the white-clothed swordsman appeared at the place where Han Feng Ziyun's light had disappeared, with a confused look on his face. How is this possible? Why did the Ziyun light disappear? The white-clothed swordsman had never heard of such a thing, and his expression was full of shock and disbelief. Could it be that the soul of Ziyun was hidden in the storage device? But the soul of Ziyun was descended from the consciousness of Ziyun's God realm, and it cannot be accommodated by ordinary storage devices. First Thinking of this, the swordsman in white waited quietly. 1 breath. 2 breaths. 1 stick of incense. 2 sticks of incense. 1/4 of an hour. 2/4 of an hour. Soon, an hour passed like this, and the swordsman in white still hadn't waited for the light of Ziyun. Why, didn't it explode? The white swordsman was puzzled. Could it be that the other party possessed a world artifact? No, even if it is a world artifact, it should not be able to accommodate the soul of Ziyun in the Ziyun Tower. Is it an immortal artifact? How can it be? A mere true god, even if there is a great adventure, it is impossible to have an immortal artifact. The spirit of the immortal artifact, what a proud existence it is. If it takes a step further, it can completely transform into a human form and become the master. How can it be possible to recognize the little true god as the master? It's a pity that this person disappeared too quickly, and I didn't let me see his appearance. Otherwise, when I leave the Ziyun Tower, I have to catch him and ask him. After a long while, the white-clothed swordsman had no choice but to leave. And Han Feng, after flying for a period of time, chose to continue to retreat. Fortunately, the soul of Ziyun was collected in the Juyan Tianhua Pagoda. Now, I can practice without any worries. Han Feng sighed. The hidden cultivation retreat originally planned to rush to the 25th floor, but it was interrupted because of Ziyun's soul. Especially after Ziyun's light, Han Feng gave up his plan to retreat. The light of Ziyun is a mark. Hiding in the cave, the light can still rush into the sky. Retreating with the light of Ziyun, isn't this an opportunity for others to actively disturb one's own practice? And if one is disturbed at a critical moment and goes mad, it will be over. At this moment, Ziyun Jiguang was taken over by the Nine Flame Skyfire Pagoda, and he could finally cultivate again. Han Feng, you have to hurry up. After all, the recovery level of the Skyfire Tower is not high, and its power is not even comparable to that of the Chaos Artifact. The resistance to Ziyun God Realm's consciousness depends entirely on its own level. It won't last long. At most, half a year. It's also thanks to the fact that the consciousness of the Ziyun God Realm is only the original primordial consciousness, which is chaotic. Otherwise, an attack by the consciousness of the God Realm, even the little thousand God Realm, would be enough to kill a super strong man who has just entered the realm of the God King. Xiaoping said with a bitter face. In the Nine Flame Skyfire Pagoda, the soul of Ziyun is rampaging, extremely arrogant. Han Feng's face froze, and he said solemnly, "Don't worry, with my current strength, it will take a long time to refine a true flame pill, and there is a possibility of being exhausted. But if it is only the source liquid transformed by the true flame pill, I can absorb it in at most 3 months. Lucky, it's even better in advance." Having said that, Han Feng didn't waste any more time, and immediately took out the true flame pill origin liquid, and slowly swallowed it. Boom! How powerful is the medicinal effect of a Qi Pin Shindan source liquid? With just one bite, a majestic fire attribute energy gushed out of Han Feng's body. 9 flames and different fire art, town. Refine. First, suppress this energy so as not to oppress your own meridians, and then refine it, refining these energies into your own divine essence. At the same time, a part of the energy was used to improve the 9 flames' different fire art. This time, there are 2 directions for Han Feng to break through. One is cultivation base, and the other is different fire art. Han Feng didn't want to rely on the true flame pill to break through the 6 tribulations true God. That's unrealistic, even if it is the source liquid of the 7th grade divine pill. The divine pill is used to improve the cultivation base. It is not so perverted against the sky, and if one dies, it is to improve the cultivation base a little, or to break through the key bottleneck in one fell swoop. If it is a 5th grade divine pill, 100 pills may not be able to improve Han Feng by 1 or 2 small realms. If it wasn't for the 7th grade divine pill source liquid this time, Han Feng wouldn't have dared to be so ambitious, not only improving his cultivation, but also using it to improve the heavenly fire art. One of the confidence is because the different fire art has already reached the midterm limit, and it has accumulated quite deeply. It only takes a little opportunity to break through. One sip of energy was quickly absorbed, and Han Feng continued to take a second sip. Immediately after the third mouth, the fourth mouth. Each bite requires a certain amount of time to absorb and refine. Before he knew it, Han Feng's body shook, and his whole body was engulfed by purple flames, which turned out to be Ziji Xuanhua. The Ziji Xuanhua's power has surged, like an ancient beast, its powerful momentum is rising layer by layer. The Nine Flames different fire Ju has already broken through. Breakthrough to the 6th level of the late stage. This means that the Ziji Xuanhua has been promoted to a level no lower than the top rank Holy Fire, and strictly speaking, it is comparable to the 7th rank Holy Fire. The power and level of Ziji Xuanhua have been improved, which means that the overall strength has a leap forward improvement. Whether it is the Xinyan battle physique, the golden immortal physique, or the 6-winged mystic dragon transformation, the power will increase after being integrated into the Ziji Xuanhua. The breakthrough of Ziji Xuanhua, once a breakthrough is made, all aspects will be improved. Not only that, but even his cultivation has successfully broken through to the advanced stage of the 5 tribulations true God. However, the improvement of Han Feng did not end there. In the blink of an eye, it has been 2 months since Han Feng retreated. During this period, the 25th level is enough to eliminate some of the lack of cultivation, and the rest are outstanding ones, and the worst is the level of the demon sun before breaking through the 6 tribulations true God. The number of such levels is extremely small, and there are several souls of Ziyun in each hand. Another half-month later, on the 25th floor, there were less than 10 people left. On this day, Han Feng finally came out of the customs, and his cultivation directly broke through to the high-level peak level of the 5 tribulations true God, but there is still a distance to the limit. The peak and the limit are actually at the same level, and the gap is not that big. The peak is just the peak of a realm, and the limit means not only reaching the peak, but also accumulating enough background. When the opportunity comes, you can try to hit the next level. Right now, Han Feng is at the peak rather than the limit. Han Feng reckoned that if he didn't use part of his energy for the breakthrough of the 9 flames and different fire art, he would be able to reach his limit. Obviously, Han Feng's decision was right. Reaching the limit of the 5 tribulations true God, the strength will not be much stronger than the high-level peak, which is the difference between 2 or 3 grains of sand and 3 or 4 grains of sand. But the breakthrough of the different fire Ju will not bring about such a small change. My cultivation base has broken through to the peak limit of the high-level true God of the 5 tribulations, and the heavenly fire Ju has also broken through to the late stage of the 6th level. My strength has been greatly enhanced. Now if I meet the 3 of Huangziqi and Tianma Gongzi again, I am absolutely sure that I will be able to do it later. Crushing stance wins. It's time to join the ranks of Ziyun's soul. With a thought, the Jiuyan Tianhua pagoda no longer blocked Ziyun's soul, and immediately 2 groups of Ziyun's soul flew into Han Feng's divine soul. Boom! The purple beam of light burst out, piercing the sky. Why did a purple cloud of light suddenly appear? Could it be that there is a new soul of Ziyun descending? Near Han Feng's retreat, there happened to be 2 geniuses who were no less powerful than Lord Tian Mo before the breakthrough. They all stopped their hands when they saw this scene, looked at each other, and flew towards Han Feng. Huh? Han Feng sensed 2 breaths coming, and couldn't help smiling. I met 2 big fish just after I came out, so I was lucky. Han Feng flew to the sky, and the light of Ziyun swallowed Han Feng, and the 2 people who flew over mistakenly thought that Han Feng was strong enough to the soul of Ziyun, and couldn't help being furious. Hand over Ziyun's soul. The soul of Ziyun is not something that people like you can possess. The two shot without hesitation, and powerful attacks burst forth. Xuanhuan Battle Body, Ning. Golden Immortal Battle Body, Ning. Ziji Xuanhua, Merge. Xuanhuan Fighting Fist. Just after breaking through, Han Feng couldn't help using a little too much force, and the flaming fist that Ziji Xuanhua turned into almost instantly swallowed the attacks of the two people, and then blasted towards the other party unabated. No. Don't want. The two of them never expected to meet such a terrifying person, and they were immediately swallowed up and turned into ashes. Several groups of purple cloud souls flew towards Han Feng, pouring into Han Feng's divine soul. A smile appeared on Han Feng's face, but it quickly sank. On the 25th floor, he couldn't feel the other Ziyun's soul. The second update. My brain is really failing. I forgot to upload the second update yesterday. I really should play it. The light of Ziyun is not only a mark, but also an induction. This induction can tell the person who has the soul of Ziyun that the soul of Ziyun closest to him is probably in a certain direction. It is precisely because of this induction that strong people often meet, and then some snatching takes place. At this moment, Han Feng's soul of Ziyun didn't sense anything. This means that there is no soul of Ziyun in the 25th world. All of a sudden, Han Feng slapped himself on the head. I almost forgot. The original purpose of my coming to the Ziyun God Tower was Ziyun's divine power. If you want to obtain more Ziyun divine power, you need to break into a higher level. Because of Ziyun's soul, Han Feng almost forgot about Ziyun's divine power. If I'm not mistaken, Huang Zhiqi and the others should have ascended to the 26th floor, or even the 27th floor. The two people I killed before may not be the owners of nearly 100 groups of purple cloud souls at that time. There must be some latecomers who continued to break into the 25th floor. What Han Feng thought was right. After the soul of Ziyun descended, there were still newcomers entering the 25th floor one after another. At this time a new soul of Ziyun would descend. It's just that there were very few latecomers, and only one or two rose to the 25th floor each time, so the momentum was not huge, and Han Feng didn't pay much attention. Since the rest of the people are on the 25th floor, then I should too. With Han Feng's current strength, even if there are a large number of Ziyun beasts in the early stages of the Six Tribulations True God, they can't do anything to Han Feng. A few days later, Han Feng collected all the Ziyun fragments, synthesized a Ziyun key, and ascended to the 26th floor. On the 26th floor, Han Feng quickly sensed the light of several purple clouds, but he didn't find the light of purple clouds just by looking. This means that the distance between the two parties has reached a very far level. According to this induction, there are about 4 people. Stretching his figure, Han Feng turned into a startled rainbow and left. Soon, 4 tiny purple beams of light appeared in Han Feng's sight. As the distance approaches, the beam of light becomes wider and wider. However, as the distance got closer and closer, a trace of astonishment flashed across Han Feng's face, and then he burst out laughing. The owners of these 4 beams of purple cloud light were all his acquaintances. Young Master Qianma, Young Master Jinlong, Princess Xingyue and Huang Zhiqi. Before that, the 3 sons of Tianmo were besieging Huang Zhiqi. The 3 sons of Tianma didn't want to besiege such a great master as Huang Zhiqi, but the soul of Ziyun was robbed of the 3 of them. If that person didn't take them seriously, the 3 of them might not even be able to save their lives. Afterwards, another person was robbed again, and only one person got a ball of Ziyun's soul. How could the 3 of them be satisfied with such a result? It must be known that before being robbed, any of the 3 of them had several groups of purple cloud souls. A mass of Ziyun's soul can only comprehend a top-notch low-grade magical skill, and even the top-notch low-grade magical skill, what use is it to them who are already the true gods of the 6 tribulations? At least the top middle-grade divine skills can enhance their strength, and if they want to have a more obvious improvement, they must be top-grade divine skills. But even for ordinary top-grade divine skills, 4 groups of purple cloud souls are needed. If it was before being robbed, the soul of Ziyun in the hands of the 3 of them was almost enough, but after being robbed, hee. Therefore, even though they knew that Huang Zhiqi was a super expert whose strength far surpassed any of them, they had no choice but to make a move. Anyway, they are 3 people teaming up, and their strength is not as simple as 1 + 1 + 1. Rumble. The Imperial Dragon twisted its body continuously in the void, and the dragon's breath continued to spew out. Of the 3 opponents in front of him, one was filled with demon energy, the other was surrounded by sword energy, and the other turned into a golden dragon. The combined attack of the 3 powerhouses continuously blocked the breath of the Imperial Dragon. The battle between the 2 sides lasted for about half an hour, and no one could do anything to the other. Huang Zhiqi was furious, despicable, one-on-one if you have the ability. The 3 of the demon sons turned a deaf ear and joked, one-on-one, which one would be the pervert's opponent. Just when the 2 sides were about to invest more power, Han Feng's approaching breath alarmed the 4 of them. This aura, it's him. Huang Zhiqi's pupils shrank, and he didn't hide his fear of Han Feng at all. The 3 of the demon sons were even more shocked. Why did they meet this evil star again? Could it be that they were not succeeded by that person before? Let's go. Princess Xingyue and the others made a decisive decision and withdrew immediately, without any intention of joining forces with Huang Zhiqi, for fear that Huang Zhiqi and Han Feng would unite and kill them first. After all, the 3 of them had grudges against Huang Zhiqi and Han Feng. It's a pity that Princess Xingyue didn't know that Huang Zhiqi also suffered a loss at Han Feng's hands, or a big loss, otherwise they would definitely join forces with Huang Zhiqi to fight against Han Feng. Huang Zhiqi wanted to join forces, but seeing Princess Xingyue and the 3 running faster than rabbits, he had no choice but to flee in the opposite direction with hatred. The situation of Huang Zhiqi and young Master Tianma at this moment is very similar to that of Han Feng and Princess Xingyue back then. It's just that this time the swordsman in white was replaced by Han Feng. There are 3 on one side, and 1 on the other side. Let's find the 3 of you first. Han Feng obviously didn't know that the 3 of Princess Crescent had been robbed. Damn it, this evil star is chasing us. Young Master Jin Long cursed. Get ready to fight. Princess Xinyue's expression was condensed. At this point, there is only one battle. There are 3 of us here. Last time we united, I was seriously injured. This time it's not the case. This time, he will definitely come and go. Young Master Jinlong also smiled confidently. That's right, the union of the 3 of us this time is not comparable to before. Not only did young Master Tianma not suffer as badly as last time, but more importantly, the 3 of them have become more and more tacit when united after a period of running in, and the strength they exerted will be stronger. Huang Zhiqi was able to compete with the 3 in such a state, obviously his own strength has also improved. Only Princess Crescent is not overconfident. After this period of time, the strength of the 3 of them joining forces is indeed stronger, but the battle for half an hour before has consumed a lot, and their strength may not be much stronger than when they encountered Han Feng last time. This time, maybe it will be another protracted battle, and each will take a step back in the end. The 3 princesses of the new moon chose to fight, swallowed the elixir immediately, and recovered on the spot. Not long after, Han Feng's figure appeared in the sight of the 3. Kill. Only by making the first move can we gain the upper hand, and Master Tian Mo made the move in an instant. Exerting the blood of the mysterious demon, the son of the sky demon turned into a mysterious demon. The demonic energy rolled violently and turned into endless pitch-black wind blades, which is the most powerful move of Lord Tianma, the mysterious shadow blade. The first update. Purple clouds. Xinyan battle body, Ning. Golden immortal physique, Ning. 6-winged mysterious dragon transformation. Ziji Xuanhuan, merge. Han Feng also wanted to make a quick decision, that Huang Zhiqi, Han Feng, did not intend to give up. Therefore, when he made a move, Han Feng was also in the strongest state. The terrifying aura that was not weaker than the high-level true god of the six tribulations made all three of the demon princes turn pale with astonishment. The devilish energy of young Master Tian Mo was attacked by raging purple flames, and he was completely defeated before he could get close to Han Feng. The high-level powerful power of the six tribulations true god is like a huge mountain to look up to, unattainable for Mr. Tianma. The reason why there is such a huge improvement is that the improvement of the cultivation base is only second, it is only two small realms, and it is not even comparable to the breakthrough of the level. The root of everything is the huge breakthrough of the 9 flames and different fire art. At this moment, Han Feng, facing the high-level powerhouse of the six tribulations true god in Tianma Valley, is enough to contend with him without using the chaos artifact, and he is completely able to advance and retreat freely. Of course, if it is said that it is still impossible to kill, the high-ranking true god of the six tribulations of the heavenly demon valley can't do anything to Han Feng. How is it possible? Princess Xinyue and Mr. Jinlong were going to take advantage of Mr. Tianma's beating each other off guard, and immediately shot to beat Han Feng with no power to fight back. But the development of the matter shocked the Princess of the New Moon and young Master Jinlong too much. It's just a few months apart, how could the opponent's combat power rise to such a terrifying level? It was the one who robbed them that they met back then, and it was nothing more than that. Damn it, retreat quickly. Young Master Jinlong roared heart-piercingly. Princess Xinyue took a deep breath, the gap was too great, and she had no strength to resist at all. Immediately, Princess Crescent turned and ran away. Seeing this, young Master Tianma almost spat out a mouthful of blood. You two sluts. Young Master Tianma never expected that Princess Xinyue and young Master Jinlong would abandon him as soon as they saw that the situation was not good. Yelling and cursing, young Master Tian Mo also planned to run away. When the three of them are united, it is impossible for their strength to compete with the high-ranking true god of six tribulations, let alone him alone. Run? In the crystals on the forehead of the purple flame dragon, Han Feng showed a mocking face. The flaming dragon claw pierced through the void, caught up with the demon lord in the blink of an eye, and grabbed it fiercely. No. I'll fight with you. Young Master Tianma roared again and again, and the soaring demon energy turned into a magic tower to envelop him. However, this pagoda was hit by the flame dragon claws, and it was torn apart in the blink of an eye, and was torn to pieces by the flame dragon claws. Immediately, the flaming dragon claw hit the demon lord without hesitation. The three top geniuses within Wanshui who are well known in Yunzhou, the direct disciple of the majestic Tianma Valley Master, and the future Valley Master, just fell into Han Feng's hands, without the power to resist. Han Feng, who is greatly improved in strength, has completely surpassed Lord Tianma, and there are many. A cloud of purple light flew towards Han Feng, melting into his soul. Only one regiment? Han Feng was extremely disappointed. He thought that the three of them had fought until now, and each of them must have at least 3 or 4, and the number of 3 is about 10. How could he know that there is only one? Is the rest on the other two? The dragon turned around. Han Feng actually started chasing Princess Crescent. Young Master Jinlong was overjoyed, so would it be possible for him to escape? Unexpectedly, Princess Xinyue was more decisive than Mr. Jinlong. Seeing Han Feng attacking, she immediately excluded Ziyun's soul from the divine soul, and threw it directly to Han Feng. After getting Ziyun's soul, Han Feng no longer pursued Princess Xinyue, but instead turned to young Master Jinlong. Xian you stinky bitch. Young Master Jinlong cursed in his heart, but he could only run away in a panic. At this time, the princess of the new moon had condensed the purple cloud fragments she had collected into a key and ascended to the 27th floor. Mr. Jinlong regretted seeing it very much. If he had known those Ziyun fragments before, he would have worked hard to get some of them. The pursuit of the wind. Han Feng, it was the heavenly demon valley that wanted you first, and it was also the heavenly demon valley that besieged you. It has nothing to do with our Vajra sect. Please spare my life. When he said this, Mr. Jinlong felt extremely ashamed. As the top genius within Yunzhou long live, when did he beg for mercy so lowly? It's irrelevant. Young Master Domineering died in my hands, how could you Diamond Sect let it go? If that's the case, it's better to let your Diamond Sect suffer a lot at once. The flame-black dragon directly breathed out the dragon's breath, swallowing young Master Jinlong like a torrent. Young Master Jinlong broke out with all his strength, but it was only comparable to the middle level of the ordinary six tribulations true god. How could he resist it, and he was quickly annihilated in the dragon's breath. Another group of Ziyun's soul flew into Han Feng's divine soul. The three of them only had 3 groups of purple cloud souls, and Han Feng understood somewhat. It seems that the 3 princesses of the new moon have been robbed before. With the strength of the 3 princesses of the new moon, if they exploded enough to compete against Huang Zhiqi, even the swordsman in white should not be able to win easily. Only the black-haired man belonged to the 3 of Princess Xu. Han Feng's eyes flickered. Even if his strength had improved to the current level, the black-haired man was still a great enemy of Han Feng. I don't know how many Huang Zhiqi has in his hand. Turning around, Han Feng left quickly. With the induction of Ziyun's light, unless Huang Zhiqi ascends to the 27th floor, there is no way to escape. And once they get close to a certain distance, they can see each other's Ziyun light, and Huang Zhiqi can't escape even more, unless he abandons Ziyun's soul, just like Princess Xinyue did before. On the other side, after Huang Zhiqi fled, he looked a little confused. That aura is indeed that of Han Feng, but it is much stronger than the last time we met. Could it be that the boy really wanted to improve his strength? Would you rather waste a lot of energy and take Xinyan pill in advance? Damn it, even if those 2 beat that kid, the true Yen pill won't be back. Huang Zhiqi looked extremely gloomy. Forget it, if that kid really improves a lot in strength, then I will most likely not be his opponent now. I should collect the Ziyun fragments first while the opponent is chasing Yunzhou for 3 days, and rise to 27th floor, otherwise that kid will come after him sooner or later. Huang Zhiqi already had a lot of Ziyun fragments in his hand, and there were not a few Ziyun fragments left until the key to condense the Ziyun. Having just killed more than a dozen purple cloud beasts, Huang Zhiqi's expression suddenly sank as he saw that he was getting closer to the key to condense the purple clouds. Damn it, how did it come so fast? Huang Zhiqi stared at a rainbow light in the sky, his eyes full of panic. Even if he had expected it long ago, Huang Zhiqi did not expect to come so soon. Could it be that the 3 geniuses in Yunzhou were all useless, and they didn't stop him for a while? Or is it that the 3 geniuses in Yunzhou used special techniques to get rid of Han Feng? Regardless of the possibility, Huang Zhiqi knew that he had to make preparations for the battle. The second update. Ziyun. Huang Zhiqi, who had already fought against Han Feng, clearly knew how powerful Han Feng was, so he unleashed the Emperor Dragon blood in full state, without the slightest hesitation. As soon as the blood of the Imperial Dragon came out, the momentum was earth-shattering, and the endless momentum raged towards the surroundings like a gust of wind. Roar. The Imperial Dragon roared angrily, let out a roar, and oppressed Han Feng with a powerful momentum. If it was the first time he met Huang Zhiqi, Han Feng's aura would be enough to make Han Feng gasp and feel astonished. But for Han Feng at this moment, this momentum is equally powerful, but it is no longer enough to make him afraid. What's more, Huang Zhiqi had only about 80% of his strength left after a battle with the 3 of the demon sons, and his threat to himself was reduced again. Before Han Feng was able to show a crushing posture to crush Lord Tianma and others, it was also because the three of them were exhausted. Another point is probably that the three of you, Lord Tianma, are three people after all, not an individual. Facing a strength that is too strong for them to deal with, the joint state of the three of them is likely to be broken. Once broken, it will become a mess, and it will be easier to deal with. Therefore, Han Feng didn't think it would be as easy to deal with Huang Zhiqi as he was against the three of them. Also incarnated as a black dragon, the flames covered the sky and the sun. It was extremely terrifying, and a more powerful oppression than the Emperor Dragon swayed from the black dragon. What? Feeling such a terrifying oppression, Huang Zhiqi was greatly surprised. Is this the effect of the true flame pill? How is it possible? The true flame pill is only the lowest grade of the 7th grade divine pill. How could it be possible to make this guy improve so much? And it is only the 5 tribulations true God. How much effect can the true flame pill absorb? There must be another adventure. Huang Zhiqi quickly made a decision. The flame black dragon and the imperial dragon soon fought together. 2 giant dragons fought, dragon claws to dragon claws, dragon tails to dragon tails, and dragon breaths kept bombarding each other. The battle between the 2 dragons can be said to be overwhelming. But compared to the previous stalemate, the flame dragon clearly had the advantage this time. When Huang Zhiqi and Han Feng fought against each other, it just felt wrong. Although Huang Zhiqi judged from the momentum before that Han Feng's strength should be greatly improved, and he has made a lot of progress, but he still has no deep understanding of how big the breakthrough is. After fighting at this moment, Huang Zhiqi truly understood the horror of Han Feng. This kind of strength belongs to the best among the ordinary high-level true gods of the 6 tribulations, and belongs to the top class. It is only the top of the ordinary 6 tribulations true god high level, who can overwhelm the opponent. Naturally, there are exceptions for the unusual 6 tribulations true god mid-level and high-level ones. Not long after the battle, the imperial dragon was torn off a large piece of dragon scale by Xuanhuan's claws. These dragon scales are actually the manifestation of the divine essence. As long as Huang Zhiqi's divine essence is functioning, new dragon scales can be condensed again. But Huang Zhiqi didn't do that. In the face of a big enemy, all the divine energy must be used on the blade, and it's nothing to use it on the dragon scale. Therefore, after a while, the imperial dragon looked miserable, with missing dragon scales all over its body. If the real dragon suffered such injuries, he would have already lost the power to fight, or would have bled to death. Of course, Han Feng couldn't be unharmed. The flame black dragon manifested by Xuanhuan was also hit countless times by the dragon's claws of the imperial dragon. It's just that Han Feng has a waste of capital. The 9 flames different fire Ju broke through to the late stage of the 6th level, and Ziji Xuanhuan reached the level of the 7th rank divine fire. At this time, Han Feng's recovery speed of divine energy was no less than that of the 7 tribulations true god. What kind of concept is it that the absorption speed of the 7 tribulations true god is higher than the 5 tribulations true god? This means that even if Han Feng uses powerful unique skills again and again, he will no longer be restricted by the huge consumption of divine energy. Therefore, it is obvious that the flame dragon has been hit countless times, and the flame dragon is still in its heyday, extremely majestic and powerful. Han Feng has enough soul to make up for the wounded place. Ho ho ho! Both Xianlong and Huanglong let out heart-piercing roars, and their breaths sprayed against each other. Endless energy brilliance burst out from the void. After another stick of incense, the flame black dragon manifested by Han Feng Xuanhuan stepped on the imperial dragon with one claw, and threw it down from the sky. At the same time, Xianlong spurted out another mouthful of dragon breath. This time, the imperial dragon could no longer maintain its manifested body and completely collapsed. Huang Zhiqi's face was pale, he spurted blood, fell to the ground, and couldn't get up for a long time. Han Feng also withdrew from the state of the six-winged black dragon, and he recovered a lot in just a few breaths. Such a quick recovery made Huang Zhiqi extremely jealous. Seeing that Han Feng was about to continue to attack, Huang Zhiqi hurriedly said, "No, I can exchange that treasure for my life." Huang Zhiqi's goal is the ancient god, not just a mere low-ranking ancient god, but a high-ranking ancient god who can become a giant level, who wants to die here so uselessly. As long as I can live, I am willing to pay any price. Han Feng said lightly, "What will you give in exchange for your life?" There is no great grievance between him and Huang Zhiqi, but Han Feng doesn't mind letting Huang Zhiqi go. Huang Zhiqi was very sensible. First he expelled all Ziyun's soul from the divine soul, and handed it to Han Feng, and then said, "In addition to the 3 Ziyun divine fruits from last time, I got 5 more. It's just that those 3 have been absorbed by me, and there are only 5 for you right now." Immediately afterwards, Huang Zhiqi handed over 5 Ziyun divine fruits to Han Feng. Han Feng's face was overjoyed, first the soul of Ziyun, and then the fruit of Ziyun. This is not a small gain. Han Feng originally had 2 groups of Ziyun's souls, and later he went out to kill the 2 and got 4 groups, that is, 6 groups. Afterwards, 3 regiments were snatched from the hands of the 3 sons of Tian Mo, making a total of 9 regiments. But Huang Zhiqi's Ziyun soul has reached 6 groups, and it has reached 15 groups in total. 15 balls of the soul of Ziyun, just 1 ball away, is able to comprehend an extremely top-notch high-grade divine skill. For the current Han Feng, the top-notch supernatural skills can also have a lot of growth. Han Feng endured it, and now is not the time to comprehend it. With the comprehension, Ziyun's soul will be consumed. At that time, if he wants to comprehend higher-level magical skills, he needs to snatch Ziyun's soul again. However, Ziyun, there are so many cloud souls. If possible, we must snatch the 32nd regiment. Han Feng's face flashed a look of certainty. After accepting Ziyun's soul, Han Feng looked at Ziyun's divine fruit. For the previous 3 purple cloud divine fruits, Han Feng's soul has been upgraded to the 6th grade middle class, which is very close to the 1st class. On the surface, it appears to be at the same level as the divine body, but in fact it is much deeper than the accumulation of the divine body. The soul needs at most 1, or even 1, energy of the Ziyun fruit to successfully break through to the 6th rank. But the divine body, at least 1, maybe 2 can break through to the 6th grade. Now that there are 5 more purple cloud divine fruits, Han Feng is sure that his soul and body will all break through to the upper level of the 6th rank, and he can also help one of them reach the top of the 6th rank. The first update. In the series of Golden Immortal Physiques, the level of the Golden Immortal Eyes is not low. Unfortunately, the soul has always been a shortcoming. The level of the soul cannot be improved. No matter how high the level of the Golden Immortal Eyes is, the power it can exert is limited. However, if the soul is promoted to the 6th grade upper class or even the top, it will be different. Using the Golden Fairy Pupil, the soul may skyrocket to a level comparable to the 7th rank soul in a short period of time, can also affect 7th rank spirits. All those who can come here are geniuses, and their souls are not weak. Even Huang Zhiqi's souls are only 1 step away from the 7th rank. Using soul supernatural powers, although it is unlikely to crush them, at least it can affect their souls, thereby affecting the display of their combat power. Even if it only affects 10%, it can greatly increase my powerful position. The thoughts in Han Feng's mind were running rapidly, and he quickly noticed the benefits of raising his soul to the top of the 6th rank. However, these alone are not enough to exchange for Huang Zhiqi's life. "Brother Huang, don't you think that your life is worth this?" Han Feng asked with a faint smile. Huang Zhiqi gritted his teeth, "Just this little thing? Isn't that enough? I'm not afraid to feed my appetite to death." Take a deep breath, the situation is stronger than others, Huang Zhiqi had to endure it. As long as he can save his life, as long as he can get Ziyun's divine power to transform his spirit to the 7th rank, as long as he can join the Qianquan sect and become an inner disciple, all these losses today are still worth it. After searching in his storage for a while, Huang Zhiqi said, I have used all the things that should be promoted, and the pills and magic fruits are gone. If you like this artifact of the 7 tribulations, just look at it. Let's see. With a throw of Huang Zhiqi, an artifact of the 7 tribulations flew towards Han Feng. This is the soul-devouring ruler that I obtained by chance. Even though it is only a 7-kulpa artifact, some of its special magical functions are more powerful than higher-level artifacts. Huang Zhiqi said lightly. Soul-devouring ruler, as the name suggests, possesses the supernatural power of soul-devouring. As long as the soul-devouring ruler is within a certain range of the enemy, it can absorb the opponent's soul and inflict heavy damage on the opponent's soul. And this kind of heavy damage is still a heavy damage that affects the foundation. The soul that has been severely injured will recover infinitely slower than usual. If it is devoured several times in a row, the foundation will even suffer devastating damage and it will be difficult to recover, or the soul will be knocked down and must be restored from scratch. This is still close to a certain range. If the soul-devouring ruler falls directly on the opponent, inflicting heavy damage on the opponent's soul, it will be even more terrifying. However, in order to be recognized by the soul-devouring ruler and to use the soul-devouring ruler, the first prerequisite is to have divine and soul supernatural powers, which are not weak. After fighting Han Feng twice, Huang Zhiqi determined that Han Feng didn't have any supernatural powers, so he gave the Soul Eater ruler to Han Feng in exchange for his own life, and Huang Zhiqi didn't feel that he had suffered a big loss. Anyway, the soul-eating ruler is in my hands, and it can't play any magical effect. Huang Zhiqi probably never imagined that it was not because Han Feng did not have supernatural powers, but because his level of supernatural powers was not high, and using supernatural powers would not be able to affect masters like Huang Zhiqi, so he didn't use them. If they were to deal with a group of 5 Kulpas true gods, with a 6th grade soul and golden fairy pupils, these 5 Kulpas true gods would fall into the attack of their souls and fall. After receiving the soul-devouring ruler, Han Feng's heart thumped, and when he looked at Huang Zhiqi again, he thought Huang Zhiqi was so cute. Why is Huang Zhiqi giving himself what he lacks? Previously, he needed to improve his cultivation base, and had a breakthrough in the 9 flames and different fire art, so Huang Zhiqi gave him the true flame pill. Now the level of the soul has been raised, but because of the strong combat power, Han Feng's enemies are also terrifyingly strong, and the soul is also high level, which has caused Han Feng's supernatural powers to be a bit weak. But now with the soul-devouring ruler, the supernatural powers will definitely play a big role. It's just a pity for Han Feng that the soul-eating ruler obviously can't play a big role in Ziyun Tower, otherwise, why should he be afraid of that black-haired man? This guy's eyes. Huang Zhiqi noticed Han Feng's fiery eyes, and his scalp tingled. This guy shouldn't have any quirks. Huang Zhiqi involuntarily covered his butt, feeling a little pain in his butt. Han, brother Han. Is this enough? Huang Zhiqi actually still has an artifact of the 8 tribulations, but the artifact of the 8 tribulations has already recognized Huang Zhiqi as its master, and it is Huang Zhiqi's strongest method. It's just because it can't be used in Ziyun Tower. No matter what, it was impossible for Huang Zhiqi to hand over the artifact of the 8 tribulations. Huang Zhiqi hopes that Han Feng's greed will not be so bottomless, otherwise even if he dies, he will have to fight. Fortunately, Han Feng understands the principle of accepting as soon as he sees a deal. I got 6 purple cloud souls, 5 purple cloud divine fruits, and a soul-eating ruler, which is enough. Let's go. After Han Feng finished speaking lightly, he left first. At the same place, Huang Zhiqi first breathed a sigh of relief, and then thumped the ground bitterly. Damn it, it's really a big loss to come to Yunzhou this time. When I leave the Ziyun Divine Tower and arrive at the Qianquan sect, I will get back all the losses I suffered today. For the entire 26th floor, Han Feng did not feel the soul of Ziyun again. Han Feng reckoned that the competition for Ziyun's soul had reached its final stage, and the only ones who still possessed Ziyun's soul were the white-clothed swordsman and the black-haired man. The rest either died or gave up the soul of Ziyun long ago. It is also possible to have the soul of Ziyun, that is, the newcomers on the 25th floor, as long as there are still true gods who break into the 25th floor. Han Feng didn't rush to the 27th floor, but now retreats on the 26th floor, absorbing the Ziyun fruit, and raising the golden fairy pupil to the limit. The golden immortal physique has broken through to the late stage. Although the series of unique skills of the golden immortal physique have been improved, they have not been raised to the limit. It didn't take Han Feng much time to absorb the purple cloud divine fruit. The divine body has broken through to the 6th rank upper class, and has accumulated quite a lot, and it is not far from the 6th rank top. And the soul level has broken through to the top of the 6th rank. In the House of Time, it didn't take long to raise the golden fairy pupils to the limit. With the help of the heavenly man effect, the golden fairy pupils have been raised to the limit, and they have been upgraded to a top-grade magic skill. With the golden immortal eyes of top-grade magical skills, and the foundation of the top-ranked soul of the 6th rank, it is enough to make the soul soar to a level close to the 7th rank or even comparable to the 7th rank soul. Now, it's time to fight for the rest of Ziyun's soul. Opening his eyes, because the soul has improved a lot, Han Feng's eyes flashed a breathtaking light. More than 10 days later, Han Feng collected Chi Ziyun's fragments and ascended to the 27th floor. However, Han Feng still didn't feel Ziyun's soul. 28 floors, 29 floors, 30 floors. On the 31st floor, Han Feng sensed Ziyun's soul again. Boom! Han Feng burst out with an astonishing fighting spirit and shot away. The second update. As the induction approached, Han Feng had already seen the light of Ziyun. No matter how close it was, Han Feng even felt a little familiar with this momentum. This aura, isn't it the one who suddenly appeared at the end of the battle between Princess Crescent and I? That person most likely is. Han Feng's guess was finally confirmed after meeting him. It was one of Huang Zhiqi's 2 accomplices. Swordsman in white. It's you. The swordsman in white also noticed that Han Feng's aura was somewhat familiar, but he really didn't expect it to be Han Feng. The white-clothed swordsman's impression of Han Feng was still the same as when he fought against the master on the 8th floor. At that time, although Han Feng's fighting power was astonishing, it was still far from the 3 of them who were fighting against the New Moon Princess. So that's the case, are you hiding your strength? Soon, the swordsman in white guessed that Han Feng hadn't revealed his full strength when he was fighting with Master Duba. The light of Ziyun is so strong, it seems that you have quite a few souls of Ziyun in your hand it over, and I will spare your life. The white-clothed swordsman stood with his hands tied, with a proud expression on his face. The white-clothed swordsman did have this capital. Even if the 3 princesses of the New Moon joined forces, they were not taken seriously by the white-clothed swordsman. Even Huang Zhiqi was robbed by the white-clothed swordsman. Otherwise, with Huang Zhiqi's strength, how could he only have the soul of 6 purple clouds? Han Feng narrowed his eyes slightly. Your Excellency's Ziyun's light is much richer than Han's. If you want to say that there are many Ziyun souls, you should have more. If you snatch your Ziyun soul, maybe Han will be able to comprehend a supernatural skill. The white-clothed swordsman's eyes were cold. It seems that your Excellency is planning to resist in the end, since that's the case. A flash of white light burst out suddenly, as if splitting the pitch-black night sky in 2, at an extremely fast speed. While speaking, the swordsman in white suddenly made a move. With Han Feng's current state of mind and soul, he was only 1 step away from the 7th rank. The moment the white-clothed swordsman made a move, Han Feng had already noticed it. The white-clothed swordsman draws his sword very fast. The divine sword in his hand is the Eight Tribulations divine sword, with infinite power. It's a pity that in the Ziyun Tower, the Eight Tribulations Excalibur was sealed, and at best it was just a bit harder. Facing the attack of the white-clothed swordsman, Han Feng did not hold back, and instantly displayed the Xuanhuan battle body and the golden immortal body, incorporating the Ziji Xuanhuan into it. At the same time, the Taishan Excalibur appeared in Han Feng's hand, and it was cut out instantly. Boom! The two major slashes bombarded together in the void, like two stars colliding, and endless sword energy swept out, raging away like a storm. The white-clothed swordsman's expression was slightly condensed. I didn't expect you to have such means. It's a pity that you are not a real swordsman. This kind of divine sword is a waste in your hands, and it belongs to me. The Nine Tribulations Excalibur is already the top of the top-grade divine swords, and it only needs to condense the seeds of chaos to be promoted to the top-grade divine weapon. Ordinary 8 Tribulations Excalibur, if you want to advance to 9 Tribulations Excalibur, I don't know how long it will take to complete the accumulation. This time is very long, and the white-clothed swordsman can't wait, so he might as well grab a 9 Tribulations Excalibur directly. It is certain to win the Taishan divine sword, and the attack of the white-clothed swordsman has suddenly become much more intense. Sword lights, like the Milky Way, swept towards Han Feng frantically. Han Feng Xinyan's battle armor was on his body, and the golden fairy pupil appeared in the center of Han Feng's eyebrows. The golden fairy pupils flashed a dazzling golden luster. As soon as the golden fairy pupils were opened, those sword lights that were as fast as light suddenly slowed down a lot in Han Feng's sight. Many trajectories that cannot be seen clearly can be seen clearly at this moment. All of this, in addition to the role of the golden fairy pupil itself, is also related to Han Feng's soul reaching the top 6 ranks. If Han Feng's soul level is too low, just lower than the 6th rank, even if he opens the golden fairy pupil, he still can't see the attack trajectory of the white-clothed swordsman Jianguang clearly. What? The white-clothed swordsman had reached the peak of his attack, but he still didn't hit Han Feng at all, which surprised the white-clothed swordsman. Even though he was swallowed by the torrent of white sword light, he was always able to dodge in the gaps between the sword lights. Is that the golden pupil? The white-clothed swordsman naturally discovered the golden immortal pupil between Han Feng's eyebrows. In that case, the king's sword body, condense. The aura of the white-clothed swordsman has changed. As if a king has come, the attack of each sword light becomes more fierce and faster, and each sword light carries the aura of a king and overlord. The sword lights merged together, and the aura of the king and overlord was even more astonishing, just like the ancient emperor's sword, which brought great oppression to Han Feng. Under such oppression, Jingxi and Xiantong actually felt an indescribable pain, and even Han Feng himself was affected by the aura of the king and overlord, and his speed dropped sharply. Boom boom boom. At the moment when Han Feng's speed dropped suddenly, sword lights blasted on Han Feng with unparalleled strength. Xinyan battle armor, protect my body. Han Feng ran the Xinyan battle armor with all his strength to block the golden lights. A burst of sword light washed over Xinyan's battle armor. His cultivation is a little bit stronger than Huang Zhiqi's, but his strength exceeds more than a little bit. But it's not enough to beat me. Six-winged black dragon change, Ning. With a roar, the purple flame dragon quickly condensed into shape. Not only that, but this time the purple flame dragon's eyes turned into bright golden colors, which were exactly the same as the golden fairy pupils. The Xuanlong's eyes burst out with bright golden light, and these golden lights carried the mighty power of the soul, covering the surrounding area. The soul of the white-clothed swordsman was immediately impacted and turned upside down for a while. Phantoms appeared in the spirit of the white-clothed swordsman, affecting the white-clothed swordsman. This is an illusion attack. Damn it! The white-clothed swordsman's king sword body remained unchanged, but the condensed aura of king and dominance was scattered, and the oppression on Han Feng's body completely disappeared. Only the top-ranking soul of the 6th rank can't do this. Everything depends on the golden fairy pupil. Roar. Without the oppression of the overlord's aura, Han Feng Xianlong rushed out of the sky, and breathed out fiercely. Sword of the King. Although the white-clothed swordsman was affected by various illusions, and his soul was also constantly impacted, causing his head to burst with pain, his perception of danger did not dissipate because of this. When the dragon's breath came, the white-clothed swordsman suddenly revealed his strongest piece. All the sword light condensed and turned into a real giant sword, that is the king's sword. The aura of an unrivaled king permeated the air. Boom! The sovereign sword was inserted into the dragon's breath, and kept rushing forward, but the attack was getting slower and slower, and finally trembled violently. The sovereign sword completely collapsed, turned into a sword aura that filled the sky, and descended on the ground like a heavy rain, washing out nowhere fine holes. The first update. As expected of a genius stronger than Huang Zhiqi, Han Feng admired in his heart. Under the impact of the spirit and illusion, he could still explode such an astonishing thing. The king's sword is worthy of being the king's sword. Pity. Xuanlong's eyes burst out with 2 beams of golden light again. This kind of pure soul attack cannot be resisted by physical attack and divine essence attack at all. Only the same soul attack can break it. Or directly rely on the powerful soul to resist it abruptly. However, after the increase of Jingxi and Xiantong, Han Feng's spirit has skyrocketed to the level of the 7th rank spirit, and the spirit of the white-clothed swordsman is so powerful that he is only half a step away from the 7th rank, but he has not reached the 7th rank after all. Originally, the spirit of the white-clothed swordsman was not like Han Feng at the moment. In order to unleash the king's sword before, the white-clothed swordsman's resistance to the spirit was further reduced. After all, to perform such a move of king's sword, every step of the spirit is indispensable. As a result, the soul of the white-clothed swordsman was even more confused by the impact, and the white-clothed swordsman could no longer resist the influence of the phantom on him. This kind of influence has already affected the vision of the white-clothed swordsman. In the sight of the white-clothed swordsman, there is no longer any profound dragon, but everything in the illusion. At this moment, 2 beams of divine soul, golden light, exploded, and the divine soul, which did not have much resistance to resist, was completely injured. If the soul is compared to a mountain, now the mountain is torn apart as if struck by lightning. Puff puff. The white-clothed swordsman vomited blood again and again. The king's sword body could no longer be maintained, and his face was pale. How strong? I actually lost. The white-clothed swordsman's eyes showed a blank look. In the small land of Yunzhou, apart from the person who came from the same place as him, there is actually someone who can surpass him. Xianlong roared, and the light of Ziyun flew towards Han Feng immediately, and all the souls of Ziyun belonging to the white-clothed swordsman flew towards Han Feng. The swordsman in white has never been robbed so far, and the number of Ziyun's souls in his hands is more than Han Feng's 15 regiments, and it's not a few more regiments, but twice as many. Double, twice as much, in other words, twice as much as Han Feng itself has. 30 groups of purple cloud souls. This guy has so many purple cloud souls. Han Feng was overjoyed. The number of purple cloud souls possessed by the swordsman in white was simply beyond Han Feng's imagination. Han Feng originally, I thought it would be good if there were more than 10 regiments of swordsmen in white. 30 regiments, plus my 15 days, is 45 regiments, which is enough to comprehend top-level supernatural skills. The 64th Regiment can comprehend the magic skills of chaos, and the distance from the 64th Regiment is only 19. Han Feng's heart couldn't help but thumping when he was so close to the chaos magic skills. Knowing the role of Ziyun's soul at the beginning, Han Feng certainly thought about being able to comprehend a chaotic magic skill, but he also knew that it would be extremely difficult, so his goal was lowered by a level. But now, this goal of lowering one level has already been achieved. Now that he is qualified to comprehend the Chaos Divine skill, there is nothing to back down. Now, the only one who possesses Ziyun's soul is probably the black-haired man. With the cultivation base of the black-haired man, he must also have a combat power that is not weaker than the ordinary high-level true god of the six tribulations. His supernatural powers cannot be underestimated. At the beginning, the soul of Ziyun came to nearly 100 people. In addition, the soul of Ziyun in the hands of this black-haired man will not be less than me, but more than me. In a fight with him, either I win and comprehend the Chaos Divine skill. Or, if I lose, the other party comprehends the Chaos Divine skill. Fight it. With this thought, Han Feng's fighting spirit soared, and looking at the white-cloaked swordsman, Han Feng would continue to attack. Han Feng did not forget that the white-cloaked swordsman wanted to snatch his Taishan Excalibur before, so how could he easily let the white-cloaked swordsman go without extorting it? But at this moment, the white-cloaked swordsman actually threw out a Ziyun key, and the light leading to a higher level swallowed the white-cloaked swordsman. Your Excellency, if we leave Ziyun Divine Tower, we will definitely have another battle. The white-cloaked swordsman's voice was full of unwillingness. If Ziyun Divine Tower hadn't restricted his 8 tribulations divine sword, his strength would definitely not be like this. Although Han Feng has the 9 tribulations Excalibur in his hand, Han Feng is not a serious swordsman. As an orthodox swordsman, the white-cloaked swordsman, even if the sword in his hand is lower than the Taishan Excalibur, who will be stronger in the end? Weakness is also an uncertain thing. Will there be a war? Han Feng sneered. After bathing in Ziyun's divine power and improving his 9 flames and different fire art, his overall strength will inevitably increase a lot. If one can comprehend the magic skills of chaos, the overall combat power will soar even more. At that time, the strongest whole card will no longer be the Taishan divine sword. So what if he is an orthodox swordsman? Just blow it up. Unfortunately, after ascending to the 32nd floor, without the light of Ziyun, it's hard to find him again, but it's me. Han Feng frowned and looked at the light of Ziyun covering him. Not only was the purple rich to the limit, but the beam of light was also incomparable wide, too obvious. Forget it, anyway, I guess there is only one competitor left, so it should be obvious. Han Feng hadn't collected Chi Ziyun's fragments yet, so he stayed on the 31st floor for nearly 10 days before ascending to the 32nd floor. Each of the purple cloud beasts on the 32nd floor has the strength equivalent to the peak middle-level true gods of the 6 robberies. With Han Feng's current strength, he does not dare to face too many heads at once. Otherwise, if you fall into siege, you will suffer heavy damage even if you don't die. On the 32nd floor, Han Feng was cautious, and it took a full month to collect Chi Ziyun's fragments, condense them into a Ziyun key, and ascend to the 33rd floor. On the 33rd floor, a certain figure sat cross-legged in the void. Suddenly, an astonishing purple beam of light shot straight into the sky in the distance, and the figure muttered to himself, "Finally someone has come to the 33rd floor, I have waited so long for nothing. Is it Huang Zhiqi? Or Jun Sijia? Huang Zhiqi was snatched by me once, and with Huang Zhiqi's strength, it should be a little bit reluctant to break through to such a level. It won't be so fast. Is that Jun Sijia? Although I'm a companion from the same place, for the sake of chaos divine skills, I have no choice but to." The figure stood up and stepped forward, the whole body disappeared as if melting into the void, leaving only shallow traces of spatial fluctuations. Even the purple beam of light covering the figure melted into the void and disappeared. Huh? It's not Jun Sijia. The breath was approaching, and the figure that merged into the space felt a little shock in his heart. In the land of Yunzhou, there are such people? Who is this man? Why did he feel a little familiar? Through the space, the figure hidden in the dark finally saw Han Feng in the purple light. It's him. The second update. Xuanhuan. The black-haired man was shocked in his heart. Based on the black-haired man's impression of Han Feng, it was just enough to break through to the 28th floor, but now, he has broken into the 33rd floor, which is simply too surprising. Looking at Han Feng again, even though he was a black-haired man, he was also shocked by Han Feng's undulating aura at this moment. Being on the 33rd floor, Han Feng is always in the state where both the Xingyan battle physique and the golden immortal physique are open. The 33rd floor is really too dangerous to be careless. Huh? Just arrived at the 33rd floor, Han Feng's expression froze, as if he was being spied on. And the induction of Ziyun's soul is also in a state of seeming non-existence, very vague. Soon, Han Feng thought of a possibility. Immediately, the golden fairy pupils condensed out, and the power of the soul gushed out crazily. Not good. The black-haired man never thought that Han Feng would use this method to search for himself, or in other words, the black-haired man did not expect that Han Feng's soul would reach the 7th rank level, and he did not use the hidden eyes of the gods to the fullest out of the extreme, was caught by Han Feng's soul. Got you. Fusion, Xingyan fighting fist. The fire fist sank into the void and exploded somewhere in the void. The void burst, and a figure rushed out in embarrassment. It was the black-haired man. Damn it, the space inside the Ziyun Tower is much stronger than the outside world, and it's too repulsive to me, otherwise I wouldn't be thrown out so easily. The black-haired man was furious. It really is him. A flash of understanding flashed in Han Feng's eyes. If Xiaopeng hadn't said earlier that this person has the supernatural power to blend into the void, and the faint feeling of Ziyun's soul, Han Feng would not immediately think of the black-haired man even if he had the feeling of being spied on before. And then it is so easy to find out the location of the black-haired man. At this moment, the black-haired man was exposed, and the light of Ziyun could no longer conceal it and melt into the void. The extremely bright purple beam of light was stronger and more shining than Han Feng's light of Ziyun. The black-haired man frowned and looked at the light of purple clouds surrounding him. This light of purple clouds also had a great influence on his hidden eyes. The light of Ziyun, originally intended to announce the location of Ziyun's soul, is extremely repulsive to blending into the void. It was also the first time for the black-haired man to come into contact with the soul and light of Ziyun, and he was repelled by his hidden eyes of the gods, leaving him helpless. Shining Tianyan is his strongest whole card, but he is rejected by the light of Ziyun, and his strength is greatly affected. Staring at Han Feng with both eyes, the black-haired man looked solemn. The light of Ziyun is so strong, it seems that you have quite a lot of Ziyun souls in your hand. Could it be that Huang Zhiqi and Jun Sijia's Ziyun souls were snatched by your excellency? Han Feng didn't know who Jun Sijia was, but thinking of the black-haired man's accomplice, he knew that Jun Sijia must be the swordsman in white. Not bad. Thinking of this, Han Feng had nothing to hide, and immediately agreed generously. The black-haired man took a deep breath. Your excellency is so powerful, it seems that on the 8th floor, I also underestimated your excellency, and the two accomplices who can rob me. Your combat power, even in Qingzhou, can be regarded as less than 10,000 years old. Considering that your own cultivation has not broken through to the realm of the 6 tribulations true God, the comprehensive value is probably at the top. However, that is the future after all. Your current strength is only second-rate in Qingzhou, and has not yet been squeezed into the first-rate. Having robbed your excellency of Ziyun's soul, I will definitely be able to comprehend the magic skills of chaos. Han Feng's momentum soared, and he was extremely fierce. It just so happens that Han also needs your excellency's Ziyun soul to comprehend the magic skills of chaos. The black-haired man took the lead, and the hidden eyes of the gods showed a strange luster. The next moment, the black-haired man merged into the void and disappeared without a trace. This time, the black-haired man was not careless, and tried his best to resist the rejection from the space in the Ziyun Tower, and the rejection from Ziyun's hidden eyes. Han Feng Jingxiangxiantong was also stimulated to the extreme, and his spirit soared. The power of the soul surrounds Han Feng. Once there is any change, Han Feng will be able to react. Suddenly, an extremely weak spatial fluctuation on the right was sensed by Han Feng, and Han Feng instantly slashed across. It is the Taishan Tianling Zhan of the Taishan Divine Sword. Humph. The black-haired man snorted coldly, but did not take this move forcefully. Shenin Tianyan is just a divine eye, and it does not increase the black-haired man's cultivation base and combat power. Therefore, facing Han Feng's slash, the black-haired man will be cut and injured if he hardwires. Melting into the void again, Han Feng's slash fell through. But Han Feng was overjoyed. Sure enough, with the increase of the golden fairy pupil, my soul power has skyrocketed to the 7th rank level, and it is not uncommon to use various methods. This black-haired man's supernatural power is certainly powerful, and it can match my current soul power. With the power, we have been able to find some signs. In the void gap, the black-haired man's face was pitch black. This guy's soul level has skyrocketed and reached the 7th rank level, and he is not a beginner, but an already extremely stable 7th rank level. No wonder he can find my extremely small spatial fluctuations. Damn it, my soul is also at the 7th rank, so I should be even higher than him when I cast Shen Hidden Sky Eye. It's all because of the space in the Ziyun God Tower and the light of Ziyun repelling me. Just suppressing it requires a lot of mental energy, otherwise, how could it be so easy to be discovered? This guy is hard to deal with. No wonder he was able to rob Huang Zhiqi and the swordsman in white. Then, Xingyan divine blood, condense. The black-haired man took a deep breath, and sparks ignited all over his body. The black-haired man, in addition to possessing a god pupil that is no less than a top-level bloodline, unexpectedly also has an equally powerful bloodline power. It's just that compared with the god pupil, the power of this bloodline is much weaker, and it's just equivalent to the top level. Even so, the black-haired man with divine pupils and blood can already be said to be a genius among geniuses. Exerting the power of blood, the black-haired man's aura skyrocketed, no less than Han Feng. Wings of the Star Flame. In the void gap, the black-haired man spread the spark wings behind his back, and cooperated with the Shen Hidden Sky Eye, and moved quickly directly in the void gap. The next moment, Han Feng felt a weak fluctuation in the space above him, and before he could slash it with his sword, there was another weak fluctuation in the space from the other side. This. Han Feng's pupils froze. Was the black-haired man moving so fast in the void? After the left side is the right side, and after the right side is the down side. Han Feng was dripping with cold sweat. Where did this black-haired man plan to attack? Suddenly, a fist came out from behind Han Feng. Star flame flowing fire fist. Thousands of fists erupted, like meteors, shining in the void. Boom boom boom. A series of fists hit Han Feng's Xingyan battle armor, and Han Feng was directly sent flying. The first update. It hit. The black-haired man was overjoyed, but later found that Han Feng had no major problems except that the flame armor on his body was a little damaged. Han Feng was also thankful, thanks to the Xingyan battle armor, otherwise, he would have been severely injured this time. Han Feng slashed out with a sword. Just after Taishan Tianling's hand slashed out, the black-haired man escaped into the void again and disappeared. The black-haired man obviously tried his best to suppress Ziyun's light. Even though there were many Ziyun souls in Han Feng's soul, he couldn't sense the slightest. Han Feng is not in a hurry. Han Feng knows that the suppression of Ziyun Jiguang by the black-haired man is temporary, and it will inevitably consume a lot of mental energy. Escaping into the void, the supernatural power is like a fake. The longer the delay, the better for yourself. Han Feng felt that he was very lucky. The black-haired man's supernatural power of escaping into the void was not difficult to deal with. If he was outside, this supernatural power would be perfect for a sneak attack. Anyway, Han Feng thinks that with his current ability, it is completely impossible to resist. However, this is in Ziyun Tower. Whether it's the stability of the space in Ziyun Divine Tower or the repulsion of Ziyun's light, they have greatly weakened the opponent's magical ability. However, I can't sit still, otherwise, even if the opponent can no longer suppress Ziyun Jiguang, as long as I am severely injured or killed before then, there will be no problem. Roar. Without hesitation, Han Feng unleashed the six-winged mysterious dragon transformation. Transformed into a flame dragon, with his eyes integrated into the golden fairy pupils, the speed and reaction ability of the dragon are greatly enhanced. This time, the sneak attack of the black-haired man failed again. The black-haired man could see that his sneak attack basically couldn't exert much useful effect when his hidden sky eye couldn't exert much power. Instead of continuing to escape into the void to waste energy, it is better to show up and fight. Thinking of this, the black-haired man directly closed the Shenin Tianyan and appeared in front of Han Feng. Xingzhenliang and Zia Luzu, I don't know your name. Korean style. Very good, Your Excellency Han Feng, you are already qualified to know my name, and you are worthy of my all-out fight. The black-haired man said, and the star flames all over his body burned even more intensely. The black-haired man, no, Xingzhenliang's every move seemed to have a starlight descending from the sky, and the momentum was astonishing. Star flame shot. Thousands of sparks, condensed in the hands of Xingzhenliang, turned into a musket, carrying the might of destroying heaven and earth. Xuanhuan's body flipped in the void, and then his body swelled with a punch, and then a breath of dragon's breath containing terrifying power spewed out. Boom! The flame dragon's breath finally collided with the starfire gun, and the earth was shaken. Endless flames roared out and raged. Xingyan's divine blood is not as good as Huang Zhiqi's imperial dragon bloodline, nor is it comparable to Jun Siji's king's sword body. But Xingzhen Liangxing is even better in cultivation, and has already reached the middle level of the six tribulations true god. In addition, Xingzhen Liang has studied his own bloodlines thoroughly, and his real strength is even higher than Huang Zhiqi and Jun Sijia. Of course, what made the two of them even more afraid was Xingzhen Liang's hidden eyes of the gods. Otherwise, Huang Zhiqi and Jun Sijia, as super geniuses, would lower their proud heads and faintly lead Xingzhen Liang. It's a pity that there is the exclusion of the space of Ziyun Tower. With Ziyun Jiguang's repulsion, Xingzhen Liang couldn't exert his maximum strength. Seeing that Xingzhen Liang gave up the hidden eyes of the gods, but was still able to erupt with incomparably powerful power, and fought against himself until now, Han Feng secretly wiped a cold sweat. As long as this guy's Shenin Tianyan is stronger and can easily suppress Ziyun's light, he will definitely lose, and he will have no power to turn around. Following the battles again and again, Xingzhen Liang naturally discovered his own situation, and couldn't help but sigh secretly. This time, God really didn't stand on his side. Obviously only a little bit, just a little bit. Xingyan shot again, but this time Xingyan shot violently at Han Feng and split into 3 long spears at the same time. What? Han Feng was taken aback, he didn't expect the other party's Xingyan gun to have such a change. The 2 muskets were blocked by Han Feng with his dragon claws in time, but the last shot directly penetrated Xuanhuan's body. This shot was aimed at Xuanhuan's head. Obviously, Xingzhen Liang had seen that as long as the Han Feng and the crystal on Xuanhuan's forehead was broken, the 6-winged Xianlong would be self-defeating. Han Feng naturally knew this weakness, so no matter what kind of attack he made, it was based on protecting the forehead crystal. This time, Xianlong turned his body directly, avoiding the shot with his head, and penetrated into his abdomen. Xianlong is the condensed spirit. The damage caused by this shot is not small, but it will not make Xianlong feel any pain. The dragon's tail pierced through the space and blasted straight at Xing Jinliang. Behind Xing Jinliang, Xingho's wings spread out and wrapped himself in it. Boom! Xingho's wings collapsed, and Xing Jinliang was severely blown away. This time, it was a lose-lose situation. On the way of being blown away, Xing Jinliang split the Xingyan gun into several again, and merged into the void, attacking Han Feng from the gap in the void. Xing Jinliang, surprisingly, used the hidden eyes of God to escape his attack into the void. This is much better than Xing Jinliang merging into the void by himself. At least Ziyun Light will not have such a powerful counterattack. But problems also followed. The farther the musket is, the more difficult it is to control, it is easy to be discovered, and it is not easy to sneak attack. The musketeer escapes into the void? Han Feng's pupils shrank. First he strengthened his forehead's crystal defense, and then his soul used the golden fairy pupils to fully unleash its power. With all his attention, the surrounding space and the faint fluctuations in certain places were completely perceived by Han Feng. Swipe! Several muskets burst out from the void, and Han Feng noticed most of them, but there was still one that was not discovered in time, which pierced Xuanhuan's body again. It can't go on like this. Spirit shock. Xianlong raised his head abruptly, and two golden beams shot at Xing Jinliang. This is a soul attack. Even Xing Jinliang did not expect Han Feng to do this. This means that the power of the soul around Han Feng is weakened, and he is easily attacked by Xingyan's gunshot to kill him. Han Feng suddenly chose to trade injuries for injuries. Xing Jinliang's God-hidden sky eye to control his attacks from such a distance also consumes a lot of soul. Facing Han Feng's spirit attack, Xing Jinliang couldn't resist it immediately. Boom! Xing Jinliang vomited blood on his back to the sky. His soul was almost torn apart by the impact, and various illusions appeared in Xing Jinliang's vision. On the other hand, the body of the mysterious dragon was also penetrated by several guns, and even the crystal on the forehead was shot directly by a musket. If Xing Jinliang's soul hadn't been severely injured at the last moment, causing the hidden eyes of the gods to be broken and closed, the crystals might have been penetrated, and Han Feng had to be forced to withdraw from the state of the six-winged black dragon. Once exiting the six-winged mysterious dragon transformation, the situation will immediately become precarious. The second update. Han Feng was secretly glad that he did it in time and did not break the crystal. Immediately, Han Feng took advantage of Xing Jinliang's soul being severely injured, and Xianlong spit out a mighty purple fire, devouring all the muskets. Xianlong turned around and flew into a higher void. As the divine essence poured out from Han Feng's body, Xuanlong's penetrated and illusory body gradually recovered. Nine Flames different fire Ju has broken through to the late stage of the 6th level, and its recovery ability of divine essence is comparable to that of a high-level true god. Even Xing Jinliang is still not as good as it. Xing Jinliang's spirit has finally reached the 7th rank level. The influence of all kinds of illusions was only temporary to Xing Jinliang, and soon Xing Jinliang got rid of all kinds of illusions. However, the severe injury suffered by Xuanhuan still caused Xing Jinliang to have a splitting headache. Even the hidden eyes of the gods can't be used for a while. This guy, the impact of the soul is so strong, and the golden pupils' boost to the soul is so powerful. The pale-faced Xing Jinliang finally regained his spirit, and finally turned his attention back to Han Feng. Seeing this, Xing Jinliang's body trembled. Impossible. Obviously, the body of the Xianlong was almost broken by me, so why is it still intact? Xing Jinliang couldn't accept such a result. Doesn't this mean that his previous attacks were in vain? On the contrary, his soul was severely injured, which was completely different from what he had imagined. From Xing Jinliang's point of view, even if his soul was severely injured, the opponent's Xianlong body should almost be on the verge of collapse. He lost his hidden eyes, but at least he still had Xingyan's blood. But now that the other party has recovered, it would be a bit disadvantageous for me to rely on Xingyan's divine blood alone to counter it. Wait. This kid is also pale. It seems that the body of the black dragon should be replenished with divine energy. Is there enough divine energy in this guy's body? Xing Jinliang was most shocked by this point of. Xing Jinliang knew very well that this guy's real cultivation should only be at the level of the true god of the 5 tribulations, and he has not broken through to the true god of the 6 tribulations. The skyrocketing cultivation base means that it consumes more, at least more than oneself. But so much consumption. It is incredible that even more divine essence can be poured out to repair the body of the black dragon now. The recovery speed of this guy's soul is far faster than mine. Xingjin's conscience broke down. When the strengths of the two sides are similar, whoever can last longer will be in his favor. Right now, it is obvious that the opponent is more able to fight for a long time. Thinking of this, Xing Jinliang's eyes flickered. Is it really good to continue fighting like this? Han Feng controlled Xianlong and was about to make a move, but Xing Jinliang yelled, "Stop." Huh? Xianlong raised his head, and Han Feng in the crystal looked at Xing Jinliang suspiciously. Xing Jinliang said in a deep voice, "How many Xian souls do you have in your hand? How many Xian souls do you need?" Han Feng narrowed his eyes slightly, and laughed softly. Umo guessed Xing Jinliang's plan, and immediately said, Han has 45 souls of purple clouds, and he is only short of 19 souls to comprehend the magical skills of chaos. 19 regiments? Xing Jinliang's eyes flashed brightly, and he said lightly, Xing has 55 regiments of purple cloud souls in his hands, and he can give the 19 regiments to His Excellency Han Feng, but for the rest, I hope Han Feng Your Excellency let it go. In this way, Your Excellency Han Feng, you can meet the requirements to comprehend the chaos divine skill, and Xing can also comprehend a top-notch supernatural skill. In the beginning, Xing Jinliang's ambition must be more than that. But at this moment, Xing Jinliang can only make some choices. Giving up a chaotic divine skill and comprehending a top-notch divine skill can still greatly enhance one's own strength. Han Feng pondered, his thoughts turned sharply, thinking about the seriousness of the matter. Seeing Han Feng's hesitation, Xing Jinliang couldn't help saying, it only takes 64 regiments to comprehend the chaos divine skill, and it will be useless to Your Excellency. It's better than this, Xingmo adds a divine flame spar. Xinyan spar. Han Feng's expression froze, what is this? Han Feng is still not doing anything. But in the Jiuyantianhua Pagoda, Yantianhua Baoluan is excited, Master, this divine flame spar contains the extremely pure origin of heaven and earth fire. If I swallow it, it will be enough to reach the peak of the 8 tribulations divine artifact. You will soon be able to pass the 9th divine tribulation and break through to the 9 tribulations divine artifact. The divine flame crystal can help you break through to the 9 tribulations divine artifact? Doesn't that mean it can also help me improve a lot? Han Feng also thought about it. Yan Tianwu Baoluan was stunned for a long time, and suddenly howled, Master, give it to me, you are the true god of the 5 tribulations, and you can't refine it at all. It's the same even if the little fat man makes a move. I can refine it later. Han Feng said lightly. Yan Tianwu Baoluan was choked immediately. Xiaopeng said at this time, the breakthrough of the divine weapon depends on the accumulation of time, which is the original law of heaven and earth. Most of the energy in the divine flame spar is the original law of fire. For you now, it's not necessary yet, let Yan Tianwu Baoluan. On the contrary, if the original law in the divine flame spar is consumed, there will be a part of pure divine energy remaining. You can absorb this, and it is not so difficult to use it to break through to the true God of the 6 tribulations. Origin? That's how it is. Han Feng nodded understandingly. For the human race, it is generally at the level of a god-king that a small world derived from the dantian in the body is eligible to comprehend the law of the origin of heaven and earth. As far as the current realm of true gods is concerned, it is still mainly about tempering the divine essence, divine body, and divine soul. While Han Feng and Yan Tianwu Baoluan were discussing the ownership of the Divine Flame Spar, Xing Jinliang got a little impatient waiting. Haven't you thought about it yet? Or do you still think it's not enough? My son advises you, don't be too greedy. If your excellency is not willing to leave even a bunch of purple cloud souls to Xing, you have to think about it carefully. If Xing doesn't have any purple cloud souls in his hands, then there will be no more purple clouds to suppress Xing. Then. In the last sentence, Xing Jinliang's tone was cold, already threatening. After discussing with Yan Tianwu Baoluan just now, Han Feng, who came back to his senses, heard Xing Jinliang's threatening sentence, and his face froze immediately, staring at Xing Jinliang. Han agrees. Shining Tianyan was suppressed so badly and was able to fight with himself to such an extent. Once the influence of Xian's light was gone, Shining Tianyan exerted 6 to 7 points of power, and he would be defeated or even killed in a high probability. With such thoughts in mind, Han Feng was unwilling to fight any longer. If it wasn't for the fact that there were too many Xian souls in Xing Jinliang's divine soul, it would take time to squeeze out one by himself. Maybe he would have squeezed out all the Xian souls from the very beginning, and would take them back after defeating the opponent. Thinking of this, Han Feng once again felt that he was very lucky. The first update. Involuntarily, Han Feng took a look at Xing Jinliang, only to see Xing Jinliang's face was as black as ink, and he was probably full of unwillingness at this moment. Those who are clearly capable of comprehending the chaos divine skills, yet. First, he lost the soul of the 19 groups of purple clouds, so he could only choose to comprehend a top-level supernatural skill, and then lost a divine flame spar. Xing Jinliang looked at Han Feng with extremely dissatisfied eyes. Before leaving, Xing Jinliang stared at Han Feng. Han Feng, the divine flame spar is placed with you for the time being. After leaving the Ziyun Tower, I will definitely snatch it back. The divine flame spar is also a rare treasure for Xing Jinliang, and it was obtained by chance. Originally, Xing Jinliang planned to use the divine flame spar to further break through his 8 tribulations artifact to the 9 tribulations artifact, but now he had to temporarily give up the divine flame spar in order to comprehend the best divine skills. But just like Huang Zhiqi back then, Xing Jinliang also thought that Han Feng would not be needed for the time being, and he would grab it back after leaving the Ziyun Tower and displaying his full strength. This was what Xing Jin had in his conscience, so he generously gave up the divine flame spar. Han Feng also guessed some of Xing Jinliang's thoughts, and felt amused. Will Xing Jinliang be pissed off when he knows that he can use the divine flame spar now to let Yan Tianwu Baoluan break through? Furthermore, after leaving Ziyun Divine Tower, I will have a relatively large increase in all aspects. Even if Xing Jinliang can display his full strength, will I be afraid? Xing Jinliang finally left, and Han Feng also accepted Ziyun's soul and began to lead to a higher level. Currently, both sides are on the 33rd floor, which is not the limit of the two. However, the strength of the Ziyun beast on the 33rd floor is already comparable to the powerful existence of the ordinary 6-Kulpa true god at the beginning of the high-level stage. There is no problem with one end and two ends. Injuried. The 33rd floor is a brand new level, and more Ziyun fragments are needed to condense a Ziyun key, which directly caused Han Feng to take longer to reach the 34th floor. Layer. After a full month and a half, Han Feng collected Chi Ziyun's fragments with great difficulty, and condensed the Ziyun key to ascend to the 34th floor. 2.5 months later, Han Feng ascended to the 35th floor. This is already the limit of Han Feng. It seems that the 36th floor is impossible to break through. Even the 35th floor, I still dodge here and there, trying to kill the purple cloud beast on the 35th floor, with my current strength is still too weak. If it's that Xing Jinliang, I guess he can barely ascend to the 36th floor. But the premise is that he can exert all his strength. Under the condition that the hidden eyes of the gods are restricted, the situation should be similar to mine. After choosing to give up, endless brilliance burst out from the entire void, like a sky full of stars, descending countless streams of purple light. This is Ziyun divine power? Han Feng's body shook, and he looked at the surrounding space. The 35th world had already disappeared, leaving only a pitch-black void. It really is the infusion of Ziyun's divine power. Han Feng was overjoyed. How far the 9 flames and different fire art can be raised depends on how much Ziyun's divine power he can get this time. The 35th floor is only 1 floor away from the 36th floor, the highest level. No matter how you think about it, you can get Ziyun's divine power. Although there is a limit to Ziyun's divine power, in the previous competition for Ziyun's soul, Han Feng estimated that more than 90% of those who entered the 25th floor and above died. In this way, there will definitely be more Ziyun divine power distributed on him. Boom! Ziyun violently bombarded Han Feng with his divine power, as if treating a fierce enemy. Not only did Han Feng not panic, but he was amazed and surprised to see his Xuanhuan improving rapidly. Han Feng's divine energy promotion is different from other people's. The rest of the true God's divine essence can be promoted either by tempering through the divine calamity, or by some kind of adventure. But Han Feng relied on the 9 flames and different fire art. The tempering of the divine robbery has effects on the soul and body, but it has little effect on the soul. The quality of Han Feng's divine essence is directly linked to the Jiu Yen Yi Huiju. Therefore, the improvement of the divine essence at this moment directly leads to the rapid improvement of the 9 flames different fire art. And the improvement of the 9 flames different fire Jiu also led to the improvement of Ziji Xuanhua. My guess is indeed correct. In this way, my strength will definitely be improved by leaps and bounds. The higher the level of Ziji Xuanhua, the more I can absorb the opponent's divine energy for my own use. The protracted battle is the most important thing for me. Favorable. Absorb Ziyun's divine power with peace of mind. Under the installation of Ziyun's divine power, Han Feng's divine essence went directly from the beginning of the 7th rank to the middle rank of the 7th rank, then to the upper rank of the 7th rank, and finally directly broke through to the top of the 7th rank. Not long after, it even broke through to the 8th rank level. The 8th rank divine essence, generally speaking, is the level that can only be reached by the 8 kbs true gods. For some 8 kbs true gods with weaker strength, the divine essence may not reach the 8th rank. Needless to say, Han Feng's divine energy has not stopped, and in the end he has fully advanced to the top of the 8th rank, before continuing to break through. The 8th rank top divine essence, normally speaking, is the divine essence that can only be possessed by a high-level peak powerhouse of the 8 tribulations true God. And now, what is Han Feng's cultivation level? The 5 Kulpas true gods are nothing more than the gods, and the divine essence has surpassed itself by 3 levels. If outsiders knew about this, they would immediately treat Han Feng as a future heavenly monarch and true god, and maybe they would take it even higher. After all, above the Tianjun true god, there is also the Tianzuan true god. However, this is only from the perspective of Xuanhuan. If you look at the soul and body, these people might lower their evaluation of Han Feng, but even so, they still dare not underestimate Han Feng, at least they will treat Han Feng as a future god. And now that Han Feng's cultivation is still weak, Anji won't have more adventures in the future? Han Feng sensed his soul and body. The improvement of 9 flames and different fire Jiu does not improve the soul and body as much as Xuanhuan, but it is not weak. Originally, Han Feng's soul reached the top of the 6th rank, and his divine body was considered to be the top of the 6th rank, but now both of them have been promoted to the 7th rank. Among them, the soul reached a deeper level, close to the top of the 7th rank. The divine body probably only reached the middle level of the 7th rank, close to the upper level. With my current spirit, using the golden fairy pupils is enough to compete with the 8th grade spirit. In other words, if the 8-calorie true God powerhouse is not paying attention, it will be severely injured or affected by my spirit. When my cultivation base breaks through to the 6 tribulations true God, the spirit will be more likely to advance to the 8th rank, and the golden fairy pupils will be even more powerful. Han Feng couldn't help but be overjoyed. The divine essence has improved, and the mighty divine essence that he hits casually is far beyond his own realm. The improvement of the soul also gave him an extra trump card. After all, his combat power has skyrocketed. Not to mention, there is also the Ziji Xuanhuan that has reached the level of the 8th rank top divine fire. The second update. Ziji Xuanhuan, which is equivalent to the top 8 divine fires, as long as the power of Han Feng's burst of tricks reaches the level of threatening the 8 tribulations true God, Ziji Xuanhuan will be able to devour the opponent's divine essence for its own use. If the power of the explosion is weaker than the level of the 8 tribulations true God, with the level of Ziji Xuanhuan, it can still devour part of it. This is the treatment of the 8 tribulations true God, let alone the 7 tribulations true God. In general, with Ziji Xuanhua's level raised to the top of the 8th rank, Han Feng really has the ability to compete with high-level true gods. Counting his age, Han Feng is not only less than 10,000 years old, he has not even reached 2,000 years old. Han Feng reckoned his current strength increase in his heart, and he was a little uncertain about the limit of his current combat power. This time the increase was too much. But one thing is certain, that is, the power at this moment is definitely far beyond the power before, not a lot. If the current Han Feng is allowed to fight the previous Han Feng, the current Han Feng is absolutely sure to crush the previous Han Feng. With the gradual disappearance of Ziyun's divine power, many true God geniuses were sent out of the Ziyun Tower. In the outside world, there are already many strong people waiting there, and among them, the 3 major forces of Tianma Valley are most looking forward to it. They all want to know what the harvest of the demon sun and others is. The poor owner of Tianma Valley and Vajra sect didn't know that the heavenly demon lord and golden dragon lord they had placed their high hopes on had already fallen into Han Feng's hands. Even the other talented disciples of the Zongmin faction suffered huge damage. One true God genius after another came out, some were ecstatic, some sighed. These are not escaped. As long as they break through to the 12th floor, they can more or less gain some Ziyun divine power. And as soon as these people came out, a light curtain immediately appeared next to Ziyun Tower, and the light curtain recorded Ziyun Tower's ranking of these true gods and geniuses. This time Qiankanzong recruited disciples, the top 10 can directly enter the inner sect, and the top 10 can also directly enter the outer sect. General Ling Yun, this powerful man at the level of a true god, didn't look down at the top 10 at all. Yunzhou is too small and far away. Ling Yun Tian will not think that the top 10 in Yunzhou has its own worth noting. Even the top 10, in the eyes of General Ling Yun Tian, is also cannon fodder for entering the secret realm of chaos. But no matter what, the top 10 are from the inner sect. If there are really a few that are worth cultivating, they can be cultivated to see. At that time, if you are lucky, the ones you have cultivated have gained a lot in the secret realm of chaos, and you will also benefit. The leaders of the 3 major forces, including Tianmigu, became anxious. So far, the 3 sons of Tianma have not come out yet. Could it be that the number of floors that he broke through this time is too high? Can Ziyun absorb too much divine power? The leaders of the 3 major forces can only comfort themselves like this. All of a sudden, the head of the heavenly crack sword sect's expression froze, and soon became pleasantly surprised. Princess Xingyue of the Sky Rift Sword sect finally appeared. And the moment Princess Crescent Moon appeared, Princess Crescent Moon finally appeared on the purple cloud list, ranking 5th impressively. Princess Xingyue, is she only ranked 5th? Some disciples of the Heavenly Splitting Sword sect looked in disbelief. The head of the Heavenly Cracking Sword sect was also a little surprised. Last time Princess Xingyue was ranked 2nd. But thinking that there are geniuses outside of Yunzhou this time, the sect master of Tianla Sword is relieved. Being able to break into 5th place under such circumstances is already considered extremely good. Princess Xinyue, have you ever met Master Tianma? Seeing Princess Xinyue came out, Master Tianma was still missing, and the owner of Tianma Valley became anxious. The master of the Bajra sect also asked anxiously. Princess Xinyue still feels a little terrified when she thinks of Han Feng. The infusion of Ziyun's divine power has allowed my divine essence to advance to the 7th rank, but it is only the first entry to the 7th rank. That person should have a higher level than me, and the benefits he got are greater than me. Maybe now the gap is already. Princess Xinyue didn't want to trouble Han Feng anymore. But being questioned repeatedly by the owner of Tianma Valley and the Vajra sect, Princess Xinyue still told the story. What? Dead? This is impossible. The owner of Tianma Valley and the head of Vajra sect were shocked, and they couldn't believe it. The younger generation they placed high hopes on, just died like this? The head of the Heavenly Cracking Sword sect was equally horrified. Sovereign, this kid is really powerful. He has such terrifying combat power before breaking through to the 6 tribulations true God, and I can sense that the vitality of that person is even higher than mine, and his age will only be younger. It's not worth provoking such a genius. The heavenly general and true God of the Qingyun sect will be in trouble sooner or later. Only by not interfering with this matter can we avoid this disaster. Princess Xinyue transmitted her voice, remind the Lord of the Heavenly Cracking Sword sect. What? The head of the Heavenly Cracking Sword sect panicked when he heard that Princess Xinyue had such a high evaluation. It should be noted that he is only the 8 tribulations true God. For some geniuses, this is not an insurmountable gap, which may be surpassed in tens of thousands of years. Tens of thousands of years, to the Lord of the Heavenly Cracking Sword sect, it is passed in the blink of an eye. Thinking of this, the sect master of Tianla Sword sect felt a little chilly. But withdrawing the wanted arrest of that kid, isn't it to offend Qingyun men? The sect master of Tianlai Sword was a little hesitant. What is the Qingyun sect? This time, the disciple will definitely be able to enter the inner sect of the Qiankuan sect. The status of the inner sect disciple of the Qiankuan sect is not something that the true God of the day can provoke at will. After all, he is only the true God of the Heavenly General, and he has not relied on the true God of the Heavenly General. Accumulate and advance to ancient God. Princess Xinyue didn't care. That's right. The Lord of the Heavenly Cracking Sword sect finally stabilized his emotions, and said via voice transmission, the sect knows about Han Feng, and we will revoke the arrest of him when we return this time. You must also not provoke this kid. The head of the Heavenly Crack Sword sect gave up on Han Feng's arrest, but the head of the Heavenly Demon Valley and the King Kong sect showed endless killing intent. Ling Yuntian's expression froze, and the terrifying aura directly oppressed the two of them, and said coldly, "You two, I don't care about your grievances. As long as this kid enters the top 10, he will be an inner disciple of my Qiankuan sect. If you make a move, don't blame the general for being cruel." Senhan's murderous intent enveloped the two people, the owner of the Heavenly Demon Valley and the owner of the Vajra sect. Both of them trembled, recovering from their hatred for Han Feng. Only then did they realize that Han Feng was very likely to become an inner disciple of the Qiankuan sect. Could it be that the enmity between the murders of Master Tianma and Master Jinlong is to be forgotten like this? The two were full of unwillingness. No. Never forget it like this. The two looked at each other, seeing the meaning in each other's eyes. They can't afford to offend General Ling Yun, but as long as they pass the news to the Heavenly General True God of Qingyun sect, things will be different. Ling Yun Tian will be the true God of the Heavenly General, and he is also a high-ranking existence among the true gods of the Heavenly Generals. His cultivation time is longer than the two masters of the Tianma Valley. The looks of the two of them, Ling Yuntian will have already caught in the eyes. The previous narration of Princess Crescent naturally also revealed the grievances between Han Feng and the three major forces. The wanted arrests of Tianma Valley, Vajra sect, and Tianla Sword sect are only because of a heavenly general and true god in Qingyun sect. Ling Yuntian curled his lips in his heart. He didn't pay attention to the mere true god of Qingyun sect, or the newly promoted true god of heavenly general. At this time, General Ling Yuntian seemed to remember that such a wanted arrest had indeed been introduced to Qingzhou, but unfortunately not many people took it seriously. Unless the wanted person is a real ancient god, or the best or middle ancient god among the lower ancient gods, or the true god is the true god of Tianjun. Otherwise, the warrants issued by the state borders outside the district will definitely not have much influence in Qingzhou. That woman is not bad as the first-level true god of the six tribulations, and the other two accomplices should not be bad. But even so, 2 people were killed, so Han Feng's strength is not bad. If he really has some strength, he will, so what if you keep it? As for the heavenly general true god from Qinjianmen, forgive him for not having the guts to rush to Qianquanzong to act recklessly. However, this time the Qiankuan sect recruits disciples, and Li Zhou is no exception. If there is that Qingyun sect member among the disciples who enter the Qiankuan sect, and they want to trouble this kid, it will be difficult to do it. Ling Yuntian will frown slightly. Immediately, he didn't know what he thought of. Ling Yuntian smiled casually. The fight between the disciples, that kid can't survive, so it's not worth the general to protect him. Let this general observe and observe. But at this moment, Princess Xinyue told about Ziyun's soul. What? Even General Ling Yuntian, as a true god of heavenly general, was also moved by it. The arrival of Ziyun's soul depends on luck. In Qingzhou and other big states, the number of visits is very few. But every time it comes, a super genius is bound to be born out of nowhere, and with a mere mid-level true god cultivation base, he has mastered the best and even chaotic skills, and his combat power is astonishing. Such a genius is a disciple that Qianquanzong attaches great importance to. How many Ziyun souls does Han Feng have? Ling Yuntian looked directly at Princess Xinyue. It was the first time that Princess Xinyue was stared at by the heavenly general and true god, and she couldn't help feeling extremely nervous. There are only 3 true gods of the 9 tribulations in Yunzhou, and they are not the peak of the true god of the 9 tribulations. As a terrifying existence above the true god of the 9 tribulations, the pressure on Princess Xinyue is not insignificant. After calming down a few times, Princess Xinyue said, "The little girl doesn't know about this. But judging from the little girl's observation of that Han Feng, it should be quite a lot. Even if it was less at the beginning, it will not be less now." Ling Yuntian's eyes flashed. Is that so? Ling Yuntian will not speak any more. As for what is going on in his heart, no one knows. Both the owner of Tianma Valley and the owner of King Kong sect stared at Princess Xinyue with killing intent. They are not stupid. Although they don't know what happened to Ziyun's soul, they can tell by the expression of General Ling Yun. This Ling Yuntian will pay more attention to that kid. The more Ling Yuntian valued that kid, the less hope the two of them would have for revenge. If Ling Yuntian really wants to save that kid after he dies, what can he do with that heavenly general true god of Qingyun sect? In Ziyun Tower. Han Feng didn't know that he was valued by General Ling Yuntian. At this moment, Han Feng and Ziyun's divine power have almost all been accepted. Suddenly, 64 groups of purple cloud souls flew out one after another from Han Feng's divine soul, and condensed into a larger and brighter group of purple cloud souls in front of Han Feng. After merging, the soul of Ziyun conveyed an extremely majestic and special energy. Sensing this energy, Han Feng felt as if he had entered the state of heaven and man. No, it was 100 times stronger than that. 1,000 times. 10,000 times. The power of Han Feng's divine soul surged out, wrapping the Xian's soul inside. The Xian's soul didn't resist at all, instead it quickly merged into it like a river flowing through the sea. All kinds of mysterious feelings rose up, and Han Feng was addicted to it. Outside the purple cloud tower. Except for the top 4 on the Xian list, almost all of them have already been ranked. There was a flash of light. Huang Zhiqi appeared outside Xian Tower. Junior Huang Zhiqi, see General Lingyun. The royal family of Luzhou belongs to the top power in Luzhou, and is also quite famous in the entire eastern region, so they naturally recognize General Lingyun. Similarly, General Lingyun Tian is quite familiar with the royal family. Your surname is Huang? Could it be that you are a member of the Luzhou royal family? General Lingyun Tian was surprised. The royal genius of Luzhou didn't even rank first in Yunzhou. Yes, this junior is from Luzhou Royal. Interesting. Lingyun Tian will show a smile, even if he is not the first person within Luzhou Royal long live, he is not comparable to Yunzhou genius. General Lingyun Tian was a little interested in the remaining 3, especially Han Feng, who was said to be an ascendant from the lower plane, not a native of the god realm. This time I really got some good seedlings. If they can survive in the inner sect of the Qianquan sect until the secret realm of chaos is opened, it would be okay to support 1 or 2 secretly. Lingyun Tian felt a little nervous thought. Not long after, Jun Sijia was also sent out. So it's Jun's house, no wonder. Lingyun Tian understood. Regarding the remaining 1, General Lingyun Tian also had a guess in his mind. There are only a few top families in Luzhou. However, there were only 2 people left who hadn't come out yet. General Lingyun Tian waited for someone for a long time. General Lingyun Tian was very clear about what this meant. The last 2 remaining seem to have gotten quite a few Xian souls. Lingyun Tian will smile, and is extremely curious about what kind of unique skills the last 2 will comprehend. Huang Zhiqi and Jun Sijia's faces were not so good-looking, who told them that their Xian soul was robbed. Without reaching a certain number of Xian souls, they would not be able to comprehend any powerful unique skills. It's okay to be inferior, but what's the use of comprehending the inferior technique to their current strength? Xian Tower. Han Feng finally withdrew from the mysterious state, and at the same time, Han Feng had also comprehended his own chaotic magic skill, Xian Arm. The Xian Divine Arm is divided into 13 levels, and if it reaches the 13th level, it will be a powerful unique skill that is not inferior to the Chaos Divine skill at all. And because he comprehended it by himself, or it was assisted by the consciousness of Xian's God realm, Han Feng had easily mastered the 7th level of cultivation at the beginning of his practice. The 7th layer of Xian Divine Arm is not weaker than ordinary high-grade divine skills. The 13th level of realm, the 1st level to the 3rd level belong to the low-level magic skills, the 4th level to the 6th level belong to the middle-level magic skills, and the 7th level to the 9th level belong to the top-level magic skills. The 10th to 12th weights belong to the best. The 13th level is the magic skill of chaos. The first update. Lingyun Tian will be the true god of the Heavenly General, and he is also a high-ranking existence among the true gods of the Heavenly Generals. His cultivation time is longer than the 2 masters of the Tianma Valley. The looks of the 2 of them, Lingyun Tian will have already caught in the eyes. The previous narration of Princess Crescent naturally also revealed the grievances between Han Feng and the 3 major forces. The wanted arrests of Tianma Valley, Vajra sect, and Tianla Sword sect are only because of a heavenly general and true god in Qingyun sect. Lingyun Tian curled his lips in his heart. He didn't pay attention to the mere true god of Qingyun sect, or the newly promoted true god of Heavenly General. At this time, General Lingyun Tian seemed to remember that such a wanted arrest had indeed been introduced to Qingzhou, but unfortunately not many people took it seriously. Unless the wanted person is a real ancient god, or the best or middle ancient god among the lower ancient gods, or the true god is the true god of Tianjin. Otherwise, the warrants issued by the state borders outside the district will definitely not have much influence in Qingzhou. That woman is not bad as the first-level true god of the six tribulations, and the other two accomplices should not be bad. But even so, 2 people were killed, so Han Feng's strength is not bad. If he really has some strength, he will, so what if you keep it? As for the heavenly general true god from Qinjianmen, forgive him for not having the guts to rush to Qianquanzong to act recklessly. However, this time the Qianquan sect recruits disciples, and Li Zhou is no exception. If there is that Qingyun sect member among the disciples who enter the Qianquan sect, and they want to trouble this kid, it will be difficult to do it. Ling Yuntian will frown slightly. Immediately, he didn't know what he thought of. Ling Yuntian smiled casually. The fight between the disciples, that kid can't survive, so it's not worth the general to protect him. Let this general observe and observe. But at this moment, Princess Xinyue told about Ziyun's soul. What? Even General Ling Yuntian, as a true god of heavenly general, was also moved by it. The arrival of Ziyun's soul depends on luck. In Qingzhou and other big states, the number of visits is very few. But every time it comes, a super genius is bound to be born out of nowhere, and with a mere mid-level true god cultivation base, he has mastered the best and even chaotic skills, and his combat power is astonishing. Such a genius is a disciple that Qianquanzong attaches great importance to. How many Ziyun souls does Han Feng have? Ling Yuntian looked directly at Princess Xinyue. It was the first time that Princess Xinyue was stared at by the heavenly general and true god, and she couldn't help feeling extremely nervous. There are only 3 true gods of the 9 tribulations in Yunzhou, and they are not the peak of the true god of the 9 tribulations. As a terrifying existence above the true god of the 9 tribulations, the pressure on Princess Xinyue is not insignificant. After calming down a few times, Princess Xinyue said, "The little girl doesn't know about this. But judging from the little girl's observation of that Han Feng, it should be quite a lot. Even if it was less at the beginning, it will not be less now." Ling Yuntian's eyes flashed. Is that so? Ling Yuntian will not speak any more. As for what is going on in his heart, no one knows. Both the owner of Tianma Valley and the owner of King Kong sect stared at Princess Xinyue with killing intent. They are not stupid. Although they don't know what happened to Ziyun's soul, they can tell by the expression of General Ling Yun. This Ling Yuntian will pay more attention to that kid. The more Ling Yuntian valued that kid, the less hope the 2 of them would have for revenge. If Ling Yuntian really wants to save that kid after he dies, what can he do with that heavenly general true god of Qingyun sect? In Ziyun Tower. Han Feng didn't know that he was valued by General Ling Yuntian. At this moment, Han Feng and Ziyun's divine power have almost all been accepted. Suddenly, 64 groups of purple cloud souls flew out one after another from Han Feng's divine soul, and condensed into a larger and brighter group of purple cloud souls in front of Han Feng. After merging, the soul of Ziyun conveyed an extremely majestic and special energy. Sensing this energy, Han Feng felt as if he had entered the state of heaven and man. No, it was 100 times stronger than that. 1,000 times. 10,000 times. The power of Han Feng's divine soul surged out, wrapping the Ziyun soul inside. The Ziyun soul didn't resist at all, instead it quickly merged into it like a river flowing through the sea. All kinds of mysterious feelings rose up, and Han Feng was addicted to it. Outside the purple cloud tower. Except for the top 4 on the Ziyun list, almost all of them have already been ranked. There was a flash of light. Huang Zhiqi appeared outside Ziyun Tower. Junior Huang Zhiqi, see General Ling Yun. The royal family of Luzhou belongs to the top power in Luzhou, and is also quite famous in the entire eastern region, so they naturally recognize General Ling Yun. Similarly, General Ling Yuntian is quite familiar with the royal family. Your surname is Huang? Could it be that you are a member of the Luzhou royal family? General Ling Yuntian was surprised. The royal genius of Luzhou didn't even rank first in Yunzhou. Yes, this junior is from Luzhou Royal. Interesting. Ling Yuntian will show a smile, even if he is not the first person within Luzhou Royal long live, he is not comparable to Yunzhou genius. General Ling Yuntian was a little interested in the remaining three, especially Han Feng, who was said to be an ascendant from the lower plane, not a native of the god realm. This time I really got some good seedlings. If they can survive in the inner sect of the Chanquan sect until the secret realm of chaos is opened, it would be okay to support one or two secretly. Ling Yuntian felt a little nervous thought. Not long after, Jun Sijia was also sent out. So it's Jun's house, no wonder. Ling Yuntian understood. Regarding the remaining one, General Ling Yuntian also had a guess in his heart. There are only a few top families in Luzhou. However, there were only 2 people left who hadn't come out yet. General Ling Yuntian waited for someone for a long time. General Ling Yuntian was very clear about what this meant. The last 2 remaining seemed to have gotten quite a few Ziyun souls. Ling Yuntian will smile, and is extremely curious about what kind of unique skills the last 2 will comprehend. Huang Zhiqi and Jun Sijia's faces were not so good-looking, who told them that their Ziyun soul was robbed. Without reaching a certain number of Ziyun souls, they would not be able to comprehend any powerful unique skills. It's okay to be inferior, but what's the use of comprehending the inferior technique to their current strength? Ziyun Tower. Han Feng finally withdrew from the mysterious state, and at the same time, Han Feng had also comprehended his own chaotic magic skill, Ziyun Arm. The Ziyun Divine Arm is divided into 13 levels, and if it reaches the 13th level, it will be a powerful unique skill that is not inferior to the Chaos Divine skill at all. And because he comprehended it by himself, or it was assisted by the consciousness of Ziyun's God realm, Han Feng had easily mastered the 7th level of cultivation at the beginning of his practice. The 7th layer of Ziyun Divine Arm is not weaker than ordinary high-grade divine skills. The 13th level of realm, the 1st level to the 3rd level belong to the low-level magic skills, the 4th level to the 6th level belong to the middle-level magic skills, and the 7th level to the 9th level belong to the top-level magic skills. The 10th to 12th weights belong to the best. The 13th level is the magic skill of chaos. The first update. True God. The 7th layer of Ziyun God's arm has reached such a state just after practicing, it really deserves to be the soul of Ziyun. This has not reached my limit. In fact, with my cultivation base, it is not easy to master the 7th or even 8th level. If the 16-winged black dragon transformation is not left with the memory of the black dragon ancestors' practice, I want to quickly grasp the 6-winged dragon transformation level, or the intermediate level among them is not that simple. But now with the support of Ziyun's soul, how can my goal be placed on the 7th or even 8th level? Even if the Ziyun divine arm of the 7th or even 8th level is stronger than the 6-winged black dragon, how much stronger can it be? Especially the Taishan Tianling Zhan, after leaving the Ziyun divine tower, the Taishan Tianling's Han with the 8th level of power can exert even stronger power with the help of the Taishan divine sword. If you want Ziyun arm to become a stronger whole card, you must master it to a higher level. Without the support of Ziyun's soul, Han Feng would not dare to have such big ambitions. As a middle-level true god, it is not easy to master high-grade divine skills at higher levels, and it is even more difficult to master the top of high-grade divine skills. But with Ziyun's soul, it's different. Closing his eyes, Han Feng fell into that mysterious state again. In this state, Han Feng's mastery of Ziyun's divine arm is growing at a terrifying speed. Entering the 7th level for the first time, the middle stage of the 7th level, the late stage, the peak. Boom. The 8th. Han Feng's mastery of Ziyun's divine arm has not stopped. The early stage of the 8th stage, the middle stage of the 8th stage, the late stage of the 8th stage, the peak of the 8th stage. Until now, it was difficult for Han Feng to grasp Ziyun's divine arm. The power of the 8th level peak Ziyun divine arm has surpassed the middle level of the 6-winged dragon transformation, and the power of the 8th level Taishan Tian Ling Slash, when it is not used in the state of the Taishan divine sword. Break it! Han Feng roared and shouted in his heart, the pitch-black space burst apart, and a divine arm like an ancient giant descended from the sky. With the power to destroy the world, destroy everything that hinders you. Ziyun divine arm officially broke through to the 9th level. The 9th level Ziyun divine arm has already reached the upper level of high-grade divine skills. Normally, only the true God of 9 tribulations can comprehend it and exert such a powerful unique power. But the current Han Feng's cultivation base is only the true God of the 5 tribulations. Outside the purple cloud tower, Xing Zhenliang was teleported out, but no one approached Xing Zhenliang, including General Ling Yuntian. In fact, it was Ling Yuntian who stopped everyone. With General Ling Yan's eyesight, he could see at a glance that Xing Zhenliang was still immersed in comprehension. This kind of fluctuation seems to be a top-notch supernatural skill. General Ling Yuntian felt a little jealous. It should be noted that even though he is a heavenly general and a true god, he has not mastered this level of magical skills, but is just a little inferior to ordinary top-grade magic skills, which are better than the lowest level of top-grade magic skills. It's just that after comprehending the top-level supernatural skills, if you want to display the full power, you still need to continue to practice. I don't know how much this guy can master before entering the secret realm of chaos. The deeper the mastery, the safer it will be when entering the secret realm of chaos. As he said that, Ling Yuntian set his eyes on Ziyun Tower again. There is only the last person left. I wonder if this last person comprehended the Chaos Divine skill? Speaking of the Chaos Divine skill, General Ling Yuntian was also a little jealous. Chaos Divine skills are naturally powerful divine skills that can only be mastered by ancient god-level powerhouses. Higher levels are only second, and the key is the chaotic divinity of the chaotic divine skills. For a true god to break through to the level of the chaotic ancient god, in addition to needing a lot of chaotic energy, he also needs to condense the chaotic seeds. But to condense the seeds of chaos, one must first comprehend the divinity of chaos. This point prevents most true gods from breaking through. If one can comprehend the divinity of chaos in the realm of true gods in advance, what is needed to break through the ancient gods in the future is only the energy of chaos, without the bottleneck of divinity of chaos. It took 3 full days for Xing Zhenliang's comprehension to end. As soon as Xing Zhenliang got up, he saw General Ling Yuntian's extremely enthusiastic expression. Obviously, Xing Zhenliang, who has comprehended a top-notch supernatural skill, is a favorite for General Ling Yuntian. Junior Xing Zhenliang, see General Ling Yun. General Ling Yuntian laughed loudly, as expected of a disciple of the Luzhou Xing family. Even among the core disciples of the Qiankuan sect, there are very few who can comprehend the best supernatural skills. The disciples of Qiankuan sect are divided into outer disciples, inner disciples, and core disciples. Among them, the outer disciples are all low-level true gods, the inner disciples are middle-level true gods, and the core disciples are high-level true gods. For the core disciples of Qiankanzong, it is not difficult to comprehend top-grade divine skills, but the difficulty is to comprehend top-grade divine skills. It is also for this reason that Ling Yuntian will value Xing Zhenliang. As long as Xing Zhenliang formally becomes the core disciple of Qiankanzong after passing through the secret realm of chaos, there is a high probability that he will be a true god in the future. General Ling Yuntian will not feel ashamed if he befriends such a genius. Following Xing Zhenliang's news of the Ziyun Tower, Han Feng was the only one left in the Ziyun Tower. But it was Han Feng who made everyone wait for nearly a month and still hadn't come out. Whether it was Xing Zhenliang or General Ling Yun, they all frowned. The time for this comprehension is too long. The owner of the Heavenly Demon Valley showed a smile, stepped forward and said, Master Ling Yuntian, I think there must be something wrong with that kid. How about being a guest in the Heavenly Demon Valley first? Let me from the Heavenly Demon Valley guard here, instead of the adult. General Ling Yuntian ignored the owner of Tianma Valley. Xing Zhenliang also sneered. With such a clumsy method, do you think they are idiots? If the people from Tianma Valley guarded here, it would be strange if they didn't do anything wrong. Seeing that Ling Yuntian was going to ignore him, the owner of Tianma Valley stepped back with embarrassment, feeling more and more annoyed. The sect master of the Heavenly Cracking Sword sect sent a voice transmission to Princess Xinyue. That kid, did he die inside? Impossible. There is still the first place on the Ziyun list. It must be that Han Feng. If that guy dies, the first place cannot be vacated, and the Ziyun Tower and Ziyun City cannot be returned. If it doesn't disappear, it must be still under comprehension. It's just, the comprehension time is too long. Princess Xinyue replied. Both Ling Yuntian and Xing Zhenliang have never comprehended the Chaos Divine skill, so they can only attribute all this to the fact that comprehending the Chaos Divine skill is too difficult and takes time, so they continue to wait. However, in fact, Han Feng has already comprehended it and reached the 9th peak. The reason why he has not left Ziyun Tower for a long time is because Han Feng is now at a critical moment of breakthrough. The Divine Flame Spar has been absorbed by Yan Tianwu Baoluan. After consuming the original power, the remaining pure energy is absorbed by Han Feng. Such pure energy allowed Han Feng to break through the huge bottleneck between the 5 tribulations True God and the 6 tribulations True God in an instant. Rumble. The thunderclouds rolled in the void, and the 6th divine calamity appeared directly in the purple cloud divine pagoda. The second update. Han Feng let out a breath, his expression a little excited. The true god of the 6 tribulations is already the last level among the middle-level true gods, and now I am finally about to reach such a level. In Yunzhou, the true gods of the 6 tribulations are already among the masters. As long as they don't provoke those high-level true gods, they can live worry-free. In Qingzhou, the true god of 6 tribulations can also be said to be the mainstay, the backbone of a big force. Huoran got up. Han Feng let go of his aura with all his strength, and greeted the 6th divine robbery. Facing the 6th divine calamity, Han Feng was not as afraid as most true gods. In fact, the more genius he was, the less he was afraid of facing the divine calamity. Rumble. The 6th divine calamity, a total of 54 divine lightning strikes. The first thunderbolt crashed down almost at the instant the thundercloud condensed. This attack looked extremely powerful, but before it got close to Han Feng, it was defeated by Han Feng's roar. Han Feng let go of all the divine energy, the high-quality divine energy of the peak of the 8th rank, allowing Han Feng to have the power of the ordinary 6 Kulpa true gods' first-level power with a single blow. The power of the 6th divine calamity is certainly good, but just the first divine thunder, it is impossible to be as powerful as the elementary level of the 6th divine calamity. After defeating the first divine thunder, the 2nd, 3rd, and 4th followed closely behind. Shenlei also seemed to know that the previous few divine thunders did not pose much threat to Han Feng, so he did not procrastinate. One after another divine thunder fell and was defeated by Han Feng. After a total of 36 divine thunders passed, Han Feng felt a little pressure. It's just a little pressure, what is it? Han Feng smiled softly. For now, Han Feng is still empty-handed, and neither the Xinyan combat body nor the golden immortal body has been used. It depends on only the divine essence, the high-quality divine essence of the 8th rank. The 37th divine thunder was still brewing, but Han Feng let out a long roar, and pierced directly into the thundercloud with his Ziyun arm, blasting away the divine thunder that had not yet descended. The thundercloud was enraged immediately, and there was a rumbling sound, which expanded several times in the blink of an eye. Waves of terrifying and devastating power condensed in the thunder cloud. Not only is Han Feng not afraid, but he is even more aggressive. How much of an ordinary sixth divine tribulation would it be able to temper one's divine body and soul? The sixth divine calamity, normally speaking, the most powerful blow is comparable to the ordinary sixth calamity true gods in the early, middle and late stages. For a genius like Han Feng, the sixth divine tribulation might be slightly stronger, but not too much stronger. But Han Feng's previous actions were simply provocative and completely angered Xinjia. The power of the sixth god tribulation has greatly increased, and in a blink of an eye, the destructive power has surpassed the elementary level of the six tribulations true god and reached the middle level of the six tribulations true god. Come. More to come. Not enough. Han Feng yelled loudly, the Xinyan battle physique and the golden immortal physique were unleashed, and the Ziji Xuanhuan quickly merged into it. Boom! Han Feng's aura gushed out wildly, and the divine essence shot out like sharp swords, and the power of each burst of divine essence was not weaker than the ordinary middle-level peak of the six Kulpa true god. What does that mean? It means that Han Feng can severely injure a large group of ordinary middle-level true gods of the six tribulations just by relying on the divine essence overflowing outward. This has not yet condensed into a point to attack. Otherwise, the destructive power will only be stronger. When the divine thunder fell, Han Feng punched it out, blasting the divine thunder abruptly. Han Feng felt that this was not enough, and once again pierced Lei Yun with Ziyun's magic arm. Boom boom boom. Rumble. Lei Yun was furious again, and his momentum soared. The divine thunder that landed this time, each had a high-level power comparable to the ordinary six Kulpa true god. Such a divine catastrophe, if the five Kulpas true gods are here, I am afraid that I will be scared to death. With such a powerful divine catastrophe, killing him is as simple as blowing his breath. But for Han Feng, it was just right. Roar! Han Feng turned into a six-winged black dragon, and forcibly took down the divine thunder. This time, Han Feng seemed to be satisfied, and did not wantonly provoke again. Even so, the bombardment of the last few divine thunders had reached the limit of an ordinary, true god of the six tribulations. Relying on the transformation of the six-winged black dragon, Han Feng was unscathed. Even at the end, Han Feng licked his lips with some insatiable desire. I knew it earlier, I should have provoked Lei Yun again, maybe at that time I would really be able to push my limits. Thanks to the fact that the thunder cloud has dissipated, God knows if he would vomit blood from anger, if Lei Yun had his own consciousness. After the divine tribulation, Han Feng officially became the first-level powerhouse of the six tribulations true god, stepped into the last level of the intermediate true god, and then broke through to reach the seven tribulations true god, which is the high-level true god. Looking inside the body, the soul has grown tremendously after being tempered by the divine tribulation this time, and has officially broken through to the 8th rank. The divine body also broke through to the 8th rank. However, the divine soul has broken through to the middle level of the 8th rank at one time, but the divine body is at the lower level of the 8th rank, and there is still a distance from the middle level of the 8th rank. This is still the result of Han Feng provoking Lei Yun and greatly increasing the power of the 6th divine tribulation. If it is tempered according to the original 6th divine tribulation, the soul can break through to the 8th rank, and it is also the lower rank of the 8th rank. Lower level. As for the divine body, it is already lower than the soul level, and it is still unknown whether it can break through to the 8th rank. The top divine essence of the 8th rank, the medium divine soul of the 8th rank, and the lower rank of the divine essence of the 8th rank have almost reached the level before the 9th rank. It stands to reason that the 9th rank is the limit of all aspects of the true God, and any breakthrough is to break through the limit. I am only the true God of the 6th tribulation now, and I have already reached the 8th rank in all aspects. In the future, if I break through to the true God of the 9th tribulation, I will definitely be able to become the true god of the heavenly general and even the true god of the heavenly king. However, Han Feng never thought of breaking through the ancient gods at the level of the ordinary 9 tribulations true gods. Han Feng's goal is the heavenly emperor true god. But at this moment, the void thunderclouds condensed again, and their momentum was even greater than that of the previous 6th divine tribulation. This is... Han Feng was surprised at first, and then delighted. Astonishingly, Yantian Wubaoluan absorbed the source of the divine flame spar, and also reached the brink of crossing the catastrophe. Yantian Wubaoluan is an artifact of the 8 tribulations, and this breakthrough is an artifact of the 9 tribulations. Adding the Taishan divine sword, that is 2 9 tribulations artifacts. With 2 great 9 tribulations artifacts in my hand, my strength will be further enhanced. Right now, I really have the capital to compete with high-level true gods. Han Feng stepped aside and looked at Yantian Wubao Fairy Jia. Purple Cloud City. General Ling Yuntian and others are still waiting, except for Tianma Valley and Vetra Gate. No one dares to show dissatisfaction. Suddenly, a burst of purple light rose from the Ziyun Tower, and the Ziyun Tower began to slowly fly towards the void, and gradually became illusory on the way. In the same place, a handsome young man was left behind. At the same time, the number 1 on the purple cloud ranking suddenly shot out 2 golden lights, which turned into 2 large characters, Han Feng. The first update. Same as Xingjinliang. Han Feng left Ziyun Tower, but he didn't open his eyes immediately. The owner of the Tianma Valley and the King Kong sect wanted to disturb Han Feng, wanting to prevent Han Feng from comprehending the powerful unique art, but they did not dare to act rashly under the lock of Ling Yuntian's aura. Ling Yuntian swept his smile towards Han Feng, and after taking so long to come out, it really must have comprehended the chaos divine skill. But soon Ling Yuntian discovered something was wrong. After comprehending divine skills, the fluctuations emitted by the whole body are obviously different from those emitted during ordinary cultivation. Right now, General Ling Yuntian discovered this difference. This should be in a stable state. General Ling Yuntian looked hesitant. Xing Jinliang and the others quickly discovered something was wrong, and they were shocked afterward. The first time I saw Han Feng, what kind of cultivation is that? It's only the high-level junior and middle stages of the 5 tribulations true God. But now, he has directly broken through to the true God of the 6 tribulations. 6 tribulations true God. Tianlai Jianzong opened his mouth and closed it. He still remembered that the Qinjianmen arrest warrant clearly stated that this kid had just ascended. Not long after his ascension, he is already the true God of the 6 tribulations. Will he be able to return in the future? With the reminder from Princess Xinyue, the Lord of the Heavenly Cleave Sword sect had already looked up to Han Feng, but now the Lord of the Tianla Sword sect found out that he still underestimated Han Feng. Tens of thousands of years? No, it might not take 10,000 years for this Han Feng to surpass him. It was indeed the most correct decision for the Heavenly Crack Sword sect not to provoke the sun anymore. The master of the Vajra sect's complexion has turned livid. The owner of Tianma Valley, his expression has become terrified. Different from Tianlai Sword sect and King Kong sect, these 2 forces don't know much about Han Feng, and the reason why Han Feng is wanted is also because of Qingyun sect. Therefore, although the 2 major forces knew that Han Feng was young and had ascended not long ago, they didn't know exactly what level he had reached. Heavenly Demon Valley is different. The owner of Tianma Valley knew very well that this kid was only a true god of the 2nd calamity when he was in the Mao family of Shenmeng City, and he was only a true god of the 3rd calamity after he made a breakthrough. How long has it been since the breakthrough from the 3 tribulations true God to the current 6 tribulations true God? What a speed! This kid, his cultivation level, is too terrifying. If he continues to provoke him, I'm afraid it will bring disaster to the Heavenly Demon Valley. At this moment, the owner of the Heavenly Demon Valley did not dare to offend Han Feng anymore. But the death of my apprentice, let's forget it? Not daring to offend means not daring to offend, but this doesn't mean that the owner of Tianma Valley has no hatred in his heart. Gritting his teeth, the owner of the Heavenly Demon Valley said bitterly in his heart, "It doesn't matter, I'll just tell the situation to the Heavenly General and true God of Qing Yunmen. The owner of the valley will not care about everything in the future. Anyway, the owner of the valley is impossible shot. Han Feng is still stabilizing the initial stage of the six tribulations true God." Just after breaking through, Yantian Wubaoluan ushered in a divine calamity, which caused Han Feng to temporarily give up stabilizing his cultivation. Even if Yantian Wubaoluan yelled that he was 100% sure of getting through, it was impossible for Han Feng to really ignore it. When Yantian Wubaoluan really succeeded in crossing the catastrophe and Han Feng was about to stabilize his realm, he was forcibly teleported out by Ziyun Tower. It's rare for someone to directly break through the big realm in the Ziyun Divine Pagoda. Forget it, I'll let General Ben help you. A jade bottle appeared in General Ling Yuntian's hands at some point. The jade bottle was opened, Ling Yuntian flicked his finger, and a drop of rain flew out of the jade bottle. Yulu flew towards Han Feng, and soon enveloped Han Feng in it. Han Feng, who was in a stable state, soon found out with horror that his cultivation base was stabilizing at a terrifying speed. The realm that originally took 1 or 2 months to be completely stabilized has been stabilized in an instant. It does not look like it has just broken through, and there is no breath exposed. Han Feng opened his eyes, and saw a strong man who couldn't feel the depth at all looking at him. "Junior Han Feng, see Senior." Han Feng saluted immediately. This kind of unfathomable has made Han Feng guess the identity of the visitor. As the envoy of Qiankanzong, his own cultivation must not be bad. The envoy of the Chankuan sect, known as General Ling Yun, is the one who came to Yunzhou to recruit the disciples of the Chankuan sect. I have already heard about the origin of the little brother, but as an ascendant from the lower plane, he was able to win the first place on the Ziyun list. 1. In the future, little brother, you must have a bright future, maybe one day in the future, I will still rely on you, little brother. General Ling Yuntian really praised Han Feng. Ascenders from the lower planes are only valued in remote places like Yunzhou. In truly powerful places, such as Qingzhou, it is Xingzhenliang and other top geniuses who are valued. Ascenders from the lower planes cannot be said to be bad, but it is difficult to say that they surpass the geniuses of these top forces. Where, this junior is just a little true god of 6 tribulations, Senior thinks too highly of this junior. Cold sweat broke out on Han Feng's forehead, and he thought too highly of himself. General Ling Yuntian just smiled and said nothing. He didn't say that he was just joking, but he really thought so. At this time, Jun Sijia stood up and said coldly, "In the Ziyun Tower, I said that I still have a fight with you. It's just right, let's settle it now." General Ling Yuntian didn't seem to be surprised. Every time the Ziyun Tower descended, the power of the artifact would be suppressed to the extreme. Some who didn't rely on the artifact didn't have much loss, but those who relied too much on the artifact would be different. Sword repairers rely too much on the divine sword. Every time they enter the Ziyun Tower, sword repairers are always one of the group of people who suffer. Therefore, every time they go out of the tower, there will always be some sword masters who will challenge the geniuses with higher rankings, because they are not convinced. Some challenges were successful, while others were failures. General Ling Yuntian also wanted to see, when Jun Sijia of the Jun family broke out with all his strength, how would he deal with this Yunzhou Ziyun ranking number 1? When Han Feng's strength was greatly improved, he simply agreed, "Okay. Let's do it." Han Feng made an invitation. This scene gave Jun Sijia the feeling of being underestimated, and Jun Sijia's expression suddenly became extremely cold. Court death. King Sword Body. King Sword. The king came out with great momentum. Jun Sijie seemed to have turned into an emperor, and the divine sword in his hand was slashing towards Han Feng with an unparalleled power. This cut carried the terrifying power of the 8 Tribulations Excalibur. This cut carried the might of a supreme king. This cut, Jun Sijie did his best. Xuanhuan has transformed to the 7th rank, the king's sword body has exerted 100%, and the power of the 8 Tribulations sword has also exerted most of the power. The power of this cut is much stronger than the one in the Ziyun Tower. Many strong men were obviously not in the targeted range, but they still felt the real king's sword intense slashing at them. Some true gods with weak willpower have subconsciously called out, as if they will be split in half by the king's sword in the next moment. The second update. What a move of the king's sword! The comprehension of the king's sword has reached the essence. A disciple of the inner sect of the Xuanhuan sect, this move by the Jun family is enough to enter the elite level. General Ling Yuntian also spoke highly of Jun Sijie's sword. General Ling Yuntian stared at Han Feng closely, wanting to see how Han Feng would take this move. With a long roar, Han Feng transformed into a 6-winged black dragon. The Xingyan battle physique and the golden immortal physique were cast at the same time. The cultivation base has broken through to the 6th calamity true god, the divine essence has transformed into the top-level 8th rank, and Ziji Xuanhua has reached the level of the top-level divine fire of the 8th rank. After turning into a 6-winged black dragon, Han Feng is several times stronger than the 6-winged black dragon in the Ziyun Tower. Jun Sijie's sword full of supreme majesty was crushed by Xuanlong's claws. What? Jun Sijie was truly astonished this time, but now outside of the Ziyun Tower, he displayed the strongest strength. Even because of the metamorphosis of the divine essence, the power of this sword is stronger than that of its heyday before entering Ziyun Tower. With this sword, an ordinary high-ranking true god of the 6 tribulations would be severely injured or even beheaded if he was careless. But now... Boom! Han Feng restrained his strength in time, but even so, Xianlong Claw almost tore Jun Sijie to pieces. General Ling Yuntian quickly pointed out that a surging force separated Xuanlong Claw and Jun Sijie. This kid, the power of that claw, unexpectedly exceeded the limit of the 6 tribulations true god. No wonder he was able to beat so many geniuses and win the first place. General Ling Yuntian was also shocked by Han Feng's powerful strength. With the initial stage cultivation base of the 6 tribulations true god, it exploded with power beyond the limit of the 6 tribulations true god, which is still comparable to the super strength of the 7 tribulations true god, which is rare in Qiankan zone. This time, I have really collected a lot of good seedlings. Jun Sijie's strength can barely enter the elite level of inner disciples. This guy named Han Feng can be regarded as the middle and lower ranks in the elite level of inner disciples. If this kid has shown all his strength, in the future, this kid might be able to squeeze into the list of inner disciples of the Xuanhuan sect. Thank you, Senior, for your help. Jun Sijie didn't expect that he would lose so quickly. After gritting his teeth for a while, he thanked General Ling Yuntian. Jun Sijie obviously knew that if Ling Yuntian didn't make a move, his fate would not be much better. Han Feng was a little embarrassed, because his strength had grown too much, and he couldn't hold it for a while, which caused the situation where he almost killed Jun Sijie. Huang Zhiqi's eyes widened. This kid, the increase in combat power is really terrifying. The first time we met, the combat power was obviously on the same level as that of the domineering sun. Well, it was awkward at that time, but the second time we met, this kid went all out. Outburst is just as good as mine. But for the third time, this kid already has power over me. But now with such combat power, it can almost kill Jun Sijie, let alone me. Huang Zhiqi was immediately convinced, and made up his mind to make friends with Han Feng. In Huang Zhiqi's opinion, the number 1 genius in his family might not be the opponent of this Han Feng, he was too perverted. After defeating Jun Sijia, Han Feng's eyes fell on Huang Zhiqi. Brother Huang, do you want to fight again? Huang Zhiqi shook his head again and again. Afterwards, Han Feng's eyes fell on Xing Zhenliang again. Although Xing Zhenliang was surprised by Han Feng's soaring combat power, he was more confident in his own strength. Shanin opened his eyes, and Xing Zhenliang quickly sank into the void without any trace. Compared with Ziyun Tower, he seemed extremely relaxed and harmonious. This guy, the Xingjiao bloodline Xingyan bloodline inherited, is only a high-level divine grade, not high, but he has opened a special eye talent. How should this kid deal with it now? Ling Yintian smiled and watched the two fight. At the same time, Ling Yintian shrouded the entire world with the soul that had broken through the limit and reached Jiangpin, observing Xing Zhenliang's shuttle in the space gap. Outside, this Xing Zhenliang's divine eye is no longer suppressed, and it shows perfect strength. I can't feel the slightest fluctuation in space. Han Feng was cautious, his soul surrounded him tightly, and he couldn't hide any space fluctuations around him. But behind Han Feng, a hand suddenly appeared and slapped it hard. Han Feng didn't even feel the instantaneous spatial fluctuation of this hand. Han Feng didn't sense his own danger until this hand exuded a terrifying spirit and came bombarding with powerful force. Not good. Han Feng immediately urged the Xinyan battle armor with all his strength, and the top 8 Ziji Xuanhuan raised the power of the Xinyan battle armor to a higher level. Boom! Han Feng only felt a surging force hit him, blowing him away. No, just relying on the 8th grade spirit, there is no way to detect the fluctuations of Xing Zhenliang shuttling through the space gap, so. Golden fairy eyes, open. Han Feng's soul suddenly fluctuated rapidly and rose sharply. Oh? This guy also has divine pupils? Ling Yintian was very surprised. The soul was soaring, and after casting the golden fairy pupils, Han Feng's soul was infinitely close to the 9th grade level. Under such a terrifying soul search, Han Feng finally discovered the faint fluctuation in the space. In an instant, the spirit erupted and blasted away through the golden fairy pupils. How is that possible? Xing Zhenliang, who had escaped into the space, was horrified. How could the other party's spirit soar to such a terrifying level, infinitely close to the 9th rank, which was obviously only the 6th rank in the Ziyun God Tower? After passing the skyrocketing divine pupil, it is only the 7th rank. No matter how powerful Xing Zhenliang's divine eyes are, his own cultivation base is placed there, and the realm of the soul is also placed there. Under the search of infinitely close to the 9th grade divine soul, there is nothing to hide. Injured by Han Feng's soul, Xing Zhenliang, who escaped into the space, let out a muffled grunt, with blood dripping from the corner of his mouth. Ziyun divine arm. Han Feng yelled loudly, and his right arm slammed somewhere in the void. Scoff. Suddenly, this void seemed to be torn apart by something, and a huge purple divine arm pierced in. The next moment, the space was distorted, and a figure shot out backwards in embarrassment, vomiting blood again and again. It was Xing Zhenliang. Huang Zhiqi was dumbfounded again. Xing Zhenliang and Jun Sijia exist on 2 levels. Perhaps in terms of combat power, Jun Sijia will not be much weaker than Xing Zhenliang, but with Xing Zhenliang's hidden eyes, it will never be difficult to kill Jun Sijia. However, this Xing Zhenliang was beaten so badly by Han Feng that he vomited blood, and even the void where he was hiding was blown up. This Han Feng is so perverted. With the previous example of almost killing Jun Sijia, Han Feng quickly stopped this time, and had a clearer positioning of his combat power. The ordinary 6 tribulations true god is no longer his opponent. Even if it is an ordinary 7 tribulations true god at the beginning level, after some planning, it may be possible to blast him to death. Brother Han's strength, Xing admires. Xing Zhenliang was stunned for a moment, and then he handed over sincerely. If Xing Zhenliang was still full of resignation in the Ziyun Tower, then it is completely gone now. This time, he had tried his best, but he still failed. Xing Jinliang was very clear about what it meant. Han Feng was about to speak, but General Ling Yuntian sent a voice transmission to Han Feng and the others. You have passed the assessment. Do you want to follow this general to Qianquanzong now? Or the first update. Ling Yuntian sent voice transmissions to dozens of people. Among these dozens of people, there were not many people from Yunzhou, and most of them were from outside Yunzhou. In the top 10, only Princess Crescent Moon was in Yunzhou. Xing Jinliang, Jun Sijia, and Huang Zhiqi all replied, My lord, this junior can leave with you at any time. Han Feng also had nothing worth dealing with in Yunzhou, so he replied in the same way. It was Princess Xingyue who glanced at the head of the heavenly cracked sword sect. The head of the Tianla sword sect reassured, Go, your younger brother will definitely be fully trained by the Tianla sword sect. Hearing this, Princess Crescent was completely relieved. In the top 10, all of them chose to leave immediately with Ling Yuntian. As for the remaining disciples of Qianquanzong's outer sect, many of them have to go home to deal with some affairs. General Ling Yuntian wasn't dissatisfied either. He just said, I'll give you a month. If you don't gather here after a month, I won't wait any longer. You all go too. The last sentence was addressed to the powerful people such as the owner of the Heavenly Demon Valley. Soon, only General Ling Yuntian and Han Feng were left in Ziyun City. At this moment, Ziyun City slowly disappeared, and Han Feng watched in amazement that he was still in Ziyun City 1 second, and was already in the void the next second. Ling Yuntian flicked his sleeve robe, and a green light shot out, turning into a huge spaceship in the void, with a majestic momentum. Xing Jinliang said with admiration, My lord, could it be that this is the Qianquan spaceship, a special product of the Qianquan sect? General Ling Yuntian said complacently, as expected of a boy from the Xing family, he even knows about the Qianquan spaceship. That's right, this is the Qianquan spaceship of my Qianquan sect, and it is the highest level 9th grade spaceship. 9th grade spaceship? Huang Zhiqi and Jun Sijia, who knew what the Qianquan spaceship was, both gasped. Han Feng and Princess Xingyue, one is an ascender and the other is an old hat, wondering what the spaceship is. Huang Zhiqi originally wanted to make friends with Han Feng. Seeing that Han Feng didn't know what the Qianquan spaceship was, he immediately introduced it. Through Huang Zhiqi's introduction, Han Feng finally understood. This Qianquan spacecraft is actually a man-made artifact. Artifacts can be divided into innate and acquired. Innate artifacts, born between heaven and earth, can continuously improve their level through the accumulation of time. Logically speaking, there is no limit to the growth of innate artifacts, and they can grow all the way from a calamity artifact to an immortal artifact. Of course, there must be many difficulties, otherwise the 3,000 gods would have filled the streets with immortal artifacts. But no matter how difficult it is, there is no big bottleneck before it becomes a chaos artifact. This is why innate artifacts are extremely popular. Even a low-level artifact will grow up sooner or later. The acquired artifact is different. To put it bluntly, acquired artifacts are artificially refined, and it is impossible to have the possibility of continuous growth like innate artifacts, nor is it possible to give birth to extremely intelligent artifact spirits like innate artifacts. Many Hotian artifacts have a vague will even if they have reached a higher level. And once the acquired divine artifact is formed, only the artifact refiner can improve it through various means, otherwise the level will hardly increase. Generally speaking, acquired artifacts are not as good as innate artifacts, whether it is growth or other. They are far inferior to innate artifacts. But there is one thing that innate artifacts are inferior to acquired artifacts, that is, acquired artifacts can be mass-produced. And some extremely powerful functions can be artificially refined. As for the functions of the innate artifact, it was basically determined at the time of its birth. If you are lucky, you may have powerful functions. If you are unlucky, you may be tasteless, and some functions are rather peculiar. For example, the 7-star pear blossom needle in Han Feng's hands has a special effect of bursting chrysanthemums. This spaceship of Xuanhuan is a man-made artifact, and it was specially made for Qianquanzong by the craftsmen of Qianquanzong. The spaceship has a spiritual gathering place dedicated to retreat and practice, and the gathered spirit of heaven and earth has different degrees of intensity depending on the grade of the spaceship. For the highest rank 9 airship, even the 9 tribulations true God would be moved by the 9th rank spirit gathering place on the spaceship. Not only that, the refining materials of the 9th rank spaceship are extremely precious, and some materials are as precious as the quality of the chaotic gods. It can be said that the hardness of the 9th rank spaceship is enough to withstand the attacks of a large number of 9 robbed true gods. In other words, unless the ancient gods make a move, it is only the true god level, and very few can break through the defense of the 9th rank spaceship. Moreover, there are special cannons on the 9th rank spaceship, and one blow is equivalent to the limit of the 9 tribulations true God. The 9th grade spaceship has a total of 81 cannons, and the 81 blows are equivalent to the limit of the 9 tribulations God's limit. To sum up, a 9th rank spaceship is equivalent to being guarded by an extremely powerful heavenly general and true God, and it may be comparable to the slightly weaker heavenly Lord true God. Naturally, its consumption is also extremely appalling. In the Qianquan sect, generally speaking, only the ancient gods are eligible to own a 9th rank spaceship. Under the ancient gods, only those top heavenly generals and even heavenly kings are eligible to own spaceships. This is also the reason why General Ling Yuntian is so complacent. After some explanations, Han Feng's gaze towards the Qianquan spacecraft was also full of enthusiasm. General Ling Yuntian waved his hand, and said, "Those people may not come back until a month later. During this period, you can just rest on the general's spaceship. In addition, if you have any questions about cultivation, you can ask the general." When he said the last sentence, Ling Yuntian set his eyes on Han Feng, Xing Zhenliang, Jin Sijia, and Huang Zhiqi. Obviously, among the 10 people, only these 4 people were really paid attention to by General Ling Yuntian. General Ling Yuntian said again, "In addition, most of you may not know much about Qianquanzong, so you can ask as much as you can during this period. As long as you don't violate the regulations of Qianquanzong, I can tell you as much as possible." Han Feng stared intently. He was about to become an inner disciple of the Qianquan sect, and it was obviously of great benefit to be able to learn some information. Before long, 11 people appeared on the spaceship. 11 people sat on the ground, Ling Yuntian said. "If you have any questions, please ask." Including the New Moon Princess, there were many things they wanted to ask, but facing the heavenly general and true God, the pressure was extremely high, and after looking at each other for a long while, no one asked. In the end, it was Xing Zhenliang who spoke, and got to the point as soon as he asked. "Senior, may I ask why the Qianquan sect recruited disciples on such a large scale this time?" Xing Zhenliang stared at General Ling Yun, as if he was judging whether General Ling Yuntian's next answer was true or false. Ling Yuntian withdrew his smile and stared at Xing Zhenliang, but he didn't reply. For a while, the atmosphere was a little dignified. The second update. In fact, this question is also the doubt of most people present, including Han Feng. It is not a shocking thing for Qianquanzong to recruit disciples. For a sect to develop, it always needs fresh blood. When the sect cannot be self-sufficient, it is inevitable to recruit disciples from outside. But the problem is that Qingzhou is currently full of talents, and Qianquanzong is not threatened by faults. There are countless outstanding geniuses in the younger generation, so there is no need to recruit disciples in other regions. Even if it is to recruit disciples in other regions, it is fine to recruit disciples in relatively high-end regions such as Luzhou. It is not normal to recruit disciples in remote places like Yunzhou. Although there are high-level true gods in Yunzhou, the cultivation of the 7 or 8 Kulpas true gods is comparable to the existence of core disciples in Qianquanzong, and their status is high. But, it's just about cultivation. In terms of combat power, I'm afraid that many true gods of the 7 tribulations in Yunzhou can't even compare with the inner disciples of the Qianquan sect. Such a Yunzhou, what good seedlings can there be? And, not only the Qianquan sect, but also the other 2 overlords in the Eastern world, the Tianluo sect and the Chi Bai Sword sect, recruited disciples on a large scale. The 3 overlord forces recruited disciples, covering almost the entire eastern land. If it weren't for the fact that the 3 major forces didn't have a deep influence in other lands, it is estimated that the scope of recruiting disciples would be farther. No matter how you look at it, this is not a normal thing. Seeing that the atmosphere was getting more and more dignified, and Xing Jinliang regretted asking this question, Ling Yuntian suddenly sighed. Some ancient gods of the Xing family should also know about this matter. The same goes for the royal family and the Jun family. In other words, as long as they are strong at the level of ancient gods, they should all have guesses. Xing Jinliang, Huang Zhiqi, and Jun Sijia looked at each other in blank dismay. Those ancient gods of their own family actually knew? Immediately, the 3 sighed inwardly. Although the 3 of them performed very well in Yunzhou, it is enough to show one thing, that they came from Luzhou to Yunzhou. They are not top in Luzhou. In fact, the 3 of them are not the first within the long live of their respective families. The ancient god, even in the family of 3 people, has a very high status, not to mention them, even the first person within 10,000 years, is not qualified to meet the ancient god. Come to think of it, this is why they don't know. However, the 3 of them also breathed a sigh of relief. It is true that the 3 of them are not the first in their respective families, but they are also extremely top geniuses, and the families will not give up on them at will. Since the family still allowed them to join the Qianquan sect, it meant that even if there was any conspiracy to recruit disciples on a large scale this time, it shouldn't be all bad for them. It's just that if it's true for other people, it's not necessarily true. The gazes of the 3 glanced at Princess Crescent and the others inadvertently. These people, except for Princess Xinyue, are basically at the peak level of the 5 tribulations true gods, and they have not yet entered the 6 tribulations true gods. Subconsciously, the 3 excluded Han Feng. Ling Yuntian looked around for a week, and said again, this time recruiting so many people is for the secret of chaos. Chaos secret realm. Everyone was at a loss. What kind of secret realm is this? Chaos, could it be? The faces of Han Feng and the other 10 people changed, and they obviously guessed something. It seems that you have already guessed something. Yes, the secret realm of chaos is related to the energy of chaos. As we all know, to become an ancient god, you must form a chaos seed in your body, absorb the energy of chaos and finally form a chaos lotus. And the air of chaos is not found anywhere in the god realm. If you want to become an ancient god, you first need to go to a place with the energy of chaos to absorb the energy of chaos. Among them, the giant beasts outside the starry sky have the energy of chaos. In addition, in our Ziyun god realm, it is the secret territory of chaos. In addition to the chaos secret realm, there are other 4 great secret realms that have the energy of chaos, but they are located in the western, southern, northern and Chinese borders, and are controlled by the overlord forces of these 4 great realms. Our eastern land, the secret realm of chaos, is in the hands of Qianquanzong, Tianluozong, and Taibaijanzong. The 5 major secret realms of Ziyun God realm, there may be some small secret realms that have the energy of chaos, or they may not. In short, the ancient gods of Ziyun God realm basically rely on the stones of chaos in the 5 major secret realms to break through. This is why the 3 overlords of the Qianquan sect have a stable position and there are so many ancient gods. Xing Jinliang and the others were silent. True gods need the energy of chaos to break through to the ancient gods, but the stone of chaos is controlled by the big forces. No wonder the ancient gods are so scarce under the big forces. If the true gods under the great power want to break through the ancient gods, they must either buy the chaos stone from the great power, or hope for opportunities to enter some secret realms with the aura of chaos, or go to the starry sky to hunt the giant beasts in the starry sky to obtain the chaos. Chi. Or, simply go to other god realms, and come back after breaking through the ancient gods. After breaking through the ancient gods, there is no such urgent need for the energy of chaos. The lotus of chaos can transform the absorbed energy into energy of chaos. It's just that you get too little after transformation. It's better to directly absorb the energy of chaos to improve your cultivation base. Even so, there's no need to recruit so many people. Isn't the Xuanhuan sect not enough on its own? Or. Han Feng paused, and said his guess, the secret realm of chaos is too dangerous. Qianquanzong doesn't want to sacrifice too much, so. General Ling Yuntian was startled, and after a moment of silence, he said, "You are very smart, you thought of the root cause so quickly." Yes, the secret realm of chaos is indeed very dangerous. It is said that there are super fierce beasts equivalent to the realm of the ancient gods of chaos. You can enter the secret realm of chaos, but you are restricted to be under the true god of the seven tribulations. Every time you enter the chaos secret realm, you will suffer a lot of casualties. You can only get enough chaos stones by relying on quantity. Even Qianquanzong can't bear the casualties, so they can only recruit people on a large scale. The complexions of Xing Zhenliang and the others changed. Super ferocious beast? Such a terrifying existence can kill them with just one look. This. Wouldn't it be close to death if they entered? Ling Yuntian's eyes were cold. I know what you are thinking, but if you want to get something, you have to give something accordingly. If there is no such thing as the secret realm of chaos, except for a very few of you, none of you have entered the Xuanhuan sect at all. Qualifications. Let's not talk about the inner sect, you don't even have the qualifications for the outer sect. If you feel dangerous, you can leave now. As long as you don't join the Xuanhuan sect, you don't have to enter the secret realm of chaos. Everyone's breathing stopped suddenly. Leave? Just kidding, I have already passed the news to the family. If I go back now, I will be ridiculed to death. Perhaps seeing that no one was leaving, Ling Yuntian eased his expression a lot, and said slowly, the secret realm of chaos is dangerous. According to legend, there are super fierce beasts. But super fierce beasts appear very rarely. In most cases, the threats you have to face are just high-level beasts. As long as your strength improves before entering the secret realm of chaos, not only will your chances of surviving be greatly enhanced, but you will even be able to gain great rewards. With this kind of harvest, you can not only get a lot of rewards, but also get the cultivation of core disciples of Qianquanzong. It is possible to break through the ancient gods in the future. The first update. Ancient God. Everyone breathed hard. Why they want to enter Qianquanzong is not because they have the greatest possibility of breaking through the ancient gods in Qianquanzong. If it is in a remote place like Yunzhou, it is conceivable that there is almost no possibility of breaking through the ancient gods. You can't get the chaotic air alone. Without the chaotic air, you can only be trapped in the realm of the true God forever. Only by entering the Xuanhuan sect can it be possible to break through the ancient gods. Senior, I don't know when the secret realm of chaos will open. Han Feng entered the Xuanhuan sect originally to find the descendants of the ancestor of Xianlong, but now he has another idea when he learns about the secret realm of chaos. If entering the chaos secret realm is inevitable, then try to maximize your own benefits. Sooner or later, I will also face the key point of breaking through the ancient gods. At that time, I will definitely need a lot of chaos stones. If I can get enough chaos stones in the chaos secret territory, it will obviously have a great impact on breaking through the ancient gods. Benefit. General Ling Yuntian glanced at Han Feng and said, it will be about 100 years later. So in this 100 years, you must work hard to improve your own strength, and when you enter the secret realm of chaos, 90% of the stones of chaos you get will be handed over to the sect, and the rest is yours. Don't underestimate this 10%. As long as you get enough chaos stones, this 10% is enough for you to advance to the ancient gods at the level of the 9 tribulations true gods. Even if you don't need it for the time being, you can get a lot of treasures by exchanging them, which will greatly improve your strength. Even if the elders behind you have half-step ancient gods, they will not be able to break through without the chaos stone. With this chaos stone, your elders will be able to break through immediately. In Ziyun God realm, you must be very clear about the difference between forces with ancient gods and forces without ancient gods. Princess Xingyue and the others nodded. Without the power of the ancient gods, they are all insignificant. In the entire Ziyun God realm, forces at this level accounted for more than 90%. General Ling Yuntian said again, although you have joined the Quanhuan sect now, in the eyes of the Quanhuan sect's senior management, you are still outsiders and do not receive real attention. At least you are not qualified to enter some secret places of the Quanhuan sect. But if you can return from the secret realm of chaos, the situation will be completely different. Again. If you want to gain something, you must pay. Usually, you are absolutely not qualified to join the Quanhuan sect and become the disciples of the Quanhuan sect. Now as long as you enter the primal chaos secret realm and bring out a lot of gains after you come out, you can be truly regarded as your own by the senior officials of the Quanhuan sect, and you may break through the ancient times in the future God. Except for Huang Zhiqi and others, Princess Xingyue and others were silent. Indeed, as usual, behemoths like Qianquanzong would definitely look down on them. Right now, although it seems that they are for the secret realm of chaos, it may mean to use them as cannon fodder, but it also gives them the possibility to break through the ancient gods in the future. Everything depends on their own choices. Facing the temptation of the ancient gods, no one quit. Huang Zhiqi murmured, right now, we only need to consider how to improve our strength. Only the stronger the strength, the more likely it is to survive in the secret realm of chaos. My family asked me to join the Quanhuan sect because of the Chaos Stone. Xing Zhenliang thought to himself. 100 years. Han Feng clenched his fists. The cultivation environment within the Quanhuan sect must be far superior to the outside. I don't know how much I can improve in these 100 years. At this moment, the 10 members of Han Feng have decided to improve their strength as much as possible within 100 years. A flash of satisfaction flashed across Ling Yuntian's expression. He just had to have such an attitude, otherwise he might as well go back, lest he really become cannon fodder and die in the secret realm of chaos. By the way, Senior, what rank am I among the inner disciples of the Quanhuan sect? Huang Zhiqi suddenly asked, curiously. Those who entered the secret realm of chaos were also the inner disciples of the Quanhuan sect. No matter how dangerous it was at that time, the stronger the strength, the greater the possibility of surviving. Knowing what level they are among the inner disciples, they can also roughly estimate the probability that they can survive in the chaotic secret realm. Ling Yuntian will look at everyone, and after a while, he will look back, and said calmly, Xing Zhenliang is considered an elite inner disciple, ranking in the middle and bottom. Jun Sijie barely squeezed into the elite inner disciples. Huang Zhiqi is close to the level of elite disciples, and he can be regarded as the top among ordinary inner disciples. Han Feng is considered average among elite inner disciples. The rest are all at the level of ordinary inner disciples, and Xingyue girl can be regarded as relatively high among ordinary inner disciples. Elite inner disciple? Ordinary inner disciple? Another level they don't understand. Facing everyone's ignorance, Ling Yuntian quickly explained. The inner sect disciples of the Quanhuan sect are middle-level true gods in terms of cultivation, that is, between the true gods of the fourth calamity and the true gods of the sixth calamity. For inner disciples of the Quanhuan sect, they are divided into 3 grades. Qianlongbang inner disciples, elite inner disciples, ordinary inner disciples. Among them, the ordinary inner disciples are the most. Basically they are 4 or 5 kalpas true gods, and a few have reached 6 kalpas true gods. The comprehensive combat power of these inner disciples has not surpassed 6 kalpas true gods. That is to say, all those whose combat strength did not exceed the limit of the ordinary 6 kalpa true gods were at the level of ordinary inner disciples. Whether it is the Princess of the New Moon or the 6th to 10th in the Yunzhou Ziyun ranking, their combat power has not reached the limit of the 6 tribulations true god. Including Huang Zhiqi, he did not exceed the limit. Therefore, Princess Xingyue and others including Huang Zhiqi are all ordinary inner disciples, but Huang Zhiqi is at the top of ordinary inner disciples. But no matter how top-notch, he is still an ordinary inner sect disciple. Huang Zhiqi is a little bit unwilling to be ranked like this, but there is nothing he can do about it. It can only be said that Qiankenzong has too many geniuses. As for the elite inner sect disciples, no matter what your cultivation level is, it's just combat power, which must exceed the limit of the true gods of the 6 robberies. Some are between the true gods of the 6th and 7th, and some are comparable to the true gods of the 7th. What's more, the combat power is compared to the ordinary 7 tribulations true god junior middle level. There is no limit to the number of elite inner disciples and ordinary inner disciples. There is a limit on the number of inner disciples on the Qianlong list, or in other words, the inner disciples on the Qianlong list are also members of the elite inner disciples, but they are extremely high-ranking existences. There are only 1,000 disciples in the Qianlong list. Among them, the top-ranked one has a terrifying record of beheading the high-level powerhouse of the 7 tribulations true god and fighting the 8 tribulations true god. Hearing such a record, Xingzhen, Liang and the others all gasped. Terrible. The span in between surpassed the middle-level true god and the high-level true god. This is probably the grade of the inner disciples of the Qiankuan sect. You can see what level you are in. It can be said that ordinary inner disciples enter the secret realm of chaos and are close to death. The death rate of elite inner disciples entering the chaotic realm is as high as half. But if the inner sect disciples of Qianlongbang enter the secret realm of chaos, the loss will generally not exceed 20%. Before entering the secret realm of chaos, you should try your best to become inner disciples of Qianlongbang. If you really can't, just take refuge in one of them. The eyes of Han Feng and others flickered. The death rate of inner sect disciples on the Qianlongbang list does not exceed 20%, which means that for 1,000 master disciples on the Qianlongbang list, the death toll will not exceed 200. In other words, if 1,000 people go in, at least 800 people will come out. This probability is already very high. Of course, Han Feng and others also know that it is impossible for all of these Qianlongbang disciples to enter, and it is estimated that only a small half of them will enter. After all, anything can happen in the secret realm of chaos, no more than 20%, it's just an average. In case the death rate exceeds the average for any reason, it will be a great loss to Qiankenzong. Ling Yuntian will look at the expressions of everyone with interest. Which situation will these little guys choose? After a long while, General Ling Yuntian said, "Okay, you also need some time to think about it. There is still a period of time before a month. During this period, you will be cultivating in the soul gathering room of the spaceship. It is impossible for you to break through, but it is still possible to make your realm more stable." General Ling Yuntian said so, and Han Feng and others, naturally, had no reason to refuse. Especially Han Feng, who has just been promoted to the true god of 6 tribulations. Although he has stabilized his realm with the help of General Ling Yuntian, he still has a somewhat imperfect grasp of his own power. Every time he uses an attack, he will waste some divine energy. This problem can only be avoided by continuing to cultivate. There are many soul-gathering rooms on the spaceship, each with different levels. Ling Yuntian will be very generous, and will arrange the top-notch gathering room for several people. In the 9th grade spirit gathering room, Han Feng operated the 9 flames and different fire art, absorbing the spirit of heaven and earth in the spirit gathering room with all his strength, and the state of the initial stage of the 6 tribulations true God became more and more stable. A month passed quickly. A month later, the top dozens of Yunzhou Ziyun list had already arrived. Ling Yuntian will also tell these people about the secret realm of chaos. These dozens of people are not as courageous as Han Feng and others, and even a few people will withdraw. Ling Yuntian will not say anything. This is everyone's own choice. Ling Yuntian will not be angry because these people quit. Giving up on entering the Qiankuan sect, these people's achievements will be limited in the future, and what is great is the level of the 8 or 9 kalpas of true gods. But similarly, they don't have to face the crisis of falling into the secret realm of chaos at any time. In the end, there were only more than 30 people who followed the 9th rank spaceship to Qiankanzong. The journey from Yunzhou to Qingzhou is not that short, even if the speed of the 9th rank spaceship is far faster than that of the 9 tribulations true God, it will take several months to arrive. In the past few months, Han Feng has basically stayed in the gathering room, never going out. At the same time, Lizhou, Qinjianmen. In front of the patriarch of the Qin family stood a respectful young man. This young man is not a descendant of the Qin family in the lower plane, but a descendant born of the ascended Qin family powerhouse in the God realm. Born in the God realm, these descendants of the Qin family have a much better future than the disciples of the Qin family in the lower planes. Even Qin Wei, the most promising of the Qin family's ascendants, is just average among the descendants of the Qin family in the God realm. The reason why the ancestors of the Qin family valued Qin Wei was simply because Qin Wei, as an ascendant of the Qin family, had a far higher sense of belonging to the Qin family than the descendants of the Qin family in the God realm. The descendants of the Qin family in the God realm were born from the marriage between the ascendant of the Qin family and the other strong men of the Qingyun sect. The forces behind them are very complicated, and they are not so loyal to the Qin family. Qin Shan, Han Feng must be known to you. This person wiped out the foundation of our Qin family in the lower plane, and he has an annihilation enmity with us. You will go to Qiankanzong soon. If possible, take this captured alive. We have grown to such an extent in such a short period of time after ascension, there must be some secret behind this time. With this secret, our Qin family will definitely be able to go further. Break through the ancient gods. Old ancestor, I am a heavenly general and true God. After breaking through the ancient gods, at least one can become a middle-ranked ancient god. At that time, the status of our Qin family in the Qingyun sect will undergo earth-shaking changes. If our Qin family can control the Qingyun sect, you, who are the most talented and bloody of our Qin family, must be the next master of the Qingyun sect. The patriarch of the Qin family roared wildly. However, the patriarch of the Qin family did not lose his mind, and in the end he did not forget to give Qin Shan a bright future. Secret. The ancestor of the Qin family was very pleased. Okay, the ancestor will wait for your good news. A few days later, Qin Shan flew to Qiankanzong on the spaceship envoy of Qiankanzong. The top divine grade blood in me also comes from the Yun family of my mother's family. The Qin family wants to take over? Go dreaming. But if there is any secret behind that kid, I can't say that I really want to take action. With that secret, the Yun family can rise again. I will make those high-level officials of Qinjianmen regret it. The Yun family, as the descendants of Qingyun's ancestor, is currently being suppressed. Otherwise, how could the grand lady of the Yun family marry into the mere Qin family? In the Qingyun sect, there is no high status. Qiankuan spaceship. Han Feng, who was training, suddenly received an order from General Ling Yuntian. General Ling Yuntian personally delivered the order. Is there something wrong? Thinking of this, Han Feng immediately left the gathering room and came to the central hall of the Xuanhuan spacecraft. When he came here, Han Feng found that Xing Jinliang and others had arrived, and other people rushed over one after another. Ling Yun, beside the heavenly general, stood a middle-aged man in a purple robe, with an equally powerful and unfathomable aura. Another heavenly general, a true god. A thought flashed across Han Feng's mind. This guy is not as good as Ling Yun Tianjiang, but it is not clear which level of Tianjiang is the true god. Xiao Peng quietly transmitted the sound. With the current unsealed level of the Jiuyan Tianhua Pagoda, it is impossible for the high-level true god to see through Xiaopeng's cover for Han Feng's cultivation. Discovery. But for the true god of the sky, it is not enough. Therefore, Xiao Peng did not peep at the true god of the purple robe, because he was afraid of being discovered, and could only judge the strength of the middle-aged man in the purple robe through vague induction. In Xiaopeng's fuzzy perception, he could only judge that the strength of the middle-aged man in the purple robe should not be as strong as General Ling Yun. Han Feng quickly lowered his head, not daring to look too much at the middle-aged man in the purple robe, so he could only focus on the middle-aged man in the purple robe. Next in Yen, Han Feng immediately raised his eyebrows. Beside the purple-robed middle-aged man, there were more than 40 real god geniuses with extremely powerful aura. 8 of them had already broken through to the 6 tribulation true gods. One more. 8 true gods of 6 tribulations. Han Feng chuckled secretly. What kind of genius is this? Much stronger than Yunzhou. Xing Jinliang and others are not from Yunzhou. Excluding the 3 of Xing Jinliang, the only long-lived geniuses in Yunzhou who have truly broken through the 6 tribulations are Princess Crescent Moon, Young Master Tianma, and Young Master Jin Long. In the end, only the Crescent Princess survived. In other words, among the candidates passed by Yunzhou this time, only the Princess of the Crescent Moon is the true god of the 6 tribulations in Yunzhou. On the other hand, there were 8 people. Considering that the other party also had the possibility of the 6 tribulations true god falling in Ziyun Tower, the number of 6 tribulations true gods within the opponent's long life must be more than 8. Of course, it is also possible that, like the situation in Yunzhou, most of them are foreign geniuses. Whether they are from the same state or the situation is similar to Yunzhou, Han Feng doesn't know. Han Feng only knows that there are more than 40 geniuses on the opposite side, looking at him with contempt, which makes Han Feng subconsciously frown. Not long after, everyone in Yunzhou, strictly speaking, everyone who passed the Qianquanzong assessment in Yunzhou arrived. General Ling Yuntian introduced to Han Feng and the others with a faint smile. This general is the same as this general, he is also the envoy of Qianquan sect, and he is known as Mingwang Tianjiang. These disciples are from Suzhou, and they will be disciples of Qianquan sect just like you in the future. Han Feng could see that General Ling Yuntian's smile was fake. Obviously the relationship between General Ling Yuntian and this Mingwang heavenly general was not very good. Not only Han Feng, but also Xing Jinliang and others can see clearly. The relationship between Ling Yun Tianjiang and Mingwang Tianjiang is indeed not very good, it can even be said to be hostile. General Ling Yuntian and General Mingwang Tian once completed a mission in order to compete for the 9th rank spaceship. In the end, Ling Yuntian defeated the mission and completed it perfectly, and the 9th rank spaceship finally fell into the hands of General Ling Yuntian. As for Ming King and Heavenly General, he can only own a second-class 8th rank spaceship. It should be known that the spaceship of Qianquan is a kind of status and honor in Qianquanzong. As the true god of Heavenly General, Mingwang Tianjiang does not think that he is much weaker than Ling Yuntian General, but in the end the 9th rank universe spaceship was obtained by Ling Yuntian General. Mingwang Tian will not be full of jealousy? All the geniuses in Yunzhou, I would have heard about it a long time ago, and it is better to see it. Mingwang Tian exclaimed, seemingly admiring everyone in Yunzhou, but in fact he was full of irony. Yunzhou is just a small and remote place. Even if there are any outstanding geniuses, they would not pay special attention to masters of Mingwang Tianjiang's level. How could they have heard of them? The geniuses who really belonged to Yunzhou couldn't help but secretly angry, including Princess Crescent. It's just that they are afraid of Mingwang Tianjiang, Princess Xinyue, and others dare not say anything. Although Huang Zhiqi and the others were not from Yunzhou, they passed the assessment in Yunzhou after all, and they also represented Yunzhou in a certain way. They were also unhappy to be so contemptuous by King Ming Tianjiang. Idiot! I only know how to run on this general, and I don't even pay attention to the cultivation of these little guys. General Ling Yuntian scorned. Didn't the King of Ming and Heavenly General see that there are 5 true gods of the 6 tribulations here in Yunzhou? One of them is still an intermediate level of the 6 tribulations true god. This can't be blamed on Mingwang Tianjiang, it's because Yunzhou is too remote, and there have never been many talented talents, which caused Mingwang Tianjiang to ignore Han Feng and others. Feng and others cultivated the 6 tribulations true god. Hee, General Ling Yun, I found a few good seedlings in Suzhou, so we can compete here? It's good for these little guys to experience the friendship of disciples in advance. Mingwang Tianjiang finally revealed his fox. The tail actually planned to suppress the Yunzhou genius through the Suzhou genius, and then make Ling Yuntian lose face. General Mingwang Tian looked at General Ling Yun provocatively, thinking that Ling Yuntian would refuse. Unexpectedly, General Ling Yuntian simply agreed. Mingwang Tian will frown, but he doesn't care about it. Even if Suzhou is not a big state, it is not comparable to Yunzhou. The whole Suzhou still has some third-rate forces. It seems that the trash in Yunzhou is too bad, and this old dog Ling Yun doesn't take these people seriously. However, even so, this general will not let go of the opportunity to attack this old dog. Mingwang Tian will very soon. It's fun, where to recruit disciples this time is completely a lottery. Mingwang Tian will never expect that Ling Yuntian will be so unlucky. He will be drawn in Yunzhou, and he should let him slap Ling Yun old dog hard to vent his anger. Qiugui, come and ask these geniuses in Yunzhou. Mingwang Tian will call out one of them. Immediately, a pale young man came out. The young man's pale complexion seemed to be born with him, making him look sinister and extremely uncomfortable. Qiugui laughed and said, "Don't worry, my lord, this junior will definitely ask everyone in Yunzhou." Qiugui emphasized the word ask for advice. The meaning is self-evident. The 5th in Zyakuzu, I'm here to ask the number 1 in Yunzhou for advice. Qiugui actually challenged Han Feng as soon as he opened his mouth. This kind of arrogant attitude undoubtedly angered the Yunzhou side. Suzhou's 5th place challenged them to be the first, which did not take their Yunzhou seriously. Before Han Feng could speak, Princess Xinyue stepped forward. This princess is also the 5th in Yunzhou. If you want to challenge us to be number 1, you must pass this princess first. When Han Feng saw Princess Xinyue standing up, he didn't speak. Suzhou is not a great continent, not to mention compared with Luzhou, even compared with Lizhou, it is far behind. Qiugui, who is 5th in Suzhou, is comparable to Princess Xinyue in terms of cultivation. 5th? Qiugui disdainfully said, let the number 1 come out, I don't want to bully women. Princess Xinyue's eyes were cold, and the powerful aura of the first stage of the 6 tribulations true god burst out, and Qiugui's expression changed drastically. Now, is this princess still qualified? Princess Xinyue's sword intent was like substance, and she shot at Qiugui. Qiugui subconsciously took a few steps back, and after he realized it, he became annoyed. Okay, my lord, just take a look, you bitch. How can you be patient? Qiugui obviously didn't expect that the mere 5th in Yunzhou was actually the first level of the 6 tribulations true god, and his realm was extremely stable, no worse than himself. No matter how arrogant he was, Qiugui knew that he had encountered a formidable enemy. Qiugui was like this, and the rest of the geniuses in Suzhou were also very surprised. When did so many geniuses appear in this Yunzhou? Not good. Ming Wangtian finally realized that something was wrong, and thinking of Ling Yuntian's quick promise, before, Ming Wangtian understood everything. It's not that General Ling Yuntian has completely given up on these wastes of Yunzhou, but General Ling Yuntian is full of confidence in the true gods of Yunzhou. Realizing that it was not good, Ming Wangtian will immediately display his soul, to find out the cultivation level of Han Feng and others. However, as soon as the divine soul gushed out, it was suppressed by a divine soul that was not weaker than him at all, and was even stronger than him. This powerful soul comes from General Ling Yun. The second update. King Ming Tianzhong, his eyes were ruthless. Heavenly General Ling Yun, with a faint smile on his face, is a master of the ultimate soul, and firmly stops the king of Ming dynasty. In other words, it is suppressing King Ming and Heavenly General. Heavenly General Ling Yun is among the true gods of heavenly generals. Whether it is the soul, the body, or the soul, they all reach the top level of generals, close to the limit, and are very close to breaking the limit for the second time. As for King Ming Tianzhong, even though he is also a high-level god among the heavenly generals and true gods, he is far from the limit, and the feeling of breaking the limit for the second time is far away. Ling Yuntian will release his soul, with all his strength, and Ming Wangtian will not be able to resist at all. Just relying on his eyesight, Ming Wangtianzhong couldn't accurately judge the realm of Han Feng and others. What's more, Ling Yuntian will make troubles from time to time, making Ming Wangtian unable to judge. Ming Wangtianzhong's heart sank. Ling Yuntian's behavior like this can only show that among these true gods and geniuses in Yunzhou, there is really something extraordinary. Could it be that this time I will be slapped in the face instead of being slapped in the face? While General Ming Wangtian was being suppressed by General Ling Yuntian, the battle between Qiugui and Princess Xingyue began. Qiugui's body was full of light, and the white light turned into a giant that swallowed Qiugui, punching like thunder, and violently hit Princess Xingyue. Princess Xingyue was not afraid at all. The divine sword appeared in her hand, and the sword intent soared towards Qiugui. Did you just think you had a divine weapon? Qiugui snorted coldly, and platinum gloves suddenly appeared on the white giant's fist, greatly intensifying its offensive. When Qiugui used the magic weapon, Princess Xingyue also unfolded her new moon sword body. Sword chi overflowed, filling the entire space, colliding with Qiugui's fists, and the rumbling sound was endless. Fortunately, this is the Xuanhuan spaceship, or a ninth-rank spaceship. Although the offensive of the Princess of the New Moon and Qiugui was astonishing, they were unable to cause damage to the Xuanhuan spaceship. Even if it is the true god of the sky, the damage caused inside the spaceship is average. If you want to cause relatively large damage to the spaceship of the ninth rank, the true god of the sky must exert all his strength. 10 strokes, 20 strokes, 50 strokes, 100 strokes, 200 strokes. At the end of the battle, Princess Xingyue was dripping with sweat, and Qiugui was out of breath. It was a tie, and the two could do nothing about each other. Okay, let's count this round as a draw. General Ling Yuntian interjected. King Ming Tianzhong didn't refuse either. Both of them were true gods of heavenly generals, so it was natural to see that if the fight continued, the two of them would not be able to tell the difference. Qiugui withdrew, and everyone in Yunzhou was full of resentment. Such a good opportunity to curry favor with the King of Ming and the heavenly general, lost just like that. What a shame. Princess Xingyue looked indifferent, but she sighed in her heart. She deserved to beat Suzhou, and she was indeed much better than Yunzhou. If there were no unexpected people like Huang Zhiqi, Yunzhou would have been the best, but in the end she could only tie with Suzhou number 5. After the battle between Princess Xingyue and Qiugui, the Suzhou side looked more cautiously at Han Feng and the others. After a long time, a woman came out. Little girl Si Longjiao, the 4th in Suzhou, I'm here to ask everyone in Yunzhou for advice. Fourth? Then let me do it. My lord will not show mercy because of a woman. It was Huang Zhiqi who spoke, his expression full of teasing. Humph. Si Longjiao's face suddenly turned cold, and said coldly, Your Excellency is too arrogant, this girl doesn't need your mercy. On the Yunzhou side, everyone laughed. The fourth is just one rank higher than the fifth. It stands to reason that even if it is stronger than the fourth, there are only a limited number of people who are stronger than the fourth. However, among them, the fourth Huang Zhiqi is much better than the fifth princess of the crescent moon. This time, Xuzhou will definitely lose. Laughing shit. These people in Yunzhou are too arrogant, do you really think they will win? Si Longjiao, don't disgrace our Xuzhou. The smiles of everyone in Yunzhou completely angered these geniuses in Xuzhou. Amid the anger of these geniuses in Xuzhou, Si Longjiao made a move. Thundercloud Spear. A purple spear suddenly appeared in Si Longjiao's hand, surrounded by thunder, and a wave of destructive power surged out. The spear suddenly pointed at Huang Zhiqi. Si Longjiao attacked Huang Zhiqi fiercely. The spear turned into an afterimage, and every afterimage carried the terrifying power of thunder. Huang Zhiqi shook his head, and the divine essence shot out, turning into a big hand and slapping it. The peak of the first stage of the six tribulations true God. Si Longjiao looked shocked. A series of gun shadows were defeated by the big hand. Si Longjiao retreated again, and threw the divine weapon Thunder Cloud Spear viciously, bombarding the big hand, and only then was it possible to destroy the big hand. A divine weapon is a divine weapon after all, and Si Longjiao's cultivation was only at the beginning stage of the six tribulations true God, far behind Huang Zhiqi, but in the end she still relied on the divine weapon Thunder Cloud Spear to resist Huang Zhiqi's attack. Breakthrough? A trace of surprise flashed in Han Feng's eyes. In the Ziyun Tower, Huang Zhiqi is only in the late stage of elementary school. Thinking about it later, Han Feng also took it for granted. Huang Zhiqi had already reached the late stage of the elementary level, accumulated a lot, and gained some benefits in the Ziyun Tower. It would be strange if he didn't make a breakthrough. Girl, do you want to continue fighting? Huang Zhiqi smiled slightly behind his hands. Si Longjiao's expression changed, and then she said bitterly, Of course. This girl's methods are more than that. Thunder God Flame, come out. There are some golden flames mixed in the purple, and they spurted out suddenly. Si Longjiao didn't have any strong blood, but she had a powerful divine fire, which was as high as the 8th rank. Shoot and kill. The 8th grade divine fire is integrated with the top grade magical skills, and with the help of the divine weapon Thundercloud Spear, it explodes away. The blood of the Imperial Dragon, condense. Si Longjiao unleashed a blow with all his strength, and Huang Zhiqi couldn't be underestimated. He directly transformed into a powerful Huanglong and completely crushed him. First, a dragon claw completely scratched Si Longjiao's extreme thunder shot, and then a dragon tail slapped Si Longjiao hard. Si Longjiao vomited blood again and fell to the ground. The blood of the Imperial Dragon. Luzhou royal family. Ming Wangtian shrank his pupils and drank out involuntarily. Immediately, Ming Wangtian turned his head and roared angrily, Ling Yun. You cheated. Oh? Where did this general cheat? General Ling Yuntian still had a faint smile on his face. Nonsense, you are going to Yunzhou, how can there be Luzhou royal geniuses in Yunzhou? Ming Wangtian roared again and again. Ming Wangtianjiang was full of hatred in his heart. If he had known that the other party had a genius from Luzhou royal, what would he compare to? The Luzhou royal family is considered a second-rate power in the entire Ziyun God realm, and is relatively high among the second-rate powers. There are at least dozens of ancient gods in the family, and there are many mid-level ancient god masters among them. In Xuzhou, there is no power that can compare with the royal family. How could a genius born in Suzhou be comparable to the royal family? The first update. When the Suzhou geniuses heard that Huang Zhiqi was from the Luzhou royal family, they trembled all over and dared not say anything. Compared with Luzhou royal, their Suzhou is nothing. If the royal family randomly came out with a low-level ancient god Dzogchen powerhouse, it would be enough to wipe out all their forces in Suzhou. This Yunzhou is so lucky, and a royal genius has been mixed in. It doesn't count. This competition doesn't count. Ming Wangtian said angrily. In Ming Wangtianjiang's view, this Luzhou royal genius must have taken the spaceship of Lingyun Tianjiang halfway, so he can't be counted as going to Yunzhou. General Lingyun Tian shook his head. I don't agree with this general. How can it be counted? Huang Zhiqi passed the examination in the Ziyun Tower of Yunzhou for a real price, so he is naturally from Yunzhou. Qi is excluded. Yunzhou Ziyun Divine Pagoda? Ming Wangtian changed his expression. He was uncertain. This Luzhou royal genius didn't ride halfway, but was assessed in the Yunzhou Ziyun Divine Pagoda? Could it be that this Luzhou royal genius is mentally ill, and went to such a remote place to break into the Ziyun Tower? What kind of reputation can he gain? Etc. Ming Wangtianjiang suddenly remembered that this time he broke into Ziyun Tower, the top 10 can become inner disciples, anywhere. This directly led to some geniuses in some powerful regions who obviously had the strength of inner disciples of Qiankanzang elites, but they could only become outer disciples, and they could only become inner disciples after a certain assessment. Although he could become an inner disciple in the end, it would inevitably waste a lot of time. For geniuses, no time should be wasted, or they will be surpassed. As a result, some geniuses from the state borders will go to the lower state borders to get the top 10 in the lower state borders. Suzhou didn't have any powerful geniuses from the outer states to break into the Ziyun Tower. Ming Wangtian thought that those geniuses from the higher states must be shameless. Now it seems that Suzhou was not selected. This remote place in Yunzhou was precisely chosen. Damn it, this Lingyun's luck is too good. Ming Wang was so angry that he was able to find such a good seed when he was drawn in this remote place in Yunzhou. Even if you are counted in Yunzhou, the majestic royal genius came to challenge Suzhou for the 4th place. Isn't it a bit bullying the small? Ming Wangtian held back for a long time and said such a sentence. The Yunzhou side was stunned. The Suzhou side was immediately unhappy. That's right, a majestic royal genius. What's the point of bullying our 4th in Suzhou? If you have the ability to compete with our number 1 in Suzhou. We are number 1 in Suzhou, and we are no worse than royal geniuses. There is no shortage of talent in any region. Being number 1 in Suzhou is not necessarily inferior to Huang Zhiqi. After all, Huang Zhiqi is not the first person within Long Live Royal. If it is more true, Huang Zhiqi is only 5 or 6,000 years old, and he is still far from long life. Therefore, within 10,000 years, even if one is born lower than Huang Zhiqi, there might be someone stronger than Huang Zhiqi. General Lingyun Tian couldn't laugh or cry, whether it was King Ming Tianjiang or these little fellows from Suzhou. Did they all think that Huang Zhiqi was number 1? Lied that the 4th fight was Si Longjiao. On the side of Yunzhou, many people looked towards Han Feng, Jun Sijia, and Xing Zhenliang with strange expressions. Huang Zhiqi Chaoming Wang Tianjiang clasped his fists together. Senior. The junior is indeed the 4th in Yunzhou. I don't believe it. Ming Wangtian was categorical. Ling Yuntian raised his eyebrows. Don't believe it? That's good, let's do another comparison. Jun Sijia, you are here to challenge Suzhou for 3rd place this time. Jun Sijia stood up. Ming Wangtianjiang looked at Jun Sijia and frowned. Could it be that the royal boy is really only the 4th? It's a pity that General Ling Yuntian's spirit and soul obstructed him, and General Ming Wangtian couldn't sense Jun Sijia's specific cultivation at all. Glancing towards Suzhou, Ming Wangtian waved his hand. and Xuzhou San walked out. The third cultivation base of this Xuzhou has broken through to the middle stage of the six tribulations true God, but the realm is not so stable yet. Jun Sijie made the first move. The King Sword body, Ming. King Sword. As soon as he made a move, Jun Sijie used his strongest blow, a sword full of majesty. Xuzhou's third greatest horror, quickly cast his blood and turned into a stone man, but was easily split into pieces by Jun Sijie's sword. The stone man turned into the third man in Xuzhou again, dripping blood all over his body, and was severely injured by Jun Sijie with a single sword. Depending on the situation, if Jun Sijie hadn't been merciful, the third person in Xuzhou would have been instantly killed with a single blow. The Xuzhou side fell into silence. Any fool can see that this Jun Sijie is indeed stronger than the royal genius just now. The King Sword body, Luzhou, Jun's family. Ming Wang Tian will stare at Jun Sijie. Hee hee. General Ling Yun Tian just said hee hee and didn't speak. Ming Wang Tian will feel that his face is about to be swollen. After a while, Ming Wang Tianjiang said in a cold tone, a royal genius and a Jun family genius are both from Luzhou. Even if they pass the examination in the Ziyun Tower of Yunzhou, they cannot be regarded as people from Yunzhou. Ling Yun, could it be that in this competition, you can only rely on these geniuses from other states to save face? Could it be that the people in Yunzhou are all trash? If you have the ability, let a real Yunzhou person compete. It's a bit unreasonable for Ming Wang Tianjiang to behave like this. But Ming Wang Tian doesn't care, he has already been slapped in the face several times, and he must fight back, even if it is unreasonable. General Ling Yun Tian showed disgust in his eyes, and he wanted to drive Ming Wang away, but both sides were true gods, especially since there was a big man behind the other party. General Ling Yun Tian had to endure it. Why are you silent? Sure enough, Yunzhou doesn't have any decent talents. Ming Wang Tian continued to mock. The genius who truly belonged to Yunzhou was filled with anger. Involuntarily, these people's eyes focused on Han Feng. Han Feng couldn't help being taken aback for a moment, and then suddenly realized that in the eyes of these people, he was from Yunzhou. Ascenders, whichever state boundary they ascend to, it is considered to be that state boundary. Looking at the expectant eyes of these people, Han Feng also fell into a tangle in his heart. This General Ming Wang Tian and General Ling Yun Tian obviously did not get along with each other to the extreme. He had lost face several times before. It is inevitable to offend the King of Ming and Heavenly General. Boy Han, let's do it. At this time, Ling Yun Tian came over via voice transmission. Han Feng paused and sighed in his heart, he seemed to have to make a move. Forget it, it's not in my nature not to make a move in order not to offend Ming Wang Tianjiang. Since I want to make a move, I should simply win a little bit. Thinking of this, Han Feng walked out, and in an instant, the eyes of everyone in Xuzhou and King Ming Tianjiang fell on Han Feng. The second update. Junior Han Feng, from Yunzhou, is here to give advice. This time, General Ling Yun Tian didn't use his soul to hinder Tianjiang Ming Wang, so the general spirit and soul of Ming Wang Tianjiang clearly sensed that Han Feng was only at the beginning stage of the six tribulations true God. Early stage? Sure enough, Yunzhou doesn't have any decent talents, so it can only be supported by talents from other states. Ming Wang Tianjiang sneered. Compared with Huang Zhiqi and Jun Sijie at the peak of the elementary level, the initial stage is indeed somewhat ineffective. And judging from Princess Xinyue's initial battle strength, the bloodline of Yunzhou's genius is not very strong, just mediocre. In Ming Wang Tianjiang's view, Han Feng's combat strength is about the same as that of Princess Xinyue, and this time Xuzhou is sure to win. General Ming Wang Tian didn't notice the strange look on General Ling Yuntian's face. On the side of Yunzhou, many people were holding back their laughter, not letting themselves laugh. If it is because of underestimating Han Feng's cultivation at the initial stage of the Six Tribulations True God, he is doomed to suffer a big loss. Everyone in Yunzhou waited for Ming Wang Tianjiang to be slapped in the face again. Especially the real Yunzhou genius, his heart is full of joy. Wen Jincheng, come and teach this Yunzhou genius. Ming Wang Tian said to a blonde young man. This blonde young man subconsciously took a small step away from everyone around him to show respect. This Wen Jincheng is the number one in Suzhou. His own cultivation has reached the limit of the initial stage of the Six Tribulations True God, and he is only half a step away from the middle stage. And Suzhou number 2 has just broken through to the late stage of the Six Tribulations True God. When Jincheng's cultivation realm surpassed Suzhou's number 2 by a large margin, and his own combat power far surpassed Suzhou's number 2. When Jincheng has an extremely lofty status in the minds of these Suzhou geniuses. Even Huang Zhiqi and Jun Sijia, these Suzhou geniuses don't think they can beat their number 1. When Jincheng first bowed his hands respectfully to the king of Ming dynasty, and then stood opposite Han Feng. Ming Wang Tian nodded towards Wen Jincheng, and a slight unnaturalness flashed across his face. Ming Wang Tian also knew that his actions were indeed a bit shameless. It would be unavoidable for the first pair in Suzhou to compete with the Six Tribulations True God in the early stage. Too bully. But I have lost face several times before, this time, no matter what, I can't lose face again. Only. General Ming Wang glanced at General Ling Yuntian, who was still smiling lightly. This guy still had such an expression, which made people feel a little uneasy. No, it won't be. In the early stage of the Six Tribulations True God, it is impossible to be Wen Jincheng's opponent. Ming Wang Tian will first think that this Yunzhou Han Feng may be a bit difficult, but he quickly overthrows it. Those present are all geniuses, elites who can fight above the level. Among a group of geniuses, it is more difficult to fight beyond the level. One of them is at the beginning stage and the other is at the peak stage. With such a big gap, how can the former come back? When Jincheng stood opposite Han Feng in this way, and a wave of oppression pressed Han Feng. For the sake of your weak cultivation, I have 3 tricks for you, let's do it first. When Jincheng said lightly. Han Feng raised his eyebrows. No, your excellency will do it. 3 moves? Han is worried that your excellency will not last 3 moves. When Jincheng was not angry. Instead, he said, the cultivation base is low, but it is so rampant, it is difficult to become a big weapon. Anyway, since you don't want to give you face, don't blame me for not giving you face. While speaking, when Jincheng's momentum suddenly rose, and flames like magma swept out, swallowing Wen Jincheng. After the flames dissipated, a flame god of war appeared in front of Han Feng. Han Feng didn't know what combat body Wen Jincheng used, but he could tell that this combat body was no less than a top-level god-level existence, and the opponent had already mastered it to an extremely advanced level. Boom! Wen Jincheng suddenly disappeared in place, and appeared in front of Han Feng the next moment, punching Han Feng with a powerful punch. 7th grade Divine Essence. Before the person arrived, Han Feng had already felt the quality of the other party's divine essence. With a top-level divine body and a 7th grade divine essence, the opponent's punch might not be easily received by an ordinary 6 Kulpa true god. But Han Feng punched him in the same way. When Jincheng's face was full of sarcasm, he was really beyond his control, but the next moment, when Jincheng's eyes widened. Xinyan Battle Body, Ning. Golden Immortal Physique, Ning. Fusion, Xinyan Fighting Fist. Han Feng exploded out of the Xinyan Battle Physique and the Golden Immortal Physique in an instant, and integrated the Ziji Xuanhuan into it, and his cultivation instantly soared to the late middle stage of the Six Tribulations True God. The 8th rank Divine Essence combined with Ziji Xuanhua's Xinyan Fighting Fist, the power of Han Feng's punch has already surpassed the limit of the Six Tribulations True God. Wen Jincheng obviously didn't expect Han Feng to have such a powerful punch. The two fists collided, and the terrifying flame wave exploded towards the surroundings. With Ling Yuntian's finger, the fluctuations caused by the battle between Han Feng and Wen Jincheng were confined to a small range and could not be impacted out. Everyone in Suzhou stared wide-eyed. This guy unexpectedly withstood Wen Jincheng's punch. Not only did it resist, it seems, Wen Jincheng was also blown away. This guy is so powerful. He is much better than that princess of the crescent moon. He must be among the top few, but he has both the fourth and the third. Could it be that he is the second? Wen Jincheng didn't even display his powerful unique technique, so this kid is now in the limelight. When Wen Jincheng uses his powerful unique technique, haha. Suzhou geniuses, some were shocked, some were unconvinced, and some even believed that Wen Jincheng could turn around immediately. Wen Jincheng was also quite shocked in his heart, but Wen Jincheng knew that he hadn't used his big move yet, so he was not anxious because his first move fell into a disadvantage. At the same time as being blown away again, Wen Jincheng turned around, kicked in the air, and rushed towards Han Feng again. Hot fist. Han Feng still smashed the Xinyan war fist that had been integrated into the Ziji Xuanhuan, but this time, both of them retreated, and they fought evenly. When Jincheng started to frown, then sneered, and a magic knife appeared in his hand. Star Luo God Slash. This time, let's see how you block it. Han Feng's expression froze suddenly. The magic knife in the opponent's hand was actually a Nine Tribulations artifact. Even Xinjianliang and others do not have such a high-level artifact. Taishan Tianling Slash. Han Feng immediately took out the Taishan Divine Sword and chopped it off. What? This time, Wen Jincheng was really moved. The other party not only possessed a divine sword, but it was also of the same level as his own. Boom! The powerful force crushed Wen Jincheng. The Nine Tribulations artifact is an extremely high-level artifact, second only to the top-grade artifact among ordinary artifacts, not even Xinjianliang, which shows how rare it is. At the very least, it is difficult to have someone who is not someone whose family has high hopes. Xinjianliang is not the first person in the Xing family within 10,000 years, so naturally he will not be given the Nine Tribulations artifact. The Suzhou riders also obtained such a Nine Tribulations sword because Wen Jincheng could ensure that he passed the examination and became an inner disciple of the Qiankuan sect. It didn't take long to get it, and Wen Jincheng's grasp of the Nine Tribulations Excalibur is average. Perhaps he has a relatively large advantage over the other 7 or 8 Kulpa's artifact owners, but facing Han Feng, who also owns the Nine Tribulations Excalibur, Wen Jincheng this is not enough to grasp. Wen Jincheng was cut flying with a sword, and a scar with deep bone was visible on his body, and blood sprayed out. If it weren't for the Nine Tribulations sword to resist most of the force, Wen Jincheng would have been split in half by a single sword. Everyone in Suzhou was completely shocked this time. King Ming Tianjiang's expression was ashen, and he felt that he had been slapped hard in the face again. The third update. How is it possible? How is this possible? How could the true god of the Six Tribulations have such terrifying combat power at the initial stage of the Six Tribulations? Ming Wangtian roared in his heart. The result of this battle was really unexpected. Even among the inner sect disciples of the Qiankuan sect, with the cultivation base of the Six Tribulations true god at the initial stage, there are not many who can burst out with such combat power. It's only at the beginning of the elementary stage, and the combat power that has exploded has surpassed the limit of the Six Tribulations true god. Although it seems that there is still some distance from the Seven Tribulations true god, don't forget that your cultivation base is only at the initial stage. What about when your cultivation base breaks through to the early intermediate stage or even the early stage of advanced stage in the future? In an instant, Ming Wangtian will judge that this Han Feng is a genius who is very likely to become an inner disciple of Qianlongbang. What kind of shit luck did Ling Yuntian have to get lucky in Yunzhou to find such a good seed? The Suzhou side was completely sluggish. This time, they came to slap Yunzhou's face, and the ultimate purpose was to curry favor with Mingwang Tianjiang. They themselves had nothing to do with Yunzhou, so naturally they had no grievances. However, who would have thought that not only did they fail to curry favor with Mingwang Tianjiang, they might even be angered by Mingwang Tianjiang. Thinking of this, they couldn't help resenting Han Feng and the others. Mingwang Tianjiang was slapped in the face several times, and finally became angry. Ling Yun. Are you sure this kid is from Yunzhou? But don't lie to me, how can there be such a genius in Yunzhou? Mingwang Tian firmly determined that Han Feng was from another state like Huangziqi and others' genius. You have also seen the divine body displayed by this kid, do you know it? Ling Yuntian will sneer. Mingwang Tian was suddenly at a loss for words. All the famous divine bodies or bloodlines are basically heard of by Mingwang Tianjiang and Ling Yuntian generals. If you live too long, your knowledge will become richer and richer. Mingwang Tian will not dare to say everything, but he should know about 70% to 80% of the more famous gods and bloodlines in the Eastern realm. But the Xingyan combat body of Yunzhou genius in front of him is indeed unheard of. However, Mingwang Tianjiang didn't intend to just let it go. After Han Feng won, he had already retreated and squeezed into the crowd. But at this moment, the threat of King Ming Tianjiang came from Han Feng's soul. Boy, I don't care if you are a Yunzhou genius or not, but you have to deny it now. King Ming Tianjiang actually threatened Han Feng with a shameless voice transmission, trying to make Han Feng refute by himself. In this way, even if Han Feng is really a Yunzhou genius, Han Feng himself refuted it. What else can General Ling Yuntian say? Han Feng never expected that Mingwang Tian would have no bottom line to such an extent. The one who came to trouble General Ling Yuntian was Mingwang Tianjiang, and the one who despised Yunzhou was also Mingwang Tianjiang. In the end, he was slapped in the face, and it was fine if he didn't leave in despair, but he shamelessly wanted to threaten a junior to win back. Han Feng sneered and remained silent. In the next moment, an incomparable pressure of spirit rushed towards Han Feng. How powerful is the general's soul? If this oppression really hits Han Feng's soul will definitely be severely damaged, and it will not be difficult to recover after decades. Enough. Ming King Heavenly General, I have tolerated you again and again, it's not because I'm afraid of you. A person of such an age secretly oppresses a junior, do you still have any sense of shame? Crucial moment. An equally powerful divine soul blocked Han Feng's general divine soul, and charged back. It was Ling Yuntian who was going to make the move. Ling Yuntian would not be able to find out about the sound transmission unless he pays special attention. But Heavenly General Ming Wang used his soul to sneak attack on Han Feng, but Heavenly General Ling Yun couldn't hide this fact. General Ling Yun, who was smiling lightly, became angry in an instant. Before, no matter how provocative Mingwang Tian was, Ling Yuntian always smiled lightly. That was not because Ling Yuntian had cultivated himself well, but because he was concerned about the higher-ups behind Mingwang Tian. Right now, General Mingwang Tian disregarded his identity and attacked a junior, completely hitting the bottom line of General Ling Yun. Ling Yuntian will be angry, and the soul that is close to the limit of the product will be rolled up into a storm of soul. Mingwang Tian's face will turn pale, and he will take a few steps back, almost spurting a mouthful of blood. How dare you attack this general? Mingwang Tian was very shocked and furious. Ling Yuntian shot out his aura, not only oppressing Mingwang Tianjiang, but also oppressing everyone in Suzhou. General Ling Yuntian said coldly, Mingwang Tianjiang, although the person behind this general is not as powerful as the person behind you, he is still in existence that should not be underestimated. Don't *Ben General make a move, otherwise it will even hurt you and provoke the person behind you to attack. I am not afraid at all. Get out. Before Ming Wangtian could speak, Ling Yuntian pointed a finger in the air, and a shocking storm blew out, directly engulfing Ming Wangtian and others out of the ninth-rank spaceship. Han Feng and the others were dumbfounded. The same as the true god of heavenly generals, the difference between Ming Wangtianjiang and Ling Yuntianjiang is too much, and he has no power to resist just being thrown out like this. Seeing everyone's astonishment, Ling Yuntian couldn't help explaining, Ming Wangtianjiang's aptitude and blood are average, but he has a family behind him as a backer, so he was able to break through the limit and become a true god of Tianjiang. But this kind of heavenly general true god has too weak a foundation. Even though he is a high-level heavenly general true god, his real strength is about the same as that of a middle-lower heavenly general true god. Heaven, can a true god be cultivated with resources? Many geniuses were shocked by this. Ming Wangtian will lose such a big face, he will definitely blame us. Huang Zhiqi and the others have powerful forces behind them, so Ming Wangtianjiang may not dare to trouble Huang Zhiqi and the others. I am different. Han Feng had some headaches. He offended a celestial general and true god before he arrived at Qianquanzong. As a result, this heavenly general true god still has a big backer behind him, his own little six tribulation true god, so he must be extremely careful in the future. General Ling Yuntian waved his hand at the crowd, signaling them to disperse. Han Feng was about to leave, but was stopped by General Ling Yuntian. Han Feng, you have been implicated by this general, this time, and then Ming Wangtian will probably find trouble with you secretly in the future. General Ling Yuntian's face was serious. As for Huang Zhiqi and others, General Ling Yuntian wasn't too worried. General Ming Wang wasn't mentally retarded enough to make a strong enemy for himself. The Luzhou royal family, the Jun family, and the Xing family, each family has a middle-ranked ancient god Dzogchen powerhouse sitting in the town, and the combined power of the three major families is even more tyrannical. Ming Wangtianjiang does have a big backer behind him, but Ming Wangtianjiang himself is just an ordinary member of his family. If his parent status in the family is not low, with Ming Wangtianjiang's blood and qualifications, he will definitely not be able to get that. Waiting for resources to break the limit of the true god. If the three major families of the Luzhou royal family, the Jun family, and the Xing family are offended to jointly resist, Ming Wangtian will not be able to do well. But Han Feng and others are different. Princess Xingyue and others, General Ling Yuntian didn't value them very much at all, so he didn't remind them, but Han Feng was someone that General Ling Yuntian valued, so he had to give some pointers. Seeing that Han Feng also looked serious, General Ling Yuntian couldn't help comforting him. Don't worry, since it was because of this general will naturally be responsible to the end. Ming Wangtianjiang, I have this general, to stare at him, and I won't let him. I will attack you. It's just. In this way, General Ming Wangtian will very likely entrust other inner disciples to deal with you. This general can't intervene in this matter. Knowing that Ming Wangtian will be prevented from making a move, Han Feng heaved a sigh of relief, and said with a smile, the inner disciples are already full of fights. If the fights between the inner disciples also need the help of the seniors, then the juniors just quit. Han Feng is not afraid of the fight between inner disciples. Ling Yuntian became more and more satisfied, and couldn't help but said, I expect a lot from you, I hope you don't let me down. There is still some time before you arrive at Qianquanzong. Do you have any problems in practice? I can do it, give you some pointers. Han Feng really wanted to say no, but after thinking about it, this was an opportunity to get closer to General Ling Yun, so he asked some questions. With the guidance of General Ling Yuntian, Han Feng's practice will naturally go more smoothly. During this period, General Ling Yuntian also informed Han Feng of the more detailed situation among the disciples of the Qianquan sect. These were things that General Ling Yuntian had not mentioned before. Han Feng also has a clearer understanding of Qianquanzong. 1 month later, General Ling Yuntian finally let Han Feng go. In the gathering room, Han Feng sighed unceasingly. He did not expect that Ling Yuntian would value him so much, which meant that General Wang Tian was venting his anger. General Ling Yuntian obviously had no intention of reminding Princess Xuanhuan, and obviously just talked about it. Everything is about strength. If he is also of average strength like Princess Xuanhuan and others, Ling Yuntian will not specifically remind him at all, and will stop himself from some extravagant revenge by King Ming and Tianjiang. But Ling Yuntian will value me so much. There should be other reasons. Is it related to the secret realm of chaos? Han Feng was thoughtful, and then closed his eyes to practice. After some guidance from Ling Yuntian, coupled with the aura in the 9th grade gathering room, Han Feng faintly felt that he was not far away from breaking through to the middle stage of the elementary stage. After Han Feng left, General Ling Yuntian muttered to himself, "I hope this kid won't disappoint this general. There are still 100 years left. If this kid performs extremely well in these 100 years, then maybe he can be recommended to that adult. With the protection of that lord's personal disciple, he should be able to survive in the chaotic secret realm and have a good harvest. Based on my friendship with him, I may be able to exchange other wonders of heaven and earth for a lot of chaos stones to help me break through the realm of the ancient gods. Every time the secret realm of chaos is opened, Qiankenzong will have a great harvest. Ling Yuntian will be the true god of the heavenly generals, and he is also the best among the true gods of the heavenly generals, so he will definitely be able to get a lot of chaos stones. However, there are many factions in the Xuanhuan sect, and Ling Yuntian will know that the chaos stones he has obtained are limited. He may be able to guarantee a 9 tribulations true god to break through to the ancient god, but he cannot guarantee that he can break through. God regards the true god as a level to break the limit of the true god. The chaos stone needed to break through the ancient god is several times or even 10 times more than the 9-robbed true god. It varies from person to person, and some require dozens of times. The more chaos stones you get, the greater the possibility of breaking through. Immersed in cultivation, time passed quickly. Just when Han Feng felt that he was about to break through to the middle stage of the primary stage, the Xuanhuan spaceship finally arrived at Qiankenzong, and Han Feng was awakened during his cultivation. Outside the spaceship, Ling Yuntian will lead Han Feng and others down. Seeing Qiankenzong, everyone was shocked. The Qiankenzong is very large, including hundreds of peaks, each of which is inserted into the clouds, with a majestic momentum. There are figures flying around in the sky, each with extraordinary momentum. When someone saw General Ling Yun, he immediately stopped to salute, and did not look at Han Feng and the others with any curiosity. General Ling Yuntian waved his hand to signal these people to leave, and then took out a token in his hand to look at, and then said to Han Feng and the others, "Your arrangements have been made, and you are here at Xianle Peak. Don't become cannon fodder after entering the secret realm of chaos. As for you." General Ling Yuntian looked at the more than 20 people who were arranged as outer disciples, and said, "You have other places to go, but your strength has reached the standard of inner disciples. As long as you stay as outer disciples for a while, if you pass the assessment, you can be promoted to an inner disciple." "Yes." Han Feng and the others immediately became more serious. The complexions of the 20 people also improved a lot, but they just stayed for a while, not for a long time. Ling Yuntian rolled up his sleeve robe, and everyone was swept up by a force and flew towards one of the many mountain peaks. On the way, Han Feng was assigned a token, called the Xuanhuan card. Huang Zhiqi and others were also allocated such a token. This is the identity token of the disciples of the Xuanhuan sect. The 10 of Han Feng are silver in color, and the 20 or more are in bronze, which represents the difference between inner disciples and outer disciples. The second update. There has been some water in the past few days, but I really don't know what to code, and I have a headache. Back to page top previous chapter. On the spaceship before, Han Feng already knew the Xuanhuan card. Silver and bronze represent inner disciples and outer disciples, respectively. The Xuanhuan card of core disciples is golden, and the tokens of Tianjiangshen, Tianjunzhenshen, and even the lower ancient gods are purple gold tokens. In other words, in the eyes of the Xuanhuan sect's senior management, the heavenly general true God, the heavenly Lord true God, and the lower ancient gods are all in the same position. Naturally, the lower ancient gods refer to the lower ancient gods who broke through with the true gods of the 9 tribulations, and the lower ancient gods who broke through with the true gods of the heavenly generals and the true gods of the heavenly monarch. They are counted separately, and the Xuanhuan card can no longer be used to represent their identities, used to represent something else. General Ling Yuntian didn't tell Han Feng about this point, obviously because he was too far away from Han Feng. General Ling Yuntian thought that Han Feng didn't need to know. This is true for both the Middle Ancient Gods and the Upper Ancient Gods. Han Feng's soul communicated with his own Xuanhuan card, and at the same time dripped a drop of blood, and the Xuanhuan card immediately recognized its owner. According to Han Feng's knowledge, this Xuanhuan card is a special artifact refined by humans. Once the master is recognized, it will be bound, and it is impossible for others to refine it, otherwise the Xuanhuan card will explode by itself. This is also the method Qianquanzong uses to prevent his sect from being infiltrated by some people. Throughout the ages, many forces have had their disciples swapped out. Once these insiders climb to a high place, there will be endless troubles. After recognizing the master, Han Feng Xuanhuan entered the Xuanhuan card and found that there were 10,000 points. Han Feng knew that these were the Xuanhuan points, the currency in circulation of the Xuanhuan sect, whether it was to buy divine pills or wonders of heaven and earth in the Xuanhuan sect, or to practice in some special environments, all they needed were Xuanhuan points. In addition, Xuanhuan points can be exchanged for divine stones, but divine stones cannot be exchanged for Xuanhuan points. In the Xuanhuan school, unless someone is really forced to the limit, no one will use Xuanhuan points to exchange for divine stones. Xuanhuan points are much more precious than divine stones. The 10,000 points are the rewards for the first place in each state's purple cloud rankings, the second and third are 8,000 points respectively, the fourth, fifth, and sixth are 5,000 points, and the 7th, 8th, 9th, and 10th are 30,000 points. Knowing that there are points rewards for the top 10, Han Feng murmured, no wonder some geniuses from other states would go to low-level states to compete for the Ziyun ranking, just for the Xuanhuan points. After taking a look at Huang Zhiqi, he really saw his unwilling face. Huang Zhiqi is obviously not on the same level as Princess Xuanhuan 5th, but because of the difference between 3rd and 4th, he has 3,000 Xuanhuan points less than Jun Sijia and Xing Zhenliang. I will accept your Xuanhuan card after the recognition is complete. This Xuanhuan card is very important, and you must not let it be lost. General Ling Yuntian solemnly urged. The other 20 people looked envious. Even if they pass the assessment from outer disciples to inner disciples, they will not be rewarded with a single universe point. Xuanhuan Peak can only be regarded as a small mountain among the hundreds of peaks of the Xuanhuan sect. Even so, the top of Xuanhuan Peak has not entered into the clouds. Standing at the foot of the mountain, you can't see the end of Xuanhuan Peak when you look up. Look at your token, it contains your Dongfu number. General Ling Yuntian said. Han Feng immediately looked at his Xuanhuan card with fascination, and saw the words -8. On the spaceship, Han Feng had already learned all the information about the mountain peak from General Ling Yuntian, which meant that his residence was Shafeng number 8 cave. Xianlufeng, especially for inner sect disciples. It is one of the peaks where Zizi arranged his residence. There are many other peaks like Xuanhuan Peak, and it is also a small peak in Qianquanzong. As for the disciples of the outer sect, they are not qualified to live on the many peaks of Xuanhuan sect, they just open up an open space between the ground of the mountain peaks to live in. Above the small mountain is a medium-sized mountain, which is the residence of the core disciples. The large mountain peaks are the residences of the heavenly general true God, the lower ancient God, and the middle ancient God. As for the upper ancient gods, each of them lives alone on a mountain peak. Each mountain peak is divided into upper peak, middle peak and lower peak. The heaven and earth spirit of the upper peak is stronger than that of the middle peak, and the middle peak is more powerful than the lower peak. The number of caves in each peak of the upper peak, the middle peak and the lower peak is not the same. The number of caves in the lower peak is the most, the middle peak is next, and the upper peak is the least. There is also competition between the caves. The closer the number plate is, the better the cultivation environment in the cave. The number 8 cave in Xuanhuan can be said to be extremely top among the hundreds of caves in the lower peak of Xuanhuan Peak. General Ling Yuntian took a look at Han Feng, and said with a smile, "There are 10 prefectural geniuses who are arranged to enter Xuanhuan Peak. The first 10 in each prefecture are arranged in the top 10 caves, and the second in each prefecture are arranged in the 11th, to know. On the 20th, and so on, the 10th in each state is arranged between the 91st and the 100th Dongfu. The Dongfu is not static. After a month, your 10 states will be able to fight each other to snatch the Dongfu, so some of you should be careful. Now that your Dongfu ranks high, it may not be the case in a month." As soon as these words came out, Princess Xingyue looked fine, but the faces of the people under Princess Xingyue changed. Huang Zhiqi snorted coldly, "This is a good thing for us. Does it have to take a month?" The last sentence was a question to General Xiang Lingyun. "Yes, 1 month will allow you to adapt to the life of Qiankenzong. During this period, you are forbidden to fight with each other." General Ling Yuntian nodded, and then smiled, "It's only a month, can't you afford to wait for a month?" Princess Xingyue looked at Han Feng and the others, and smiled bitterly. The battle for the cave may be a good thing for Huang Zhiqi and others, especially Xing Zhenliang, who has the strength to compete for the top 10 caves. Not only Xuanhuan, but Zhongfeng's cave, can we also fight for it? Han Feng asked a very important question. At the foot of the mountain, Han Feng has already felt the degree of aura, which cannot be said to be bad, but for Han Feng, it can only be regarded as average. Even if the number 8 cave is ranked high in the lower peak, it is also the lower peak, and the degree of aura can be high. Where to go? If Han Feng's thoughts were known by the high-level true god of Yunzhou, Han Feng would definitely be scolded to death. Yunzhou is located in a remote place. Even if it is a high-level true god, many places where it lives can only reach the 5th or 6th rank. There are also indicators for the level of aura. The lowest rank is the lowest, which means that this cultivation environment is enough to meet the daily needs of the true god of the first kalpa, and the 5th and 6th ranks mean that it is enough to meet the daily cultivation needs of the true god of the 5th and 6th kalpas. The lower peak of Xuanhuan Peak has almost reached the top of the 6th rank at the foot of the mountain. It is estimated that the top-ranked caves in the lower peak are almost equivalent to the relatively high level of the 7th rank. Generally speaking, the 8 tribulations true god who is slightly less powerful will be extremely satisfied with such a place of cultivation. But for Han Feng, it was not enough to increase his cultivation speed too much. With the experience of cultivating in the soul-gathering room of the 9th rank universe spaceship, Han Feng's vision is already very high. Ling Yuntian smiled slightly, of course, but the inner disciples of Zhongfeng and Xuanfeng are not very good-tempered. Okay, generally speaking, Xuanfeng's inner disciples are basically ordinary inner disciples, Zhongfeng is basically an elite inner disciple, and Xuanfeng is a Qianlongbang inner disciple. This sentence means that among Han Feng's 10 people, only Han Feng, Xing Zhenliang, and Jun Sijia are capable of challenging Xuanfeng. Huang Zhiqi broke through to the early stage of the 6 tribulations true god, and he was barely qualified. The third update begins. The 4 of Han Feng, after listening to it, were all thoughtful, and each had their own balance in their hearts. At this moment, a figure rolled up dozens of people and landed here. It was King Ming and Heavenly General. Humph. Ming Wang Tianjiang saw Han Feng and others, his face was ashen. Ling Yuntian also frowned, never expected that Xuzhou and Yunzhou were also assigned to Xuanhuan Peak. But immediately Ling Yuntian didn't care, these geniuses in Xuzhou had already been taught a lesson, and they couldn't bring Han Feng any trouble. As for General Ming Wang, General Ling Yuntian naturally has his own means to hold back General Ming Wang from attacking Han Feng. Okay, 10 of you go up, the others are going to send them to the place where the outer disciples stay. After saying that, Ling Yuntian will leave Xianlu Peak with the remaining 20 people. Ming Wang Tianjiang lost face and angered Xuzhou people. He didn't even intend to introduce Xuanlu Peak and Dongfu to Xuzhou people. Everyone in Xuzhou looked at each other in blank dismay. Who will tell them what to do when Wang Tian will leave tomorrow? In the end, it was a Xuzhou genius who gritted his teeth, endured the embarrassment in his heart, and came to Yunzhou with the cheek to give advice. The person being questioned subconsciously looked at Han Feng. After all, Han Feng was the strongest among the 10 of them, and the person being questioned would not dare to offend Han Feng. How could Han Feng have fought against Xuzhou? No. Furthermore, the person being questioned didn't have a good impression of Xuzhou because of the previous incident on the Qianquan spaceship. However, Han Feng nodded his head. He is just a defeated general. There is no need to hold on to him. Moreover, the behavior of the people in Xuzhou is also to curry favor with the king of Ming dynasty. Yunzhou and Xuzhou are not necessarily in conflict. Han Feng's behavior made many people in Xuzhou feel embarrassed. At first, they thought they would be ridiculed, but the impression of Han Feng in Xuzhou improved a lot. After some instruction, people in Xuzhou understood that Xuanlu Peak is divided into Upper Peak, Middle Peak and Lower Peak. This made Xuzhou's side very grateful. If Han Feng's side hadn't informed them, they might have offended Shangfeng or Zhongfeng's inner sect disciples. There are so many caves in Xuanlu Peak, and only relying on the cave numbers in the Qianquan card, they might find the wrong one. Dongfu. If you don't know the difference between the upper, middle and lower peaks, who knows the meaning of the word xia in front of the Dongfu name? If you find the Zhongfeng Dongfu, it will be a lot of fun. For example, number 30 cave, the lower peak has number 30 cave, the middle peak also has number 30 cave, and the upper peak also has number 30 cave. If you don't know the difference between the lower peak, the middle peak, and the upper peak, newcomers will subconsciously think that it is at the upper part of Xuanlu Peak when they see that the Dongfu is higher. Each level has caves with higher numbers. Number 6, when Jinqing's number plate is actually ahead of me? It seems that in the eyes of the Qianquanzong executives, the number 1 in Xuzhou is more important than the number 1 in Yunzhou. Also, how could the Qianquanzong executives know this time? Many talents from other states have come to Yunzhou, and they have raised the grade abruptly. Han Feng was surprised that when Jinqing's cave was number 6, which was ahead of him, and then he suddenly understood. I am number 8, and there are number 9 and number 10 in the top 10. Qianquanzong already doesn't value the number 1 in Yunzhou. I really don't know which state the 9th Dongfu and number 10 Dongfu are. According to Qianquanzong, it's not even as good as Yunzhou. Han Feng mourned for the owners of the 2 caves. After a month, these 2 people will definitely not be able to protect their own caves, and God knows what level they will fall. After a while, Han Feng came to his cave. Han Feng sat cross-legged in the number 8 cave in Xuanfeng, absorbing the aura of heaven and earth in the cave. The cave is very simple, not too big, and clean. If it is a mortal country, such a cave can be said to be extremely simple. It is a place where savages live, and whoever has a high status does not live in a magnificent place. However, in the God realm, cultivation is the most important thing, and everything else is always a foreign object and is not valued. Therefore, the Dongfu is really just a Dongfu, and the senior officials of the Qiankuan sect did not deliberately make the Dongfu so full of heaven and earth. Falling into retreat, Han Feng also lost his sense of the outside world. He didn't know that within this month, geniuses from other states had arrived one after another. These geniuses did not practice in retreat like Han Feng did. Inquire about. The most inquired is still the first in every state. From the first place in each state, you can probably see the level of geniuses in each state this time. Then, these geniuses have their own goals to challenge. Among them, there are not a few who set their minds on Han Feng. In a remote and small place like Yunzhou, how strong can the number one be? Everyone in Suzhou sneered and gloated at this group of people. They knew Han Feng's true strength. Of course, some people did not underestimate Han Feng, or did not regard Han Feng as a challenge target. These people are the masters of the cave a few numbers ahead. First of all, their Dongfu was already ahead of Han Feng, and they wanted to challenge them, and it was Han Feng who challenged them. Secondly, the fact that the Dongfu is in the front means that the place where these people came from is not a small remote place, but probably an area that is slightly weaker than Luzhou or comparable to Luzhou. The geniuses in this area have already known through various means that several of them in Yunzhou are from Luzhou, and they are also geniuses in Luzhou. Although they are not among the top ranks within Long Live Luzhou, they should not be underestimated. It is impossible to be a weakling who can overwhelm Luzhou geniuses and become the first in Yunzhou. Seeing that the 1-month deadline was about to pass, an unexpected person came to visit Han Feng, and this person was Wen Jincheng from Suzhou. There is an enchantment in front of the cave, and Wen Jincheng cannot enter without Han Feng's permission. Waking up from the retreat, Han Feng opened the barrier to let Wen Jincheng in, but at the same time he couldn't help sighing that the aura of the lower peak was far inferior to that of General Ling Yun's Qiankuan spaceship. Obviously, he felt a breakthrough on the Qiankuan spaceship, and he was about to break through, but he arrived at Qiankanzong. After practicing in Xian Le Peak for a month, the feeling of breakthrough is still there, but I still can't pierce that layer. This is obviously because the cultivation environment is not enough. The 1-month deadline is about to pass, and we must snatch Zhongfeng Cave Mansion before we can make a breakthrough. Han Feng made a decision in his mind. Of course, there is also a special place within Qiankanzong that provides cultivation bases, Xuanhuan Mountain. However, cultivating in Xuanhuan Mountain requires high Qiankuan points. Don't look at 10,000. If you really want to go to Xuanhuan Mountain to practice, you won't last long. It was about to break through, so there was no need to go to Xuanhuan Mountain to waste Qiankuan points. At this time, Wen Jincheng had already entered the cave. The first update begins. Brother Wen, I don't know what's the matter. Han Feng cupped his hands towards Wen Jincheng. Wen Jincheng looked embarrassed. The two of them still had conflicts on the spaceship, but now he came here to sell it on purpose, and he didn't know if the other party would accept it or not. However, thinking of his current situation, Wen Jincheng had no choice but to do so. I really can't come out. I don't know how big the outside world is. Before, Wen Jincheng looked down on Yunzhou, thinking that Yunzhou was just a remote place, but he forgot that Suzhou was not considered a high-end area in the eyes of most powerhouses. During a month, Wen Jincheng saw too many strong men at the lower peak of Xuanhuan Peak. The masters of the first few cave houses are in areas where there are many strong people, even the 5th and 6th, they all have extremely strong strength. Wen Jincheng found out, sadly, that he might not even be able to win the opponent's 10th place. The geniuses from the 10 prefectures who entered Xuanhuan Peak added up to 100 people. Wen Jincheng found out that he couldn't even make it into the top 50. This means that I can't keep the current number 6 cave at all, and it is very likely that I will fall to a cave other than number 50 in a few days. But if there are strong guards during this period, then I dare not say that the number 6 cave will be kept. At least it will make many strong people afraid. Maybe it will be able to maintain the top 20 or the top 30 caves. The top 20 or even the top 30 cave houses are always much better than those outside the 50th. When you come to Qianquanzong, everyone is at the same starting line. Naturally, the better the cultivation environment, the more advantageous it is. After thinking about it, Wen Jincheng thought of Han Feng. In Wen Jincheng's view, among the 100 people, Han Feng's strength can at least rank among the top 10, relying on Han Feng, he can almost achieve his goal. As for the stronger one, Wen Jincheng doesn't think the other party thinks of him. Oh? Take refuge with me? Han Feng said in surprise, but in fact his expression was unmoved. Han Feng didn't have any idea of forming cliques, let alone establishing influence in Qianquanzong. In the beginning, Han Feng's purpose of entering Qianquan sect was only to find the descendants of Patriarch Xianlong. If the descendants' situation is not good, he will help one or two. If the descendants' situation is good, he will hand over the 16-winged black dragon to the descendant of the ancestor of the mysterious dragon, that's all. However, after Han Feng heard the news about the Chaos Secret Realm, he became interested in the Chaos Secret Realm. But, that's all. Han Feng knew that he would leave Qianquanzong and Ziyun God Realm sooner or later, and it was impossible to stay in Qianquanzong for a long time. My own wife still needs to spend time looking for it. With the Zongyun Temple, as long as there are starry sky roadmaps from other god realms, you can travel through the starry sky. Han Feng already had a plan for his next move. Work hard to improve your cultivation and get enough chaos stones in the Chaos Secret Territory. Find the descendants of the Xianlong Patriarch, and pass on the 16-winged Xianlong transformation. Find the starry sky roadmap of other gods. This starry sky roadmap is extremely important, and it is estimated that it will take a lot of Qianquan points to redeem it in Qianquanzong. This is another purpose of Han Feng's entry into Qianquanzong. Without a starry sky roadmap, you can't find other gods in the starry sky. There are 3,000 god realms, each of which is far apart. Seeing that Han Feng was not very moved, Wen Jincheng was a little surprised. Didn't the other party have the idea of establishing his own power in Qianquanzong? Or is it that the other party doesn't like him? Before coming to Qianquanzong, Wen Jincheng must be annoyed at this moment, but during this month in Qianquanzong, Wen Jincheng knew that he was nothing, so even if he felt a little upset, he didn't dare to show his face. Gritting his teeth, Wen Jincheng said, "It seems that Brother Han doesn't like Wen. If so, then Wen will use the information obtained from this month's investigation in exchange for Brother Han's asylum, okay?" This time, Han Feng was a little moved. The battle for the cave is about to start, but I know little about the current situation at the lower peak of Xuanhuan Peak because I have been in seclusion for a month, so someone will explain it, which just solves my problem. Immediately, Han Feng nodded, "Okay, if someone makes a move to deal with you, I can make a move for you, but the premise is that it is within Han's ability to deal with it." It should. Wen Jincheng was overjoyed. "Okay, then tell me now, among the 100 people, who are the strong ones that deserve my attention?" Wen Jincheng organized his language, and then informed Han Feng of the information collected this month. Han Feng nodded from time to time, thoughtful from time to time. Wen Jincheng explained very carefully, especially in Wen Jincheng's opinion, he might be the top 10 strong man, and he told everything he knew. Han Feng got the information, sorted it out, and judged that only 4 people were a threat to him. Xiao Jianfeng, from Lingzhou. Miao Bang of Mad State. Yuan Bingfeng of Shanzhou. Xing Zhenjuan of Taizhou. Among them, Lingzhou is the most powerful region among the 10 states of Xuanhuan Peak, so Qiao Jianfeng was assigned to the number 1 cave. Miaobang in Guangzhou, Yuan Bingfeng in Shanzhou, and Xing Zhenjuan in Taizhou are the number 2 cave, number 4 cave, and number 5 cave respectively. It is not surprising that there is a number 3 cave here. A strong region does not mean that the younger generation is equally strong. From Han Feng's point of view, the master of cave number 3 is not as powerful as the above 4. Of course, this is just the current intelligence. Whether it is the case or not, we will have to fight to find out. 4 people, Han Feng, can't judge which one is stronger and weaker. Lingzhou is indeed stronger than Guangzhou, Xianzhou, and Taizhou, but the strength is limited. Strictly speaking, the 4 states can be divided into the same level. Of the 4 prefectures of Lingzhou are not as good as Luzhou. It seems that the 10 prefectures gathered by Xuanhuan Peak this time are not divided into such powerful regions as Luzhou. I have to say it is a blessing. Han Feng murmured in his heart. If Xianlufeng had talent equivalent to a powerful region like Luzhou, Han Feng had to admit that he would also be under pressure. As strong as Xingzhenliang, he was not even sure to enter the top 10 in Luzhou. But the current Xingzhenliang, through the infusion of Ziyun's divine power and the assisted comprehension of Ziyun's soul, is much stronger than before. Now he will definitely be ranked in the top 10, but he doesn't know where he will be ranked. Han Feng also discovered that the top management of Qiankenzong's arrangement of geniuses in each state is based on balance. Xianlufeng was not assigned to a genius in a region like Luzhou, but was assigned to several geniuses at the level of Lingzhou. It is terrifying to combine so many geniuses at the level of Lingzhou, and then he was arranged again. Geniuses in remote areas like Yunzhou have lowered their standards. Qiu Jianfeng, Miao Bang, Yuan Bingfeng, Jing Zhenjuan. Han Feng thought about the 4 of them. Qiu Jianfeng has the blood of ancient rock demons. Miao Bang possesses the divine body of Tianshuang. Yuan Bingfeng has an indestructible body. Jing Zhenjuan possesses psychic eyes. Just from the names, one can know the power of these divine bodies or bloodlines. In particular, Yuan Bingfeng's indestructible body made Han Feng very interested. Is it really indestructible? Facing Han Feng's question, when Jin Cheng smiled wryly, there is too little information on the number 1 in these states, and it is difficult to inquire about it. That's all I inquired about. I don't know whether the immortal battle body is really immortal, but since you dare to call yourself an indestructible battle body, you should. However, Han Feng smiled, immortal battle body? Interesting, how can there be a real immortal body in this world, that is, the immortal body of the fallen emperor, which will be completely wiped out one day under the erosion of time? No, if the Miazhan body was really that strong, wouldn't the Ziyun god realm have been ruled by the Yuan family long ago? That indestructible battle body must have its own limit. What Brother Han said is true. What else when Jin Cheng could say, he could only echo Han Feng. Not long after, when Jin Cheng resigned to prepare for the contest for Dongfu in a few days. The same goes for Han Feng. A few days later, as the first ray of sunlight shone into Xuanhuan Peak in the early morning, Xuanhuan Peak descended, and it suddenly became lively. This day is the day when the 1-month period ends, and it is also the day when the geniuses of the 10 states compete with each other for the Dongfu. The battle for the cave mansion has officially begun. In the beginning, the top 10 caves were fine, and most geniuses still had scruples about the top 10, so the first fights broke out in the caves below the 10. Some of the top-ranked ones fell down one after another, and there were also some high-ranked ones who guarded their caves. For example, Xingzhenliang, the strength displayed is indeed the strength of the top 20 caves, or even stronger. Some people completely regard Xingzhenliang as comparable to the top 10. Jun Sijia's strength is also extraordinary, but among the 10 states geniuses, it is only above average. Huang Zhiqi's strength is average among 10 state geniuses. Fortunately, Huang Zhiqi was originally in the number 30 cave mansion, and he remained in the number 40 cave mansion after he fell from the horse. The fall is not too big. As time passed, the competition for the caves became more and more fierce, and some experts finally set their sights on the top 10 caves. To be precise, it is relatively late among the top 10. Lian Wenjin has found information about Qiu Jianfeng and others, and where will the rest be? The top 10 cave houses, to be exact, are the number 1, number 2, number 4, and number 5 cave houses. They are genuine top 10 powerhouses in the 10 states and should not be provoked. Except for these 4 people, there are more so-called top 10 powerhouses left, at least there are more than 10, and the number 3 cave genius is also one of them. The first person to be challenged was the number 10 cave master. This person is the number 1 in the state, and his cultivation base is at the initial stage of the 6 tribulations true God. His strength is about the same as that of the princess of the crescent moon, and he is quickly defeated in the face of challengers. Such a miserable record has made many geniuses realize that the owner of the number 10 cave is indeed a vain and vulnerable. Soon, this number 1 state was challenged again and again, and suddenly fell to number 60 or 70 Dongfu. After number 10 cave mansion is number 9 cave mansion. The owner of number 9 cave mansion is stronger than Princess Xuanhuan, and his cultivation is also in the middle stage of beginners. Unfortunately, in the face of many more powerful geniuses, number 9 cave mansion can only be handed over. Cave house number 8. Facing Han Feng, many powerhouses hesitated. In Yunzhou, many talents were indeed ignored, but the performance of Xing Jinliang, Jun Sijia, and Huang Zhiqi before could not be said to be bad. Especially Xing Jinliang. In the eyes of everyone, his combat power is also one of the 10 people who have the ability to enter the top 10. As for Han Feng's ability to overwhelm Xing Jinliang to win the first place, his combat power may be even more terrifying. No matter what, he will not be weaker than Xing Jinliang. Of course, there are also some people who are lucky, and just around the corner. As we all know, the power of artifacts is limited in the Ziyun Tower. In the Ziyun Tower, Han Feng can overwhelm Xing Jinliang, but it does not mean that he is stronger than Xing Jinliang outside. Maybe this is the case with Han Feng? These people didn't know that after the end of the Ziyun Temple in Yunzhou, Han Feng and Xing Jinliang had a second fight, and in this second fight, Xing Jinliang lost faster. If they knew, some people might not have the guts to challenge Han Feng. However, persimmons always have to be picked softly. It is said that when Jincheng, the number 1 in Suzhou in the 6th cave, is not very strong. The 7th cave is also from a less powerful area. Eliminate the weaker ones. It was Lingzhou 5th who challenged Wen Jincheng. On the surface, Lingzhou, Taizhou, Guangzhou, and Xianzhou are all regions of about the same level, and the geniuses in the 4 regions should be about the same. But in fact, among the geniuses of the 10 states this time, Lingzhou is obviously a higher level. This is the 5th place in Lingzhou. It is placed in the 3 states of Taizhou, Guangzhou, and Xianzhou. They all have the ability to compete for the top 3. Such a strong man, Wen Jincheng lost without resisting a few moves. Wen Jincheng got Han Feng's promise, but he didn't want to use it right away. All the people vying for number 6 cave were all sudden. Even if Han Feng made a move, Wen Jincheng was worried that he couldn't be fooled. Wen Jincheng's goal is number 20 Dongfu, and he is going to seek help from Han Feng after he has fallen to that level. As a result, after being reduced to more than 20, no one challenged Wen Jincheng, which saved Han Feng's trouble. Wen Jincheng knew, however, that everyone's eyes were now on the competition for the first few caves, and they didn't pay too much attention to the later caves. When the first few caves were confirmed, he would inevitably be challenged again. When asking for help, Lingzhou number 5 challenged Wen Jincheng successfully and replaced him. Naturally, other strong people would challenge Lingzhou number 5, until someone completely occupied number 6 cave with absolute strength. Cave house number 6 has an owner, and soon the eyes of many strong men fell on cave house number 7. However, what is surprising is that the number 7 master is obviously from a relatively weak area, and is stronger than Yunzhou, but the strength of the number 7 master is beyond many people's expectations. At the very least, Xianzhou number 5 challenged the number 7 Dongfu genius, but he was defeated in the end. In the number 8 cave, Han Feng's soul was scattered, paying attention to this battle. Han Feng knew that after the number 7 cave mansion was owned, the next fight would be his turn for the number 8 cave mansion. This guy, his comprehensive strength is stronger than Jun Sijia's. Those people must be shocked. However, such strength is not enough to protect the number 7 cave. Sure enough, after a few times, the genius in number 7 cave was still defeated. This genius doesn't mind either. With his strength, he can be regarded as an elite inner disciple of the Quanhuan sect. After the Quanhuan sect is stabilized, he will definitely attack the Zhongfeng cave. Xiaofeng Dongfu, if you lose it, you lose it. In the number 8 cave, Han Feng straightened his face, knowing that it was his turn. I'm in the pale row of Xiatizu, come to challenge, and please come out and fight. A man with a sharp gun in his hand blocked the entrance of the number 8 cave, full of fighting spirit. It turns out that Pai Pai Lai from Taizhou, this guy is ranked 4th in Taizhou, and he is also a very high-ranking existence among the 10 state geniuses. The guys in the number 8 cave mansion are miserable. This pale light song family's Tiansong Xinyan is not jealous. Not necessarily. Although this pale column is strong, it is not Xing Zhenliang's opponent. This number 8 is the number 1 in Yunzhou. It stands to reason that he should be stronger than Xing Zhenliang. It's been a genius for 4 weeks, and there are many discussions. Qiu Jianfeng and others also noticed the caves in front of him. Under everyone's attention, Han Feng walked out slowly, staring at Pale Lai, who was holding a sharp gun, and said, "Let's do it." Chi Bai Cai didn't dare to be careless. A pale divine flame ignited suddenly on his body surface. It was the divine flame of heaven. A trace of solemnity flashed across Han Feng's eyes. This pale divine fire had already reached the top level of the 7th rank. As far as the middle-level cultivation of Pai Pai Lai 6 Tribulations True God is concerned, having such a divine fire is of great help. At the same time, Pai Bailey also exhibited the Song family's divine body, Tiansong's divine body. The heavenly divine flame roared out, raging violently like a storm. The first update. Change. Han Feng could see that Pai Bailey's divine body level was not as good as Jun Sijia's King Sword body, barely considered the top level of divine rank, and its power was limited compared to the top of high-level divine rank. But the Pale Row has the divine flame of the sky, and its level is as high as the top of the 7th rank, which is only 1 step away from the 8th rank. Combining the divine body with the divine flame, the overall boost to the Pale Row is no less than Jun Sijia's King Sword body. Not only that, but Pai Bailey's cultivation is also at the middle level of the 6 Tribulations True God, so Han Feng dare not be careless. The strength of Pai Bailey is obviously going to surpass Jun Sijia. Your Excellency, be careful, I'm going to make a move. Pai Bailey is a bit of a gentleman, and he has to remind him before making a move. This is because Pai Lai saw Han Feng's lack of action and thought Han Feng was not ready. Your Excellency, just do it. Han Feng said lightly, but still didn't move. Pai Bailey was a little annoyed immediately, thinking that Han Feng looked down on him. In this anger, Pai Bailey didn't say anything more, and shot immediately. Skyfire Divine Spear, Blue Fire Pendant. The sharp spear strikes, changing into thousands, bombarding away like a meteor. The divine flame of the sky is integrated into the moves, and the meteor is like a blue fire. The Xuanhuan pendant is a top-grade divine skill. Han Feng ran the golden immortal stepping step, facing thousands of gun shadows. Han Feng dodged and drifted away, but he didn't let any of the gun shadows hit him. At this time, Han Feng's cultivation was fully exposed. The initial stage of the 6 Tribulations True God? Many geniuses were stunned. Is this a joke? The 5th girl in Yunzhou must have the same level of cultivation, and the 2nd Xing Zhenliang in Yunzhou has broken through to the middle level of the 6 Tribulations True God, which is on the same level as Pai Bai. And this number 1 in Yunzhou is actually only at the beginning stage of the 6 tribulations true God? This kid, he probably won the first place by playing some tricks when he broke into the Ziyun Tower. All of a sudden, many geniuses were full of doubts about Han Feng. Even the pale column in the battle was stunned for a moment. But Pai Bailey quickly retracted his astonishment. No matter what his cultivation was, he just had to attack with all his strength. No matter how weak the opponent's cultivation base is, it is a fact that his own attack can't help the opponent now. Pale Li shook his hands, the attack speed of the sharp guns suddenly increased, and even the power increased a lot, which made Han Feng feel great pressure immediately. Surrounded by thousands of gun shadows, Han Feng clearly sensed the power of these gun shadows. The power of each one probably exceeded the limit of the 6 tribulations true God. If you don't pay attention, you will be bombarded and killed. This person's strength, among the elite inner disciples of the Qiankuan sect, is estimated to be ranked in the lower middle or even middle. Only in terms of strength level, Pai Bailey is not much worse than Xing Jinliang, but if he really wants to fight Xing Jinliang, Pai Bailey will undoubtedly lose. Xing Jinliang's Shinin Tianyan is too cheating, escaping into the void. How can people fight this? If you want Xing Jinliang to go immediately, you must first reach a certain level of spirit, otherwise you will not notice the slight changes in the space at all, and you can only become a target to be attacked by Xing Jinliang. No, I can't dodge anymore. This pale row has gradually become familiar with my dodging routine. However, I don't know the details of the opponent's tricks. Han Feng smiled slightly. The Xingyan battle physique and the Jin immortal physique erupted immediately, turning into a flaming god of war. The Ziji profound fire swept out, and Han Feng's cultivation base skyrocketed. 6-winged black dragon change, Ning. Roar. With a roar of the dragon, the purple flame Xianlong roared out, and the shadows of blue fire guns all blasted on Xuanlong's body. The Xuanlong's body is too big. No matter how fast it flies, it can't dodge the pale rose attack in a limited space. But incarnated as a mysterious dragon, the body of the mysterious dragon manifested by the gods is obviously not easy to break. Xianlong forcibly withstood this round of Pai Bailey's attack. Apart from consuming a part of Han Feng's vitality, Han Feng was almost unscathed. How is it possible? Pai Bailey was shocked. His strongest blow couldn't even break through the opponent's divine essence, manifested Xianlong. The many geniuses who doubted Han Feng before couldn't help being dumbfounded. At first glance, the other party's divine body is not enough, but if you observe carefully, you can find that the number 1 in Yunzhou has a double divine body. Double divine body, this is too rare. Even if each divine body is only equivalent to a high-level divine body, the superposition of 2 divine bodies would be terrifying. That's all, the other party actually possesses a mid-level high-grade divine skill. Those present are all geniuses. As middle-level true gods, they have comprehended and mastered the high-grade divine skills that can only be mastered by ordinary high-level true gods, but what they mastered is only low-level top-grade divine skills. Among them are all top-grade magical skills at the bottom. Only a small number of geniuses comprehend the relatively powerful high-grade divine skills of the low level. There is no one to comprehend the middle-level top-grade divine skills. This is already a divine skill that can only be comprehended and mastered by ordinary 8 Kulpas true gods. Everyone could see that the number 1 in Yunzhou was able to withstand Pai Bailey's full blow without even leaving the artifact. This middle-level top-grade magical skill was indispensable. Those with better eyesight, such as Qiu Jianfeng or Xing Jinliang, can see more. For example, high-quality Xuanhuan, high-quality Xuanhua, and the characteristics of Xuanhua. Bai Cai put away the Skyfire gun, with a serious expression on his face. It's no wonder that Xing Jinliang's ability surpassed that of Xing Jinliang and became the number 1 in Yunzhou. It's really extraordinary. My blue fire pendant is too scattered, and it can't break through the opponent's defense at all, unless I attack thousands of spear shadows on the same part of the opponent, but this is too difficult. And the opponent's purple flame can absorb the heavenly flame that devours me. The last point is what shocked Chi Bai the most, and it is also the biggest reason why the blue fire pendant cannot break through the defense. Without the fusion of the sky flames, the power of the blue fire pendant is limited. I can only concentrate my thousands of gun shadows in one line to attack. As long as I hit the opponent, it is very likely to break the opponent's defense. But in this way, the opponent can easily dodge. I can't care less. Blue flame pendant. The Skyfire Divine Spear strikes again. This time all the shadows of the blue fire spear are condensed in a straight line, like a narrow torrent, blasting straight towards Han Feng. Han Feng didn't dodge or dodge, he opened the dragon's mouth, and the dragon's breath spewed out. Han Feng chose head-to-head. Boom! There was a loud noise, Han Feng's dragon breath, the Xuanhuan pendant that crushed the pale column, and completely blasted the pale column into the air the next moment. Everyone was stunned. If Han Feng chose to dodge, they wouldn't be surprised, but they chose head-to-head. This time, Pai Lai gathered many gun shadows in one line, and the attack power was extremely concentrated, far from comparable to the previous scattered attacks. But even so, what does it mean to be defeated so hard? It means that Han Feng has an overwhelming advantage in the face of Pai Lai. Being able to beat Xing Jinliang to win the first place in Yunzhou is really well deserved. Just this blow dispelled the idea of many geniuses challenging Han Feng. The remaining ones who still have the courage to challenge are all geniuses who have the ability to compete for the top 10. Except for Qiu Jianfeng, there are only a dozen of these geniuses. The second update. 1656 Warlord God Body, one more. Cave House number 1. This kid is qualified to fight with me. Qiu Jianfeng immediately lifted Han Feng to a level where he could fight with him. Miao Bang from number 2 cave, Yuan Bingfeng from number 4 cave, and Jing Zhenjuan from number 5 cave also had serious expressions. This month, the 4 of them also stayed in the cave without going out, but the 4 of them were different from Han Feng. The 4 of them already had high prestige in their respective states, and they didn't have to do it themselves. The geniuses in the same area told them the intelligence of the geniuses in 10 states. In the eyes of the rest of the geniuses, there are more than a dozen geniuses competing for the top 10 and the remaining 6 places, enough to be called the top 10 together with Qiu Jianfeng and the other 4. But in the eyes of Qiu Jianfeng and the others, it was ridiculous to say that they were called the top 10. In their view, the rest of them were no longer on the same level as them, even the 10 or so people who were capable of competing for the remaining 6 places in the top 10. However, Han Feng's attack this time made the eyes of the 4 people shine. There is no doubt that Han Feng's current combat strength is not enough to threaten them, and it is comparable to those 10 people. However, the 4 of them are not overconfident and arrogant people. They naturally saw that Han Feng hadn't used the magic weapon until now. The helpfulness of artifacts to the true gods is obvious, especially for high-level artifacts. It is already so powerful to use artifacts, so what about using artifacts? In the hearts of the 4 of them, Han Feng instantly surpassed the level of the dozen or so people, but that's all. Beyond the level of more than 10 people does not really reach the level of 4 people and be recognized by the 4 people. For the 4 of Qiu Jianfeng, Han Feng possessed a superhuman understanding, otherwise he would not have comprehended such a powerful magical skill. However, compared with the 4 of them, Han Feng has a fatal flaw, that is, the level of the divine body is too low, and none of the dual divine bodies has reached the top level of the divine body. And even one of them is stronger than the intermediate divine body, not even the high-level divine body. If these 2 great gods also reach the top of the high-level gods, they may be able to match or even surpass them. Bai Pai Lai is defeated, and the next challenge must be those 10 people. Let me see how far these 10 people can force the sun. Qiu Jianfeng narrowed his eyes, still paying attention to the number 8 cave. In the crowd, Xing Zhenliang and others sneered. Do you really think that the only whole card left for Han Feng is the artifact? Especially Xing Zhenliang, who still has lingering fears about Han Feng's most powerful move, Ziyun arm. Han Feng defeated Pai Bailey, and the body of the Xianlong did not dissipate. Through the body of the mysterious dragon, Han Feng's voice was deafening. Han Feng is here, who else wants to fight Han? In the crowd, many people who originally planned to challenge all fell silent. Some of these people were comparable to Pai Pai Lai, some were weaker than Pai Pai Lai, and Pai Pai Lai lost, let alone them. Everyone's eyes fell on Xing Zhenliang and other 10 people involuntarily. Zhan Wulia and Zia Quangzu, come and enlighten me. Among the crowd, a thick-browed man walked out with his fists clasped. Zhan Wulia in the crazy state? It's second only to Miao Bang in the crazy state. It turned out that he made the move. That's right, the strength shown by Yunzhou No. 1 is extraordinary. Even the divine weapon has not been used yet, and only Zhan Wulia dares to make a move. Zhan Wulia. Guangzhou is second. Among the dozen or so people who are capable of competing for the remaining 6 places in the top 10, Zhan Wulia is recognized as the leader. Zhan Wulia's cultivation base has broken through to the mid-level of the 6 tribulations true God. Let's do it. Xianlong didn't open his mouth, but the voice came out. With the precedent of Han Feng defeating Pai Pai Lai before, Zhan Wulia used all his strength in his attack. Warrior Divine Body. Zhan Wulia's body was raised abruptly, and his originally stout body became even more explosive. The warrior god body is not only a god body, but also a will, the warrior will. With the general's will in his body, Zhan Wulia's expression immediately changed, as if a war god general faced thousands of enemy troops, marching forward without regret. Zhan Wulia roared again and again, kill. The surging power rumbled violently. Zhan Wulia's aura was even more shocking. All the power was concentrated on Zhan Wulia's right fist. Warrior will break through the sky. This punch, with the power to tear the sky, hit Xianlong. Xianlong was not afraid at all. The power of this punch was indeed astonishing, but it was still not as good as the strongest blow of Pai Bailey before. After all, the power of this punch did not rely on a divine weapon. It's just that the power of this punch was extremely concentrated, and Han Feng didn't dare to resist directly like he resisted the pale, Songhua pendant, and immediately spewed out a mouthful of dragon's breath. But at this moment, a ray of purple light burst out from Zhan Wulia's forehead, and while Xianlong breathed out his dragon's breath and Zhan Wulia punched him, it secretly attacked Han Feng. Sure enough, it shot. Han Feng didn't show any surprise in his expression. Among the information given by Wen Jincheng before, there was information about Zhan Wulia. Zhan Wulia is not Miao Bang, facing the top-ranking figures in Guangzhou, he does not have overwhelming power. Not everyone in Guangzhou is convinced. This information comes from the mouth of the true God who does not accept Zhan Wulia in Guangzhou learned. Zhan Wulia's artifact is not a magic sword, nor is it a magical weapon that boosts attacks like a magic spear and glove, but an auxiliary artifact that binds the enemy, the blue sky circle. The Qing Tian circle is an artifact of the 9 tribulations. Trapped by the Qing Tian circle, even Han Feng has to admit that he needs to spend a lot of effort to get out of the trap, and during this period, it is enough for Zhan Wulia to punch him a dozen times fist. Han Feng was very glad that he got this information from Wen Jincheng, otherwise he would really have exposed a lot of methods in advance this time. The Xuanlong's 6 wings spread out, and the dragon's breath in its mouth did not reduce its strength, but it tried its best to dodge in a limited space. With the help of the 6 wings, the Xianlong was extremely fast. Ziguang followed the Xianlong closely, but never caught up. In the purple light, the purple halo is gradually revealed. Under the influence of the will of the general, Zhang Wulia was full of fighting spirit, and the offensive wave was stronger than the wave, but he did not lose his mind because of this. When he saw Han Feng dodging in time, he knew that his blue sky circle artifact was exposed. Damn bastard! Zhang Wulia gritted his teeth, revealing his whole cards. Needless to say, those few people. Xuanhuan's dragon's breath is obviously stronger than Zhang Wulia's war general soaring to the sky. In the void, the torrent of dragon's breath and the torrent of Xuanhuan have collided, and the torrent of Xuanhuan is gradually approaching Zhang Wulia. Now it's just a matter of luck. If the Qing Tian circle can capture Han Feng before the torrent of dragon's breath completely suppresses the torrent of Xuanhuan, Zhang Wulia will have the possibility of a comeback, otherwise, Han Feng will win. It's a pity that Goddess of Luck is not on Zhang Wulia's side. Before Han Feng was in the circle of blue sky, the breath of Xianlong finally defeated Zhang Wulia's war general soaring to the sky. Han Feng stopped in time, and the dragon's breath did not swallow Zhang Wulia. Zhang Wulia is not someone who can't afford to lose. He took a step back with a livid face. Zhang has lost. From Zhang Wulia's tone, Han Feng heard unwillingness, and also, how could he be completely convinced by the reason of losing because of the early exposure of his whole cards? Everyone looked at each other in blank dismay. This battle made them a little disappointed. Firstly, it was not intense, and secondly, Han Feng did not reveal his magic weapon. Now, they can only hope that the next challenger can force out Han Feng's magic weapon card. The first update. Taishan Tianling cut. This time, many of the dozen or so people were moved. It is true that Zhang Wulia is recognized among the top 10 of them, but that is because of the Qing Tian circle. Among the dozen or so people, none of them had the confidence to dodge the blue sky circle, which was an artifact of the 9 tribulations. In the final analysis, Zhang Wulia encountered an opponent who restrained himself, the mysterious dragon manifested by Han Feng's divine essence. His speed was too astonishing, and his dodge was too flexible. Unless it is a large-scale scattered attack like Pai Bailey's Xuanhuan pendant, it can hit the Xianlong 100% of the time, but the previous battle results of Pai Bailey also showed the flaws of this attack. The attack power is not enough to break the Xuanlong's defense. Therefore, in the eyes of more than 10 people, if Han Feng can restrain Zhang Wulia, he may not be able to restrain them, and they still have the possibility of winning. A top-ranked player from Xianzhou made a shot, but was easily defeated. The artifact in the hands of this genius is an artifact that boosts attacks. This time everyone knew that Han Feng's strength was indeed genuinely strong. Few of them could defeat Zhang Wulia before. It was not simply a matter of restraining Zhang Wulia. "I'm Yan Wudi, come and teach me." An imposing young man walked out from the crowd with a somewhat haughty expression. Yan Wudi? Han Feng was stunned. It wasn't that the name was too domineering or arrogant, but that Yan Wudi was the master of the number 3 cave. Xuzhou is number 1 this time. It's only been 3 battles, so Yan Wudi will make a move? Moreover, number 3 cave mansion is farther ahead than number 8 cave mansion, so it's never Yan Wudi's turn to make a move. If he wants to challenge, it's Han Feng who challenges Yan Wudi. Brother Yan, you are the owner of the number 3 cave, and Han is only the owner of the number 8 cave. There is no need for Brother Yan to challenge Han, right? Han Feng frowned. Qiankanzong can stipulate that those who rank higher cannot challenge those who rank lower. Yan Wudi snorted coldly. Han Feng was taken aback. It seemed that there really was no such rule. The crowd also transmitted voices everywhere, and it was finally confirmed that there was no such regulation. Since there is no such regulation, why can't Yan make a move? Yan Wudi didn't give Han Feng a chance to refuse. A silver-white magic stick appeared in his hand, and faint golden lines appeared on the magic stick, which was very mysterious. Staring at Xianlong, Yan Wudi's heart was surging. In this battle, I want everyone to know that I am number 1 in Xuzhou. How can I be worse than Qiu Jianfeng and others? That's all for Qiu Jianfeng and Miao Bang. I am number 1 in Shuzhou and the owner of the number 3 cave. Why should I be ranked worse than Yuan Bingfeng and Jing Zhenjuan in the hearts of everyone? This sun is my stepping stone. Boy, let's see how I can break your defense. One stick will fix the country. The silver-white magic stick in Yan Wudi's hand suddenly grew bigger and bigger, as if he wanted to poke a hole in the sky, and smashed hard at Han Feng. The power of this stick was extremely shocking. Han Feng's face was solemn, the body of the mysterious dragon retreated rapidly, and the dragon's tail slammed towards the silver-white magic stick. Boom! There was a deafening bang, and the void was filled with energy aftermath. The impact of Yan Wudi's magic stick and the tail of Xianlong was like two huge mountains colliding, shaking the ground. Yan Wudi's mouth was numb, he almost couldn't hold his magic stick, and his body was pulled straight back by an unrivaled force, and he managed to stabilize his figure. And the gigantic Xianlong just turned around and stopped, and it was clear at a glance which one was stronger and which was weaker. Humph! Yan Wudi snorted coldly. He didn't seem to take much advantage of this blow, and even fell into a disadvantage, but he hadn't used his blood yet. The blood of the world-defying giant, condense. The clothes on Yan Wudi's body were completely scattered at this moment, and they were torn apart abruptly. At the same time, a silver battle armor fully armed appeared on Yan Wudi's body. In the blink of an eye, Yan Wudi turned into a giant who stood up to the sky, holding the gigantic wand in his hand. It was completely suitable. Boy, come again. One stick will fix the country. With this roar, the void vibrated, and the magic stick struck with shocking power. The mysterious dragon breathed out the dragon's breath and devoured the god's stick, but the god's stick was not damaged in the dragon's breath, and swept away all the way. Xianlong retreated violently, and then swung the dragon's tail fiercely. Yan Wudi was disdainful, and even shouted, "Break it!" The silver stick smashed on the body of the black dragon in an instant. This time it was not Yan Wudi who was repelled, but Xianlong. The Xianlong was smashed into the air, and there were continuous clicking sounds along the way. The body of the Xianlong was broken by Yan Wudi's stick. Up! So strong! Countless geniuses were shocked, and they seemed to underestimate Yan Wudi. The strength of this stick has surpassed more than 10 people, but no one knows how far they are from the level of Qiu Jianfeng and the other 4. 6 Tribulations True God's mid-level late-stage cultivation base is much stronger than mine. I can't carry it on by relying on the 6-winged black dragon transformation alone, so. Han Feng jumped out of Xuanhuan's shattered body, holding the Taishan Excalibur in his hand. 9 Tribulations Excalibur. Yan Wudi's expression froze. A genius within 10,000 years in the small Yunzhou had such a magical weapon. Many geniuses are also extremely surprised. They are majestic geniuses, and many of them don't have the 9 Tribulations artifacts. This little Yunzhou genius actually. According to the information they found out, the number 1 in Yunzhou was indeed a native of Yunzhou, not people like Xingzhenliang, but geniuses from other states. When did the remote Yunzhou become so extravagant? How did these geniuses know that the information they found out was only superficial information, and they didn't know that Han Feng was actually an ascension person who ascended to Yunzhou? What about the 9 Tribulations Divine Sword? I don't believe that mere people in Yunzhou can master the 9 Tribulations Divine Weapon to a high level. Defeat me. One stick will fix the country. The heavenly god rod struck again, with ferocity. Taishan Tianling Zhan. Facing the magic stick like a small mountain, Han Feng slashed out with a light sword, but it was the Taishan Tianling Zhan with 8 levels of power. In the Ziyun God Tower, the power of the Taishan Divine Sword was suppressed to the lowest level, without any increase. The power of the Taishan Heavenly Spirit Slash in the early 8th stage was naturally not as powerful as the 6-winged Xianlong transformation. However, this time, the Taishan Excalibur was not suppressed, and as Han Feng's strength became stronger and stronger, the Taishan Excalibur recognized Han Feng more and more, and the power Han Feng could display became stronger. Yan Wudi believed that Han Feng's mastery of the Nine Tribulations artifact was not as good as his own, but in fact it was just the opposite. Yan Wudi's grasp of the Nine Tribulations artifact was absolutely inferior to Han Feng. Compared with the magic stick and the giant Yan Wudi, Han Feng is too small, and the sword light he cut out is also very inconspicuous compared to the magic stick. However, Jian Guang, who is very inconspicuous compared to the magic stick, forcibly withstood the violent blow of the magic stick. What? Yan Wudi's pupils shrank, extremely horrified. His incomparably brave stick was actually resisted. Jian Guang was like a ferocious beast, extremely powerful and domineering. Yan Wudi was shocked to find that his tiger's jaw was in severe pain, and he could no longer hold the magic stick. The next moment, the magic stick was chopped off by the sword light and escaped from Yan Wudi's hands. Afterwards, the sword light dispersed into several sword lights, the power decreased, but the attack range was enlarged. Several sword lights passed through Yan Wudi's limbs and abdomen, successively. Puff! Yan Wudi vomited blood, his blood vessels degenerated, and fell from a high altitude. The second update. 1658 Psychic Eyes, one more. I lost. I actually lost. Yan Wudi was caught by a genius in Shuzhou, otherwise, if he fell from such a high altitude, and Yan Wudi himself was injured, the injury would have been worse. Han Feng also fell down at this moment. Yan Wudi looked at Han Feng with a complicated expression. After all, he was number one in Shuzhou. Yan Wudi was not so humble, and if he lost, he lost. It's just that Yan Wudi's heart is full of disappointment. He originally wanted to use the other party as a stepping stone, but in reality, he has become the other party's stepping stone. With a wry smile, Yan Wudi laughed at himself in his heart. Yan Wudi? Hee, you really can't control yourself. Yan Wudi understood that he was only invincible among his peers within Shuzhou Long Live. In Qianquanzong, there are many people in the same generation who are stronger than themselves. Yan Wudi's original name was not Yan Wudi, but he was never defeated among his peers, and he was complimented more, so he changed his original name to Yan Wudi. Now it seems that I still lack practice. Yan Detsai lost, I am convinced, thank you Brother Han, for being merciful. Standing up reluctantly, Yan Wudi, no, Yan Detsai bowed to Han Feng. Han Feng was taken aback. Yan Wudi wasn't his real name? Immediately, Han Feng nodded slowly. Qiu Jianfeng paid attention to this place, and couldn't help but shudder when he saw this. This Yan Wudi, no, Yan Detsai's Xinqing has been raised to another level in an instant. I am afraid that his strength will skyrocket in a short time. Maybe he can really become a man comparable to me. Strong at this level. However, the premise is that Yan Detsai's bloodline level can go a step further. If it is in other places, if you want to go further, you must have various adventures, relying on acquired methods. But in Qianquanzong, there is a place that can solve this problem, but it only needs to spend an astonishing amount of Qianquan points. At this moment, Yan Detsai really caught the eyes of Qiu Jianfeng and the others. Even Yan Detsai was defeated, and there were still a few of the 10 people who were ready to move, but seeing this, they immediately put away their thoughts of challenging Han Feng. They watched the previous battles. Yan Detsai's strength was hard power, stronger than them, but he was still defeated in the end. Could they win with a single shot? Therefore, after a while, no one challenged Han Feng. This means that Han Feng has succeeded in guarding the number 8 cave. However, the crowd did not disperse. They knew that they were no match for the first 4, and now it was up to the number 8 Yunzhou number 1 player to challenge for a higher level. Everyone hoped that Han Feng would challenge, so that they could see the strength of those 4 people. Under everyone's expectant eyes, Han Feng really set off. It's just that before Han Feng flew to the number 5 cave, Jing Zhenjuan from the number 5 cave had already flown out, laughing loudly, "Ha ha ha, I thought my opponents were just Qiu Jianfeng and the three of them. The opponent who shot. Before dealing with Qiu Jianfeng and the three of them, I should warm up first. I hope you will not disappoint me." Han Feng twitched his lips. He was directly planning to challenge Qiu Jianfeng, the first cave mansion, but Jing Zhenjuan had already stood up, so he couldn't refuse. Thinking of Jing Zhenjuan's psychic eyes, Han Feng finally became a little interested, and immediately clasped his hands together. "Please. Your Excellency is strong. Although this son will not use 100% of his strength, he will use most of his strength to deal with you, so be careful." Jing Zhenjuan thinks that he is sure to win, and naturally he is happy to show an attitude of valuing Han Feng, but this attitude is probably only Jing Zhenjuan's own opinion. In the eyes of most geniuses, this sentence is simply arrogant. More genius, but excitement. Their strength is indeed far inferior to the two, but if they can watch the battle at close range, it is also a kind of self-cultivation, and find their own shortcomings from the two. On Jing Zhenjuan's forehead, a golden divine eye suddenly opened. It was Jing Zhenjuan's divine eyes, spiritual divine eyes, which were as high as the top-level gods, and they could not be considered weak among the top gods. Jing Zhenjuan yelled loudly, "Psychic space, not!" In an instant, the power of Jing Zhenjuan's soul surged out, like a surging tsunami, and soon swept across the lower peak of Xuanhuan Peak, and even the many geniuses who watched the battle were also involved. And Han Feng was swallowed by Jing Zhenjuan's soul power in an instant. Han Feng only felt that the scene in front of him changed, and the Xianlifeng disappeared completely. What appeared in front of him at this moment was a vast ocean, with Han Feng and many geniuses floating in the air. On the opposite side, the space is distorted, and Jing Zhenjuan's figure is revealed. Only Jing Zhenjuan said with a smile and pride, "Welcome to my psychic space. Here, I am the master of the world, and everything will follow my orders. Number 1 in Yunzhou, no, I should call you Han Feng. Except for those three people, within 10,000 years, you are the first one who can make me display the spiritual energy space as soon as I make a move. I hope you can persist for a long time. Psychic dragon, follow my command and kill." Jing Zhenjuan's smile disappeared at the last word kill, replaced by a ferocious face. The next moment, the surface of the water was churning, and water dragons roared out. So that's how it is. Han Feng has golden immortal pupils. Although he hasn't opened them, he can see the details of the spiritual energy space. This psychic energy space is undoubtedly composed of the power of the soul, and those who appear here are also the bodies of the soul. In other words, whether it is Han Feng or other geniuses, they are all in the body of the soul at the moment. In this soul space, it is a contest between the soul and the soul. Sure enough, Han Feng originally wanted to use the golden immortal stepping on the sky to dodge, but finally found that it was useless, and the body of the soul couldn't use the golden immortal stepping on the sky at all. Here, only tricks of the soul attribute can be used. Humph. With a palm strike, a water dragon was defeated by Han Feng's palm. Han Feng's soul is as high as the 8th level, and these water dragons are also transformed by the power of the soul. They seem to be composed of water, but they are not. The strength of their power depends on the level of Jing Zhenjuan's soul. In terms of the power of the soul, Han Feng is on the contrary above Jing Zhenjuan. At this moment, many geniuses also found in panic that they were unable to perform powerful moves. These water dragons did not attack them, but the aftermath caused inevitably affected many geniuses, and many geniuses retreated in panic. Under the circumstances that many methods cannot be used, they subconsciously fear the attacks of these water dragons. Many of these geniuses have been promoted to the 8th rank level, but in terms of spirits, most of them stay at the 6th rank level, and only a few of them have stepped into the 7th rank level, but they are only lower than the 7th rank. Here, they are naturally at a disadvantage. Not far away, 3 phantoms loomed. They turned out to be Qiu Jianfeng and others. The 3 phantoms looked at each other in blank dismay. They just separated part of their souls to pay attention to this place, and they didn't expect to be trapped in the spiritual energy space. The strength of this psychic space depends on the level of the soul. This Xingzhenjuan may not be as strong as us in terms of strength, but he is stronger than us in terms of soul. We will suffer a lot if we fight this person, unless we have a divine weapon to protect the soul, otherwise. Miao Bangsuing's eyesight was astonishing, and he quickly saw the essence of the psionic space, and couldn't help but feel worried. Xingzhenjuan is simply the nemesis of the 3 of them. Humph, that's not necessarily the case. Xingzhenjuan's methods have been exposed. As long as we defeat Xingzhenjuan in the psychic energy space first, it will be enough. Yuan Bingfeng didn't care. The first update. Power. Xingzhenjuan's psychic eyes are enhanced by the power of the soul, that is to say, apart from the soul attack, Xingzhenjuan's divine essence attack is also the high-level peak level of the 6 tribulations true God, barely exceeding the limit of the 6 tribulations true God. This kind of power is inferior to many of the 10-state geniuses. Qiu Jianfeng glanced at Yuan Bingfeng, curled his lips. The divine soul attack is not a divine essence attack. It can be said that it can be cast with a single thought. There is no chance to solve Xingzhenjuan in advance. The possibility is too low. Moreover, would Xingzhenjuan not notice such a defect? Fortunately, I have an artifact that protects the soul. Xingzhenjuan's attack is the nemesis for others, but it may not be for me. As long as the attack of the soul does not exceed the 8th rank and reaches the 9th rank, don't even try to break through my soul artifact defense. Qiu Jianfeng, a flash of joy flashed in my heart. This magical artifact did not help Qiu Jianfeng's attack. Originally, Qiu Jianfeng only treated it as a sidekick, but now it seems that his father has extraordinary insight. Qiu Jianfeng sighed in his heart. When the 3 were judging in their hearts, Han Feng's shots became faster and faster, and the water dragons turned into nothingness. Your soul. Xingzhenjuan was in shock. Han Feng's spirit level was higher than that of Xingzhenjuan, and Xingzhenjuan didn't sense Han Feng's spirit level at first. But as soon as Han Feng made a move, his spirit power exploded, so he couldn't hide it from Xingzhenjuan anymore. 8th-rank Divine Soul, your Divine Soul has reached the 8th rank, how could it be so high? Xingzhenjuan's face was almost distorted, it was jealousy. I have spiritual eyes, and my cultivation base has reached the peak of the middle level of the 6 tribulations true God, so that I can raise the soul to the upper level of the 7th rank. But now there is a 6 tribulations true God in the early stage, there is no God I yet, but... Xingzhenjuan's face darkened. Very well, since this is the case, I will not hold back. A burst of golden light surrounded Xingzhenjuan, and Xingzhenjuan's spirit soared rapidly, and soon surpassed the 7th rank and reached the 8th rank. The grade is not weaker than Han Feng. Obviously, it has pushed the psychic divine eye to the extreme. Each grade of the soul is divided into upper, middle, and lower grades. If you want to overcome all kinds of difficulties between each level, even if Xingzhenjuan has the top-level divine eyes, you can only let your soul leap from the 7th rank upper class to the 8th rank middle class, which is exactly at the same level as Han Feng. It doesn't matter if your spirit is high level. Do you have high-level spirit attacks? Psionic Storm. Suddenly, a sky-shattering storm blew up in the void, rumbling, and the momentum was extremely frightening. This power, even the 3 phantoms trembled. All 3 of Qiu Jianfeng's spirits have reached the 7th rank level, and the strongest Qiu Jianfeng spirit level is very close to the 7th rank upper class. However, the 3 of them only allocated part of their souls to focus on the battle, so only a part of their souls were trapped in the spiritual energy space, and the power of the transformed soul body was naturally limited. This void soul storm is enough to kill them easily. The same goes for the rest of the geniuses. Those who don't have soul means, but who are only 6th grade or barely reach 7th grade souls, face the void storm, just like ordinary people facing natural disasters, they have no power to resist. No. Run away. Back, far away. We can't die here, otherwise our souls will be severely injured. In the real world, we will become idiots if we don't die. No matter how lucky we are, it will take decades, hundreds of years, or even longer to recover. The geniuses yelled loudly, wishing their parents would give birth to a few more legs, so that they could run away as fast as they could while breastfeeding. Fortunately, Jing Zhenjuan's target was not them, allowing them to escape. When the storm hit, Han Feng faintly felt that his soul body was about to collapse. So strong. Han Feng's expression froze slightly, and then he smiled. Brother Zheng, I have to say that your abilities are extremely difficult to deal with. I believe that the 3 people in Dongfu number 1, number 3, and no. This move is also a headache. Without the Soul Guardian artifact, it is even very likely to lose. It's a pity that you met me. In terms of spirit, you can't restrain me. While speaking, Han Feng opened the golden immortal pupil. The level of the golden immortal pupils was not high, and for Han Feng, whose divine origin was as high as the 8th rank, there was almost no improvement. What Han Feng valued was not the enhancement of the golden immortal pupils to the soul, but the ability of the Jingxian immortal pupils to unleash the soul attack. Boom! A burst of golden light burst out from the pupil of the golden fairy, instantly turning into tens of thousands of golden light beams, each of which contained extremely powerful spiritual power. Waves of golden light rushed into the soul storm, and golden light suddenly emerged from the black storm, propping up the storm, and then the storm burst and died together with the golden light. You also have divine eyes. Jing Zhenjuan squinted his eyes. Only the divine eyes of the high-level divine rank cannot allow a mere 6-culpa true god to have an 8th-rank divine soul. This child must have another secret. If he got this secret, with his talent and the high level of psionic eyes, would he be able to have a 9th-grade soul in the 6 tribulations true god? Just thinking about it, Jing Zhenjuan's heart became hot. Jing Zhenjuan was even more determined to capture Han Feng. When the psychic storm and the golden light died together, Jing Zhenjuan suddenly took out a blue crystal ball in his hand. Jing Zhenjuan snapped the blue crystal ball into his psychic eyes, and the golden psychic eyes transformed into a dazzling sky blue color blooming from the golden color. Jing Zhenjuan spirit soared again. This guy actually has a divine soul artifact that boosts the divine soul, and it's also a 9 tribulations divine artifact. Now that kid is in danger. Qiu Jianfeng muttered to himself among the 3 phantoms. The 9 tribulations divine artifact made Jing Zhenjuan's soul jump to the top level of the 8th rank upper class, which is far from comparable to the previous entry into the 8th rank middle class. The soaring increase of the soul made the oppression of the spiritual space on the body of the soul even greater. Han Feng already felt that the space was full of forces oppressing him. Cracks in the void. Jing Zhenjuan yelled, countless cracks spread in the spiritual energy space, and the space wind blades swarmed out like bees, densely packed. These space wind blades gushing out from the cracks in the void of the psionic space, combined are enough to threaten the 9th rank divine soul. The wind blades in the space were too dense, and Han Feng, who was in the body of the soul, was unable to perform the golden fairy stepping step and the 6-winged black dragon transformation. His dodge ability was affected to some extent, and he was hit by many wind blades soon. As a body of spirit and soul, it doesn't bleed, and the wound is opened so strangely, and at the same time, Han Feng's figure is slightly illusory. Tell me the reason why your spirit quality is so high. I can spare your spirit body. Presumably you don't want to become an idiot. Han Feng, who was dodging, received a voice transmission threat from Jing Zhenjuan. The second update. Han Feng also knew that his 8th grade spirit was a bit eye-catching, but he didn't expect to attract the coveted eyes of some people so soon. Divine soul, divine essence, and divine body. The easiest to improve is the divine essence, followed by the divine soul and divine body. The difficulty of the soul and the body is similar. Those who have the eyes of the gods will generally improve faster in the soul, and those who have the blood or the body of the gods that increase the physical strength will improve the body faster. Jing Zhenjuan has top-level divine eyes, and now the divine soul is only at the top of the 7th rank. With various means, the strongest state is only at the top of the 8th rank. It is indeed too abnormal for Han Feng to have the cultivation base of the 6 tribulations true God at the initial stage, and the golden immortal eye is only equivalent to the high-level God's eye, which is still relatively low level in the high-level middle class. Han Feng naturally knows that the reason why his soul has improved so much is due to various aspects. The first is the 9 flames and different fire Ju, followed by the tempering of the 6th divine calamity, and then the Ziyun divine fruit. Ziyun Shenhua made Han Feng's soul break through to the 7th rank, 9 flames and different fire art made Han Feng's soul reach the top of the 7th rank, and the 6th divine robbery directly made Han Feng's soul break through to the 8th rank. Among them, the 6th divine calamity, under Han Feng's provocation, is far more powerful than the ordinary 6th divine calamity, otherwise Han Feng's soul might not be upgraded to such a high level as the 8th rank middle class. If Brother Jing has enough purple cloud divine fruits, he must be able to improve so much. Han Feng replied while dodging. Purple cloud divine fruit? Jing Zhenjuan's expression froze at first, and then he looked disbelieving, and sneered, "Don't lie to me, it's not like I haven't obtained Ziyun divine fruit before, and the effect is not so terrifying. It doesn't matter if you are below the 7th rank, but after reaching the 7th rank, every step is extremely difficult, and it is absolutely impossible to reach the 8th rank only with Ziyun divine fruit. Since you don't want to say it, I have no choice but to use strong means. In the spiritual energy space, the soul suffers pain, which is much more painful than the body. I want to see if you can persist until when?" In the center of Jing Zhenjuan's forehead, the blue light in the golden god's eyes became brighter and brighter, almost covering the golden light. Obviously, Jing Zhenjuan has used the blue divine orb, which is equivalent to the 9 tribulations divine artifact, to the extreme that he can master. The void continued to explode, and more spatial wind blades surged out. Han Feng kept dodging, and Jin Xianxian's pupils were also pushed to the extreme. Under the pupil power of Jingxi and Xiantong, the speed of the space wind blade has not changed, but Han Feng feels that it has slowed down a lot, which allows Han Feng to dodge more flexibly. Differentiate tens of thousands, and blast towards the space wind blade. In the void, the light blue space wind blade continuously collided with the golden light, and the blue and golden light illuminated the entire void. Damn it! Jing Zhenjuan's face changed slightly. He found that Han Feng's ability to dodge had suddenly increased, making many of his attacks miss. How is it possible? This is not the outside, but the spiritual energy space. This guy should not be able to use footwork. Could it be that all this is due to the golden eyes again? Jing Zhenjuan quickly guessed that all of this had something to do with the golden fairy pupils. I can't go on like this. Maintaining the psychic energy space will also consume my soul power. Jing Zhenjuan was a little anxious. Jing Zhenjuan was in a hurry, and Han Feng was also in a hurry. This was not the power of the gods, but the power of the soul. The improvement of 9 flames and different fire Ju brings the greatest improvement to the soul, and the improvement to the soul and body is far inferior to the soul. The same goes for recovery. Run the 9 flames and different fire Ju. Xuanhuan recovered the fastest, and Xuanhuan also recovered, but it was far from being able to compare with Xuanhuan's recovery speed. The longer one stays in the psionic time, the more power of the soul will be consumed, and to a certain extent, even if one leaves the psionic space, a series of effects will be brought about. For example, the consumption of the soul is too large, leading to fainting, and so on. However, what's the use of Han Feng being anxious? In the case of fully operating the divine orb, Jing Zhenjuan's soul power has been raised to the top 8 ranks. Facing Han Feng's 8th rank middle class, it is not the accumulated 8th rank middle class. The advantage is obvious. Wait. Han Feng's eyes lit up suddenly, and then he flicked his sleeves, and a pitch-black ruler barely appeared. The ruler was about a foot long, and it was the soul-eating ruler he got from Xingzhenliang back then. As an artifact of the soul attribute, unlike the Taishan divine sword, which cannot appear in the psychic energy space, just like Jing Zhenjuan's 9 tribulations divine orb, it can completely help people in the psychic energy space. The soul-devouring ruler is only an artifact of the 7 tribulations, but it has a terrifying effect. It can absorb the power of the soul. Up, 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 go. The soul was poured into the soul-devouring ruler, and the soul-devouring ruler suddenly became huge, growing from the original 1 foot long to 100 feet long. The 100-foot-long soul-devouring ruler swept out and rushed into the space wind blade. This is the spiritual space. Whether it is the water dragon before, the storm after, or the wind blade in the space now, it is still the power of the soul in essence, and it is transformed by the power of the soul. The soul-devouring ruler absorbs the power of the soul. Then, a scene that shocked everyone and Jing Zhenjuan happened. Those spatial wind blades first stagnate when they hit the soul-devouring ruler, and the next moment, it seems that there is some vortex in the center of the soul-devouring ruler, sucking all these spatial wind blades. The space wind blade disappeared into the soul-devouring ruler immediately, like a drop of water falling into the sea, without even a wave. This. Jing Zhenjuan was dumbfounded. How could this happen? Han Feng took advantage of the victory to pursue, and the Baizhang Soul Eater ruler smashed hard at Jing Zhenjuan. Not good. Jing Zhenjuan's face changed wildly. The power of the soul gushed out wildly and turned into various attacks, but they were all swallowed by the soul-devouring ruler. Jing Zhenjuan also used the power of the soul to transform a set of battle armor on himself, but he was still swallowed by the soul-devouring ruler. The soul-eating ruler hit Jing Zhenjuan, and Jing Zhenjuan flew upside down. The golden light in the eyes of the psionic god on his forehead dimmed a lot in an instant. Can you absorb the power of my soul? This time, Jing Zhenjuan was really horrified. The previous absorption was just an attack transformed by the power of the soul, but what is absorbed now is the power of the soul that exists in the world of the soul. The power of the soul has been absorbed more, and it is very likely to hurt the original source, causing the level of the soul has decreased, and it will be more difficult to recover in the future than to break through in the past. Jing Zhenjuan should be thankful that the soul-devouring ruler is just an artifact of the 7 tribulations. If it was an artifact of the 9 tribulations, Jing Zhenjuan's level would probably drop from the top of the 7th rank to barely the upper level of the 7th rank, and if it was more serious, he would drop directly to the top of the 7th rank. Rank 7 is not impossible. Where is Jing Zhenjuan's confidence that he is always consciously superior to others? It is the psychic eyes and the top-level soul level of the 7th rank. Now that the soul level is in danger of falling, Jing Zhenjuan immediately panicked. The soul-devouring ruler flew up suddenly, and was about to fall again. Jing Zhenjuan quickly shouted, "Stop! I admit defeat." The first update. Conceding in a hurry after only being knocked into the air once, it will inevitably make people look down upon. But Jing Zhenjuan can't take care of so much at the moment. Face is not as important as his own soul. If the original source of his soul is really affected, then it will be a real loss, much more serious than losing face. Jing Zhenjuan quickly revoked the psychic space. The space wind blades that filled the void disappeared, and everyone found that they were still in place, and there were no traces of fighting in the void and surroundings. In the sky, Han Feng and Jing Zhenjuan were also at the beginning. At most, it's just that the soul is a little uncomfortable. But Jing Zhenjuan felt exhausted for a while. Not only because maintaining the psionic space consumes a lot of power of the soul, but also because some of the power of the soul was absorbed by the soul-devouring ruler. Han Feng also felt a little uncomfortable in his head. After running the 9 flames and different fire art, Han Feng felt a lot better. Brother Zheng, I accept it. Han Feng cupped his hands towards Jing Zhenjuan. Jing Zhenjuan snorted coldly, and flew back to the number 5 cave with an unfriendly expression, ignoring Han Feng at all. Han Feng is not embarrassed either. These geniuses are the number 1 in every state, and they are full of arrogance. Some of them can recognize themselves in time after experiencing setbacks and put themselves in the right place, while others only feel jealous. The former is like Yan Dicai, while the latter, those who are like Jing Zhenjuan. Now everyone is in the Chanquan sect and on the same starting line. As long as the former works hard, they may not be able to surpass the latter. If the latter continues, maybe even Huang Zhiqi and Jun Sijia can surpass it. Haha, I didn't expect you to defeat Jing Zhenjuan. Yuan is very interested in you. I wonder if you will accept Yuan's challenge. A figure flew out of the number 4 cave. Han Feng smiled wryly. Brother Yuan is the owner of the number 4 cave, and he challenged Han to a mere number 8, isn't it? Han Feng's purpose at the beginning was to challenge Qiu Jianfeng, so is it possible to challenge all 4 of them now? Yuan Bingfeng smiled and waved his hands. You can't say that. Brother Han has already defeated Yan Dicai before, so he should be the owner of the number 3 cave. As the number 4, Yuan has to challenge. However, Yuan won't take advantage of Brother Han. Yuan can wait half a day. Some of Yuan Bingfeng's previous souls were also in the spiritual energy space, so he naturally knew that Han Feng's soul was only a little consumed, not seriously injured, and could be fully recovered in about half a day. Yuan Bingfeng said so. How could Han Feng refuse, and immediately said, in this case, Han will accept Brother Yuan's challenge, and please wait for half a day. In fact, Han Feng only needs an hour or 2, it can be recovered 7 or 88. After half a day, Han Feng got up and let out a breath. The soul has recovered, and the physical strength consumed in the previous battles has also been fully recovered. The current Korean style is in its heyday. Ha ha ha, then Yuan will make a move. Yuan Bingfeng burst into laughter, and slapped Han Feng with a palm. Han Feng immediately returned to the double superposition state of Jingxian body and Xinyan battle body, and Ziji Xuanhuan blended into it. Xinyan fighting fist. Han Feng could tell that Yuan Bingfeng's punch was not very powerful, so the punch he swung was not very powerful. It was only the strength of the second stage of Xinyan Shanquan. Rao So. With the current skyrocketing cultivation base and the increase of high-quality divine essence, the power of this punch has also reached an extremely astonishing level. Han Feng paid more attention to Yuan Bingfeng. As an existence with the same reputation as Qiu Jianfeng and the other 3, the attack shouldn't be so weak. The next scene stunned Han Feng. Facing Han Feng's punch, Yuan Bingfeng didn't dodge much, directly bumped into it, and was immediately swallowed by the fire fist. Han Feng's punch has already surpassed the level of the 6 tribulations true God, but what about Yuan Bingfeng? It is estimated that it is only equivalent to the high level of the ordinary 6 tribulations true God, and it was burned to ashes immediately. Impossible! Han Feng roared. How could Tang Tang, a genius who was as famous as Qiu Jianfeng, be killed by his own punch? Soon, Han Feng thought of Yuan Bingfeng's indestructible battle body. Could it be? Han Feng stared at the flames. In the flames, Yuan Bingfeng, who had turned into ashes, condensed again after a while, and after condensing, Yuan Bingfeng's cultivation was obviously strengthened. Is this an indestructible battle body? Every time you are bombarded, you will improve your cultivation level? Han Feng quickly guessed some possibilities. Ha ha ha, it's really powerful. I killed Yuan with one blow. I hope Brother Han can continue. Yuan Bingfeng laughed loudly. That said, it is also to stimulate Han Feng. Yuan Bingfeng's indestructible battle body is divided into several grades. The strongest grade is 9 times indestructible, within a certain time limit. As long as the number of deaths does not exceed 9 times, it will not really die, but will follow the number of deaths leads to the continuous increase in strength. The highest level of immortality 9 times is equivalent to the blood of Chaos Divine grade or Chaos Divine body. The second is 7 times of immortality. If the number of deaths does not exceed 7 times, you will not die. If you die 7 times, the improvement in strength is no less than that of the top-level divine blood or the top-level divine body. Then there are 6 immortals, 4 immortals, and 2 immortals. Immortality 6 times is equivalent to a high-level god grade, 4 times immortality is equivalent to an intermediate god grade, and immortality twice is equivalent to a low-level god grade. Yuan Bingfeng is at the level of 7 indestructibles. All true gods with indestructible bodies tend to have higher survivability than other true gods, even if this true god is stronger than the indestructible true gods. But such a battle body also has its own flaws, that is, before the strength is raised to the highest level, it will be tortured. Even Yuan Bingfeng, before dying 7 times, would be abused when facing someone who was at the same level as him or slightly lower than him. Therefore, most of the time Yuan Bingfeng will suicidally resist. It is best to be killed instantly, which can save a lot of pain. Han Feng swung Xuanhuan's fist for the second time, and Yuan Bingfeng was instantly killed again. Immediately after the third time, this time Yuan Bingfeng's cultivation base improved more obviously. After the third death, Yuan Bingfeng's strength improvement was already equivalent to using the blood of the middle-level gods. The fourth and fifth times, Yuan Bingfeng's improvement became more obvious. From the beginning to the end, Yuan Bingfeng didn't take out the magic weapon. Han Feng didn't understand at this time. When Yuan Bingfeng didn't die a certain number of times, Yuan Bingfeng wouldn't attack with all his strength. The rest of the people were also dumbfounded. Okay, I'm curious how many times you can die. After Han Feng finished speaking, he punched Xuanhuan again. 7th time. Died a full 7 times. After the 7th resurrection, Han Feng clearly noticed that Yuan Bingfeng's aura had changed. From being careless at the beginning, he suddenly became aggressive. Han Feng's expression turned serious, knowing that Yuan Bingfeng was going to fight for real. The second update. I don't know if there will be a third update, try hard in a while. But even if there is, it is very late, everyone go to bed first, maybe there will be a little surprise when you wake up tomorrow morning. 7 times of death, the 7th time is either the limit, or Yuan Bingfeng thinks that 7 times of death is enough to deal with me. I hope it's the former. Han Feng looked serious. Yuan Bingfeng's aura was astonishing, no less than that of using top-level bloodlines. At this level, Han Feng had to be treated with caution, especially after the opponent took out the artifact. Yuan Bingfeng's artifact is a giant axe, exuding a strong breath of death. The giant axe was very big and looked heavy, but Yuan Bingfeng carried the giant axe with extreme ease and could swing it at will. Yuan Bingfeng quickly took the divine axe and slashed at Han Feng. Han Feng did not hesitate, immediately took out the Taishan divine sword, and chopped it over. Clang! The sound of artifacts colliding with artifacts was deafening, and then a gust of energy raged in all directions, causing ripples in the air. The figures of Han Feng and Yuan Bingfeng kept interlacing, and the divine axe and Taishan sword kept cutting together. The two figures are extremely fast. Han Feng is better than the golden fairy stepping on the sky. Yuan Bingfeng is better than himself because of his profound cultivation. He has already reached the peak of the 6th order true god and middle level. which is much stronger than Han Feng's initial stage. The magic axe in Yuan Bingfeng's hand fell very fast, forming afterimages all over the sky, and Han Feng quickly fell into the disadvantaged. There is already a huge gap in cultivation between the two. Yuan Bingfeng's seventh death has led to an increase in strength that is no less than the use of top-level divine blood or top-level divine body. Therefore, even if Han Feng's dual combat body is superimposed, there is still 8th rank divine fire. Ziji Xuanhuan's boost was also inferior to Yuan Bingfeng's. If it wasn't for the fact that Han Feng's divine essence has reached the top of the 8th rank, and every attack would increase the power by a few points, Han Feng would not just be a little behind. I can't go on like this. The opponent already has a deep cultivation base, and I'm at a disadvantage if I fight hard. Tai Xian Tian Ling slash. The sword light of the 8th level of power bloomed between the two. Yuan Bingfeng was not afraid at all, and slashed down with the magic axe in his hand. Subduing Dragon Slash. At this moment, Yuan Bingfeng's divine axe was alive like a divine dragon. Boom! A storm of energy strikes. Both Yuan Bingfeng and Han Feng retreated again and again. Han Feng was surprised to find that Yuan Bingfeng's control over the Nine Tribulations axe was extremely deep, and it must have been a long time since he got this axe, at least hundreds or even thousands of years ago. As expected of a big family, Yuan Bingfeng is willing to spend money. In other words, Yuan Bingfeng is the number one within the Yuan family's longevity, and the Yuan family is willing to do their best to cultivate it. Mad God Killing. Yuan Bingfeng raised the divine axe high again, and with a burst of terrifying breath, the divine axe slammed down. Immediately afterwards, a torrent of light blasted straight at Han Feng. Not only that, after this ray of light there is a second, third, fourth. One is stronger than the other. Tai Xian Tian Ling slash. The sword light cut out, the first ray of light was blocked, the second, the third, the fourth. Gradually, the sword light became weaker, and was finally completely swallowed. Han Feng quickly blocked the Taishan Excalibur in front of him, but beams of light blasted on the Taishan Excalibur, and the force of the countershock made Han Feng spit out a mouthful of blood, and his body retreated continuously. At this moment, the gap in cultivation was undoubtedly revealed. Even if Han Feng's 8-fold Taishan Tianling slash is equivalent to a mid-level top-grade divine skill, it still cannot erase the gap in cultivation. We must find a way to break through the Xingyan battle body to the third stage. The Xingyan battle body of the third stage is integrated into the Ziji Xuanhua, and the overall strength will inevitably increase again. But that's all for the future. Now, Yuan Bingfeng needs to be dealt with. As a genius with the same reputation as Zhou Jianfeng and the other three, Yuan Bingfeng's comprehensive combat power was indeed several grades stronger than Yan Dicai's. Among the crowd, Yan Dicai, who was originally quite unconvinced, had to admit that there was indeed a huge gap between him and Yuan Bingfeng. Mad God Killing. Han Feng was once again unable to resist, vomiting blood and being blasted away. It seems that this is your limit. You can be proud of being able to deliver Yuan's strongest blow. A faint smile appeared on Yuan Bingfeng's face. Who said this is Han's limit? Han Feng threw out Yantianwu Baoluan violently. Dance of Yantian. The Yantianwu treasure wheel floated above Han Feng, splitting into hundreds of treasure wheels, and hundreds of flames burst out in the next moment. The second artifact of the 9 tribulations. Yuan Bingfeng turned pale in shock. A true god, especially a true god whose level is not too high, can improve a lot of strength by owning one piece of the 9 tribulations true god, let alone 2 pieces? As long as it is applied well, the improvement of combat power is not just a level. After Yantian danced the treasure wheel, it was the soul-devouring ruler, and Han Feng's Jingxian pupil opened. This is his strongest state to get rid of Ziyun's divine arm. Mad God killing. Hundreds of flames were blocked, as if two soaring tsunamis collided together. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Han Feng slashed out the Taishan heavenly spirit sword with the Taishan Excalibur. Yuan Bingfeng was in a hurry to catch it. The Nine Tribulations axe stood in front of him and was chopped flying. The soul-devouring ruler fell from above and was about to hit Yuan Bingfeng in the next moment. Yuan Bingfeng was taken aback. In the psychic energy space, Yuan Bingfeng had already seen the power of the soul-eating ruler. How dare he let the soul-eating ruler touch him? Even slower. A green light flashed between Yuan Bingfeng's brows, and a dagger artifact flew out. The level was not high, and it was also at the level of the seven tribulations. In the psychic space, the soul-devouring ruler can show great power, but in the real space, unless the person does not know the function of the soul-devouring ruler, it is difficult to realize the ability of the soul-devouring ruler to absorb the soul when the other party is vigilant up. Naturally, this is for super geniuses, and they are still super geniuses supported by powerful forces. How can it be possible for an ordinary true god of the six tribulations to have so many high-level artifacts to protect him? The seventh-level dagger and the seven-robbed soul-eating ruler were entangled, fighting in the void, and the green light and the black light continued to complement each other. Even so, Yuan Bingfeng was still at a disadvantage. Relying on his possession of the Yantian Wubaluan and the Taishan Excalibur, two of the Nine Tribulations artifacts, Yuan Bingfeng is facing two Han Fengs. However, Yuan Bingfeng's strength is indeed extraordinary. Even if he falls into a disadvantage, he can always find a chance to fight back. Han Feng saw that if this entanglement continued, it would become a battle of 1,000 days. With the help of the golden fairy pupil, he blasted out a soul attack. Yuan Bingfeng had known for a long time that Han Feng's soul was powerful, but he never expected that it would be so strong that he could exert superpower even in a non-psychic space. Yuan Bingfeng's face turned pale, and he spat out blood. The power of the magic axe in his hand was greatly reduced in an instant. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Yantian Wubaluan increased the supply, and Han Feng slashed down with the Taishan Excalibur in his hand. Puff puff. Yuan Bingfeng vomited blood again. He vomited blood one after another, and Yuan Bingfeng died immediately, facing Han Feng's offensive more and more irresistible. Seeing this, many geniuses already understood that the confrontation between the two had come to an end. The winner is undoubtedly Han Feng. The third update. Yuan Bingfeng has lost. In the number 2 cave, Miao Bang's face was very ugly. At first, Miao Bang thought he was stronger than Yuan Bingfeng, but after seeing Yuan Bingfeng's battle, Miao Bang didn't think so. My own Tianquan divine body is indeed powerful. It is a top-level divine body, but it is not much stronger than Miao Bang, who was revived after the death of the seventh, and it is very likely to be weaker if I really want to say it. Even Yuan Bingfeng lost. Miao Bang didn't have the confidence to win. Therefore, when many eyes fell on the number 2 cave, Miao Bang remained silent and did not come out to fight Han Feng. Han Feng's target is not Miao Bang from number 2 cave, but Qiu Jianfeng from number 1 cave. As for the defeated Yuan Bingfeng, although his face turned blue and white, he didn't shake his face like Xing Zhenjuan did. He just walked to the side and meditated silently to recover from his injuries. It took 4 weeks to subconsciously take a step back and give way. Even if Yuan Bingfeng was defeated, the fighting power he showed was stronger than them, and he had already gained their true respect. Xing Zhenliang narrowed his eyes. As long as the cultivation base catches up, this person will not be my opponent. Xing Zhenliang's great confidence, even if he doesn't have much mastery of the top-grade magic skills, he can still exert the power comparable to the mid-level top-grade magic skills. At present, except for Han Feng, Xing Zhenliang has not seen the second-ranked geniuses in the 10 states. A genius who has comprehended such a level of magical skills exists. Han Feng recalled the three artifacts to his side, his brows furrowed inadvertently. The Soul Eater ruler has been at the level of the Seven Tribulations divine artifact for a long time, and it can be said to have a profound foundation. It has absorbed a lot of power from the soul after fighting Xingzhenjuan before, and now it has a tendency to break through to the Eight Tribulations divine artifact. After this battle for the cave mansion, we will find an opportunity to let the Soul Devourer ruler overcome the catastrophe. In the eager eyes of everyone, Han Feng did not challenge Miao Bang, but directly crossed his legs on the spot and began to recover. Everyone looked stunned. It is normal for one person to activate the three major artifacts, which would consume a lot of energy. This time the recovery was quick. Although the intensity of the battle with Yuan Bingfeng was far higher than that of Xingzhenjuan, Han Feng recovered quickly. After all, this time the soul was not injured much, and Han Feng himself did not suffer too much injury. After recovering, Han Feng directly challenged the number 1 cave mansion Qiu Jianfeng. Quite a few geniuses were overwhelmed with surprise. Did they skip Miao Bang? In the number 2 cave, Miao Bang's face darkened. It was one thing not to take the initiative to challenge himself, but it was another thing to jump over himself. Miao Bang felt the anger of being underestimated. But thinking about Han Feng's strength, Miao Bang finally swallowed this breath. At number 1 cave, Qiu Jianfeng walked out slowly. Qiu Jianfeng was dressed in black warrior attire, with sword-like brows and star-eyed eyes, imposing manner. A sharp aura like a sword blade swept out, and many geniuses who were oppressed immediately changed their expressions and took a step back. Suddenly, this sharp momentum changed, became thicker, and then became like a giant mountain, bringing extremely heavy oppression. "You want to challenge me?" Qiu Jianfeng said lightly. "Not bad." Han Feng nodded. Qiu Jianfeng looked at Han Feng indifferently. "Okay, you are indeed qualified to let me fight with all your strength. I hope the battle just now is not your limit." Roar. Qiu Jianfeng let out a low growl suddenly, the sound rolled out, and the lower peak of Xianlu Peak shook. Qiu Jianfeng's body changed drastically in an instant, turning into a rock giant more than 20 meters high. The rock was still pitch black, and an evil aura shot up into the sky. It is the ancient rock demon blood of the enemies of Lingzhou. At this moment, Qiu Jianfeng has turned into an ancient rock demon. Turning into an ancient rock demon, every time Qiu Jianfeng stepped on his feet, the ground would shake. Han Feng took the lead this time, and Xin Yan slammed his fist at Qiu Jianfeng fiercely. But Qiu Jianfeng raised his right arm, and slapped the giant rock palm hard. It completely resisted Han Feng's punch, and the next moment Qiu Jianfeng grabbed Han Feng's hand and spun violently. When the spinning speed reached an extreme, Qiu Jianfeng immediately threw Han Feng out. Han Feng hit the ground like a cannonball, making a huge crater directly. Han Feng flew out of the huge pit, his face a little embarrassed. "The warm-up exercise is over, show off your strongest strength." The ancient rock demon made a buzzing sound. Han Feng wiped the corner of his mouth, feeling the power of the ancient rock demon for the first time. Immediately, the three major artifacts appeared in front of Han Feng. The Yantian Wubaoluan burst out hundreds of flames, the Taishan Excalibur was held in Han Feng's hand, and the soul-devouring ruler was hidden in the dark, ready to attack at any time. Facing the hundreds of flames from Yantian Wu's treasure wheel, the ancient rock demon roared angrily, like a meteorite falling from the sky, and large black boulders appeared around the ancient rock demon, rushing towards the flames one after another. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Han Feng slashed at Qiu Jianfeng with his sword. But at this moment, a jet-black ray of light shot out from the brow of the huge head of the ancient rock demon, turning into a towering jet-black giant mountain. The power it undulates is like an artifact of the 9 tribulations. The pitch-black giant mountain not only withstood Taishuan's heavenly spirit slash, but also attacked Han Feng with an unstoppable momentum. The Han Feng Taishan Excalibur slashed out fiercely again, and struck on the pitch-black giant mountain. The pitch-black giant mountain trembled and was sent flying, but Han Feng was also knocked into the air by the invincible force rushing over from the giant mountain, spitting out a mouthful of blood. The soul-devouring ruler did not fall from the sky this time, but went around behind Qiu Jianfeng and slapped it away. Qiu Jianfeng turned a blind eye to the attack of the soul-devouring ruler. It wasn't until the distance between the soul-devouring ruler and Qiu Jianfeng was less than 10 feet away that a yellow light flashed between Qiu Jianfeng's eyebrows, and a circle of light spread out, and the soul-devouring ruler could not go any further. Han Feng's golden fairy pupils swept towards Qiu Jianfeng, and a blast of spirit and soul blasted over him. Immediately afterwards, the yellow circle of light shook, as if hit by some terrible force. It couldn't shake, and the yellow light flickered violently. Han Feng's face changed. At this time, Han Feng couldn't guess that the yellow light circle should be a kind of magic weapon for soul protection, and its level is not low. Qiu Jianfeng smiled. If he hadn't possessed the Divine Soul Guardian artifact, how could he have dared to accept the opponent's challenge so confidently? As long as it doesn't exceed the 9th grade of Divine Soul, it will be difficult to affect your own Divine Soul. Although I don't know if this is your limit, but this young master's strongest power is not like this. You are very honored. Even in Lingzhou Ziyun Tower, this young master has never used this move, and can overwhelm you. You are proud of me for using this trick. Qiu Jianfeng transformed into an ancient rock demon, and suddenly appeared a 45-foot-long magic knife in his hand, and the magic knife was surrounded by a cloud of black air, which was eerie and strange. Dozhuanmo Shao slash. The ancient rock golem slashed down fiercely as if it was about to split the entire mountain in half, and an incomparable, shocking force burst out. The first update. DS Ziyun Divine Arm. Middle-level top-grade divine skills. Many geniuses exclaimed. After Han Feng, they saw the second super genius who had comprehended mid-level high-grade divine skills within the 6 tribulations true God within 10,000 years. These geniuses still don't know that Xing Zhenliang among the crowd has superb skills, but he can only master a little bit of them. Xing Zhenliang hid his clumsiness in this battle of the cave, and did not reveal such a powerful magic skill. The mid-level top-grade divine skill exhibited by the 9 tribulations divine knife is extremely powerful. Han Feng's Taishan divine sword is also a 9 tribulations divine weapon, and the 8-fold Taishan heavenly spiritual slash is also equivalent to a mid-level top-grade divine skill. But Han Feng's own cultivation level is placed there. At the beginning of the initial stage, it is too far behind the peak of the middle stage of the 6 tribulations true God, half a foot into the high stage of the 6 tribulations true God. Although Han Feng has the Xinyan battle physique, the golden immortal physique, and the Ziji Xuanhuan, Qiu Jianfeng's ancient rock demon bloodline is among the best among the top divine bloodlines, compared to Miao Bang's Tianshuang divine physique, and Yuan Bingfeng's indestructible combat body is stronger. In summary, Han Feng is still inferior to Qiu Jianfeng in terms of cultivation. The billowing devilish energy, roaring like 10,000 ghosts, turned into a sky-shattering blade and slashed fiercely. Taishan Tian Ling slash. Han Feng also broke out to the limit of what he could control Taishan Tian Ling Zhan, but he was still blown away, vomiting blood again and again. In his soul, Han Feng even heard the painful cry from the Taishan Excalibur. Yan Tianwu's treasure wheel and the pitch-black giant mountain were constantly intertwined, and he couldn't spare to rescue Han Feng. Qiu Jianfeng also has 2 great artifacts of the 9 tribulations. Han Feng's advantage was immediately reduced. Click. Click. The Xingyan battle armor on Han Feng's body continued to shatter, obviously unable to withstand Qiu Jianfeng's slash just now. Taking a deep breath, Han Feng's expression is uncertain. Should he use the 7-star pear blossom needle? In terms of sneak attack ability, the 7-star pear blossom needle is undoubtedly the strongest of all Han Feng's current artifacts. Qiu Jianfeng was only the true god of the six tribulations, and he would definitely suffer heavy injuries if he was attacked by the seven-star pear blossom needle, the artifact of the five tribulations. But think about it, Han Feng still didn't release the seven-star pear blossom needle. This time, the battle for the cave was just an experience that Qiankenzong gave the geniuses from all states to adapt to the inner disciples of Qiankenzong. Disciples of the Qiankuan sect's inner sect, disputes in the Dongfu often occur. There is not much hatred between Han Feng and Qiu Jianfeng, but if Qiu Jianfeng's chrysanthemum was exploded by the seven-star pear blossom needle, it will be completely different, and they will definitely form a death feud, and they will never die. For a genius like Qiu Jianfeng, face is extremely important, and he can lose, but if he loses because of being blasted, then it seems that we can only use that one move. Han Feng's expression is slightly condensed. Originally, he wanted to use this move to deal with stronger elite inner disciples, but now he can only use it in advance. The ancient rock demon once again raised the Nine Tribulations sword, and the magic energy rolled and condensed crazily. Dozhuan Mo Shao / Fusion, Ziyun Divine Arm. Boom. At this moment, the sky seemed to be torn open, and the astonishing divine arm wrapped in purple flames descended like a god, and slammed fiercely on the demonic sword light. Immediately, a shocking loud noise rang through the lower peak of Xianlu Peak, and many geniuses were stunned. Is this a high-level top-grade divine skill? God! What did I see? This kind of divine skill must be at the top of the top-grade divine skills. How is it possible? Within 10,000 years, a mere six-kulpa true god, how could it be possible to master the magic skills that most of the nine-kulpa true gods can't master? Some geniuses are amazed, and some geniuses can't accept this fact at all. Except for everyone in Yunzhou, including Qiu Jianfeng, they never expected that Han Feng's final hole card would be this. Qiu Jianfeng's expression finally changed. Before Han Feng showed his mid-level top-grade magical skills, which caused countless geniuses to exclaim, Qiu Jianfeng remained calm because he also possessed this level of magical skills. But this time, what Han Feng used was a high-level top-grade magical skill. Qiu Jianfeng reckoned that unless he broke through to the seven tribulations true god, it would be extremely difficult to comprehend such a magical skill. Suddenly, the arrogance in Qiu Jianfeng's heart was shattered by the blow. If Qiu Jianfeng knew that this was only the 9th level of the Ziyun Divine Arm, and there was a 4th level behind it, which could reach the highest level comparable to the magic skills of chaos, I am afraid that the heart of arrogance would be shattered more thoroughly. Ziyun's divine arm blasted into the sword light of the demonic energy, smashing the demonic energy to pieces with supreme power. In front of the divine arm burning with purple flames, the magic sword light was extremely fragile. If the Ziyun divine arm was only equivalent to a slightly weaker high-level top-grade divine skill, the devil chi saber glow might not be so unbearable. In any case, Dozhuan Mo Shao / is also a middle-level top-grade divine skill, and the one who performs this move is the Nine Tribulations divine sword, and it is no worse than a high-level top-grade divine skill when combined. However, the 9th layer of Ziyun Divine Arm is not an ordinary high-level top-grade divine skill. With the integration of the Ziji Xuanhuan, the power of the Ziyun Divine Arm will only become stronger. If the Ziji Xuanhuan further reaches the 9th rank and is integrated into the 9th level of the Ziyun Divine Arm, the power it will burst out will not be weaker than that of the Ziyun Divine Arm's superb skill. Supernatural skill, what is that concept? It is very likely that most high-level true gods will not be able to comprehend and master them throughout their lives. Some Nine Tribulation true gods will only be able to comprehend top-grade divine skills with their strong cultivation base after breaking through to ancient gods. Most of the best divine skills can only be comprehended and mastered by heavenly generals and true gods who have broken the limits of true gods. Ziyun Divine Arm was destroyed all the way. All the devilish energy was like a mouse meeting a cat, and hurriedly hid. Seeing this, the ancient rock demon quickly blocked the 9 tribulations sword in front of him. Even so, when Ziyun's divine arm hit the 9 tribulations divine knife hard, its terrifying power still shattered the jet-black rock on the ancient rock demon's body. A piece of stone was peeled off, and Qiu Jianfeng's figure was soon revealed. Qiu Jianfeng's face was extremely pale. The power of Ziyun's divine arm gradually dissipated, and the 9 tribulations knife could not be resisted until the end. Qiu Jianfeng couldn't hold it at all because of the strong countershock force, and the 9 tribulations knife was immediately blasted out. At the same time, the remaining power of Ziyun's divine arm hit Qiu Jianfeng fiercely. The purple brilliance bloomed to the extreme at this moment, and a figure flew out of the brilliance, and fell to the ground hard. Many geniuses were stunned. Especially the genius from Lingzhou, with the expression of seeing a ghost, as if the scene before him was fake. Qiu Jianfeng, the number 1 in Lingzhou, has half a foot into the high rank of the 6 tribulations true god, and an existence that can barely enter the ranks of first-class geniuses in Qingzhou, unexpectedly lost. Qiu Jianfeng stood up staggeringly, and after changing his complexion a few times, he said sadly, "I lost." He took a deep look at Han Feng. "Your Excellency's understanding is rare in Qiu's life, and I admire it." Han Feng just smiled lightly, but felt a little ashamed in his heart. Without the help of Ziyun's soul, he would never have been able to master such a powerful magical skill. The second update. Days without inspiration are so painful. Disciple. Qiu Jianfeng didn't say anything unnecessary, turned around and gave way to the number 1 cave, simply and neatly. Then Qiu Jianfeng challenged Miao Bang directly. Seeing Qiu Jianfeng's strength, Miao Bang felt that it would be better to admit defeat, and Qiu Jianfeng became the master of the number 2 cave. Miao Bang also started his own challenge, and finally occupied the number 3 cave. The former number 10 Dongfu has started a new round of replacement. Those who can finally become the top 10 cave owners are all outstanding. The top 10 numbers were determined, and fierce competition began at the 11th road and the 20th. Some geniuses who hadn't made a move at the moment no longer kept their hands, and soon the owners of these caves were replaced one after another. Wen Jincheng is now in his 20s, and he was challenged soon. At this time, Han Feng flew out with a beam of light, flashing golden characters. "I hope everyone will let Wen Jincheng be in his 20s, for his sake. Has a place in number 1 cave mansion." Before the Battle of Dongfu, these geniuses might not have taken Han Feng seriously, but after this time, many geniuses dare not ignore Han Feng's words. Anyone who is not stupid knows that a genius like Han Feng has a bright future. Even among the inner disciples of the Qiankuan sect, has any of them ever comprehended and mastered high-level top-grade divine skills in the realm of the 6 tribulations true gods? Even if there is, it needs to be found from the history of Qiankanzong for so many years, and these geniuses have undoubtedly become high-level Qiankanzong later, and many of them eventually became the giants of the ancient gods. They couldn't guarantee that Han Feng would be able to become a high-ranking ancient god in the future, or at least a relatively powerful middle-ranking ancient god. Instead of offending Han Feng, they might as well take this opportunity to form a good relationship with Han Feng. It's just giving up a place in the number 20 Dongfu, it's nothing. Wen Jincheng himself was also very sensible, so he chose the 29th instead of the 21st. The battle for the Dongfu came to an end not long after, and the geniuses of all 10 states entered the state of cultivation. Xianle Peak descended, and soon became quiet. After coming to Qiankanzong for a month, the battle in the Dongfu was just to make them adapt to Qiankanzong, and those who lost were not deducted Qiankuan points, but this will not be the case in the future. To rob the Dongfu with the true inner disciples of the Qiankuan sect, the one who loses the battle will not only lose the Dongfu, but also lose 1/10 of the total number of Qiankuan points in the Qiankuan card. Now, they are still in the protection period, and there is still 1 month left. After 1 month, the real inner disciples of Qiankenzong will be able to trouble them. Naturally, if they are strong, they can also turn to the inner disciples' trouble. For Han Feng and others, this is a very good opportunity to steal Qianquan points from the inner disciples, get more, exchange for better training resources, and go to Xuanhuan Mountain to practice for a longer time. Naturally, there are those who are happy and those who are worried. For example, the talents of the 10 states are relatively late. In the various states, they are geniuses at the top level, but in this Qiankenzong, they are nothing. Not to mention comparing with so many inner sect disciples of Qiankenzong, but only compared with the geniuses of the 10 states in the lower peak of Xuanhuan Peak, they are also backward. In the realm of true gods, 1 month is really nothing. Except for Han Feng, none of the 10 state geniuses has practiced for thousands of years. The longest practice is not far away from 10,000 years. Almost as soon as the eyes were closed and opened, a month passed. In the number 1 cave, Han Feng looked inside his body and let out a long sigh. A month is too short a time. The cultivation environment in the number 1 cave is also far inferior to the spirit gathering room of the 9th rank spaceship. It is obvious that it is only a little short of a breakthrough, but it is impossible to break through. Forget it, you can fight with elite inner disciples right away, and it's almost like snatching a cultivation environment. Han Feng is very self-aware. Facing those elite inner disciples who are ranked mid-low or even middle-ranked, I have a great advantage. Even if I face the upper middle-ranked disciples, I can defeat them with all my strength. However, Han Feng was not sure about the real top disciples among the elite inner disciples. The top disciples of these elite inner disciples almost had the power comparable to the middle-level power of the ordinary 7 tribulations true gods, and very few of them even had the ability to kill the ordinary 7 Jiezhenshin's mid-level record. This strength is hardly inferior to the existence at the bottom of the inner sect disciples on the Qianlong list. Facing such a strong player at this level, Han Feng knew that he still needed to work hard to catch up and surpass him. There are hundreds of caves on the lower peak of Xuanhuan Peak, but only 100 or so on the middle peak of Xuanhuan Peak. Han Feng's goal is the 20th and 30th. At the same time, Xianlufeng was in the middle of the peak. In a cave, more than 10 figures gathered here. The sect actually recruits disciples from other states. Why do those wastes enjoy the resources of our Qianquan sect? One person frowned, his words were full of disdain for foreign states. The sect didn't do this for the sake of the secret realm of chaos. Everyone knows the danger of the secret realm of chaos. The sect is also worried that we will lose too much. To put it bluntly, these people are just cannon fodder, so why be so angry? One person didn't care. To put it lightly, these guys will challenge us in a few days. The elite inner disciple, who had looked disdainful before, was extremely irritable. Don't look at this person's tone of disdain for the foreign state, but in fact the alarm bells are ringing in his heart. It is true that Weizhou is not as good as Qingzhou, and it is not as good as the many geniuses of Qiankenzong, but it is only a part of the geniuses of Qiankenzong, not inferior to all Qiankenzong disciples. The scope of Qiankenzong's main recruitment of disciples is Qingzhou. No matter how high the level of warriors in Qingzhou is, there is a limit to the number of geniuses. To put it bluntly, the reason why Weizhou finds Qiankenzong difficult to enter is because Qiankenzong's assessment of people from Weizhou is extremely strict, but it is not the case when it treats Qingzhou, and it will be lowered several grades. Therefore, this disdainful inner disciple of the elite knows that the elites from other states, especially the top 10, may not be inferior to them. The top 3 in each state are stronger. Facing the challenge of such a genius, why is this elite inner disciple not in a hurry? In the middle peak of Xuanhuan Peak, he is the bottom of the group. Maybe he will be picked by these geniuses from other states, and he will be ashamed when the time comes up. Everyone thinks too highly of those disciples from other states. It is true that those geniuses from other states, especially the top 3 in each state, are extremely remarkable. Their comprehensive aptitude may be comparable to the top few of our elite inner disciples. But, how can the resources of other states compare to our Xuanhuan sect? And these people have only practiced for thousands of years, so it is impossible to be stronger than us. In a few days, we will let those geniuses from other states know that in Xuanhuan sect, it is best to put away their proud heads. Here, they are nothing. The young man in white had a hideous expression on his face. The high level of the Qianquanzong recruited many disciples from other states for the sake of the secret realm of chaos. The disciples of the Qianquanzong also understand that, but there will always be some disciples with extreme personalities who are full of repulsion to geniuses from other states. This young man in white is one of them. Disciples. The white-clothed man's name is Jiang Chen, and he ranks in the middle of Xuanhuan Peak, and ranks in the middle and lower among the elite inner disciples of the Xuanhuan sect. The inner sect disciples of Xuanhuan sect occupy 40 peaks, and Xuanhuan Peak is not ranked high. In fact, among the top 10 elite inner sect disciples in the middle peak of Xuanhuan Peak, only the top 3 or 4 rank among the top 2 elite inner sect disciples 100. The top 200 are the top figures among the elite inner disciples, and among the top 10, they even have the record of killing the ordinary middle-level true gods of the 7 tribulations. Han Feng and others are newcomers, and they would rather look up to the elite inner disciples of the middle peak of Xuanhuan Peak than despise them. Han Feng's goal is number 20 and number 30. In fact, he is fully qualified to enter number 10. If you work hard, if you are lucky, it is not impossible to enter the top 10. If it is the top overall level of strength, it is estimated that 20 or 30 will not be ranked. But having said that, it was precisely because Xuanhuan Feng's overall strength was not high that he was assigned to Yunzhou and other 10 states. Talents from other states such as Luzhou, who are second only to Qingzhou, will definitely be assigned to the top of the mountain in terms of overall strength. The white-clothed man and others discussed how to suppress Han Feng and the others, and they had better accept a large number of slaves as followers, completely unaware of the terrifying opponent they would face next. With the words of the man in white, more than a dozen elite inner sect disciples at the bottom of the middle peak of Xuanhuan Peak laughed and said, "That's right, we disciples of the Xuanhuan sect can beat them by a large margin under the condition of equal overall aptitude." What about the top 3 in other states? The resources can't keep up, it's useless. When we completely suppress it and turn it from a genius to a waste, it would be good to take it as a slave. Not only that, when these geniuses from other states entered the Xuanhuan sect, they got a lot of Xuanhuan points, especially the number 1 in each state. I heard that there are 10,000 points. We snatch them and give them away. Hearing this, Jiang Chen immediately squinted at the person who said this. The elite inner disciple paused, and immediately flattered him. Of course, these Xuanhuan points belong to boss Jiang Chen. Only then did Jiang Chen retract his gaze in satisfaction, and then said coldly, although the sect has a lot of resources, they are all provided to those high-level and core disciples, leaving only a limited amount for our inner disciples. Grab resources, dream. A few days later, 30 or 40 people including Han Feng, Qiu Jianfeng, Miao Bang, Yuan Bingfeng, Xing Zhenjuan, Xing Zhenliang, Jun Xijia, Huang Zhiqi, and others gathered. Go to Zhongfeng. 30 or 40 people are divided into several grades. The first grade is Han Feng and Qiu Jianfeng. The strength of the two is outstanding. The second grade is Miao Bang, Yuan Bingfeng, and Xing Zhenjuan. The strength of the 3 is weaker than Han Feng and Qiu Jianfeng. People, but stronger than others. The third grade is Xing Zhenliang and others, and Yan Dicai is between the second grade and the third grade. Compared with the second grade, Yan Dicai is obviously weaker, but compared with the third grade, he is obviously stronger. The fourth level is Jun Xijia and Huang Zhiqi. The strength of the first grade can already be said to be the best among elite inner disciples, and it is not bad among the best. The second level is also very close to the upper hand. It is not an exaggeration to say that it is comparable to the first class. The third grade is regarded as upper middle, and those with slightly weaker strength are better than average. The gap between the fourth level is huge. The most powerful ones are comparable to the middle and lower ones, and the worst ones barely enter the level of elite inner disciples. Seeing that there were so many elite inner disciples who wanted to challenge them, Han Feng was also extremely surprised, and could only sigh that Huang Zhiqi was at the bottom of the list. There is no shortage of geniuses in the world. 30 or 40 people stepped onto the middle peak of Xuanhuan Peak, and the dozen or so elite inner disciples headed by Jiang Chen, who came to suppress Han Feng and the others, were stunned. Originally, they thought that there were only 3 or 4 people coming, but who would have thought that? Jiang Chen's face was distorted. Sure enough, he is from another state. He is arrogant and arrogant. He simply doesn't pay attention to our disciples of Xuanhuan sect. With so many people, do they all think that they have the strength to compete with their elite inner disciples? The two sides met soon. Seeing the hostile and disdainful expressions of Jiang Chen and others made Qiu Jianfeng and others look very unhappy. Everyone is a genius and an outstanding person. Even if you are an elite inner disciple of the Xuanhuan sect, just must be stronger than them? It's just that he occupies the geographical advantage of Qingzhou and has the huge resources of Qianzhong. Do you really think you are a genius? Humph, who is the number one among you? Jiang Chen planned to establish his prestige, so naturally he wanted to choose the strongest one. Everyone's eyes subconsciously fell on Han Feng, and Jiang Chen also looked at Han Feng, and couldn't help squinting. He couldn't see through. However, as a disciple of the Xuanhuan sect, Jiang Chen has extraordinary knowledge, so he naturally knew that there are many ways to conceal his cultivation in this world, so he didn't care too much. As long as you do it, it is impossible to hide your cultivation. Jiang Chen raised his middle finger, hooked his fingers at Han Feng, and said mockingly, "Come on, let me see what you are capable of being, number one. And let the arrogant people around you see what is meant by elite's disciple." Hey, why do you need Boss Jiang to take action? My little brother alone is enough. A wretched and short elite inner disciple stood up from the side. Pang Feng? Well, since you have the heart, I'll leave this kid to you. Jiang Chen was very satisfied. If a younger brother beside him could beat the opponent's number one, let's see how rampant these geniuses from other states are. Everyone was outraged. Who is arrogant and arrogant? The middle level of the six tribulations true God is like challenging Han Feng? Thinking of Han Feng's terrifying combat power, everyone sneered. Among the crowd, a true god of the six tribulations who had never had much sense of presence came out. This person was no different among 30 or 40 people, so except for a small number of people, Han Feng and others who were in the first or second ranks did not know this. What is the name of the person? The man stared at Pang Feng, and said slowly, "You are not qualified to challenge our strongest yet. Shall I fight you?" As he said that, the man turned his head to look at Han Feng. "Brother Han, can you?" Han Feng hesitated for a moment, then nodded, "Follow you." Pang Feng's face was livid. An unknown person dares to do this, he wants to die. Pang Feng was furious, and instantly turned into a purple dragon man. The dragon claws pierced through the void and tore at the enemy. Pang Feng went fast, and also retreated quickly, and saw that the opponent suddenly turned into a brown ape-man, and with one punch, Pang Feng vomited blood and shot back. Pang Feng was at the bottom of Xuanhuan Peak, and the entire Xuanhuan sect elite inner disciples were also at the bottom, but what about the other party? Perhaps among Han Feng and his group, he is not obvious, and is in the middle class, but he is far better than Pang Feng. The faces of Jiang Chen and other elite inner disciples who were waiting for Pang Feng to unleash his might suddenly froze. The second update. I have been without inspiration and state, but I can't continue to be decadent. I will strive for the third shift tomorrow. What? Impossible. How could Pang Feng lose? Pang Feng's dignified elite inner sect disciple, how could one of these random people from other states? This person is definitely the best among these people from other states. At least the top 3. These elite inner disciples were stunned. Even though they expected that these out-of-state geniuses might have some troubles, they didn't expect this to be the case. From their point of view, the few difficult ones are just having the capital to compete with their elite inner disciples. They never expected that their majestic elite inner disciples would lose so quickly. Damn it, you despicable and shameless person actually made a surprise attack. Jiangchen roared angrily, saving some face for himself. The geniuses on Han Feng's side all sneered, and the fool could see that Pang Feng made the first move, so there was no way their side was a sneak attack. Han Feng was thoughtful. The elite inner disciples seemed to be weaker than he imagined. What kind of strength would this Jiangchen have? It seems that I think too highly of the elite inner disciples of Qiankenzong. No, strictly speaking, I am the elite inner disciples of the middle peak of Xuanhuan Peak. Perhaps my goal should be a little further forward. Han Feng's eyes flashed, there was a flash of light. The rest of the people also found that elite inner disciples were different from what they imagined, and did not bring them the irresistible oppression as they imagined. All of a sudden, those who were at the bottom of the crowd also gained a little bit of confidence. Feng Yan, you will fight this time. Jiangchen called out a name. Feng Yan and Pang Feng are also at the bottom of Xianle Peak, but they are also at the bottom of the level, and they are also divided into high and low. Pang Feng was in the bottom 3, and Feng Yan was in the bottom 10. Feng Yan's appearance is soft, a bit feminine, and he smiled coquettishly while pinching the orchid flower. Please advise me. Everyone in Qiu Jianfeng shuddered. I'll go. How can there be such a number of elite inner disciples? A group of elite inner disciples clamored one after another, asking Feng Yan to teach Han Feng and others a harsh lesson. The elite inner disciples subconsciously imagined the person who played before as the top-ranked Han Feng and his group. I don't believe at all that it's just the middle class among Han Feng's group. There must not be many geniuses of this top level. Qiu Jianfeng and the others looked at each other in blank dismay. No one went out to fight, not because they were afraid, but because they were disgusted by Feng Yan. Such behavior, in the eyes of elite inner disciples, is to be afraid, and dare not challenge them. Feng Yan smiled coquettishly. Could it be that you are afraid of me? A group of elite inner disciples laughed, full of sarcasm. Damn it, the mere she-male really thinks we're scared? Who's on? Torturing this she-male to death. The crowd shouted quite loudly, but still no one responded. In the end, Huang Zhiqi couldn't take it anymore and stood up. At this time, Feng Yan's expression was extremely gloomy, and he was being scolded by she-male and she-male. Even if Feng Yan knew that his behavior was a little perverted, he would never allow anyone to speak out directly. Looking for death. Feng Yan was furious, and shot instantly, like a raging sea. Have to say, Feng Yan still had some strength, but Huang Zhiqi had a hard time coping with it, and frequently fell into the disadvantaged. In Yunzhou, Huang Zhiqi was still at the top level of ordinary inner disciples, barely comparable to the elite inner disciples, and later broke through to the middle level of the Six Tribulations True God. His strength soared, and he was only equivalent to the inferior elite inner disciples. Feng Yan is also at this level. All of a sudden, Huang Zhiqi turned into an imperial dragon, and the surging coercion was mighty. Only then did he pull back and gradually gain the upper hand. However, Huang Zhiqi did not surpass Feng Yan by much after all, and the two fought fiercely. After 100 moves, Huang Zhiqi won the victory. Everyone laughed. Huang Zhiqi won the victory even when he was at the bottom of the 30 or 40 people. It seems that the elite inner disciples who came to suppress them are really limited. On the contrary, Jiang Chen and his party turned dark. If they lost the first time, they could still say that the opponent sent someone with top strength, but they still lost the second time. No matter how long they persisted, they still lost anyway. This shows that the opponent really cannot be underestimated. Those who come to suppress geniuses from other states are, in the final analysis, only the middle or lower class among the elite inner disciples. The elite inner disciples who are really at the top or even the top will not suppress geniuses from other states at all, or they have their own dignity and self-confidence, thinking that even if geniuses from other states come to compete with them for resources, they will not be able to compete with them. Only elite inner disciples who are not very strong will choose to suppress geniuses from other states, because they fear that their resources will be robbed all day long. Such elite inner disciples have an average temperament, and are inferior to many geniuses in other states who do not have the strength of elite inner disciples. If it weren't for the vast resources of Qianquanzong, these people would never have such strength at this age. All the elite inner disciples looked at me, and I looked at you, all fell silent. Everyone is the inferior disciple of Xianlifeng's elite inner disciples. Feng Yan is already the stronger among the 10 or more of them. Even Feng Yan lost, who was left of them? Involuntarily, the eyes of all the elite inner disciples fell on Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen felt that Alexander was not an idiot. If he didn't know that Han Feng and his party were not ordinary characters at this time, he would be an idiot. But facing the expectant eyes of elite inner disciples, Jiang Chen had no choice but to bite the bullet and take a step forward, and said firmly, "It seems that you are not all trash, but don't think that you have won Pang Feng and Feng Yan. It's amazing, after all, Feng Yan and Pang Feng are just inferior among the elite inner disciples. It's nothing to win against them, if you have the ability to win against me. At any rate, I am ranked among the elite inner disciples. I am far from comparable to Pang Feng and Feng Yan. I should be enough to deal with this group of people." Jiang Chen thought anxiously, scanning Han Feng and his group, hoping come out a good deal. At this time, Han Feng chuckled lightly. "Mr. Han is not talented, come here to learn from your excellency." Qiu Jianfeng and others who originally wanted to make a move all took a step back when they saw that Han Feng was about to make a move. Jiang Chen looked serious. Since he already knew that these out-of-state geniuses were not simple, it must be even more unusual for him to be able to take the first place among out-of-state geniuses. Those two people before must be the best among geniuses from other states. This person is number one and should be better than that person. Based on the strength of those two people, as long as this person is not much better than those two people, I should be able to win. Jiang Chen stared at Han Feng with flickering eyes. However, it turned out that Jiang Chen was completely wrong. As soon as they fought, Han Feng's cultivation was exposed. Jiang Chen was overjoyed by this, and even taunted him wantonly, but soon Jiang Chen couldn't sneer anymore. With the double display of the Xinyan battle body and the golden immortal body, with the fusion of the Ziji Xuanhuan, and with the display of the 6-winged Xianlong transformation, Han Feng crushed Jiang Chen with thunder, even if Jiang Chen had 8 calamities. Divine weapon body protection can't compete with Han Feng. Han Feng's divine essence has reached the 8th rank, and any attack will be greatly enhanced by the 8th rank of divine essence. Roar. With a dragon roar, the black dragon's tail hit Jiang Chen fiercely, and Jiang Chen vomited blood and flew out backwards. From the beginning of the battle to the end now, it didn't take much time at all. "This is your excellency's strength, it's really disappointing." Han Feng shook his head, and after a fight, Han Feng confirmed that this elite inner disciple named Jiang Chen was in the middle of the elite inner disciples. The first update. How can it be? Jiang Chen actually lost. People from other states, how can they be so strong? More than a dozen elite inner disciples opened their mouths wide, their expressions full of horror and disbelief. Qiu Jianfeng and the others frowned slightly. This Jiang Chen's strength was really too weak, much weaker than they imagined. Being able to command more than a dozen elite inner disciples, it is impossible for Jiang Chen to rank too low in Xianlu Peak. Does this mean that the strength of the middle peak of Xianlu Peak? Jiang Chen fell to the ground with a confused expression. He actually lost. No. Impossible. How could I lose? How could I not be as good as you wastes from other states? Jiang Chen couldn't accept the result of his loss, even losing so fast, and immediately yelled, staring at him with red eyes. With a Korean style, full of unwillingness. Aren't you convinced? You think too highly of yourself. Xing Zhenjuan said eccentrically. What did you say? Jiang Chen stood up abruptly, his murderous gaze fixed on Xing Zhenjuan. Xing Zhenjuan curled his lips. Don't you hear clearly? Then I'll say it again, you think too highly of yourself, you are not even as good as me. Joke, I'm not as good as the number one among you, so why not be as good as you? Jiang Chen sneered. That's good, let's just compare. Xing Zhenjuan walked out with a grinning grin, with psychic eyes appearing in the center of his brows. Psionic space. Psionic storm. Puff. Xing Zhenjuan dealt with Jiang Chen faster. This didn't mean that Xing Zhenjuan was stronger than Han Feng, but that Jiang Chen's soul was too weak, and could only reach the 7th rank. Jiang Chen fell to the ground, twitching all over because his soul was severely injured. The eyes of a group of elite inner disciples looking at Han Feng and others have undergone a huge change. Whoever said that people from other states are trash, all of them are perverts. Han Feng didn't look at Jiang Chen again, and walked towards the top-ranked cave in the middle peak of Xuanhuan Peak, followed by Qiu Jianfeng and others. The elite inner disciples of Jiang Chen's side gritted their teeth. Let's go. Let's go. Jiang Chen is only mediocre in the middle of our Xuanhuan Peak, and there are stronger elite inner disciples in front of us. I don't believe that no one can cure these people from other states. That's right. The elite inner disciples in front will definitely make these people look good. As for Jiang Chen, who fell on the ground, only Pang Feng and a bottom elite inner sect disciple carried him into his cave for treatment. Han Feng estimated Jiang Chen's strength and considered his goal for this trip, so he challenged him at the beginning with the elite inner disciple of the number 30 cave. All the elite inner disciples sneered. This number 30's Beigu is far from Jiang Chen's comparison. This kid challenges such a powerful master as soon as he comes up. It's like dying. However, it didn't take long for these elite inner disciples to widen their eyes. In their eyes, Kitten, who was extremely powerful, was defeated without holding on a few times. Han Feng looked at the Chankuan points in his Chankuan card and smiled. As expected of an elite inner disciple, 1/10 of the Chankuan points is quite a lot. Number 30 has about the upper-class strength among elite inner disciples, and it is indeed weaker than I imagined. It seems that Xianlu Peak is not the strongest among the many mountains where inner disciples live. This is a big deal for me. Han Feng smiled. After Han Feng, Qiu Jianfeng, Miao Bang, Yuan Bingfeng, Xing Zhenliang, Jun Sijia and others also launched their own challenges one after another, selecting different elite inner disciples according to their own strength positioning. The elite inner disciples are about to go crazy. It's fine for a Han Feng to be so perverted. Why are there so many perverted people? Feng was defeated by a well-known elite inner disciple. Gradually, the middle peak of Xianlu Peak was also shaken. Except for the elite inner disciples on Jiang Chen's side at the beginning, more and more elite inner disciples ran out, watching these geniuses from other states showing their supernatural power in shock. In a short period of time, Han Feng, Qiu Jianfeng, Miao Bang and others gained great fame at the middle peak of Xuanlu Peak. The elite inner sect disciples at the front of the Zhongfeng cave house in Xianlu Peak couldn't sit still. Could it be that their cave houses would also be robbed? Only the elite inner disciples in the top 4 caves are always calm. They are also ranked in the top hundreds of the entire elite inner disciples, and they are the existences that truly stand at the top of the elite inner disciples. No matter how strong the foreign geniuses are, they are still some distance away from threatening them. There are only 100 years left before the opening of the Chaos Secret Realm. After 100 years of the Chaos Secret Realm, God knows how many of these people from other states will survive. When these geniuses from other states leave the secret realm of chaos alive, there is a possibility of threatening their status, and it will not be too late for them to make a move. Han Feng also knew that being a newcomer would not be too showy, so even though he had the ability to go further, Han Feng stopped and eventually replaced the original number 10 and became the new owner of number 10 cave in Xuanhuan Peak Xiongfeng. Xiu Jianfeng was the 11th, Miao Bang, Yuan Bingfeng, and Jing Zhenjuan were also in the top 20, Yan Dicai was the 21st, Xing Zhenliang and others almost replaced the top 30. There is a big difference in the rest, the good ones are in the 30s and 40s, and the bad ones are reduced to more than 100, such as Huang Zhiqi. In any case, the first 10 or so people in Xianle Peak Zhongfeng almost had a big cleaning this time, and they were replaced one after another. The elite inner disciples who were originally in the front had to be in the back row. There are also some elite inner disciples who have connections and transferred to other peaks that are inferior to Xuanle Peak. The elite inner sect disciples at the middle peak of Xianle Peak were taught a lesson abruptly. The contempt for people from the outer states disappeared, replaced by strong vigilance. There are so many geniuses in the God realm, none of the other states can compare with Qingzhou, but together, the gathered geniuses are terrifying, no worse than most of their Qianquanzong disciples. Even Xianlefeng's upper hand, those inner sect disciples on the list of top performers, have also heard about the matter of Xianlefeng's middle peak, and put a little attention on Han Feng and others, looking for men worth recruiting, for the future prepare for the Chaos Secret Realm. Not only Xianle Peak, but also other peaks, similar things happened, and even some peaks, the top elite inner sect disciples were defeated. The senior officials of Qianquanzong didn't say anything about it, and the elite inner sect disciples with connections even heard that the senior officials were not angry at all about this incident, but were extremely satisfied with it. The more powerful the foreign genius, the more chaos stones will be brought out from the Chaos Secret Realm. Not only that, this incident can even stimulate the inner disciples of the Qianquan sect. I heard that many talented but lazy elite inner disciples practiced harder than before. Han Feng didn't know about these things. After replacing the original number 10, Han Feng stayed in number 10's cave to practice retreat. Xuanle Peak number 10 cave mansion is full of air, almost no less than 7th or 8th rank. Han Feng clearly felt that his cultivation base was about to move and was about to break through. If he is still in the lower peak, even if he is number 1, Han Feng estimates that it will take him a year or 2 to break through. And now at the number 10 middle peak of Xuanle Peak, Han Feng estimated that he could break through in 3 months at most. 2 months later, the number 10 cave in the middle peak of Xuanle Peak. There was a sudden shock in Han Feng's body, and his breath leaked out, breaking through from the early stage of the 6 tribulations true God to the middle stage of the primary stage. The second update. Breaking through from the early stage of the 6 tribulations true God to the middle stage of the primary stage is just a small breakthrough, and it does not improve the overall strength. But the time from breaking through to the 6 tribulations true God to breaking through to the middle stage of the elementary stage was too short, not even a year, which was enough to make Han Feng proud. Don't look at just breaking through from the early stage to the middle stage. Many ordinary 6 tribulations true gods spend thousands of years and tens of thousands of years to do it. Even a genius, it is almost impossible to break through in less than a year. Cultivation breakthrough, it is impossible to improve quickly, unless I go to Xuanhuan Mountain to practice, with my current Qianquan points. Han Feng took out the Qianquan card and cleared his points. Originally there was 10,000, but he challenged many elite inner disciples before, and got another 30,000, for a total of 40,000. Han Feng had long known the cultivation standards in Xuanhuan Mountain from General Ling Yuntian. Xuanhuan Mountain is divided into 9 floors, each floor has a corresponding cave, and there is a sacred spring in the cave for soaking. The first to third floors correspond to the level of Qiankenzong disciples, including core disciples. The fourth floor to the sixth floor can also play a role in enhancing the cultivation of the Heavenly General True God and even the Heavenly Lord True God. The seventh to ninth floors are of great benefit to the strong in the realm of the ancient gods. It can be seen from this that if the disciples in the realm of true gods can soak before the fourth to sixth floors, how quickly their cultivation will improve, let alone the seventh floor. But in the same way, the higher the number of layers, the more terrifying the universe points needed. Just for the first floor, 1,000 Qiankuan points are needed a year. The second level needs 3,000, the third level needs 10,000, and the fourth level directly soars to 100,000. With Han Feng's current Qiankuan points, he can practice for more than 40 years on the first level, more than 10 years on the second level, and more than 4 years on the third level. On the first floor, Han Feng didn't think about it. Han Feng guessed that the divine spring on the first floor would help him almost as much as the cave in the middle peak of Xuanhuan Peak. The divine spring on the second floor is roughly equivalent to the upper peak of Xuanhuan Peak in helping the true gods, and the divine spring on the third floor is roughly equal to or slightly stronger in helping the true gods than the spiritual gathering room of the ninth rank spaceship. I was able to break through to the middle stage of the six tribulations true gods so quickly, thanks to General Ling Yuntian and the spirit gathering room of the ninth rank spaceship. But from the middle stage of the six tribulations true God breakthrough to the late stage of the initial stage, the difficulty has increased at least several times. This is even more true from the breakthrough from the late stage of the primary stage to the peak stage of the primary stage. Even if I have practiced in Xuanhuan Mountain on the third floor for more than 4 years, at most I can break through to the late stage of the six tribulations true God's primary stage. It is impossible to break through to the primary stage peak, let alone break through to the six tribulations true God's middle stage. Only breaking through from the middle stage of the six tribulations true God to the late stage, the improvement of comprehensive combat power is limited. Then, maybe I can consider that place. Han Feng narrowed his eyes. Qiankenzong provides not only Xuanhuan Mountain, but also other mountain peaks, such as Xinyan Mountain, to cultivate from the disciples to the high level. Xinyan Mountain is a training place specially for those with strong fire attributes, similar to Shunlei Mountain, Tianshui Mountain, Xianbing Mountain, etc. These targeted peaks are actually more helpful to the true God than Xuanhuan Mountain. The power of the divine spring of Xuanhuan Mountain still needs to be transformed by the strong before it can be transformed into its own attribute, Xunyuan. Xinyan Mountain and the like do not need this. At the same time, at the same place, the improvement obtained by practicing in Xinyan Mountain and other places is obviously higher than that in Xuanhuan Mountain. However, Xinyan Mountain also has its own shortcomings. For example, in the caves of Xinyan Mountain, the divine flames are extremely strong and contain toxicity. If they absorb too much, the toxicity in the cultivator's body will accumulate to a certain extent, which will affect the fundamentals of the cultivator, and it will be more difficult to break through in the future. The situation is difficult on several levels. Therefore, if you want to cultivate in mountains such as Xinyan Mountain, the time should not be too long, which is not as good as Xuanhuan Mountain. It is no problem to practice in Xuanhuan Mountain for hundreds or thousands of years, as long as you have enough Qiankuan points. Cultivation in Xinyan Mountain should not be too long, otherwise the accumulation of too much fire poison will affect one's own foundation, which is not good for future practice. But Han Feng smiled slightly. My purpose is not to break through my cultivation, but to break through Xinyan's combat body. Once Xingyan's battle body breaks through to the 7th level, and the Ziji Xuanhuan is integrated into it, it will be enough for my cultivation to skyrocket. It's decided, let's go to the Xingyan mountain to practice. When Han Feng decided to go to Xingyan mountain, there was a peak in a mountain, and a certain cave. Qin Shan crushed the jade slip in his hand. Qin Shan's face was solemn, his eyes were cold. That guy is actually ranked 10th in the middle peak of Xianlu Peak. Ever since he came to Qiankanzong, Qin Shan has used various means to inquire about news. He thought it would be very difficult to find Han Feng, but he never expected that Han Feng was already quite famous in Xuanlu Peak, so he soon found Han Feng. Wind information. Qin Shan was a little happy at first, but when he saw the information in the jade slip, Qin Shan's expression turned ugly. Xianlu Peak is the 10th in the middle peak, which is among the top among the entire elite inner disciples. Qin Shan is very self-aware, and his own strength is in the middle of the elite inner disciples, far from the top elite inner disciples. In other words, he might not be that Han Feng's opponent. In just a few short years of ascension, his strength has grown to such an extent. What kind of adventure did this guy get in the lower plane? Qin Shan was greedy and jealous. The more he knew about Han Feng's strength, the more Qin Shan wanted to steal Han Feng's secret. But there is a gap in strength. Qin Shan did not act rashly. If you want to practice in the Qiankuan sect, you need Qiankuan points. This kid is the number 1 in Yunzhou, and he should have 10,000 points. But even if you have 10,000 points, it won't last long in the Qiankuan sect. This kid I will accept missions in the Qiankanzong mission hall to earn Qiankuan points, as long as I leave Qiankanzong and find someone to intercept it outside, then. Thinking of this, Qin Shan took out a jade slip, entered a few words in it, and asked someone to send the jade slip to Qingyun Gate in Lizhou. The upper peak of Longyu Peak is the area where the disciples of Qianlongbang's inner sect live. A man opened his eyes, and the menacing gaze flashed away. The man's face is like a crown of jade, with a jade face and vermilion lips, very handsome and elegant. The handsome man frowned first, then took out a jade slip. Master's order? Yunzhou Korean style? How dare you offend master in a remote place in Yunzhou? The man continued to sweep. It turns out that there is General Ling Yuntian backing him up, but inner disciples must abide by the rules of inner disciples. No matter how strong General Ling Yuntian is, he can't stretch his arms too far. As an inner disciple of Qianlongbang, I don't want to bully the small with the big, let alone. Not long after, 2 young men wearing the costumes of inner disciples of Qiankuan sect came to the cave where the men were. The first update. Senior Brother Wan, I don't know what it means to call our brothers here. The 2 looked similar, and one of them, who was obviously older, asked, with his hands clasped. The man surnamed Wan said indifferently, go to Xianlu Peak and check for a man named Han Feng. Yes. Although the 2 were curious about who Han Feng was, they didn't ask rashly, and they both stepped back after saying yes. After the 2 left, the man surnamed Wan stared at the jade slip in his hand, and sneered, the majestic general can't get along with mere inner disciples, and only the master can do it. Although the man with the surname Wan is the disciple of King Ming and Heavenly General, he doesn't respect King Ming and Heavenly General much, it's just superficial. With the aptitude of a man surnamed Wan, he is fully capable of worshipping under the sect of the next ancient god. The reason why he worshipped under the sect of King Ming Tianjiang is just to gain a relationship with the family of King Ming Tianjiang. At the moment, I still need to rely more on my master. Although the reputation of the dignified Qianlongbang disciple embarrassing a disciple who has just entered the Qiankuan sect is a bit bad, but compared to being friendly with the Tan family, this reputation is nothing. The man surnamed Wan murmured after 2 sentences. He closed his eyes again. Not long after, the 2 people who went to investigate Han Feng came back, and imported the information from the investigation into the jade slip, and handed the jade slip to the man surnamed Wan. The man surnamed Wan took the jade slip, and his spirit poured into him. Soon, the expression of the man surnamed Wan changed. 6 Tribulations True God's initial stage cultivation base has the combat power equivalent to that of an elite inner sect disciple. It's nothing to have the combat power of a top elite inner disciple. The man surnamed Wan is also among the top disciples in the Qianlong list, and he even has the record of beheading ordinary high-level powerhouses of the 7 Tribulations True God. However, with this level of combat power, his own cultivation is only at the initial stage of the 6 Tribulations True God, which is terrifying. The man surnamed Wan's face darkened, and he immediately burst into laughter. It's a pity that such a genius dies. If I can recruit him, I will have another helper in the Chaos Secret Realm in 100 years. The 2 elite inner disciples didn't know the original intention of the man surnamed Wan, and they also said at the moment, "Senior brother Wan is right." Afterwards, the obviously younger elite inner disciples worried, "These people are basically arrogant people, will they easily join senior brother Wan?" The man surnamed Wan said lightly, "If you don't want to, you too will do it to force him to agree. If you still don't agree, then let him be abolished." Yes. The expressions of the 2 elite disciples froze. The 2 left quickly, and the man surnamed Wan squinted his eyes. "According to Master, this Han Feng is the person under Ling Yuntian's cover. If this son joins me, then Ling Yuntian will probably lose face. Presumably at that time, the Master will not care about this kid." The man surnamed Wan was waiting for the reply from the 2 elite inner disciples. Unfortunately, when they went to Xuanhuan Peak again, Han Feng had disappeared. The Qiankuan sect is so big, and Han Feng doesn't have any close people in the Qiankuan sect. The 2 elite inner disciples just wanted to ask someone to ask, but they couldn't find anything. In the end, they had no choice but to leave and report to the man surnamed Wan. Upon receiving the news, the man surnamed Wan flashed his eyes, and said slowly, "This son defeated many elite inner sect disciples, plus the original Qiankuan points. He is either practicing in Xuanhuan Mountain, or in Shunlei Mountain, Xinyan Mountain, etc. Short, this son can't come out within a certain period of time, so you should stay at Xuanhuan Peak during this period." This, yes. The 2 elite inner disciples smiled bitterly and nodded. They are not from Xuanhuan Peak, and staying at Xuanhuan Peak, it is impossible to rob the cave, and they can only meditate outside the cave, which means that their cultivation environment will be greatly reduced in the next period of time. But the 2 dared not refuse senior brother Wan's order, and they couldn't help but blame Han Feng in their hearts. Han Feng naturally didn't know that if he left later, he would be intercepted by 2 strong men who were close to the strength of top elite inner disciples. At this time, Han Feng had already arrived at Xinyan Mountain. Looking from a distance, Xinyan Mountain looked like a mountain peak engulfed by mighty flames, and there was no part of the mountain peak that was not burning with flames. As soon as he approached, Han Feng felt a surge of flame power descending. Han Feng's footsteps paused, and then the purple fire in the dantian in his body slightly burst out, and a faint purple flame ignited on Han Feng's body, and the pressure was greatly reduced in an instant. Xinyan Mountain and Xuanhuan Mountain are also divided into 9 floors, and Han Feng chose 3 floors. "It's been more than 4 years, I hope I won't be disappointed." Han Feng came to the 3rd floor of Xinyan Mountain and entered one of the caves. In the cave, there seems to be a tan lingquan, but the lingquan is not a spirit spring, but a fiery red liquid. These liquids are transformed by the unique divine flame of Xinyan Mountain. The temperature is extremely high. Even if they are called liquids, they are just images. When Han Feng entered the divine flame spiritual spring, there was no feeling of physical contact with the liquid at all. It was no different from being directly swallowed by the flame. Han Feng instantly felt pain all over his body, and his soul seemed to be injured by the flames. At this time, Han Feng no longer restrained the Ziji Xuanhua, and the Ziji Xuanhua surged out, engulfing Han Feng. "Huh! Feeling that the pain in his body and soul had weakened, Han Feng exhaled and wiped off his cold sweat. Too overestimated myself. The third layer of divine flames is too terrifying in terms of energy and power. It is estimated that only the true god of the 9 calamities can resist for a long time. If the true god of the 8 calamities resists for a long time, there will be problems. Fortunately, Ziji Xuanhuan has reached the top of the 8th rank, which can allow me to support it for a long time. Otherwise, based on my overall situation, it is best to choose the 2nd floor, or the 2nd floor is relatively peripheral. On the same floor, the inner ones are better than the outer ones, but they consume the same number of Qiankuan points. Therefore, anyone who enters Xinyan Mountain will choose the inner cave, and sometimes there will be fights over this. Han Feng had just arrived and didn't want to be involved in such a struggle, so he chose the cave on the 3rd floor, which was on the outside. Fortunately, it was on the outside, otherwise it was unclear whether Han Feng could persist. Waves of powerful fiery energy poured into his body, and Han Feng operated the Xinyan battle body, trying to accumulate the background of the 2nd peak, and then hit the 3rd level. When the Ziji Xuanhua was consumed too much, Han Feng would run the 9 flames different fire art to recover, and then run the Xinyan battle body again. In the blink of an eye, more than a year has passed. The divine flame energy on the 3rd floor of the divine flame mountain is indeed rich, but it took a lot of effort for Han Feng to refine it. If it weren't for the 9 flames and different fire art to reach the peak of the middle stage in the late stage of the 6th layer, and the quality of the divine essence to reach the top of the 8th rank, Han Feng probably would not be difficult to refine, but impossible to refine. It was precisely because of the difficulties in refining that it took Han Feng more than a year to allow Xinyan's battle body to break through to the 3rd stage. Finally broke through. Han Feng really wanted to make a long cry. The 2nd update. After a long time, Han Feng suppressed this urge abruptly. Running the Xinyan battle body, Han Feng clearly felt that his cultivation base was enhanced to be more terrifying. At the same time, Han Feng also clearly felt that when the Xinyan battle body broke through to the 3rd level, the energy of the Xinyan flame had a huge impact on Xinyan. The improvement of combat body has become much weaker. It took more than a year to break through to the 3rd level, and there are still almost 3 years left. If these 3 years are used to upgrade the Xinyan battle armor, Xinyan War Fist, and Xinyan War Seal, 2 of them should be able to also be upgraded. Break through to the 3rd level, but... Han Feng frowned slightly, and began to think, even if the Xinyan War Fist and the Xinyan Battle Seal break through to the 3rd level, they are only equivalent to the relatively outstanding low-level high-grade gods. Skill, integrated with Ziji Xuanhua, is roughly equivalent to a top-level mid-level upper-grade divine skill. It is impossible to reach the level of a high-level upper-grade divine skill, and it hardly improves my overall strength. Whether it's the 6-winged mysterious dragon change or the 9-layer Ziyun divine arm, after being integrated into the Ziji Xuanhua, it is more powerful than the triple-level early-stage Xinyan War Fist that is integrated into the Ziji Xuanhua. Even the 9-fold Ziyun divine arm alone is already a high-level top-grade divine skill, and it is stronger than the triple-level early-stage Xinyan War Fist that has not been integrated into the Ziji Xuanhua. Unless the Xinyan War Fist can reach the late stage, the integration of Ziji Xuanhua can become Han Feng's strongest killer move, making the overall strength skyrocket. However, it is almost impossible for Xinyan Zhanquan to break through to the late stage of the 3rd level within 3 years. After weighing it for a while, Han Feng gave up the idea of improving the Xinyan War Fist, and continued to improve the Xinyan fighting body instead. Looking at the current improvement of Xinyan's combat body by the energy of Xinyan, it may not be able to break through to the middle stage of the 3rd level in 3 years, but at least it can reach the limit of the initial stage of the 3rd level. Let's take a gamble. If I am lucky enough to break through to the middle stage, my comprehensive strength will be further enhanced. Even if I don't break through to the middle stage of the triple stage, I will at least reach the limit of the early stage of the triple stage. After I go out, I only need to exchange some fire attribute gods and wonders. Breaking through to the middle stage. It is better than improving the Xinyan War Fist, but not even improving the overall strength. With a breath, Han Feng soaked in the divine flame that seemed to be a spiritual spring, absorbing the energy of the divine flame. 1 year, 2 years. Time always slips away so inadvertently, especially for the strong in the realm of true gods. 2 years is just a blink of an eye. In the Qianquan card, the number of Qianquan points is getting less and less, which means that it is getting closer and closer to the expiry date of renting the cave on the 3rd floor of Xinyan Mountain. However, Xinyan's combat body is still in the early stage of the 3rd stage, and has not broken through to the middle stage. It has reached the initial limit of the 3rd level, and it is only a short distance to break through. Is it the end? Han Feng's face showed a hint of unwillingness and depression. At this point, there is only 1 month left before the deadline. It doesn't matter, I will sprint with all my strength this month, and whether I can break through depends on this month. Han Feng's face flashed sternly. 29 days, 28 days, 27 days, 20 days, 15 days, 10 days. Han Feng tried his best to hit the middle stage of the 3rd stage of Xinyan's combat body time and time again, failing again and again. Suddenly, Han Feng was overjoyed, the bottleneck has been loosened. There were still 10 days before the deadline, and Han Feng was pleasantly surprised to find that the bottleneck in the early to mid-stage of the 3rd stage of Xinyan's combat body had been loosened. It's good if it's loose. Han Feng laughed. Loosening is equivalent to breaking a crack, and the impact will never be as difficult as before. 10 days. 9 days. 8 days. 5 days. 3 days. 2 days. Only the last day is left, just when Han Feng thought he was hopeless in the mid-stage of the 3rd stage of Xinyan's battle body. A strong breath rushed out, sweeping Han Feng. Han Feng was taken aback for a moment, and then he couldn't help shouting. Xinyan's combat body finally made another step forward and broke through to the middle stage of the 3rd stage. But soon, Han Feng found that he had been too focused on breaking through the Xinyan battle body this month, and he was a little eager for quick success in the last few days. This caused the Xinyan battle body to break through to the middle stage of the 3rd stage in time, and it was also a little unstable. The Qianquan points have almost been exhausted. I was planning to take on some missions, but now it seems that I still need to stay in the cave and practice hard, so as to completely stabilize the middle stage of the 3rd stage of the Xinyan battle body. Xinyan's combat body has broken through to the middle stage of the 3rd stage, and it has overtaken the golden immortal physique. Maybe it's time for the golden immortal physique to also break through. To break through the golden immortal physique, one needs to comprehend it, unlike the Xinyan physique, which only needs to absorb fire attribute energy. But this comprehension is not easy to comprehend. Don't you see that a genius like Xinjianliang, who has practiced for thousands of years, is just comprehending low-level top-grade magical skills? Geniuses like Qiu Jianfeng can barely comprehend mid-level top-grade divine skills. It will take millions of years for the Qianquan sect to comprehend a high-level top-grade divine skill within 10,000 years. This is still a super genius, an ordinary true god, who has not had hundreds of thousands of years or hundreds of thousands of years, so it is impossible to comprehend mid to high-level top-grade magic skills. A small achievement of the golden immortal physique is equivalent to a low-level top-grade divine skill, and further reaching the Deshang realm is equivalent to an intermediate-level top-grade divine skill. It is absolutely difficult to achieve great success in the golden immortal physique just by comprehending it. Even if Han Feng can comprehend it in the time room, even if Han Feng has the blessing of the heaven and man effect, the time spent on the call will not be too short. After all, when it comes to savvy alone, Han Feng has to admit that he is no match for those geniuses like Xinjianliang. If you want the golden immortal physique to reach great success as soon as possible, you need the assistance of top-grade Tao Enlightenment stones. Over the years, I have obtained a lot of Tao Enlightenment stones. I killed those geniuses in the Ziyun God Tower, and I also got them from the storage devices of those geniuses. There are quite a few Enlightenment stones. The problem is, most of those Enlightenment stones are middle grade, and there are very few top-grade Enlightenment stones. Perhaps I should exchange some Enlightenment stones in the Qiankuan sect. But the Qiankuan points have been almost consumed by me. Forget it, let's go out first. As for the golden immortal physique, put it aside first. Xuanhuan's combat body has already broken through, and it's meaningless to stay any longer. Han Feng immediately left the customs 1 day earlier, which can be regarded as saving a little Qiankuan points. The third layer has 10,000 Qiankuan points a year, 1 day earlier, saving more than 20 Qiankuan points. With such a pitiful amount of Qiankuan points, it is estimated that they cannot even be exchanged for decent pills. Therefore, Han Feng didn't go to the main hall of Qiankanzong to exchange the elixir, but directly returned to Xuanhuan Peak. As soon as he returned to Xuanhuan Peak, Han Feng saw Wen Jincheng, Jun Sijia, Huang Zhiqi, and others looking at him anxiously. Han Feng, leave quickly. Don't come back in a short time. Wen Jincheng and others sent Han Feng to leave Xuanhuan Peak one after another through sound transmission. Han Feng's heart sank. What happened? Or did Mingwang Tianjiang finally find Qiankanzong disciples to trouble him? Coming to Qiankanzong and seeing many geniuses, Han Feng realized that he had indeed underestimated the talented disciples of Qiankanzong. On the spaceship of Qiankuan, Han Feng thought that he was enough to deal with the faults from the disciples of Qiankanzong, but after coming to Qiankanzong, Han Feng knew that he overestimated himself. The inner disciples of Qiankuan sect, not to mention the Qianlong list, are the elite inner disciples, and many of them are stronger than themselves. If these people come to trouble him, Han Feng knows that he will suffer a little bit. However, this was before Xuanhuan's battle body broke through. Now that Xuanhuan's battle body has made a breakthrough, it has broken through from the peak of the second level to the middle of the third level, and his strength has been greatly enhanced. Han Feng guessed that his current strength is either the top level among the elite inner disciples, or the bottom level of the Qianlong list. Now I already have a place among the inner disciples, and I can already deal with most of the troubles. Therefore, the voice transmission of Wen Jincheng and the others did not make Han Feng turn around and run away. However, Wen Jincheng and others deliberately waited at the foot of Xuanhuan Peak to tell him about the matter, and Han Feng took note of the situation. Ha ha ha, this is the famous junior brother Han. I have been waiting for a long time for my brother. The voice of laughter came, and two figures came through the air. The faces of Wen Jincheng and the others changed. Even if Han Feng tried to escape at this time, he might not be able to escape. Huang Zhiqi quickly sent a voice transmission. Han Feng, be careful, this is the famous Ren family brother among the elite inner disciples of the Qiankuan sect. The outstanding ones are as strong as Zhou Jianfeng and you alone, and may even be stronger. The combination of the two can even compete with the top level of elite inner disciples. Not only that, these two people are backed by Wan Gong from the Qianlong list, and Wan Gong is the direct disciple of King Ming Tian. You made Ming Wang Tianjiang lose face on the Qiankuan spaceship. This time, this brother from the Ren family is looking for you, and there must be no good. If you can bow your head, then bow your head, otherwise this brother from the Ren family will never let you go easily. Seeing that Han Feng couldn't escape, Huang Zhiqi had no choice but to persuade Han Feng to bow his head. It was better to suffer and be humiliated than to be deposed. Moreover, in the eyes of the high-level people, they were not regarded as the real disciples of the Qiankuan sect. If they were killed, those high-level people would never stand up for them. Han Feng was surprised. Huang Zhiqi knew so much unexpectedly, and suddenly realized. Huang Zhiqi should not be the only one who came to Qianquanzong this time, and with the strength of the royal family, there must be many people in Qianquanzong who will give some face, and it is much easier to inquire about news than others. The combination of the two, is it comparable to a top-level elite inner sect disciple? Han Feng felt a fighting spirit in his heart. His own strength has improved greatly, and he just needs an opponent. Isn't it just right for the two brothers of the Ren family? At this moment, brother Ren Lixiangliang had already fallen in front of Han Feng. Ren Liken looked at Han Feng, as if he wanted to see what was so special about Han Feng. A strong smile appeared on Ren Lixiang's face. I already know about junior brother Han at Xuanhuan Peak, and junior brother Han has a bright future. Ah, senior brother Wan has taken a fancy to brother Han's potential, so he is here to invite brother Han to join senior brother Wan's camp, so senior brother Han will follow suit. Ren Lixiang didn't think Han Feng would refuse at all. Who among the inner sect disciples of the Qianquan sect doesn't know the name of senior brother Wan? Even among the core disciples, he is quite well known, and in the future at least he will be promoted to the ancient god powerhouse with the heavenly general true god. It is someone's honor that such a strong person can value someone. Ren Lixiang didn't know that standing behind Han Feng was Ling Yuntian, not the person behind him as he imagined, otherwise he wouldn't be so confident. General Ming Wang and General Ling Yuntian were at odds. Maybe some disciples didn't know about it. How could Ren Lixiang, who is the dog of senior brother Wan, didn't know about it? Huang Zhiqi and the others were extremely surprised. The Wan man didn't come to trouble Han Feng, but to solicit him? Isn't he afraid that King Ming Tian will be angry? Immediately, the faces of Huang Zhiqi and others changed. If Han Feng was really recruited, Ling Yuntian would almost be pried into a corner of the wall. This embarrassment would be great, and Ming Wang Tian might be very happy. Huang Zhiqi and others were tangled, and they didn't know how to persuade Han Feng. Persuade Han Feng to refuse? Or persuade Han Feng to bow his head? If he refused, the brothers of the Ren family would not let it go. But if he bowed his head and agreed, General Ling Yuntian would not be able to explain it. Before Huang Zhiqi and others could figure out what to do, Han Feng had already spoken. Sorry, Han has no intention of joining that senior brother Wan. What? The faces of the two brothers Ren Lixiang froze. It's your honor that senior brother Wan took a fancy to you, how dare you refuse? Ren Liken scolded coldly. Ren Lixiang said indifferently, geniuses have their own arrogance, I understand this. But there are too many geniuses in Qianquanzong, so don't think too highly of yourself, only by putting yourself in the right place can you live longer. For brother, ask again, do you agree or not? No matter how you threaten, Han still says that, sorry. Threat? Han Feng is really not afraid. Looking for death. Ren Liken became angry immediately, soaring into the sky with great momentum, he slapped Han Feng with his palm. Xinyan battle body, Ning. Surging flames swept out, and Han Feng also waved out his palm. The two palms collided, and suddenly a terrifying energy spread around. Both Han Feng and Ren Liken retreated. Han Feng frowned slightly, the difference in cultivation was indeed too great, and he used the Xinyan battle body to barely contend with the opponent. Han Feng was surprised, but Ren Liken was even more horrified. Ren Liken had already investigated Han Feng, so he naturally knew that Han Feng was strong, but he never expected that Han Feng was no longer the initial stage of the six tribulations true God under investigation, but the middle stage of the initial stage. Not only that, but with only one divine body, he has already competed with himself, which is much stronger than the investigation. Humph, did you just think you had a divine body? Ren Liken didn't suppress Han Feng with his palm, but was repelled instead, turning into anger from embarrassment. Lei divine body, Ning. Boom. The sky suddenly thundered, and 4 thunder wings grew from Ren Liken's back, and a slightly illusory thunder armor appeared around him, turning into a thunder god of war. It really shines like a star. The wings of the thunder fluttered, and the thunder filled the sky like meteors, covering the sky and the sun, bombarding Han Feng, as if to swallow Han Feng. Han Feng quickly retreated, and the golden immortal physique was released at the same time. Ziji Xuanhuan immediately merged into the golden immortal physique and the Xingyan battle physique. Six-winged mysterious dragon transformation. Ho ho! As soon as the Xianlong came out, it was earth-shattering. The dragon's breath spurted out, swallowing the thunder like a tsunami. This time, Han Feng did not integrate the Ziji Xuanhuan into the six-winged Xianlong transformation, but he has easily accepted the attack of Renliken and other masters. In the absence of any artifacts, Renliken was vaguely better than Qiu Jianfeng. The second update. Down. The pupils of Huang Zhiqi and the others shrank slightly. With their eyesight, they couldn't see that Han Feng was much stronger than a few years ago. It's only been 4 years, so the improvement is too fast. It should be known that Qiu Jianfeng and others have practiced in Xuanhuan Mountain for several years, and their cultivation base is still at the peak of the middle level of the Six Tribulations True God, but the accumulation is more profound. It will take at least 1 or 2 years to break through to the high level. This is still in Xuanhuan Mountain, the 3rd floor. If it is the cave mansion in the middle peak of Xuanla Peak, it will take 10 or 20 years at least. Huang Zhiqi thought of Han Feng's rapid ascension in the Ziyun Tower, and couldn't help but smile wryly. This guy really can't be treated with common sense. Huang Zhiqi's heart was complicated. He was only slightly inferior to the opponent when they were fighting in Ziyun Divine Tower, but at this moment, the gap has widened enormously. Damn it, this guy is much stronger than what the intelligence said. Renliken was very shocked and angry. According to the information, Renliken naturally knew that Han Feng had a mid-level upper-level divine skill, but the intelligence clearly recorded that the other party's mid-level upper-level magical skill should not be enough to deal with him. At least he had to make the other party use the divine weapon. At this moment, what Renliken didn't know was that the opponent's strength had changed in just 4 years. In an instant, a pair of gloves emerged from Renliken's hands, and purple light flowed. Thunder Meteor God Fist. The crazy power of thunder surged, condensed, and blasted out. As a disciple of the elite inner sect of the Chankuan sect, Renliken also possesses the 9 Tribulations artifact. This punch contained extremely terrifying and destructive power, and Xianlong flicked his tail away. The Ziji Xuanhuan merged into the body of the Xianlong and turned into a purple flame Xianlong. Boom! The deafening roar resounded through Xianla Peak, causing countless disciples who were cultivating in the cave mansion of Xianla Peak to wake up. Xianlong was sent flying by an incomparable wave, surrounded by thunder, constantly destroying Xuanlong's body. Even if the Ziji Xuanhuan continued to devour the power of thunder, the body of the Xianlong was still in an unstoppable defeat. Renliken also didn't get any benefits, and was blown away by the power of Xianlong Yiwei. This guy is much stronger than the information. Although the strength shown now may not be able to win the joint efforts of my 2 brothers, it is recorded in the information that this guy has high-level high-grade magic skills. If he uses that waiting for the divine skills, I am afraid that the 2 of my brothers will join hands. It seems that we can only tell senior brother 1 about the situation here. A mountain peak is superior, a certain cave mansion. Wan Gong got the news from the jade slip, and his expression changed. It's only been 4 years, and the strength has soared again? It seems that this son is better than I imagined. I hope you are more sensible, otherwise. A look of ferocity flashed across Wan Gang's indifferent face. The next moment, Wan Gong was no longer in the Dong mansion. At the foot of Xuanla Peak. After Ren Lixiong passed the news, he immediately joined the battle. The 2 brothers teamed up, and the pressure on Han Feng suddenly skyrocketed. Wen Jincheng, Huang Zhiqi, and others watched secretly anxiously. But they couldn't make a move. Their strength was too far behind Han Feng and others. If they forced a move, not only would it not help Han Feng, but it would drag him down instead. Thunder Meteor God Fist. Lei Xiao God Claw. Ren Lixiong also displayed the Thunder Wing Divine Body, but Ren Lixiong's divine weapon was different from Ren Liken's, but 10 nail sets. Tai Xian Tian Ling Slash. In the sky, thunder and sword lights continued to shine and rumble. The two sides come and go, and the fight is inseparable. Two brothers, Ren Lixiong and Ren Liken, each of them is only at the level of the top elite inner disciples. If it is at the level of other high-level elite inner disciples, it is impossible for the two to compete against the top disciples of the elite inner door. There is an insurmountable gap between the strength of the top elite inner disciples and the elite inner disciples. However, the two brothers Ren Lixiong are twins. The combination of the two is far from being comparable to just finding two high-level elite inner disciples to join forces. Together, the two brothers are no weaker than the top disciples among the elite inner disciples. However, even the top level is divided into grades, and the two brothers teamed up is only equivalent to a relatively poor top level. Even so, the combination of the two also brought great oppression to Han Feng. In an instant, Han Feng put away the Taishan Excalibur, and swung his right arm fiercely. Fusion, Xian Arm. Han Feng roared angrily, and finally used his strongest move. Immediately, an oppression that suffocated the two brothers Ren Lixiong came down. The two brothers looked terrified, and they couldn't move their bodies at all. The next moment, a purple flame god arm seemed to come from ancient times, passed through time and space, and crashed on the two brothers Ren Lixiong. Puff puff. The two screamed out, immediately vomited blood and sprayed it out. Get out! Han Feng roared again, and the divine arm once again slammed on the two of them. The two only felt that their bones were about to be broken, and they were smashed into the ground with a bang and embedded in it. After Han Feng used his strongest move, the two brothers Ren Lixiong were powerless to resist. Even the two brothers Ren Lixiong didn't expect that Han Feng would suddenly unleash such a powerful blow. What kind of superior combat power is this? It has already surpassed the strength of the elite disciples category. This strength is already comparable to the disciples of the door in the Qianlong list. Huang Zhiqi and the others were stunned. Even when Han Feng showed great strength at the beginning, several people had already guessed that Han Feng's strength might improve a lot, but they didn't expect it to improve so much. It has only been 4 years since the strength of the inner disciples of the top elites has directly crossed the top level to reach the inner disciple level of the Qianlong list. Seeing the miserable appearance of the two brothers Ren Lixiong, Han Feng didn't pursue further, and said calmly, "Go back and tell your senior brother Wan that it is impossible for me to take refuge in him." Really? It seems that Wan Mao's face is very worthless. Just as Han Feng finished speaking, a piercing voice came from the sky, followed by a very strong aura. Han Feng's face changed suddenly, and he turned his head solemnly, only to see a tall and straight man in the sky, walking with seemingly slow steps, but actually walking at an extremely fast speed. The closer the distance, the greater the oppression he brought to himself. This person's cultivation base and aura have reached the peak of the 6 tribulations true God. Listening to his words, it was obviously the senior brother one that Ren Lixiong was talking about, the top inner disciple on the Qianlong list Wan Gang. Han Feng was covered in sweat and hair. Wan Gang's words sounded faint, but actually contained a biting chill and murderous intent. Locked by this murderous intent, Han Feng felt an unprecedented crisis. Among the true gods of the 6 tribulations, this Wan Gong is definitely the most powerful one I have encountered. When the high-ranking true god of the 6 tribulations in Tianma Valley in Yunzhou met Wan Gong, he might not be able to take a single move. The first update. 1674 Frost Demon Body, 2 more. Han Feng's vigilance has increased to an unprecedented level. In this place shrouded in Wan Gang's powerful aura, Huang Zhiqi and others did not dare to take a breath. Is this the gap between me and the top level of the Qianlong list? Huang Zhiqi clenched his fists, realizing his insignificance again. Compared with Wan Gong, the number one within his family's royal long live is far inferior. 1. Senior brother 1. In the pit on the ground, the two brothers Renli Xiong spoke in a difficult tone. Wan Gang's complexion remained unchanged. He stretched out his hand, and 2 pills flew into the mouths of the two. Warm energy filled the whole body, and soon the two brothers Renli Xiong recovered 2 or 3 points. It is impossible for these two brothers to help Wan Gong, but at least they will not be unable to move their bodies. Renli Xiong and Renliken crawled out of the ground with difficulty, looking at Han Feng with extremely malicious eyes. It was thrown into the ground abruptly, embedded in it and unable to move. This was a great embarrassment. That's all. The key is that the task assigned by Senior Brother 1 has not been completed, which makes how the two brothers will face Senior Brother 1 in the future. I am afraid that in Senior Brother 1's heart, the evaluation of the two brothers will be greatly reduced. Wan Gong oppressed Han Feng, and said indifferently, "Is the younger brother determined to stand on the side of Tianjiang Lingyun?" As far as one knows, the younger brother is still under the investigation of Tianling Lingyun, and he is not a direct descendant of Tianling Lingyun, offending Wanmo and Wanmo's master Mingwang Tianjiang. Because of this, I'm afraid the gain outweighs the loss. As long as the younger brother takes refuge in Wan can guarantee that he will immediately train the younger brother as a confidant, and all kinds of resources will be tilted towards the younger brother. With the genius of the younger brother, it may be possible to break through to the middle level of the 6 tribulations true God in 100 years. Junior brother now has the strength of the inner disciples of the Qianlong list at the early stage of the 6 tribulations true God. If he breaks through to the middle level of the 6 tribulations true God, he can at least be ranked in the middle ranks among the inner disciples of the Qianlong list. In the secret realm of chaos, the chances of surviving are extremely high. The conditions offered by Wan Gong are not unattractive. Even other inner disciples of the top Qianlong list cannot make such a condition. As the top inner disciples of Qianlong Bang, they do have a lot of resources in their hands, and they also have a lot of Qiankuan points, but most of these resources and Qiankuan points are used by them for cultivation, and absolutely can't say that he will make his subordinates break through from the elementary level of the 6 tribulations true God to the middle level within 100 years. But Wan Gong is different. As the direct disciple of Mingwang Tianjiang, he is very talented, and Wan Gong has already hooked up with the Tan family. With the background of the Tan family, any exposure is enough to drive most core disciples crazy to grab it. Facing such attractive conditions, Han Feng calmly analyzed, "If Han joins your excellency, Mingwang Tian will not trouble Han?" Wan Gong showed a hint of pride. "Wan can guarantee it." Han Feng said with a half-smile, "Even if Han agrees, I'm afraid he will have to pay the price." "Your excellency will really give a lot of resources to Han so readily? Aren't you afraid that Han Feng will rebel at that time?" So junior brother still needs to swear to the sky that he will be loyal to Wanmo for 100,000 years. If he rebels against Wanmo within 100,000 years, he will be completely bombarded and killed by Shenlei. Even if he survives by chance, he will not be able to improve his cultivation in the future. Wan Gong squinting his eyes slightly, he stared at Han Feng, waiting for Han Feng's answer. Despite the oppression, Han Feng still shook his head slowly. "Really? It's a pity. The junior brother has such an excellent talent. He will be reduced to a useless person in the future." Wan Gong said it was a pity, but there was a murderous intent flashing in his eyes. But at this moment, Han Feng took the lead. Facing Wan Gang's level, only by making the first move can we gain the upper hand. Wan Gong looked disdainful. "Be the first to sneak attack. Do you think Wan can't do anything to you?" An icy breath enough to freeze the sky, and an evil breath that terrified everyone, both burst out from Wan Gong. It was Wan Gang's divine body, the frost demon physique. It is worth mentioning that the frost demon physique is not a top-level divine body, but a chaotic divine body that surpasses the top-level divine body. This kind of physique will greatly reduce the difficulty for heavenly generals, heavenly monarchs, heavenly venerates, and heavenly emperor true gods to break through the ancient gods. After breaking through to the ancient gods, the speed of cultivation will be far faster than ordinary gods. None of the geniuses with the chaotic divine body would break through the ancient gods at the level of the nine tribulations true God. That would be a waste of their own divine body advantage. It is precisely because of the chaotic divine body of frost demon physique that one just fell into the eyes of the Tan family, which made the Tan family willing to give Huanggang rich resources to help Huanggang cultivate. It is obviously impossible for Huanggang to exert the full power of the frost demon body right now. The true god of six tribulations is too weak after all. Even so, the growth of Huanggang's cultivation base is still extremely terrifying. At this time, Han Feng's Ziyun god arm has already blasted in front of Huanggang. An astonishing scene happened. Huanggang didn't even use his magical skills, he simply stretched out his palm, and completely resisted Ziyun's divine arm. Compared with Ziyun divine arm, Huanggang's figure seemed so small, but such a small person made it impossible for Ziyun divine arm to move forward at all. The power of Ziyun's divine arm could not hurt Huanggang at all. But at this moment, the purple flame on Ziyun's divine arm rushed out suddenly, as if it wanted to devour Huanggang, and Huanggang's face changed slightly, and he realized that his divine essence was being reduced at an extremely weak speed. Huanggang's divine essence has also reached the 8th rank level, and Ziji Xuanhuan wants to devour Huanggang's divine essence for his own use, but can only swallow a very small part. This flame is weird. Huanggang immediately judged the ghost of the Ziji Xuanhuan, and immediately exploded with full force. This time, Huanggang made no reservations. In the absence of magical skills, Huanggang's palm is enough to seriously injure the middle level of the ordinary 7 tribulations true god. Break! Huanggang shouted sharply, and Ziyun's divine arm swelled wildly in an instant. Terrifying energy accumulated in Ziyun's divine arm, as if it was about to burst in the next moment. Dance of Yantian. Yantian Wubaluan suddenly appeared in the sky above Han Feng, and hundreds of thousands of flames blasted towards Huanggang densely. Huanggang's expression remained unchanged. He flicked his empty hand in the void, and a huge vortex suddenly appeared in front of the fire, and the vortex ejected amazing ice air, freezing all the fire. At the same time, Ziyun's divine arm exploded. Han Feng spat out blood suddenly, and his right arm was dripping with blood. Huanggang seemed to have done something very insignificant, clapped his hands, and stared at Han Feng. Now, you still have a chance to regret it. In the fight just now, you must have seen Wanmo's strength. Although your strength has reached the level of Qianlong list, it is only at the bottom of it, and Wanmo is at the top level among them. The gap is no less than that of the top level. The elite inner disciples and the bottom elite inner disciples are even bigger. The second update. The faces of Huang Zhiqi and others were extremely gloomy. The gap was too great. There is indeed an indescribable gap between the top-level Qianlong list and the bottom-level Qianlong list. Huang Zhiqi also knows that although some of the top cadres have examples of killing ordinary high-level powerhouses of the 7 tribulations true gods, they are all in the early stages of high levels, and this Huanggang has killed many high-ranking 7 tribulations true gods. The strong in the middle and late stages. Although Huanggang is only in the top 10 or bottom of the Qianlong list for the time being, it is said that Huanggang has the ability to compete for the top 3. Facing a master of this level, how could Han Feng escape? Huang Zhiqi sighed for Han Feng in his heart. It would be great if Han Feng had a powerful backing behind him. Just like himself, he had made Ming Wangtian ashamed at the beginning, but because he had the royal family behind him, Ming Wangtian would not dare feel free to make things difficult. For a long time, Huang Zhiqi hoped to be able to make friends with Han Feng. Because of Han Feng's performance, Huang Zhiqi was sure that Han Feng had a bright future. But now Huang Zhiqi really discovered that talent alone is not enough to have a bright future. For the first time, Huang Zhiqi felt the cruelty of practice, which was far beyond what he could understand through practicing in the family. I hope Han Feng can make the right choice, even if this choice may make him feel ungrateful. Now, Huang Zhiqi can only hope that Han Feng will surrender, otherwise such a genius with a bright future will probably die today. To fall here. Han Feng expressed his answer directly with actions. Tai Xianxinjian and Yantianwu Baoluan both appeared, attacking Xuanhuan Gang one after another. Wan Gang's expression turned serious. You don't have to drink fine wine if you toast. If that's the case, then go to hell. The strong man at the top of the Qianlong list was furious, and his momentum was monstrous, and infinite pressure descended. Even with two great Nine Tribulations artifacts, Han Feng was frequently at a disadvantage. From the beginning to the end, Wan Gong never used any magical skills, let alone divine weapons. A simple punch and kick drove Han Feng to a desperate situation. The two brothers Ren Li Xiong were extremely relieved. Against senior brother Wan, this is the end. The shameless thing is begging for mercy now. I'm afraid senior brother Wan will not recruit him again. Wan Gong, who was in the battle, suddenly changed his expression and groaned. Looking at Han Feng again, there was a golden divine eye opened on his forehead between his brows, which was the golden immortal pupil. With the golden fairy pupils and the 8th grade spirit, Han Feng gave Wan Gong a shock. Even if Wan Gang's spirit also reached the 8th grade, he was also severely injured at this moment. Wan Gang's soul world was shaken, as if it was going to be torn apart. Damn it! Wan Gong was furious, and the killing intent on his body seemed to be real. For the first time, Wan Gong used his magical skills. Magic Sky Punishment. Surging devilish energy spewed out, as if a god was about to execute the punishment and slashed at Han Feng. Puff. Han Feng blocked the Taishan divine sword and Yantianwu treasure wheel in front of him, and the demon energy rushed in. After all, the two artifacts were the 9 Tribulations artifacts, so they didn't suffer much damage, but the shock force affected Han Feng. Han Feng vomited blood and flew out. Wan Gong grinned grimly, and was about to throw another punch. But at this moment, Wan Gang's scalp was numb, as if there was a strong danger coming. He endured the pain of his soul. Wan Gong separated a part of his soul to search around, and then he was shocked and furious to find that 7 extremely secret magic needles were coming. Approaching quickly. Prepare to sneak attack. And the part of the sneak attack was his buttocks. Wan Gong looked up to the sky and roared angrily, "Bastard, go to hell." As an inner sect disciple of Qianlong Bang, and one of the top experts, to be attacked on the buttocks unexpectedly, how can one bear it? Even if he had discovered it in advance, he would definitely not be able to forgive that despicable and wretched person. The surging chill swept out like a storm, freezing the space. Although the 7-star pear blossom needle was not completely frozen, it was greatly affected, and its secrecy was greatly reduced. At this moment, even if they don't use the soul, many strong people can see the 7-star pear blossom needle, and seeing the attacking direction of the 7-star pear blossom needle, everyone's cheeks twitched. Han Feng made no secret of his disappointment on his face. Wan Gong is very strong, which Han Feng admits, but no matter how strong he is, Wan Gong himself is still a true god of the 6 tribulations, at the level of a middle-level true god. As long as the 7-star pear blossom needle really explodes Wan Gong and penetrates into Wan Gang's body, Ren Wan Gang will completely lose his ability to fight no matter how abnormal his strength is. Han Feng also knew that Wan Gang's soul was powerful, so he used the soul shock to injure Wan Gong first, and then let the 7-star pear blossom needle fly out secretly to attack Wan Gang, but he was still discovered by Wan Gong. Now, Han Feng has played all his cards, and he has no ability to deal with Wan Gong, unless he uses the Chaos Artifact, 9 Python's Royal Fire Banner. But using the 9 Pythons Imperial Fire Banner in Qianquanzong is simply asking for trouble. This kind of artifact will definitely attract the covetousness of those ancient god-level powerhouses in Qianquanzong, and no one will be able to protect Han Feng at that time. Everyone thought Han Feng was dead, only Han Feng's expression didn't change at all. The cold air expanded rapidly, and it was about to spread to Han Feng, completely freezing Han Feng. Suddenly, a vast golden flame appeared in front of Han Feng, collided with the cold air, and swallowed the cold air. At some point, a figure appeared behind Han Feng, with a smile on his face and a gentle face, giving off a gentle and elegant feeling. Xuanhuan. Wang Gang's expression changed, and he immediately put away his furious expression, and faced this person who appeared suddenly. Han Feng turned his head to see this person and heaved a sigh of relief. The reason why Han Feng remains indifferent is because he has known for a long time that there is a high-level peak powerhouse of the 6 tribulations true God hidden in the dark. Wang Gong found out. Han Feng didn't know why this strong man was hiding in the dark, but every time he was injured by Wang Gong, this strong man tended to attack, so Han Feng decided that this man should come to help, or protect himself. Subconsciously, Han Feng thought of General Ling Yun. Ming Wang Tianjiang has some disciples in the inner sect, but Ling Yun Tianjiang doesn't? Thanks to Xiaopeng. Han Feng quickly thanked him in his heart. If not for Xiaopeng, Han Feng would not have discovered Shi Huanqing's existence. Shi Huanqing said with a smile, "Brother Wan, can you give Shi some face? If this little brother is injured, she will not be able to explain to that adult." Wang Gong looked gloomy. The adult behind Shi Huanqing was none other than General Ling Yun. Shi Huanqing was also in the top 10 of the Qianlong list, and Wang Gong was extremely afraid, that's all, but his soul was injured just now. If the two were to fight at this moment, Wang Gong would not be sure to gain the upper hand. Thinking of this, Wang Gong smiled and said, "Since brother Shi has spoken, one will naturally not lose face, let's go." The last sentence was obviously addressed to Ren Lixiong and the others. The first update. Back to top. The two brothers Ren Lixiong couldn't calm down anymore. As Wang Gang's lackeys, the two brothers naturally knew who was behind Shi Huanqing. The Qianquan sect is indeed a powerful force, one of the 3 overlords in the eastern realm of the Ziyun God realm, but even so, the Qianquan sect does not have too many heavenly generals and true gods, only a few hundred. Compared with the number of outer disciples, inner disciples, and core disciples of the Qianquan sect, these hundreds are really not too many, and among these hundreds, only about 1/10 of them will be able to advance to the ancient gods. General Ling Yun is one of the 10s with great hope. The prestige of such a heavenly general and true god in the Qianquan sect is no small matter. Some ancient gods who have broken through the level of the 9 tribulations true gods dare not flirt with General Ling Yun Tian. As long as Ling Yun Tian breaks through to the realm of ancient gods, they will be killed dead ants, and Zongmen will not stand up for them. Although Ming Wang Tianjiang's prestige is also extraordinary, it is more because of his Tan surname. The old ancestor of the Tan family is currently the only half-step god king master in Qianquanzong. Even if the current juniors of the Tan family are a little bit unsatisfactory, as long as this old ancestor exists, no one will dare to provoke the Tan family easily. The two brothers smiled wryly. They thought that Han Feng had no backer, but now it seems that the other side's backer is very likely to be General Ling Yun. They actually provoked General Ling Yuntian's subordinates. How should this be done? The two brothers were a little panicked. They were just Wang Gang's dog legs, not the Tan family's dog legs. Once they were troubled by Han Feng in the future, the Tan family would never stand up for them. Thinking of this, the two brothers also felt a bit of resentment towards Wang Gong. You two are fighting with each other, why involve them? If they had known that this kid had Ling Yun Tian as his backer, they would never have offended him so ruthlessly. Huh? Seeing that the two didn't keep up, Wang Gong stared over with displeased eyes. The two brothers were shocked, and quickly put away the resentment in their hearts, and followed Wan Gong to fly away from Xianle Peak. Little brother Han Feng, thank you for your help. As soon as Wan Gong and the others left, Han Feng immediately cupped his fists to thank Xuanhuan. With a smile on his face, Xuanhuan looked Han Feng up and down, his heart filled with deep curiosity and surprise. Curiosity is Han Feng's composure, as if he knew that he would stay aside and make a move. Surprised by Han Feng's strength, he clearly learned from that big man that this guy is also ranked in the upper middle of the elite inner disciples, but now it seems that no matter where the upper middle is, even the top elite inner disciples are also ranked in the upper middle. Can't compare to this guy, with such strength, it can be said that he has stepped into the level of Qianlong list, even though he is at the bottom of it. Shaking his head, Xuanhuan put away his ridiculous thoughts. Even Wan Gong didn't find himself, how could this guy be possible, and then said, hee, it is indeed the person Ling Yuntian has taken a fancy to, even if it is my senior brother can't compare. Where, as soon as senior brother came, that guy Wan Gong ran away, he is much better than my younger brother. Han Feng patted Xuanhuan's flattery. Xuanhuan couldn't laugh or cry. Why did Wan Gong run away as soon as I came here? In a real fight, it's not certain who wins and who loses. If you didn't accidentally hurt Wan Gang's spirit, the possibility of losing for my brother is as high as 80%. Suddenly, Xuanhuan's face became serious. Brother is not exaggerating, your strength is indeed inferior to that of a brother. Don't forget, you are only the first level of the 6 tribulations true God, and my brother is at the first level of the 6 tribulations true God, but there is no junior brother use such a strong strength. Han Feng smiled slightly. See this. Xuanhuan made an invitation. Senior brother wants to invite you to become a member of the senior brother, would you like it? Of course, this is only temporary, and you can leave at any time, junior brother. How could Han Feng refuse? Xuanhuan made such an invitation, which meant that Ling Yuntian had completely planned to train him as a confidant. With General Ling Yuntian as his backer, even Wan Gong would have to think carefully about dealing with him in the future, at least within the Qiankuan sect. With Han Feng's consent, Xuanhuan laughed loudly. Okay, with a junior brother who is so terrifying to join, we will be able to go further when we enter the secret realm of chaos in the future. Immediately, Xuanhuan said earnestly, however, although the younger brother's higher level is terrifying, his own cultivation is too low. How about it? Brother here has a fire-attributed divine grass, which is also high grade among the middle grade, and it is extremely top-notch. I hope this divine grass can help you, junior brother. Han Feng waved his hands again and again. How can this be done? It's too precious. The middle grade and high grade divine grass is also of great use to senior brothers. Xuanhuan shook his head. No, my brother has already reached the peak of the 6 tribulations true God. If you want to break through to the 7 tribulations true God, it is not possible for a mid-grade fire-attributed God grass to do it. Besides, the chaos secret realm, but if you refuse the entry of a high-level true God, you will not dare to break through for 100 years. Hearing this, Han Feng paused, then took Xuanhuan's magic grass, and thanked him again. Xuanhuan sighed unceasingly. Don't think that you give me too little, because I have a lot of people under my brother. Xuanhuan really felt a little embarrassed. If he invested in Wanang's side, he would never give just one fire attribute god grass. Han Feng solemnly clasped his fists. Little brother, how dare you think so? If the senior brother is sent out in the future, the younger brother will definitely do his best. Xuanhuan smiled, as if remembering something, and threw a storage bag to Han Feng. This is what Ling Yuntian entrusted to you. I don't know what's in it. You can see for yourself. Go for your brother. After saying that, Xuanhuan turned into a rainbow and disappeared in front of Han Feng. Han Feng smiled. Is this his reward after joining Ling Yuntian's command? After landing on the ground, Han Feng thanked Huang Zhiqi and others, and then returned to his cave. Xuanhuan Peak Middle Peak Number 10 Cave House. Han Feng curiously poured yuanshan into the storage bag. Immediately, Han Feng was overwhelmed by the huge number of sacred stones. There are at least hundreds of thousands of sacred stones like hills, and many of them are high-grade sacred stones. Seeing the top-grade divine stone, Han Feng was overjoyed. This could allow the bloodlines of Suzaku and the beasts to evolve again, and at the same time, their strength could be greatly improved. There are so many divine stones, General Ling Yuntian is really generous. Immediately, Han Feng remembered that General Ling Yuntian was the true god of heavenly generals, and what he needed for cultivation was the stone of chaos. The stones on the side are no different. Han Feng continued to scan, and then a flash of shock and ecstasy flashed across his face. Inside, there is actually a fire attribute divine fruit. Judging by its powerful fire attribute energy fluctuations, it is still a top-grade divine fruit. After recognizing the divine fruit, Han Feng judged more accurately that it was a middle-level top-grade divine fruit. The second update. Completed. 1677 Golden Immortal Physique de Shang, one more. The top-grade divine fruit is required for the cultivation of high-level true gods. A medium-level top-grade divine fruit, even the 8 tribulations true god, can slightly improve one's own cultivation after swallowing it. If it is at the juncture of breaking through the bottleneck, swallowing a medium-high-grade divine fruit has a great possibility of breaking through directly. In the Jiuyan Tianhua Pagoda, the planting space has always been empty, in order to plant top-grade divine fruits. It will take at least hundreds of years or even thousands of years for the top-grade divine fruit to mature. Very likely useless. Of course, with Han Feng's current grade of Ziji Xuanhuan, coupled with the newly obtained top-grade divine stone, the time for the top-grade divine fruit to mature will be greatly shortened. Even so, it will take 1 to 200 years, 2 to 300 years. Han Feng reckoned that according to his current progress, he might have broken through to a high-level true god in more than 200 years, not the 8th tribulation's true god, but at least the 7th tribulation's true god. At that time, this batch of top-grade mid-level divine fruits will mature, which will just make one's own strength greatly improved. It's like sending charcoal in the snow. Han Feng happily planted it in the planting space immediately. Then, Han Feng stared at the divine fruit in thought. My Ziji Xuanhua is at the 8th grade level, and I can already refine middle grade and high grade divine fruits. However, due to the limitation of cultivation, I can't complete it in one go. But if the source liquid can't be completed in one go, if there is a delay in the middle, it will be fine. Failed, it seems that Xiaopeng still needs to make a move. First he got a mid-grade high-grade divine grass, and then he got a mid-grade high-grade divine fruit. Han Feng was furiously excited. To what level would this allow his cultivation to break through? Han Feng didn't expect to break through to the high level of the 6 tribulations true god all of a sudden. That's not realistic. Although the effect of the divine fruit is strong, it is also used at the critical moment of breakthrough. Swallowing the divine fruit on weekdays will only slightly increase the cultivation base. If a single divine fruit can be upgraded to several levels in succession, wouldn't those talented disciples of great forces only need decades or hundreds of years to cultivate to an unimaginable level? Unless the level of the divine fruit swallowed is far higher than the level corresponding to one's own cultivation base, but in this case, the possibility of exploding and dying is even greater. Another way to greatly improve one's cultivation is to swallow a large amount of divine fruit at once. But the problem is that no matter how big the power is, it is impossible to favor one person with its resources. In general, a big power will always have many small groups, and if it favors one person, it will inevitably violate the interests of other groups. Han Feng believes that he will improve a lot because of the source liquid. Ling Yuntian will reward me with this middle-grade high-grade fruit, mainly to buy people's hearts. If Ling Yuntian knows that I can absorb it now, what kind of face will he have? Han Feng thought of Ling Yuntian's shocked expression. I suddenly felt a little dark in my heart. Soon, Han Feng suppressed his secret pleasure. No matter what, he couldn't tell General Ling Yun. A true god of the six tribulations can swallow a mid-level top-grade fruit. Isn't this a joke? Ling Yuntian will most likely not believe it. If he really believes it, it will probably be Han Feng's turn to suffer. Putting aside the middle-grade and high-grade divine fruit, Han Feng swept to the last part of the storage bag, where there were small mountain-high enlightenment stones, most of which were high-grade enlightenment stones. In a small part, there are even top-grade enlightenment stones. Han Feng felt grateful to Ling Yuntian again, and now it is indeed very short of top-grade and top-grade enlightenment stones. The top-grade enlightenment stone is probably prepared by Ling Yuntian for the rest of my unique skills, and the best grade enlightenment stone is for my Ziyun divine arm. Han Feng guessed in his heart. In Yunzhou, Han Feng had demonstrated the Ziyun divine arm. The 9th level of the Ziyun divine arm is equivalent to a high-level top-grade divine skill, and this cannot be concealed from General Ling Yun anyway. If Ziyun divine arm wants to break through to the 10th level and reach the level of supernatural skills, the super enlightenment stone is indispensable, otherwise it will take a long time to rely on comprehension alone. The next step is to retreat and cultivate. Han Feng muttered to himself. Turning around, Han Feng entered the time room of the Jiuyan Tianhua Pagoda. In the time room, the effect of heaven and man descended and blessed Han Feng. Han Feng held a high-grade enlightenment stone in his hand and realized the golden immortal physique. With the effect of heaven and man plus the high-grade enlightenment stone, Han Feng's comprehension of the golden immortal physique is fast enough to be comparable to the speed of comprehending high-grade magical skills by a strong person who broke the limit of a true god. Unknowingly, the golden immortal physique has broken through to the realm of great accomplishments so logically, and it is still improving. The Jingxian physique is complete, and its level is no worse than the 3rd stage of the Xingyan battle physique. When he fully realized the limit of the golden immortal physique, and was only one step away from the peak of the golden immortal physique, Han Feng woke up. His own cultivation base is only the 1st stage of the 6 tribulations true god. If there is a breakthrough in the golden immortal physique, it will not be easy to use it, and it will cause great harm to the body. Han Feng reckoned that when his cultivation base breaks through to the high level of the 6 tribulations true god and his divine body level is further advanced, he will be able to withstand the peak of the golden immortal physique. Feeling the surging power in his body, Han Feng could not stop smiling. Now, my own strength is in the lower level of the Qianlong list, barely stepping into the lower middle level. At least it is much better than the bottom level of the lower level before. Leaving the time room, Han Feng asked Xiaopeng, only to learn that he didn't spend much time in retreat this time. Strictly speaking, the outside world didn't take that long. After all, there is a time gap in the time room. The rest of the time is used to improve your cultivation. During the period when Han Feng was promoting the golden immortal physique, Xiaopeng had already refined the medium-grade top-grade fire attribute divine fruit and the top-grade medium-grade divine fruit into source liquid. Han Feng first devoured the medium-grade and high-grade fire attribute divine fruit source liquid, and the surging energy immediately filled Han Feng's whole body. Han Feng immediately operated the 9 flames and different fire art to suppress all these energies, and then absorbed them and refined them into his own fire attribute divine essence. The middle-grade high-grade fire attribute divine fruit is enough for the high-level powerhouse of the 6 tribulations true god to save ordinary hard work for 100 years. If it is the early stage of the high-level stage, it can be raised to the middle stage of the early stage of the high-level stage, and the greatness is the latter stage. However, if it is the source liquid, it can almost be raised to the limit of the early stage of high level, but no matter what, it is impossible to directly break through to the middle stage. This kind of improvement is placed at the elementary level of the 6 tribulations true god, but it allows Han Feng to easily break through to the late stage of the elementary level, and even continue to improve. Boom! A strong aura burst out centered on Han Feng, and Han Feng's cultivation level broke through again, reaching the peak of the first stage of the six tribulations true God. After entering the primary peak, the energy of the source liquid is somewhat weak. Han Feng immediately knew that if he wanted to rely on this energy to break through to the middle level of the six tribulations true God, the possibility of success was less than 10%. The first update. Advanced. Since the possibility of a breakthrough is not high, then use this power to completely stabilize the realm of the six tribulations true God's primary peak, and forge a deep foundation to prepare for the next breakthrough. With a decision, Han Feng also this energy is not used to attack higher levels, but to continuously temper the realm of the six culpa true God's primary peak. Han Feng used this energy very thoroughly, not letting go of a single bit of it, until the last trace of energy was completely exhausted, and Han Feng opened his eyes. Immediately afterwards, Han Feng flipped his palm, and 3 jade bottles appeared in his hand. The energy of the top-grade mid-level divine fruit is too huge, and it will explode if swallowed in one gulp, and the energy after turning into the source liquid will only become more violent. Therefore, Han Feng asked Xiaopeng to divide the top-grade medium-grade divine fruit source liquid into 3 parts. This also reflects the difference between the source liquid and the divine fruit. If you cut a piece of divine fruit into 3 parts, it will definitely lose its function. The effect of each part may not be as good as that of a high-grade and low-grade fruit. Lack of luck is equivalent to the effect of a mid-grade divine fruit. The divine fruit can only exert its maximum effect if it is preserved intact. The source liquid is different. After turning into the source liquid, you can divide it into 3 parts, 100 parts, or 1000 parts. In the end, the combined effect is still equivalent to that of 1 bottle, and there will be no loss or loss. There will be any increase. Han Feng took out one of the bottles first and swallowed it orally. Fiery energy circulated in the meridians, and the bottleneck, which was as stable as Mount Tai, suddenly seemed to become a thin piece of paper, as if it would break if poked. At this time, Han Feng couldn't help but admired himself. The reason why he felt the bottleneck loosen so quickly was the amazing energy of this bottle of source liquid. Big effect. If Han Feng hadn't been refining the primary peak state and accumulating foundation before, but wasting some powerless energy on hitting the bottleneck, he would definitely not feel the loosening of the bottleneck so quickly now. Now that he felt the loosening of the bottleneck, Han Feng sprinted to the middle level of the 6 tribulations true God. Han Feng didn't feel any difficulties, all the process just felt effortless, just such a simple breakthrough. 6 tribulations true God intermediate level. At this moment, Han Feng is no longer the first level of the 6 tribulations true God. It is the middle level of the 6 tribulations true God. It is true that the increase in combat power caused by cultivation-based breakthroughs is not as high as that brought about by the improvement of magical skills, and continuous breakthroughs are not bad. If he only broke through from the middle stage of the elementary stage to the late stage of the elementary stage, the increase in Han Feng's combat power would not be too obvious, but now he has suddenly broken through from the middle stage of the elementary stage to the middle stage of the 6 tribulations true God. Will be low. Han Feng doesn't know what level he is in the Qianlong list now, but at least he is at the middle level. From Wan Gang's top level, the gap is narrowing. Thinking of his powerlessness in the face of Wan Gong before, Han Feng looked cold. Taking a deep breath, suppressing all kinds of thoughts, Han Feng devoted himself to the breakthrough of cultivation. Breaking through to the middle level of the 6 tribulations true God, the energy of the source liquid has not been exhausted, so Han Feng's strength is still growing at a uniform rate, until the growth rate is getting closer and closer to nothing. Han Feng took out the first 2 bottles of source liquid, swallowed orally. Immediately, the cultivation-based growth that had been almost stagnant, soared again. Before the retreat, Han Feng's goal was only the middle-level peak of the 6 tribulations true God, and Han Feng did not have such big ambitions for the Six Tribulations True God's high level. In Qianquanzong, enjoying so many resources, these geniuses such as Wan Gong have practiced for thousands of years and have not broken through to the level of the Seven Tribulations True God. How could he reach it so quickly? But the facts told Han Feng that he still underestimated the terrifying energy contained in the top-grade mid-level divine fruit, and also underestimated the effect of absorbing 100% efficiency after turning into source liquid. When the second bottle of energy blocks was exhausted, Han Feng had already reached the middle peak of the Six Tribulations True God, even though he was just a beginner. Han Feng was very pleasantly surprised. Could it be that this time I can break through to the high level of the Six Tribulations True God? This is too fast. Still, I underestimated geniuses like Wan Gong and Xuanhuan. Could it be? Han Feng's pupils shrank, thinking of a possibility. The secret realm of chaos should not be a secret to the disciples of Qianquanzong, so it is not impossible that Wan Gong and Xuanhuan knew about it more than 1,000 years ago or even earlier. In other words, the reason why Wan Gong and Xuanhuan have not stepped into the high-level true God level after thousands of years of practice is entirely to enter the secret realm of chaos. It should be like this. Even if the absorption effect of 100% of the source liquid is extremely terrifying, it is only a top-grade divine fruit source liquid. Wan Gong and Xuanhuan, behind them are Mingwang Tianjiang and Lingyun Tianjiang. How can they lack resources? I can improve so quickly. It is too abnormal for them to not even be able to reach the high-level true gods for thousands of years. Han Feng's guess is correct. In fact, besides Wan Gong and Xuanhuan, there are many other geniuses who are suppressing their cultivation. However, since he is a genius, coupled with the environment of Qianquanzong, how can he be suppressed forever? Many geniuses have been suppressed for thousands of years, and finally they were forced to break through to the high-level true God level. They had to be promoted to core disciples, with regret and reluctance, and went to the mountain where the core disciples lived. Xuanhuan and Wan Gong were almost on the verge of being overwhelmed. This was one of the reasons why Xuanhuan stepped forward to protect Han Feng, and Wan Gong immediately withdrew. Both of them don't want to let go of everything to fight, otherwise, if one accidentally breaks through, all the previous efforts will be wasted. After swallowing the third bottle of source liquid, the middle-level peak state of the Six Tribulations True God quickly stabilized, and the background gradually deepened and became deeper. Until reaching a peak, rushed to a higher level in an instant. Boom boom boom. Han Feng's momentum suddenly soared, and he let out a long whistle, causing the cave to tremble. Since then, Han Feng has stepped into the high level of the Six Tribulations True God. At a high level, the energy required for each step is even greater, so the remaining source liquid energy only helps Han Feng to stabilize the initial high-level cultivation of the Six Tribulations True God, and does not allow Han Feng to go further and reach the level of the Six Tribulations True God middle stage. If so, Han Feng is already very satisfied. I really didn't expect that this time I was promoted to the high-level level of the Six Tribulations True God. I am in the same level as Wan Gong and Xuanhuan, but they are the pinnacle of high level. What level is my current comprehensive strength? Han Feng muttered to himself. Han Feng had the desire to find someone to test his strength. But soon, Han Feng suppressed this idea. With such a threat as Wan Gong, it is still not suitable to reveal his true combat power for the time being. It's not too late to expose it after reaching the secret realm of chaos. The second update. 1679 received the task, 1 update. However, Han Feng is not going to stay in this number 10 cave in the middle peak of Xuanhuan Peak. The cultivation environment here is not effective for Han Feng. It will take at least 1,000 years or even longer to cultivate to a high-level true God level in such an environment. Involuntarily, Han Feng looked through the cave and came to the upper peak of Xuanhuan Peak. Compared with the cultivation environment of Zhongfeng, the upper peak of Xuanhuan Peak is in the sky and the other is underground. If it was on Xuanhuan Peak, Han Feng reckoned that with his current cultivation level of the early stage of the 6 tribulations true God, he would be able to break through to the 7 tribulations true God in hundreds of years. Thinking of this, Han Feng wanted to challenge the inner disciples of the upper peak of Xuanhuan Peak. Among the many peaks where inner sect disciples live in Xuanhuan Peak, they only rank in the middle. Therefore, the disciples of the upper peak of Xuanhuan Peak are also at the bottom of the entire list of Qianlongbang disciples. For such a disciple of Qianlongbang, Han Feng, you don't need to reveal too much combat power to win. Immediately, Han Feng left his cave. It wasn't until then that Han Feng noticed that it took him a full 20 years to practice in seclusion this time. I didn't expect 20 years to pass in the blink of an eye. That's right, not to mention the medium-grade high-grade divine fruit source liquid. The top-grade medium-grade divine fruit source liquid is not so easy to absorb. Even in the state of cultivation, I can also feel that it took a long time, and now it seems that it is so. Once you fall into the state of cultivation, time always passes quickly. It seems that it is only a blink of an eye. After waking up, maybe a few days, months, or even half a year have passed outside. This time in the cultivation state, Han Feng could feel that the absorption time would not be short, and in fact the time consumed would not be so short. Combining the more than 4 years in Xinyan Mountain and the time it took to comprehend the golden immortal physique, it has been nearly 30 years since I came to Qiankanzong. There are only more than 70 years left before the opening of the Primal Chaos Secret Realm. I will try my best to improve my cultivation within these 70 years and break through to the mid-advanced stage. If I can break through to the late stage of the advanced stage or even the peak of the 6 tribulations true God, that would be the best. Han Feng thought in his mind. Even for the number 1 cave on the upper peak of Xuanhuan Peak, it is absolutely impossible to break through so easily in just a few decades, so it is necessary to enter Xuanhuan Mountain to practice, and if you want to enter Xuanhuan Mountain to practice, you need Qiankuan points. Go to the Qiankanzong Mission Hall to pick up the mission if you get the Shangfeng Cave Mansion of Xuanhuan Peak. Han Feng chose a cave that was relatively low on the upper peak of Xuanhuan Peak. In the cave mansion, the inner sect disciple of Qianlongbang in yellow clothes glanced at Han Feng, and his face suddenly became ugly. How could it be him? Damn, what should we do? The momentum of the first battle more than 20 years ago was extremely astonishing, especially since Wan Gong, a giant figure on the Qianlong list and an inner disciple of the upper peak of Xuanhuan Peak, was not noticed. Han Feng was already well known in Xuanhuan Peak, and he was able to defeat Zhongfeng's number 10 inner sect disciple when he first arrived. This achievement is not something that everyone can achieve. And the battle more than 20 years ago made Han Feng famous among the inner disciples of the Qianlong list on the upper peak of Xuanhuan Peak. This fame is not only due to Han Feng's strength reaching the level of the Qianlong list, but also because of the backing behind Han Feng. Shi Huanqing is also a giant on the Qianlong list, and Ling Yuntian will be behind him as a backer. Han Feng was recruited by Shi Huanqing, and he was already in the line of Ling Yuntian. Based on this status alone, most of the disciples on the Qianlongbang would not dare to bully Han Feng at will, let alone the yellow-cloaked disciple in this cave. The inner disciple in yellow gritted his teeth. With my strength, I may not be afraid of this kid, but if one accidentally injures this kid, I will offend Senior Brother Shi and General Ling Yun. Forget it, it's just a cave, at worst, I'll move back a bit. Ha ha ha, it turned out to be Junior Brother Han. Junior Brother Han has taken a fancy to Senior Brother's cave, so why challenge Senior Brother? Senior Brother just gave it up to Junior Brother. The inner disciple, in yellow, came out with a big laugh, making an invitation gesture. Han Feng was stunned. Before he even made a move, this inner disciple of Qianlongbang gave up? However, Han Feng's goal is not to fight against the inner sect disciples of Qianlongbang, but to obtain a cave on the top of the peak. Since they have voluntarily let them out, Han Feng can't force them to fight against him. After hesitating for a while, Han Feng cupped his hands, then thank you, brother. Under the flattering expression of the inner disciples in yellow, Han Feng moved into this cave. The inner disciples in yellow clothes challenged the inner disciples of the upper peak of Xianlu Peak who were ranked lower than themselves, and occupied his cave. A few days later, Han Feng left Xuanhuan Peak and came to the mission hall of Qianquanzong. In the mission hall of Qianquanzong, people come and go. From time to time, you can see quite powerful experts among the inner disciples of the Qianquan sect, that is, the core disciples whose strength has reached the level of high-level true gods, and it is not uncommon to see them here. Even the heavenly generals and true gods who broke the limit of true gods may be able to meet them if they are lucky. Once the heavenly generals and true gods appear, all kinds of expressions of admiration will fall on these true gods. Han Feng is quite famous in Xianlu Peak, but in the entire Qianquan sect, he is an unknown person. So no one will look at Han Feng differently. Han Feng came to the mission section in such an unknown manner, looking for missions. The tasks of Qianquanzong are divided into 9 levels: white, red, orange, yellow, green, blue, purple, and gold. White level tasks correspond to the outer disciples of the Qianquan sect. Generally, they are doing something for inner disciples or some guardian elders. Therefore, most of the outer sect disciples of the Qianquan sect concentrate on cultivation and rarely accept white-level tasks. In the task section, white-level tasks only occupy a small part. Red-level tasks correspond to ordinary inner disciples. Orange-level missions correspond to elite inner disciples. The yellow-level task corresponds to the internal disciples of Qianlongbang. Green-level tasks, and blue-level tasks correspond to ordinary core disciples, business core disciples, and Qianquan list core disciples respectively. The Qianquan list is named after the word Qianquan of the Qianquan sect. One can imagine the status of the core disciples of the Qianquan list in the Qianquan sect. These are almost all the heavenly generals and true gods in the future. The purple level mission corresponds to the heavenly general true god. Of course, the heavenly Lord true god can accept it if he wants to. Gold level missions are provided for low-level ancient god powerhouses. Naturally, they refer to low-level ancient gods who have broken through at the level of the 9 tribulations true god. As for the lower-ranked ancient gods promoted after breaking the limit of the true gods, and the middle-ranked ancient gods above the lower-ranked ancient gods, they are all treasures of the Qianquan sect. They can get a lot of Qianquan points every year without doing tasks. Even if there are tasks, they are still high-ranking. The giants of the ancient gods issued the order directly, without going through the mission hall of Qianquanzong. What Han Feng is looking for and accepting at this moment is the yellow-level mission. The first update. There are not many yellow-level missions, and there are only 1,000 inner disciples in Qianlongbang of Qianquanzong. Most of them are still cultivating in Qianquanzong, and only a few have time to do missions. In the mission section, there are only dozens of yellow-level missions. It is also a yellow-level task, and the universe points are also high and low, but even if there is a gap, the gap will not be too outrageous, and it is within 1,000 universe points. However, in addition to Qianquan points, some gold mission rewards will also have other rewards, and these are generally the responsibility of the person who issued the mission. These announcements are generally from forces other than Qianquanzong, and the masters of Qianquanzong are invited to take action through the Qianquanzong mission hall. Those without other rewards are generally tasks issued by Qianquanzong. Of course, if a certain elder within the Qianquan sect suddenly becomes happy or generous, there will also be rewards other than Qianquan points. A yellow-level mission that Han Feng had his eyes on, in addition to the reward of 10,000 Qianquan points, there was also a reward for a high-grade and low-grade fire attribute god crystal, and a large number of high-grade god stones. High-grade and low-grade fire attribute crystals, which Han Feng is going to use to break through his own 9 flames and different fire art. With a breakthrough in the 9 flames and different fire art, the power of Ziji Xuanhuan will be enhanced, and the divine essence, divine body, and divine soul will also be enhanced. This is a comprehensive improvement, which is much stronger than just improving the cultivation base. In addition, the Ziji Xuanhua is enhanced, and the ripening time of the top-grade mid-level divine fruit in the planting space will also be advanced. As for the top-grade divine stone, Han Feng is planning to use it to enhance the Suzaku and other beasts. That's it. Han Feng came to one of the people in charge of the mission hall and accepted the mission. The person in charge got Han Feng's token, and couldn't help frowning. This junior, you are still an elite inner sect disciple. It is not appropriate to accept the yellow level task. Senior brother suggests that you change it. Han Feng had just entered the Xuanla Peak for a few days, and Qiankuan Zong's Qianlong list had not had time to include Han Feng on the list, so Han Feng's imprint in the Qiankuan card was still at the level of elite inner disciples. Han Feng naturally knew that the senior brother in charge had good intentions, but he still shook his head and said, "Don't worry, senior brother." Since the senior brother has accepted this task, he is naturally sure. Okay. The brother in charge stopped talking immediately. He was going to die, and he could stop him. The person in charge didn't notice. One of the assistants beside him quietly sent a message to someone. Outside the Qiankuan sect, Han Feng turned into a rainbow and disappeared into the sky. Inside the Qiankuan sect. Holding the jade slips, Qin Shan laughed loudly. "Finally let me wait. It's not in vain that I spent so many god stones to bribe those assistants." In order to be able to know the specific information of Han Feng's acceptance of the mission, Qin Shan often gave the god stones to the assistants in the mission hall, and bought them off. If it wasn't for Qin Shan's support from the Qin family of the Qinyun sect behind him, Qin Shan would never have been able to do it. You must know that there are several persons in charge in the Qiankanzong mission hall who are responsible for recording the missions received by the Qiankanzong disciples. They take turns to sit in charge, each with 2 to 3 assistants. In order to know what tasks Han Feng will accept, Qin Shan has to buy many assistants. These assistants have been in Qiankanzong for a long time, and their vision has long been high. The number of god stones is small, but they can't satisfy these assistants. Appetite. Even if Qin Shan has the support of the Qin family, he is also heartbroken. After more than 10 years, Qin Shan may not be able to support him anymore. He also needs the god stone to practice. God treats me well, luck is good. Shanning City? Then I will set up an ambush on the way back. More than 20 years ago, I have passed the news to my ancestors. Qinzhou has already had several high-ranking true gods from the Qin family waiting here. It is time to let these guys make a move. Even if this Han Feng has the strength comparable to the inner sect disciples of Qianlongbang, he will fall. This time the family sent him, but there is a strong man of the 8 tribulations true god. At that time, when asks that kid's secret, that's when I'll make a fortune. Thinking of this, Qin Shan's expression became more and more excited, as if he had taken aphrodisiac. Afterwards, Qin Shan also turned into a startled rainbow and left Qiankanzong. Shanning City is a small city in Qinzhou. The owner of the city is from the Yang family in Shanning City, and his cultivation has reached the peak of the first stage of the 7 tribulations true god. In addition to this strong man who has the dual status of patriarch and city lord, the Yang family also has several junior masters of the 7 tribulations true god. In the entire Shanning City, there are only a few more than 10 true gods of the 7 tribulations. Knowing the information about Shanning City, Han Feng couldn't help sighing. Qinzhou is Qinzhou, far from being comparable to Yunzhou. The status of Shanning City in Qinzhou is equivalent to the status of Shunming City in Yunzhou, both of which are small cities. But the highest level of power in Shanning City is the Seven Tribulations True God, and the highest level of power in Shenming City is only the level of the Four Tribulations True God, which is placed in the Qiankuan sect, that is, ordinary inner disciples, or the lower existence among ordinary inner disciples. When he came to Shanning City, Han Feng went straight to the city lord's mansion. It was Yang Feiping, the patriarch of the Yang family, who issued the mission, that is, the lord of Shanning City. It was stated in the mission that Yang Feiping issued missions. One was to investigate a beast forest outside Shanning City, and the other was to find Yang Feiping's eldest daughter, Yang Qiu. These two tasks are also somewhat related to each other. The fierce beast forest outside Shanning City has always been used by Shanning City as a place to experience the younger generation. The powerful beasts inside have long been killed by the high-level true gods of Shanning City. The strongest inside, that's just a level 4 beast. But not long ago, something happened in this ferocious beast forest, and all the young people who entered it to practice disappeared frequently. As the daughter of Yang Feiping, Yang Qiu is also a leader of the younger generation in Shanning City. When she heard the news, she went to investigate without hesitation, but she never came back. This action caused a shock in Shanning City and Yang Feiping's anger. Yang Qiu, as the proud daughter of the heavens in Shanning City, broke through to the 5 tribulations true God within 10,000 years, and now 10,000 years have passed. She is already a master of the 6 tribulations true God, but she still hasn't come out. Could it be that there is a 6th level true God in this ferocious beast forest? Beast? Or a relatively powerful 6th level beast? Immediately, Yang Feiping sent a true God of the 7 tribulations of the family to go, but the true God of the 7 tribulations did not come back. Suddenly, everyone in Shanning City panicked. Even the 7 tribulations true God powerhouse has not come back. Could it be that the one inside is a 7th level beast? How can this be? Yang Feiping roared in his heart. In order to prevent the birth of powerful beasts in the beast forest, the high-level true gods in Shanning City would go to sweep them every 100 years. Within 100 years, it would be good to be able to produce a 5th level beast, and it would be a 6th level beast if it was great. In a field of level 2, 3, and a few level 4 beasts, a level 7 beast was born, and it would take only 100 years, which is impossible. At that moment, Yang Feiping judged that there must be something else wrong with taking out the inside of the beast forest. Yang Feiping's strength is much stronger than that of the 7 tribulations true God of the Yang family who never returned, but he is also at the beginning level of the 7 tribulations true God, and they are all at the same level. Which one is better at reading novels? Search online. Tens of thousands of serialized novels are free to read, and you can download all of them. Therefore, Yang Feiping did not dare to go alone carelessly, but united with many true gods of the 7 tribulations in Shanning City. But even so, Yang Feiping still felt uneasy, so he asked Qiankanzong for help, and released a yellow-level mission in the Qiankanzong mission hall. Originally, Yang Feiping planned to issue an orange-level mission to seek the help of the elite inner disciples of the Qiankuan sect, but the comprehensive combat power of the elite inner disciples is probably the first level of the ordinary 7 tribulations true God, and only a very few have the ability to compete against the 7 tribulations. The mid-level power of the true God may not be of much help here. Therefore, Yang Feiping finally chose the yellow-level mission. As for the green-level mission, it's not that Yang Feiping didn't think about it. With the degree of genius of the disciples of the Qiankuan sect, they are also at the same level as the true gods of the 7 tribulations, and their power is definitely much stronger than these true gods of the 7 tribulations. However, with the background of the Yang family, there is really no treasure that can attract the core disciples of the Qiankuan sect. Even the little assistants next to the person in charge of the mission hall of Qiankanzong have extremely high vision, let alone the core disciples of Qiankanzong. There are no treasures that are equivalent to the top-grade god fruit level, so don't let them make a move. This is still an ordinary core disciple. Those elite-level core disciples, and only dozens of core disciples on the Xuanhuan list. Only treasures that help break the limit of the true God are attractive to them. Such treasures are scarce in Qianquanzong, and it is even more impossible for Xiaoxiaoyang's family to have them. Come to the city lord's mansion. The guards immediately stopped Han Feng, because Han Feng was so imposing. These guards didn't dare to be too presumptuous, and the leading guard clasped his hands together. My lord, what's the matter with you? Han Feng said lightly. Han Feng, inner disciple of Xuanhuan sect. The guard who clasped his fists at Han Feng was startled, and then overjoyed. He also knew that the city lord asked Qianquanzong for help. Immediately, the guards who were originally respectful became even more respectful. My lord, wait a moment, I'll go and report it right away. After speaking, he still looked at Han Feng nervously, for fear that Han Feng would get angry. If really angry, he could only abandon the rules of the city lord's mansion and let this genius inner disciple of the Xuanhuan sect break into the city lord's mansion at will. Rules are only for the weak, and the strong have already been able to trample on the rules. Fortunately, Han Feng is not an unreasonable person. He nodded and waited where he was. The guard cupped his fists again, turned his head and entered the city lord's mansion. Soon, a flash of frightened rainbow rushed over, and after landing, a fat, middle-aged man appeared. This person is none other than the lord of Shanning City, Yang Feiping. Junior Han Feng, I have met the city lord. In terms of strength, Han Feng must be stronger than Yang Feiping, but Yang Feiping is also a high-level true god, and Han Feng also showed a little respect. Han Xiaoyu, I won't say too much if I need more words. This time, as long as I can save my brother and daughter, what do you want? As long as I have the conditions, I will definitely die. Yang Feiping seemed very excited. Anxious. It can be seen from this that Yang Qiu's position in Yang Feiping's heart is extraordinary. Facing such a father who is worried about his daughter, Han Feng also has a good impression, and immediately said, the junior has no extra requirements, as long as the rewards for the yellow-level tasks are enough. But at this moment, another ray of light fell rapidly. Han Feng glanced away, and a pure girl in light yellow clothes appeared in Han Feng's sight. The girl's expression was full of urgency. Seeing Han Feng, she hurriedly begged, is this the master of Qianquanzong, my little brother? The woman begged the lord to rescue her sister. As long as her sister is safe and sound, the little girl is willing to do anything, even if it is to be a slave. What are you talking about? Yang Feiping's face suddenly changed, and he turned his head to roar. Yang Qiu is Yang Feiping's daughter, and this young girl is also Yang Feiping's daughter. If the youngest daughter is made a slave for Yang Qiu's sake, Yang Feiping is absolutely unwilling. As soon as the roaring words came out, Yang Feiping choked. Remembering that Han Feng was still in front of him, his expression changed wildly. Han Xiaoyu, this is my brother's second daughter, Yang Ying, who always speaks without thinking. Please don't take Han Xiaoyu too seriously. Yang Feiping said with a difficult smile. Han Feng waved his hand with a smile. Don't worry seniors, this junior is only here to complete the task, as long as the task rewards. The meaning is self-evident. Yang Feiping heaved a sigh of relief, turned his head and gave his second daughter a sneaky look. Yang Ying was also secretly annoyed. She and her sister had a deep relationship. If she really rescued her sister, but her sister learned that she became someone else's slave because of her, how sad and self-blamed she would be. Stepping aside embarrassingly, Yang Ying took a serious look at Han Feng for the first time. Before that, she just regarded Han Feng as the last straw to save her sister. All I think about is my sister. Now that she has come to her senses, Yang Ying is curious. She is not bad-looking, and she is tied with her sister in the double flower of Shanning City, which man sees that he is not stupid and can't even walk, but this is turning a blind eye. Is this the difference between the inner disciples of the Xuanhuan sect and the true gods outside? At this moment, Han Feng said, Senior, there is no need to delay, let's set off now. Yang Feiping was more urgent than Han Feng, but the weird beast forest was too dangerous, so he had to make preparations in advance. So Yang Feiping said, "Please wait a moment, Brother Han. My brother will call other experts to gather in the city lord's mansion. Although Han Xiaoyu is a master of the Qianquan sect, wouldn't it be safer to have more masters to help him?" Han Feng came to complete the task. As long as the task can be completed, it doesn't matter if one person or more than one person, so he didn't say anything and nodded in agreement. Brother Wei has already sent a message to those guys, and it will arrive in a while. During this period, I invite you to be a guest in the hall. After sending the message, Yang Feiping made an invitation. A group of people soon appeared in a hall of the city lord's mansion. Just sitting on the seat, the buttocks have not yet warmed up. The true gods of Shanning City, Gao Jia, have arrived at the city lord's mansion one after another. "City lord, I heard that the master of the Qianquan sect has arrived. How about we set off now?" The first person to arrive at the city lord's mansion was a red-haired burly man in red, second only to the city lord Yang Feiping. Through Xiaopeng, Han Feng already knew that Yang Feiping was a master of the early stage of the Seven Tribulations true god, and this burly man in red with red hair was probably in the middle stage of the Seven Tribulations true god's early stage. Yang Feiping said, "There are still a few people who have not arrived, let's wait for a while. This is Han Xiaoyu from Qianquan sect, and he is an inner disciple of Qianlongbang." While Yang Feiping introduced Han Feng to the red-haired and burly man, he also introduced Han Feng through sound transmission. The first update. If you think Nine Flame Supreme is very beautiful, then please put the URL of this site. Recommend it to your friends and watch it together. Han Xiaoyu, this person is Lu Rongchen from the Lu family in Shanning City. He is cultivated in the middle stage of the Seven Tribulations true god. Among the younger generation who disappeared before, one of them is a genius of the Lu family, and he is the great-great-grandson of this person. Han Feng, it's clear, no wonder Lu Rongchen came here like this. It turned out that his great-great-grandson also disappeared. At the same time, Lu Rongchen looked at Han Feng after Yang Feiping introduced Han Feng. Han Xiaoyu is already a disciple of Qianlongbang at a young age, and the future is limitless. If you can save the old man's great-great-grandson, I will be very grateful. Lu Rongchen looked like a middle-aged man, but actually I have lived for a long time. Claiming to be an old man is not a problem. In fact, when the city lord Yang Feiping was young, Lu Rongchen was already the true god of the Seven Tribulations, only at the beginning stage. There are more than a dozen high-level true gods in Shanning City, and Lu Rongchen is the most experienced. Senior Lu, don't worry, this junior will do his best. As soon as the words fell, another high-ranking true god arrived at the city lord's mansion, and 7 or 8 Seven Tribulations true gods gathered in the city lord's mansion. In addition to Yang Feiping, another true god of the Seven Tribulations came to the Yang family, and the last one was left to sit in the Yang family. A true god is enough to ensure that the Yang family can prosper for several years and not immediately decline. For the rest of the families, who have 2 true gods of the Seven Tribulations, only one came, such as the Lu family. If there is only one true god of the Seven Tribulations, then he can only try his best to make himself come back alive. As for staying in the family and not coming, he will be forced at that time, so it is better to take the initiative, so that it will look better. In addition, if a 7th-level beast is really born in the beast forest, it will be a huge threat to Shanning City, and even for the safety of the descendants of the Shanning City family, we must do our best. Otherwise, if the beast attacking the city really happened, their family would easily be used as cannon fodder. In the end, there were 9 true gods of the Seven Tribulations who came to the city lord's mansion. One of the Seven Tribulations true gods brought a junior with him. "Old Yuan, it is extremely dangerous to go to the beast forest this time. Why are you bringing a junior with you?" Seeing this, a true god of the Seven Tribulations frowned. Even their true god of the Seven Tribulations might go back. wouldn't it be a drag on them to bring a junior? The true god of the seven tribulations, surnamed Yuan, looked like an old man. Eyelids, he said with a little pride, the grandson of the old man is not comparable to ordinary geniuses. Going to the ferocious beast forest this time might just be the opportunity for Ganger to break through the true god of the seven tribulations. The high-level true gods around curled their lips. They had practiced for tens of thousands of years to reach the peak of the six Kulpa true gods. Although they can't be said to be geniuses, they are only a little better than average. They also claim to be comparable to extraordinary geniuses, and they are not afraid of the wind. Tongue. Looking at Yuan Gang's expression that he really is amazing, several seven tribulations true gods rolled their eyes again, but as old seniors, they are not easy to understand like juniors. What's more, even ordinary geniuses, they are indeed stronger than them, and once they break through, they will be on the same level as them. Yuan Gang looked around and saw that everyone's expression was superior. Only when he saw Yang Feiping and Yang Ying did he restrain himself. Yuan Gang turned his gaze to Yang Ying, felt hot in his heart. Yang Ying immediately turned her head in disgust, and Yang Feiping was also displeased. I really thought he didn't know what the hell this kid was up to. Didn't he just want to make a contribution so that he could propose a marriage at that time? What? Thinking that finding his daughter would require Lao Yuan's efforts, Yang Feiping had to endure it, and sneered in his heart, I want my daughter to marry you, it's a dream. Even if you marry an ordinary mid-level true god, you will not choose a man with unbelievable conduct, like you. That's great, God treats me well. I'm worried that I won't have the opportunity to show my ability to the city lord. This time is a good time. With my talent, the city lord will be willing to hand over my daughter to you. Give it to me. When I come back this time I will propose and let Yang Ying marry me. If I go to the wild beast forest to save Yang Qiu this time, and if Yang Qiu commits himself to me in return for his kindness, I can reluctantly accept it. Jia Jia, sister flower. Yuan Gang thought dirtily in his heart. At this moment, Yuan Gang saw Han Feng and had a plan, a disciple of the Xuanhuan sect? If I can suppress this disciple of the Xuanhuan sect, doesn't it mean that I am better than the disciples of Xuanhuan sect? Thinking of this, Yuan Gang suddenly said, I have heard for a long time that the disciples of the Xuanhuan sect are all outstanding in the same level. Yuan Gang stared directly at Han Feng, full of provocation. Many high-ranking true gods turned pale with shock. This Yuan Gang was so rude to the disciples of the Xuanhuan sect. Could it be that the Yuan family's praise for him really made him lose his mind? You are considered a genius in Shanning City, but you are nothing in front of the disciples of the Xuanhuan sect. Yuan Gang, don't be polite. Yang Feiping stopped him. Hey, city master, you are too anxious. This little friend of Qiankanzong hasn't said anything yet. What are you talking about? This time, it was old Yuan who spoke, and Lao Yuan also wished for his grandson to step on the disciples of the Xuanhuan sect. How could Yang Feiping stop him? The cheeks of Yang Feiping and other high-ranking true gods twitched, and now they finally know why Yuan Gang, so I don't know what it means, so it turns out that the upper beam is not straight and the lower beam is crooked. It seems that these days in the tranquility of Shanning City, this old Yuan no longer knows what it's like outside. It can't be stopped. Knows when no die. Yang Feiping's face was gloomy, and he stopped talking. Han Feng slowly got up, and said lightly, would you like me to give you some advice? Of course, don't you dare? Yuan Gang continued to provoke. Han Feng smiled lightly, in that case, you can take action. Yuan Gangjian Han Feng didn't even get up, and there was a trace of anger on his face, as expected of a disciple of the Xuanhuan sect. You are really arrogant, I want to see if you can sit on that broken chair all the time. Facing Yuan Gang's palm, Han Feng also slapped it lightly, and when the two palms collided, Yuan Gang's expression grew bright. Change. Yuan Gang only felt a vast force like the billowing Yangtze River, coming from the opposite side. Rag, fly upside down. Vulnerable. After Han Feng uttered the 4-character evaluation, Yuan Gang just got up, and fell to the ground, spurting blood again in anger. Many high-level true gods were taken aback. Although they knew that the disciples of the Xuanhuan sect were extremely powerful at the same level and could even fight beyond the level, they never expected that Yuan Gang, who is quite famous in Shanning City, would be so unbearable. One hit and you can't get up. Second. Merry Christmas Eve everyone. Many high-level true gods were amazed, but Han Feng felt that this was nothing. Yuan Gang's cultivation is not bad, and he has reached the peak of the 6 tribulations true god, but so what? It's just that the cultivation base is a little outstanding, and it's weak in other aspects. First of all, both the divine body and the divine soul are still at the 5th rank level, and the divine essence is slightly stronger, between the 5th rank and 6th rank, barely comparable to the 6th rank. A normal 6 tribulations true god, or a high-level 6 tribulations true god, should have reached the 6th grade level of divine essence, divine soul, and divine body, but Yuan Gang didn't reach it. This shows that Yuan Gang used too many shortcuts in his cultivation, and most of them were not self-cultivation. In fact, this is nothing. Any strong person will not follow the steps in the process of cultivation, and will encounter various adventures, which will lead to a certain stage of rapid improvement in strength. However, after these strong people have grown by leaps and bounds in strength, they will definitely submerge themselves in cultivation and stabilize the realm of too fast growth, so that even if there are any problems, they can be avoided to a great extent. Yuan Gang is obviously not the master who can calm down to practice. It is estimated that after taking a shortcut, he did not concentrate on stabilizing. This leads to a high level, but a weak foundation. It is also the high level of the 6 tribulations true god. The high level of the 6 tribulations true god of the Xuanhuan sect is a solid icicle. Yuan Gang is an icicle of the same size, but it is empty inside, or there is only a thin layer of ice left, which will break if poked, and is extremely fragile. It's hard for Han Feng to imagine how this guy gained such a great reputation in Shanning City. Even if Shanning City is a small city, it's impossible for him to be full of high-ranking true gods with unstable foundations. Just come to a high-level 6 tribulations true god with a stable foundation, and this guy is probably about to give up. Could it be that the Yuan family is afraid to make a move? Han Feng guessed. It has to be said that Han Feng's guess is very close to the truth, or it is not an exaggeration to say that it is the truth. Yuan Gang's not-so-weak prestige in Shanning City came from fighting with his peers. Cultivated by the various resources of the Yuan family, even if Yuan Gang was not a person who devoted himself to cultivation, he was abruptly promoted to an extremely high level, which made the true gods of the same age group far inferior to Yuan Gang. And some of the true gods of the 6 tribulations who have grown up will naturally not take action against Yuan Gang if they are unwilling to fight against the Yuan family. Now this character. At this moment, I met Han Feng. Yuan Gang was naturally tragic. The junior of the Xuanhuan sect. You are looking for death. Seeing his grandson being beaten to the ground and unable to get up, the embarrassment of humiliation and love for his grandson made Lao Yuan furious immediately, and his rage was overwhelming. Waves, oppressive to Han Feng. The next moment, Lao Yuan made a sudden move. Oops. Old Yuan, stop. The true gods of Gao Jia, headed by Yang Feiping, were all taken aback. Yang Feiping never expected that Lao Yuan was so out of his mind that he dared to attack the inner sect disciple of Xuanhuan sect, and he was still an inner sect disciple of Qianlongbang. You are a mere early-stage true god of the 7 tribulations. Do you really think that you are an inner disciple of Qiankanzong Qianlongbang? Unfortunately, Lao Yuan was very close to Han Feng, even if Yang Feiping tried to stop him, it would be too late. Yang Feiping was not worried about Han Feng's safety, but Yang Feiping was worried that Han Feng would be furious because of Lao Yuan's affairs and give up this mission. The big monument cracks hands. A huge mountain-like momentum pressed towards Han Feng, and a big hand of Xuanhuan slapped Han Feng fiercely. In a fit of rage, Lao Yuan used all his strength to strike. Golden Immortal Dragon Finger. The roaring dragon chant sounded, and Han Feng pointed at the big hand of Xuanhuan in midair, like a real dragon soaring into the sky. Under Han Feng's finger, the big hand of Xuanhuan was instantly defeated and destroyed, without any resistance at all power. In an instant, the finger landed on Lao Yuan. The majestic old Yuan of the Seven Tribulations true god, just like his grandson Yuan Gang before, sprayed blood mist, shot backwards in embarrassment, and just landed on Yuan Gang. The sad Yuan just managed to regain some consciousness, and was crushed by this pressure, spurted blood again and passed out. Many high-level true gods opened their mouths wide, and even Yang Feiping's figure was stagnant in mid-air, with a stiff expression. Gua, you really deserve to be the inner disciples of the Qianlongbang. I have heard that the inner disciples of the Qianlongbang are powerful, comparable to the ordinary middle-level true gods of the Seven Tribulations, and the top-notch ones can kill the ordinary high-level true gods of the Seven Tribulations. This time, he saw it with his own eyes, and Yang Feiping was speechless inwardly. From the beginning to the end, Han Feng sat in his chair without getting up. This further illustrates the gap between Han Feng and Lao Yuan. No one noticed that Han Feng's fingers were trembling slightly. Anyway, Lao Yuan is also a true god of the Seven Tribulations. Without Xingyan Battle Body and Golden Immortal Body, he only used the Golden Immortal Dragon. It is still a bit reluctant to point out that if it is not for the top 8 gods, it may not be so crushing on Lao Yuan. The true gods of the Seven Tribulations outside really can't compare with Qiankuanzong. Fighting against Lao Yuan, Han Feng also had a similar understanding of the level of powerhouses in the small city of Qingzhou. Although Lao Yuan is the true god of the Seven Tribulations, his bloodline is only middle grade, and even the most powerful magic skill, the Great Steel Cracking Hand, is only at the middle grade level, so his real combat power is about the same as that of the elite inner disciples. Middle level. Yang Feiping has come to Han Feng at this moment, and hastily explained, Han Xiaoyu, that old guy Yuan's brain is broken, you don't want to haggle with him. When the time comes, the lord of the city will definitely ask the Yuan family to make an apology for you. Lu Rongchen also has descendants who disappeared in the Beast Forest, and he was afraid that Han Feng would give up his mission and return to the sect in a fit of anger, so he immediately gritted his teeth. Brother Han, don't worry, if the Yuan family doesn't give you an explanation, I, Lu, will lead the children of the family to attack the Yuan family. Old Yuan, who fell on Yuan Gang's body, was completely terrified when he heard Yang Feiping and Lu Rongchen's words. At this moment, Lao Yuan's head was a little clear, but he was covered in cold sweat. What stupid thing did he do? Han, Master Han, Lao Yuan was out of his mind before, so Yuan asked his family to send compensation. Lao Yuan wanted to slap himself. He had dominated Shanning City for too long, and even forgot that he was in the whole city. Qingzhou is really nothing. Han Feng said flatly, we'll talk about the compensation in the future. It's not too late. Let's go. Han Feng didn't take the matter of Lao Yuan and Yuan Gang's disrespect to him at all, or in other words, Lao Yuan and Yuan Gang were not regarded by Han Feng at all, so naturally he didn't care too much. Old Yuan bowed down to be grateful for the amnesty. As for Yuan Gang, he had already been forgotten by Lao Yuan. Until a group of people left the city lord's mansion and flew to the Beast Forest, Yuan Gang still fainted on the spot, and no one responded. In the end, Yang Ying frowned and asked someone to carry Yuan Gang back to Yuan's house. The first update.